Stupid barbarians! Welcome potential disciples to the Nine Swords Sect recruitment test. A small figure shouted to the thousands of young men and women below. Her voice permeated loudly into the ears of the crowd through the use of chi. Hazel was surprised to see the barely discernible pint-sized person up there. Chi was an amazing phenomenon capable of miraculous things. To think that reverting someone's age or appearance was possible. That was what she believed when looking at the tiny figure up those steps. Maybe that why was all the old people in the Yingzhi clan looked so young. Somehow, chi had an effect on one's body and made them look or stay younger longer. For the first part of the recruitment test, you all will have your talent measured by this talent measuring rock. All you have to do is give it your strongest punch or kick and it'll do the rest. Now come on up, we have quite a few of them for all of you. You'll know if you passed or failed just by the reaction of the rock. She informed. And as if that was the call for the start of the race, the people started running up the grand staircase leading up the sect. Hazel pulled back on Kai's robes to stop him from getting caught up with the rest of the overeager people. What's the big deal, Hazel? They're going to get noticed first if we don't hurry. He jerked himself out of her grip. It is not a race. Why are you in such a rush? Do you think the Nine Swords Sect would be lacking in talent measuring rocks? Are you assuming that you would somehow gain more attention or focus by the sect if you are the first one up those stairs to get your talent measured? She questioned him, as she always did when he was about to do something stupid. TCH. So annoying. He slowed himself down and calmly walked behind the racing disciples. The Nine Swords Sect isn't a sect that would allow themselves to miss out on talents even if they're the last to get their talent measured. Plus, we get to avoid that massive brawl that's about to break out on the stairs. Hazel smiled. Brawl? I don't see anyone brawling. Gah. A disciple came flying down the stairs from above them. It was only an educated guess on Hazel's part. When you have this many overeager young people in one place all going for the same thing, it's only a matter of time before violence breaks out. That is also something she learned during her 8-month training period. The civilized people in this place seemed to love violence, fighting, and power. But Hazel understood why. Power was basically everything here. There seemed to be little care for rules, laws, and the such. Because with power, you can skip out on those things. Why care about anything when you can punch it to death or slice it to death with a sword? Stupid barbarians, Hazel thought to herself as she saw the thousands of men and women fighting to the death just to punch some rocks. Oi! Who just touched my ass? I'll kill you and all 10 generations of your family's ancestry. You dare place your hand on a member of the bowling family? You're courting death. Ha 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 ha. I'll get my talent measured first. I'll cut down anyone that stands in front of me. I see why you stopped me now. Kai spoke. Fire, lightning, water, wind, earth, swords, fists, legs, and more were included in that fight ahead of them. Even walking behind them on the steps was dangerous. Some of the disciples included in that battle were an even higher cultivation stage than himself. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he could lose his life just by standing close to those eager people. So, as a precaution, both him and Hazel walked back down the steps until they felt safe enough to keep walking behind that mess. My arm. How the fuck am I going to punch the rock without my dominant arm, you pieces of shit? A disciple roared out in rage after losing his arm to a passing wind blade. You can kick, you bastard. Quit crying and get out of the way. Who dares to stand in front of this daddy when he has his big long sword in hand? The disciple who lost his arm went on a rampage after losing his arm. In his rage, his skin began to emit steam and turn dark red like a demon. He soon began to wildly lash out at anyone nearby to cripple them in any way he could, just like he was. In no time, he was kicked down the stairs by someone far higher than him in the cultivation stages and his eyes landed on Hazel and Kai. It was Hazel's first time seeing someone with a bloodline. She would have loved to find out more about him but Kai had other plans. The bloodline cultivator leaped towards them and Kai killed him. He covered his hand in lightning before shoving his fist through the chest of the red man and tossing his corpse down the stairs. Hazel was disheartened to see that but thinking about it again, now wasn't the time for such a thing anyway. Finding another bloodline cultivator shouldn't be too hard once they get accepted into the sect. Trash. Kai grinned as they continued walking up the stairs. Hazel was honestly impressed by the savages still fighting. Even knowing that they could lose their lives or get crippled, they continued to fight with one another. While more than a few started running down the stairs once they felt their life was in danger, many more didn't have the choice to flee. All of this fighting was literally for nothing. Nowhere did the elder state that only a certain number of people would get to have their talent measured. Being first or last didn't matter at all. It was complete insanity. And if the people around her age were like this, Hazel couldn't imagine a large group of adult cultivators aiming for something. This also made Hazel question something. Where in the hell were the elders? Why weren't they putting a stop to this or at least making sure people weren't dying? Did they not care about them until they were officially accepted into the sect? It seems so. That kid elder was nowhere to be seen anymore. It only took over 5 hours before the remaining survivors made it to the top of the stairs. Ignoring all the fighting, the stairs themselves were very large. These stairs led to the mountaintop that the Nine Swords sect was housed at. So, mountain-sized stairs in length. Even if a majority of the disciples weren't fighting to the death to get to the top, it still would have taken considerable time. There was also the factor of pacing oneself so that they didn't wear themselves out before getting to the talent measuring rock. This didn't factor in when talking about the fighting disciples who didn't care about that at all. Hazel and Kai were one of the last disciples to make it to the top. Kai was still somewhat upset about being one of the last to show his talent, but Hazel placated him by telling him that most people save the best for last. It's why most cultivators hide their most dangerous techniques instead of using them at the start of the battle. This was a good enough reason for him. He did think he was one of the best. You are allowed to use martial arts if it helps you bring out your full strength, but no weapons are allowed. An elder informed them. Kai smirked as lightning zapped around his fist. With a casual punch, the rock lit up with a bright yellow light before dimming. A big smile popped up on the elder's face once he saw this. Everyone who was staring over at them because Kai was a famous youth, learned that yellow light meant good. None of them were surprised to see him almost be escorted away into the giant entrance of the sect, but he refused his goodwill and stayed to watch Hazel's results. Why is someone as talented as Yingzhi Kai interested in someone like that? Ah, you must not have heard, but that's actually Yingzhi's personal servant. For some reason, he keeps an ugly woman like her around and no one knows the reason why. I wouldn't be able to handle having someone like that next to me every day. She's simply too hideous. Several women from high-ranked clans and noble families have tried courting Yingzhi, but he refused all of them. Many people began to think that she's the cause of it and Yingzhi is in love with her. Really? SHHH. Don't let Yingzhi hear you. Talented people really have such weird tastes. Hazel made sure to remember the two of their faces before getting started on her rock. While she practiced swordsmanship, she also practiced a fist art in case she was ever disarmed somehow. Her skill in the earthen core fist wasn't anywhere close to her mastery of her sword, but that was normal. It was impossible for her to focus on two different paths of martial arts. But it was good enough to get by in Liang's opinion. Many eyes were now focused on her because of Kai's focus on her. She didn't let this affect her mentally or physically despite their many comments about her appearance. If she could survive the Yingzhi clan's obscene and rude behavior towards her for 8 continuous months, this was nothing in comparison. Hazel placed her sword on her back and got into her martial stance. Unlike how most fist martial arts utilize mainly the fist, earthen core fist used more than just the fist. It used the entire body. Hazel's palms were faced towards herself with her right leg forward and left leg back. Legs bent as she slowly inched towards the human-sized black rock. With a deep breath, she attacked on the exhale. Her right foot stomped the ground with a sizable crack in the ground before moving forward with her elbow covered in stone. Hazel struck the rock with her rock-covered elbow and then moved back as it lit up with a blue light. The elder wasn't as impressed by this. He walked over to Hazel. "Show me your sword skills," he demanded. Yes. Hazel had a feeling he was giving her a second chance. And she would be right. The only reason he didn't fail her on the spot was because of Yingzhi Kai's interest in her. She must hold a special place in his heart for him to stay by her side instead of moving on to the second portion of the test. However, if she wasn't able to show sufficient swordsmanship, he would have to fail her regardless. Even if someone as talented as Yingzhi refused to be accepted along with her. Hazel didn't unsheath her sword and simply grabbed it by the handle. The elder's eyebrows rose as this, but she didn't let it get to her. Her swordsmanship was something she was quite proud of. She readied herself to showcase the results of all her training. "Remove the cloth," Kai ordered. "You think it's necessary?" Hazel questioned. "Just do it," he said in an annoyed tone. Yes, Master Kai." Hazel did as he said, and as soon as she removed the sheath, the chattering came to a close and a serious look came on the elder's face. It was that easy? The maniacal overbearing aura of the sword freely spread through the crowd. Knowing that her sword could possibly affect the other cultivators, she decided to use her strongest slash right off the bat. Her small body spun as her sword sliced through the air with cruel laughter before slashing right through the talent measuring rock. Quickly placing the spirit cloth back over her blade, she looked towards the elder to see what his take on it was. He was currently inspecting the cut of Hazel's attack. Everyone watching was still stunned after feeling the demonic aura of Hazel's sword. Yes, demonic. Fushai, the elder, judging the accuracy and deadliness of the female disciple's cut, recognized that foul aura anywhere. Somehow, she was able to resist the temptations of a demon sword at her age. Just that fact alone would make every single elder inside Nine Swords sect interested in her. The Nine Swords sect was the strongest righteous sect in the Evergreen continent. Their main goal lied in eradicating all demons and threats to humanity. From time to time, they would encounter demons and objects embedded with demonic chi. These particular objects were on par with earth, sky, and heaven rank spirit tools, making them quite difficult to destroy. Putting them to good use by giving them to cultivators didn't work either, as they directly corrupted any normal human or cultivator and turned them demonic. While some managed to resist the temptation of the demon chi, eventually it would catch up with them in times of peril. Not many had the willpower to resist power on the verge of death. Many were willing to throw away their humanity for the sake of living once again with even more power. But for some reason, this girl wasn't corrupted at all by the demonic chi. She didn't look like she was carrying any burden on her soul, body, or mind. Like a completely normal girl. This girl had to be brought to the sect leader as soon as possible. Maybe with her, they could transform her into the ultimate trump card against demons. At the very least, she'll be able to put their captured demonic tools to good use or destroy them. Congratulations on becoming a core disciple of the Nine Swords sect. What is your name? Fushai asked with a kind respectful tone. Hazel. It was that easy? Maybe listening to Kai sometimes isn't a bad thing. Please follow me, Hazel. You can call me Elder Fushai. Everyone else, continue your testing or move on to the second test area already. He dismissed everyone else as his eyes focused only on Hazel. See you later? I guess. Hazel waved goodbye to Kai as she was brought into the Nine Swords sect. Humph. I'll be in there with you in no time. Don't think you're getting ahead of me. Kai shouted to her. Directly made straight into a core disciple. Is her swordsmanship that terrifying? Didn't you feel that aura from her sword? I never felt anything like it in my whole life. I'm still shaking from it. This sword strike is too profound. I cannot glean anything from it at all. Someone cried out in frustration. It barely looks like she cut it at all. From a distance, the talent measuring rock looked like it was still in one piece. But when one inspected the rock up close, they would see an incredibly thin line going from the left to the right of it. If someone pressed with enough force on the rock, it would easily tip over and reveal that it was successfully cut in half. Kai kicked over the rock in frustration and pride. Who told his servant to become so impressive that she would start to steal attention from him? Now he's going to have to become a core disciple too by showing everything he had in this test. Fushai brought Hazel deep into the sect. He was taking her straight to the sect leader to report on her unusual talent never seen before in all of the thousands of years of the Nine Swords sect glorious history. If she was lucky, she was going to be trained under the sect leader himself. If she was unlucky, she would be made a core disciple of a head elder. Both of which were still incredibly lofty positions for a recently joined disciple. Hazel was taken inside a gigantic hall that she felt would be more suitable for 7M to 10M humans instead. She felt like an ant inside this luxurious place. Majestic art lined the walls, furniture that would cost a normal mortal more than they could ever afford even in 3 lifetimes, and from time to time strange elders would be roaming about muttering things like justice, swords, or women. All of it was a new and unfamiliar feeling. Being treated as she had value and was worth something. Certainly not a feeling she ever felt inside the Yingzhi clan. Sect leader. I have important news to share with you. He gave a deep bow and pushed Hazel's head down too. She was irritated by it but nevertheless, couldn't really resist an elder this powerful. She would just remember it for the future and pay him back at a later date. Before her head was pushed down, the sect leader was sitting very high up on a throne-like chair. At a glance, their figure looked similar to the childlike one she saw earlier before the start of the stare test. Go ahead. Their voice was high-pitched too. This disciple is able to resist the effects of demonic chi. He stated short and sweetly. Demonic chi. Hazel had no idea what he was talking about. Oh. Is that right? A smile formed on their face as they began to look at the chi gatherer with a little more interest. Correct. Hazel, would you mind wielding your sword? He asked, releasing his hand from her head. She glared at him in irritation before doing as he asked. It wasn't like she had a choice in a situation like this. The only thing she hoped was that something bad wouldn't come out of this. Hazel easily held on to her sword as it flaunted its aura around her. Its power flowing through her body with ease and comfort. The demonic chi went to every single part of Hazel's body and nourished it with demonic chi, hoping to turn her into a demon eventually. It was a living force but at the same time, it was not. As it wasn't capable of realizing that Hazel was somehow immune to the effects of its demonic chi and actively took advantage of it by strengthening her inner organs and body with it. But it tried and tried again, tirelessly without stopping to convert her. Hazel's eyes glowed a dark shade of purple and anyone within 100 meters should be able to sense her. Fushai and the sect leader both watched her calmly stand there. Not reacting in the slightest to the obscene amount of demonic chi flowing through and around her. Both of them could clearly see that her soul was undisturbed by the energy in the slightest. Which didn't make any sense to either of them. You. The sect leader called out to her. Hazel, was it? Hold this for me. A large brown gourd came slowly levitating down towards her. Okay. Hazel grabbed the object with both of her hands and suddenly felt a massive increase in strength flowing through her body. Immediately, she dropped to her knees on the ground with her eyes closed to gain as much as she could from this influx of energy. Both hands still tightly gripped around the gourd as it began unleashing a deathly wail. From the inside of the gourd, a tiny black creature with sharp claws, an arrow-shaped tail, and a mouth filled with many dagger-like teeth crawled out. It stared at Hazel, who was deep in meditation, and hissed at her. Neither the sect leader nor Fushai could have expected its reaction next. The demon spawn made a small leap and crawled onto Hazel's face before licking it. After doing that strange action, an uncountable number of similar demons started to crawl out of the gourd. All of them crawled onto Hazel's body as if her body was the most suitable place for staying to them. Then, once all of them covered every inch of her body, they sunk into it. Interesting, the sect leader was the only one capable of processing what happened. Fushai was completely lost. What just happened? He asked. They've nested inside her like parasites. She's become the new home for the demons. The sect leader casually explained. Does that mean she's a demon now? Well, look at her. How does her soul look? It still looks normal, but that doesn't make any sense. How can? Fushai was at a loss for words. Completely incomprehensible. I know. The sect leader laughed at the freakish young girl. Any normal person would have been torn apart or turned into a terrifying demon by now. Even he, an elder at the 4th stage of the earthly immortal realm, was freaked out by this girl. The gourd was now completely free of demons, and now any person could use it as well. She didn't just absorb the demonic chi, she can completely control it without losing herself to it. With this girl in their sect, it looks like the time for demons has come to an end. As long as she's properly taught, she will no doubt bring a new age to the Nine Swords sect. I will take her as my personal disciple. The sect leader announced. Understood. Should I return back to the recruitment test? Fushai asked. Yes, that's fine. Just leave her here. I'll watch over her. The sect leader waved them away. I'll be leaving now. Fushai bowed before walking away. Time has passed. I wasn't really expecting something like this to happen when I came here. Hazel looked down at the little girl with loose clothes and a common sword hanging on her waist. What exactly were you expecting? She flashed a small grin. Nothing like this, that's for sure. You aren't aware of the true potential of your ability. It's only normal for you to be confused. She shared. Is it safe for me to absorb all this demonic chi? I'm breaking through very quickly. Isn't this bad for my foundation or whatever? Hazel remembered Liang talking about something like that. Don't worry about that. You got me here. I'm pretty strong, so there isn't much I can't fix. She gloated. Well, okay. She shrugged as she continued to absorb and pocket some of the demonic weapons inside the Nine Swords sect vault. The gourd from earlier was now strapped to her back. This thing was able to suck up things like a storage ring and take it to a pocket space, but unlike a storage ring, this could take in living objects, can speed up, slow down, or stop time inside the pocket space, and be used as a weapon. As the sect leader's 4th but only living disciple, she was allowed to keep more than she should have. For the rest of the spirit tools she couldn't take, they would be given to the elders or disciples that contribute heavily to the growth of the sect or its prestige. What now? Hazel asked after cleansing all the demonic objects. Now I train you until you are ready to be exposed to the world. How long will that take? 100 years if you are talented. I don't think I want to be the sect leader's sole disciple anymore. Hazel wasn't looking forward to training for 100 years, but then again, wouldn't she basically be invincible at that point? She sure hoped so, because the look the sect leader was giving her wasn't a look that said she could step back from this. Call me Master Mao. And don't worry, all 3 of my other disciples died during their training, but that's because they decided training was too much and they wanted to explore the world instead before completing their training. You should be fine as long as you don't think about running away before I say you're ready. She casually waved while walking forward. Just had to pick the unique sword, Hazel cursed as she followed behind. Fortunately, Master Mao had a change of heart about 5 years in. After hundreds and thousands of foiled escape attempts by Hazel, one day, there was no need to any more. Master Mao realized that holding her up inside the sect for so many years wouldn't be the best for her to develop into a proper deist. According to Master Mao, she needed to experience the good, the bad, and the ugliness in the world. So, she sent her off as a corpse collector for the sect and told her not to return until she's strong enough to beat her or was being chased by countless pursers strong enough to force the Nine Swords sect into action. The sect leader sounds pretty fickle. Kai said, journeying alongside her. Both Kai and Hazel have developed into proper young adults under the guidance of the Nine Swords sect. Kai looked much more mature and handsome now that he's gained some teachings under a head elder. His shoulders were a bit broader, his jaw squarer and firmer, and his body was lean and filled with muscle. A sword hung around his waist, but everyone that knew him knew it was more of an accessory rather than his true choice of weapon. Which were his fists. But this did not mean he held no knowledge of sword techniques, it was just that his master would beat him upside the head till he turned stupid if he didn't. Hazel hasn't seemed to have changed much in the 5 years she spent with the sect leader. At least, outwardly that is. She's grown somewhat fuller in the chest and behind while her face and petite frame didn't look like they changed at all. If you asked Kai, he would say that she hasn't changed at all in his opinion. Whether he thought this was a good thing or not was an entirely different matter. You haven't changed all that much, hey? Still the same OLE attention seeker from before. Hazel gave a small grin. Unlike you, who basically went missing for 5 years with no contact with anyone, I actually made some friends and acquaintances. He crossed his arms. Ooh. Master Kai has finally made some friends? You learned how to socialize with your peers and treat them as equals? No looking down on them as peasants or trash. She responded in an amazed tone. Shut up, you annoying woman. Maybe you should have stayed hidden away for 95 more years. You clearly haven't changed at all. He shouted. I've changed. Just look at me. Don't I look like a mature woman? Hazel gave an arrogant pose with her sword. You look like someone gave a child a sword that was too big for them and now they think they're the greatest swordsman in the world. TCH. What do you know? Obviously, a little boy like you wouldn't have eyes for anything. She clicked her tongue, annoyed at his answer. Who are you calling little? I'm taller and bigger than you now. He was an entire head above her now. If he wanted to crush her, he would be able to completely envelop her body in his. Not mentally or spiritually. She gloated. Like you can even measure something like that. It's obvious for anyone with a brain. Hazel continued to boast. Whatever. Tell me how you passed ahead of me in cultivation. Last I remembered, you were completely mediocre in cultivation. Right now, Hazel was a 9th stage core stage cultivator. Do you really have to ask? She rolled her eyes. Just tell me already. Kai was a 7th stage core stage cultivator. The sect leader, Day. She answered without answering. Kai took a second to think before responding, that makes sense. The sect leader of a sect like this would be able to turn trash into a diamond. He nodded his head. Trash. Hazel raised her index finger up into the sky. Suddenly, the ground underneath Kai's feet rose and sent him off his feet to the ground. Hazel laughed at his dirted figure with no remorse. Calling someone like her trash, he deserved it. While she wasn't the most talented doesn't mean he gets the right to call her trash. She mostly lashed out because it's what her master said about her talent too. You wanna go, darky? Kai jumped up to his feet and balled his fists. You're mad? You're seriously pissed? Over a little joke. She looked at him as if he was wrong for being upset. Such a child. Hazel shook her head in disappointment. I'm not a little kid anymore. You can't trick me anymore. He rushed at her. A slight warmth came to her heart seeing that she couldn't easily fool him anymore. It looks like the time in the 9 Swords sect without her didn't make him worse. At least, from what she can see now. His soul, heart, and body were all incredibly pure. Hopefully, it would stay that way. Besides Kai and Liang, there weren't many people for her to think or wonder about in the 5 years of training with her master. I guess not. She rose her hands in defeat as he came rushing at her, leaving herself completely open to be hit. Seeing her so defenseless sucked away his conviction and drive to punch her out of him at a rapid pace. Once he was only 2 steps away from her, he dropped his fists and looked into her eyes. Behind the clear blue eyes of his, she could see something else. Something he was hiding from her? Why did you leave me by myself? He turned away as he asked this. Master Kai, you know I didn't have much of a choice. Hazel hugged the poor boy who's been on his own for 5 long years. A boy with little social skills, no companions to socialize with, and little to no support from his family. She tried to get in contact with him for all of those years. Hazel wasn't some soulless shell of a person, she too had nights where she thought of Kai. All of those escape attempts would lead to her eventually meeting up with him at least once. He was the first friend she ever made and probably only friend now that she thought about it. Unless she counted her master, who was annoying but stupidly strong. Do you know what I had to go through? Without you. He sobbed. No. I don't. But I'm here now. I won't leave you on your again, Master Kai. She ruffled his hair taking in his now manly scent. If you try and leave me again, I'll kill you. Only the master can dismiss his servant. The servant can't leave on her own. He softly spoke. Of course. I'm sorry. She reassured him. An honorary corpse collector. As official corpse collectors of the 9 Swords sect, it was their duty to investigate the disappearance of any disciples that went out on righteous tasks and find them or eliminate what killed them. Only freaks willingly signed up as corpse collectors and everyone knew this. Who would willingly want to go after demons, powerful cultivators, and carry around corpses to bring back to the sect? Only an insane person would. The corpse collectors even had their own domineering symbol that anyone who knew of the Nine Swords sect could recognize. A ghoulish hand rising from a grave making a fist. They were known as the most dangerous group of cultivators from the sect. No one was willing to get in their sights. As the corpse collectors don't stop coming until they've collected the corpse they went looking for. 99% of the time, they usually created more corpses by the end of their missions. Some causalities couldn't be helped as their temperaments weren't normal. So, who is this guy we're looking for? Kai asked as they made it to the prosperous city of Rain Mountain City. A 5th stage core preparation disciple named Xiao. Hazel answered with a disappointed tone. Hey! How am I supposed to remember all the details about some dead guy? You literally only need to know his name and stage. And we don't know if he's dead or not yet. That's what this is for. Hazel shook a talisman in her hand that was slightly glowing, a white light only visible to cultivators. If he's gone missing for 3 months, then he's definitely dead. So, you remember how long he's been gone but not his name or cultivation realm. She stared at him with confusion visible on her face. Stop making it seem like I'm stupid. Not everyone's brain works the same way, alright? Get off my back. Kai walked ahead of her. You don't even know where you're going. I'm the one with the search talisman. Hazel waved the talisman in the air. Kai tried to snatch it out of her hands but he was just slightly slower, missing the talisman entirely. This pissed him off and Hazel knew he was about to explode any second now. So, she dropped the talisman and let him catch it before it could fall. Now with the search talisman in his hand, he led them all across the city. The search talisman got brighter and brighter once it came near the soul of who it was searching for. Alive or dead, it didn't matter. There was only one circumstance in which a search talisman couldn't find someone's soul. That was when their soul was destroyed or eaten. This was a situation that hasn't occurred for hundreds of years but none of the corpse collectors would let their guard down. They were known as insane for a reason. A search talisman only worked when a person allowed it to inspect their soul. Allowing anyone to find them if they get their hands on the search talisman that inspected their soul. This was a requirement that every disciple in the Nine Swords sect had to go through once they were officially accepted. Only head elders and the sect leader were allowed to give these out. For thousands of years, it was mostly the corpse collectors' most trusted members that were allowed to use them. Due to special circumstances, Hazel and Kai were given one. Most likely because of Hazel being the sect leader's disciple. Hazel and Kai were gawked at like local attractions by the cultivators in Rain Mountain City. Hazel could see Kai feeling proud over this fact but she hoped that he was able to sense the negativity focused on them as well. Not everyone was happy to see that the Nine Swords sect disciples have come to their city. She figured that they probably had something to hide that they didn't want their righteous sect sniffing out and investigating. Lucky for them, they only had one task in this city today and that was to find Xiao. Corpse collectors. Who would be stupid enough to kill a Nine Swords sect disciple in our city? Out of the strongest forces in the city, there's only those 3 that could even think about doing so. Tri-Frog family, Great Mountain clan, and Raven's Claw. Which one do you think done it? Probably Raven's Claw. They're known to commit horrible crimes even during the day. The search talisman brought Hazel and Kai into a high-class brothel. Hazel could only giggle at Kai's reddened face upon seeing all the half-naked women walking around the place. Many rich gentlemen quickly tried to hide their face once they recognized that they walked in. No one would like to be seen by a group like theirs which speaks of righteousness, justice, and all that is good in a place like this. You're the owner of this place? Hazel asked the well-dressed sweaty man with a long and crooked nose. Why yes. Is there anything I can do to help you? He asked. What's your name? Lao Ling. Boss Ling. Nice to meet you, Lao. Don't be nervous, all I have for you is a few questions. You won't be in any trouble even if you can't answer them, alright? So, it's okay to relax. Hazel could see him about to jump out at the seams. Lao Ling took a deep breath before taking out his handkerchief and wiping his sweaty forehead, neck, and hands. What can I answer for you? He looked a lot more respectable now. Has a man named Xiao entered your establishment? A 5th stage core preparation stage cultivator with a scar on his left cheek. She questioned. It wasn't ringing any bells for him. Let me go get my girls. One of them should know. In a few minutes, all the girls in the brothel were standing behind him just as nervous as he was earlier. He asked them the same question he was just asked by Hazel. Kai was admiring the scene behind him now that the girls were in front of them. Hazel was surprised a handsome boy like him was able to keep his innocence for 5 years in the sect, but then again, the Nine Swords sect isn't the type to indulge in such matter. As a righteous sect, they needed to keep up appearances inside and outside the sect. No disciples were allowed to harass others, randomly assault others, or steal from each other. They kept their focus on strengthening themselves, their sword skills, and making the world a better place in their eyes. Little Snow served a customer like that a few months ago. One of the nearly topless girls called out. She had a pair of white bandages wrapped around her large breasts in a long skirt. Ah, I remember that too. He was the customer that was said to have been given special service to by Little Snow. Another girl added, she wore a tiny little skirt with nothing underneath and nothing covering her pale breasts or perky nipples. Did you see them leave together? Lau asked. No, they shook their heads. Where is this Little Snow? Hazel asked. She was just here when we were talking about the corpse collectors being here. Did she leave? Kai asked. All the girls inside the store are right here, so, I suppose so. Lau answered. Do any of you know where she lives or might run to in case of danger? Hazel politely asked. I know she has a boyfriend in Raven's Claw. Someone excitedly shared. You can find Raven's Claw at the fighting arena. That's where their boss stays, you might be able to get some answers out of him. Lau suggested. I see. Let's go then, Kai. Hazel began walking upstairs as the search talisman began to glow brighter and brighter. Eventually, the light reached its peak in front of a certain door of the brothel. Hazel took no caution as she walked straight in as a fully nude man was sitting on the bed. His first reaction was anger at being given such an ugly girl to serve him, but once he saw the corpse collector symbol on her robes, he immediately bowed his head and kept his mouth shut. As a 9th stage chi consolidator, it would be too pitiful if he died because he didn't take 2 seconds to use his eyes. This is the room where he died, but I think they took away his corpse. Hazel explained to Kai. Unless they chopped his body up into little pieces. Kai brought up. Then there would be a smell in this room, but do you smell anything like a corpse? I guess not. Kai began searching through the room regardless. Let's go to Little Snow's home to see if she's there. Hazel said after he found nothing inside the room. What? Why? Don't you think she'll be at the arena with her cultivator boyfriend? Kai was confused. Could be. Why don't we split up and see? You check the arena, I'll check the house. Hazel suggested. Whatever. Just don't die or I'll kill you. He kindly warned her to be careful. It'll only be for a short while. I won't take long. Hazel reassured him. Hazel took one of the workers at the brothel to show her to Little Snow's house while Kai went on his own to the arena. It was a famous spot for the people inside Rain Mountain City. Cultivators and martial artists going at it with the intent to kill for wealth, resources, and fame. Who wouldn't want to watch such an exciting event unfolding every month? CaptainBoyHole. I wondered if I should have added a part with Kai going through the fighting arena, but ultimately decided against it because at the time of writing this, I had no idea what the reception would be to Kai's character. Leave a comment down below if you are interested in seeing Kai face off against multiple opponents to find Little Snow's boyfriend and try to get to the bottom of Xiao's disappearance. An unexpected surprise. Hazel forced her way inside the empty home of Little Snow. Inside was a horrible mess that Hazel believed was made recently. Clothes, sheets, and furniture were strewn all over the place. If Hazel didn't know any better, she'd say Xiao's body was separated into pieces and hidden throughout the house. When Little Snow came home, she destroyed everything to find the missing parts and hightailed it out of here. This would play out in Hazel's favor because of one of her many friends she made over the past 5 years. Hazel picked up one of Little Snow's fallen panties on the floor and asked one of the infant demons inside her to track the scent. The small black creature with little sharp claws for hands and a pointy nose spread open her arm from the inside and crawled its way out. Blood, flesh, and bone were visible during this process, but Hazel could feel nothing at all from it. Her demon spat on the opening in her arm and it rapidly closed back up without a trace before giving the underwear several sniffs. After doing its job correctly, it crawled up Hazel's arm and happily sprawled itself out on her shoulder. Demons couldn't speak human language but had their very own demon language. To a human, it would sound like evil gibberish apparently. Her master thought it did anyway. Hazel just thought it sounded like gibberish. Like a language that human babies would speak. AKA Tiki Baba. It suddenly screamed as it pointed at the closet. Hazel didn't even take a second as she stabbed her demonic sword into the closet after being told that someone was inside. Yes, Hazel could speak demon now after having them live inside her like a hive of insects for 5 years. It was still wrapped in the cloth she placed over it 5 years ago, but even with this, the sword wrapped in thick cloth was still able to pierce through the door and the hidden assassin behind it with her demonic chi. She felt it stab through flesh and heard someone groan from behind the door. A twisted smile slowly began to form on her face as she wondered who was hiding in the closet watching her. Could have it been a real assassin? She was just making a guess before, but could it be true? Why else would someone this talented in hiding their presence be inside the house of Little Snow? If it wasn't for her demon spawn, she wouldn't have even known about them being inside there. You're a demonic cultivator? From the 9 Swords sect. It looks like he saw her little friend after all. I have a few questions for you, assassin. Hazel pulled her sword out, with the tip covered in blood, and opened the closet door. Her assassin held his stomach as he looked into Hazel's eyes. He wore a mask and outfit that hid everything about him but his eyes. Clear blue eyes that would be able to put any regular woman into a trance. As soon as she opened the door, he jumped forward to strike with his concealed sword. It looks like he wasn't going down so easily. Hazel blocked the strike with ease as the assassin attacked her with a lethal assault in his final moments. Black liquid oozed from his wounds because of her demonic sword. While Hazel would love to play with him as his life slowly drains from his body, she had questions she needed to be answered. So, she didn't go too far against him. With a casual swing of her covered sword after leaning back and avoiding a chop headed towards her neck, she swiped at his legs and tripped him. His weakening body condition allowed her to overpower him despite his high cultivation stage. But he was determined to give everything he had and refused to answer her questions before he died. He even used his chi domain to try and kill her. I'm not going down without giving it my all. What would be the point of cultivating for so long only to die without a fight? He has now placed his life on the line to kill her. Chi domain was an exclusive technique available to every cultivator in and above the core stage. It released a bubble-shaped dome that changed the field to the user's advantage. The range would increase every stage and the only cost would be a majority of the user's chi. By vibrating the core created in the core preparation stage, the user's condensed chi would form outward into the bubble. Right now, this assassin's chi domain enveloped the entire house. The wind suddenly kicked up into a frenzy that blew Hazel's twisted hair strands into the air and robes all around. Her infant demon dug its claws into her so that it wouldn't be blown away and torn apart by the wind. It wasn't the first time Hazel was inside someone's chi domain, as her master was very thoroughly in explaining the pros and cons of using chi domain. This innate technique for every core stage cultivator was a do-or-die type of technique. Either your foe died during the chi domain or you'll die after your chi is all used up. A core stage cultivator will be as vulnerable as a mortal after using chi domain, but during it, it'll be like they've increased their strength twice or thrice times over. Overall, a very powerful but risky move, only saved for when one is unable to escape from the blanket of death enclosing on top of them. There were only 3 methods for dealing with a chi domain. Kill the user, escape before it completely forms, or form your own chi domain as soon as your opponent does. Hazel didn't want to do the first one, as she had some questions for him. It was too late to escape the house and to form her own chi domain. By exerting himself so much in trying to kill her, he'll only aggravate his wounds even further and send himself even closer to death. After spending 5 years with her master, Hazel wasn't the only one to grow under her master. Her sword grew alongside her like a loving leech. It developed an interesting ability to infuse its demonic chi into the bodies of the things it cut. This demonic chi, when improperly controlled by Hazel, became a poison that wreaked havoc on the body of non-demonic beings. Anyone cut by her sword would experience a slow, excruciating pain that would slowly increase the more time passed or whenever they received another cut. It wouldn't end unless Hazel forced her sword to stop it or they destroyed the sword. When properly controlled, they would slowly turn into a demon if they didn't have a strong soul. Does it hurt? Hazel asked as a sharp blade of wind cut across her cheek, dripping blood from her face. She slowly walked towards him without protecting herself at all. She could see the pain on his face from how scrunched up it was. An angry grimace stared back at her as he turned up the wind an extra notch. Now it was like a miniature hurricane inside the house. Hazel's body was filled with cuts from the wind and crap flying around inside the chi domain. He didn't hold anything back as her left arm went flying in the wind after being severed from her torso. It's okay to be honest. She caressed his face with her remaining right arm. Right now, her body was filled with blood and injuries. I'm surprised you can still stand right now, but don't worry, it'll be over soon. Hazel complimented him. Fear and terror began to settle into the assassin's heart. Why hasn't she tried to protect herself? She's just ignoring his chi domain with no care to her own safety. He would have loved to take advantage of this situation if it wasn't just so damn creepy. Here she was smiling and gently rubbing his face while she was being killed. And the pain in his organs was worsening every minute. It was enough to make him want to scream and cry out for his mother. But he was a respectable assassin, how could he lose his nerve to a little pain? Die already, you crazy bitch! The assassin stabbed the corpse collector through the gut as she held on to him. He assumed this was her last moments. By clinging onto him with her nails, she could inflict some lasting damage on him before passing on. Seconds passed, and her strong grip still hasn't weakened. Suddenly, he began to hear high-pitched cackling from her body that didn't resemble her voice in the slightest. Then, a sharp flash of pain struck him from the girl's poison. Ack! He cried out. Achi Baba! Achi Baba! Achi Baba! The demons chanted as they crawled out from the woman's cuts. As a human, his instinctual reaction was to free himself and flee as fast as possible, but the corpse of the girl just wouldn't let go. He controlled his chi domain into cutting her remaining arm off as the black demons pounced at him. Finishing things up. Under the effects of his chi domain, many of the demons were cut in half from his wind, but not all of them. Don't kill him! He heard as more pain struck his body along with the already present persisting pain from the girl's sword. The demons bit, clawed, and crawled all over him as he did his best to deal with them. Which was a difficult task because of all the pain plaguing his body. Even for a core stage cultivator like himself, it was the first time he's ever been in so much pain. He didn't know how much more of it he could take. Eventually, the number of demons exiting from the Nine Swords sect disciple became too much for him to handle even with his chi domain. At first it was only a few, then that few became a dozen, and that dozen turned into hundreds. Aida could no longer resist as he was overwhelmed by the evil creatures. Before everything turned black, he had to wonder. Why in heaven's all-encompassing name was a corpse collector for Nine Swords sect, a demonic cultivator? The most righteous sect in all of the Evergreen continent. The big grandfather of righteousness among all the sects. Has a powerful demonic cultivator inside their sect. Just, why? Akata. The demons shouted one after the other. A fat pink demon crawled out from Hazel's missing arm and began rapidly licking her injuries all over. Her fatal injuries were soon recovering at a rapid pace, and in no time, she was back on her feet in perfect condition. She gestured to the small creatures to return back to her as she went over to save the assassin from dying. Ai, save him as well. Hazel ordered the child-sized demonic creature. Akara said, it shivered looking at the nearly dead assassin. Pink skin, pudgy belly, claw-like hands, human-like feet and teeth, and a cowardly nature. He's not scary, trust me. Now please hurry before he dies on me. Hazel unstrapped her gourd from her back and began to take out some tools from within. Ai walked over to the assassin like a grossed-out child would be walking towards a dead body. She poked his injury, causing him to let out a pained groan, startling her. Looking back at Hazel's giggling to herself while taking out sharp tools, she knew that disobeying her wouldn't be good. Some of those things might be used on her. So, she gathered her nerves, took a deep breath, and began licking the bloodied body of the assassin. Her drool held spiritual qualities that increased the recovery process within living beings. Ai made sure to make the process quick so that she could return back to Hazel and not mess with any more humans. In her opinion, they were quite disgusting and scary. Aida began to rouse from his sleep half an hour later. Hazel was glad to see this, it's been some time and she needed to meet back up with Kai eventually. Hopefully he wasn't causing any trouble. They've only been separated for a couple hours, how much trouble could he possibly get into? Little assassin. I hope you had a good rest. I think it's time you finally tell me what I've been wanting to know. Hazel stabbed one of her tools into his hand. Ag. Aida tried rising up and gaining some distance only to realize that he couldn't use any chi. The chi domain. That's why. He suddenly realized. Ah, where are you trying to go? Hazel asked with a playful smile as she stabbed another one in his leg, partially pinning him to the floor. He screamed once more and quickly understood that this girl was the black sheep of the Nine Swords sect. What righteous cultivator would have a face filled with pleasure and joy when torturing someone? It didn't take long before Aida was subjected to the most brutal and inhuman torturing that one could go through despite being completely willing to share everything he knew. I'm trying to tell you. I'm from Grea. Hazel stabbed a black knife into his gut when he tried to spill, painting her face with blood. SHH. Not yet. Seeing you completely helpless like this, is invigorating. It was like hearts replaced Hazel's eyes. It was the first time in her life that she's felt this way. Completely in control, in power, nothing stopping her from doing whatever she wants to someone. Why did something so terrible feel so good? Hazel understood that this was unusual and wrong even though he tried to kill her, but a silent voice in the back of her head was telling her to continue. To keep exerting her control over this man until she felt waves of pleasure overtake her. Why? Why are you doing this to me? Please. Just kill me instead. Aida wailed in agony. Hazel completely lost herself in her instincts that she never knew existed until now. It was like meeting an old forgotten lover all over again. Even when she was training with her master for 5 years, she never felt anything like this. Not once. And it wasn't like Hazel hasn't fought and killed a person before. She's killed plenty of demons captured and held at the sect on her master's orders. Fighting in life or death battles with demons usually stronger than her honed her instincts and fighting ability to an incredible degree. But there was never a situation where she managed to dominate and overpower someone like she did to this man. Her master never allowed it by continually increasing the strength of the demons or demonic cultivators. So, it was very surprising that this guy managed to hide himself so well in her presence. His martial arts must be focused in hiding and killing without a presence. An unfortunate weakness of that focus was that his combat ability was subpar. Hazel saw several flaws in his swordsmanship that she could have easily taken advantage of. It wouldn't have taken her more than 5 or 10 seconds to completely kill him if she wanted without his chi domain. With the help of AI, Hazel managed to satisfy herself from evening to the morning of the next day. Eventually she allowed the assassin to tell her everything. Then she sucked him into her demon gourd without killing him. It would be too merciful of her to allow him such a peaceful death after trying to kill her on her first mission out of the sect. There are several fun new little ideas that flowed into Hazel's head after her session with AI. What was strange about them was as if they were always there, just waiting to flow inside her head. Hazel left Little Snow's house and made her way to the arena after receiving some directions from strangers. It turns out, Aida was an assassin from the Great Mountain clan. He was the man that killed Xia Xiao on orders from his patriarch after the patriarch's daughter was raped by Xia Xiao and impregnated by him. To cover up the assassination, they tried framing it on Raven's Claw so that when the Nine Swords sect's corpse collectors came to investigate, Raven's Claw would be exterminated after finding Xia Xiao's corpse connected to the woman of a prominent member of Raven's Claw. Aida was ordered to follow and watch the corpse collectors on the off chance that they somehow found the truth or a clue that would lead them to the Great Mountain clan. Unfortunately, he was found out by her infant demon even though his cultivation technique focused around hiding one's presence was at the sky rank, forcing him into last fight of his life. Now that Hazel knew all the information, it was time to collect Kai and to exterminate the Great Mountain clan. While personally she agreed with the decision of the patriarch from the Great Mountain clan, as a corpse collector, this was her duty. You kill one of the members of the Nine Swords sect, everyone involved in their death will die along with them. She would actually be punished by the sect if she didn't exterminate their clan. So, it was unfortunate. Hazel would have probably done something far worse if she had a daughter that was raped, but this was the way of the world. Something she wouldn't be able to change until she's strong enough to overthrow her master as sect leader of the Nine Swords sect. Once she became that strong, spreading her influence and ideals across the continent would only take a few words and loyal companions around her. That is something she'll have to start on now that she's finally out in the world. The only issue she had was Kai. What exactly was she going to do about him? His mind was clearly cracked and unstable after her 5-year disappearance. In his head, she was his personal servant for the rest of her life. How could she be satisfied with such a title? Even if she cared for the man she looks at like an annoying younger brother, she had her own dreams and goals. Dreams and goals that'll be an issue if she was forced into being his little servant eventually. I still have to deal with the Yingzhi clan for everything they put me through as well. If he somehow found out about that, would he still be willing to have me as his servant? He'd be more likely to want to kill me instead, right? Hazel just didn't know enough about Kai. A lot changes in 5 years it seems. CaptainBoyHole. I've seen a few comments by people that believes this entire heart demon that Jing's going through is set in like a different world or universe. That's false. All the information presented here is as accurate as they are in the original world. Why and how is that? I'll explain it at the end. Jing. Why? Why did you do it? Kai shouted in furious anger. Behind him stood the bodies of Jun's current followers. Followers she gained while exploring through the continent as a corpse collector for the Nine Swords sect. Jun was pissed to say the least upon seeing this sight. Killing her allies just because she decided to exterminate his useless clan that basically abused, mistreated, and borderline tortured her for months? Even stupidity had its limits. If he was willing to stand beside his dead family over her, then was there any reason for her to keep him alive? It only made her even more upset when she thought about the fact that he didn't even like his family. He should be thanking her for sparing Liang even if he's a cripple now. Jun wasn't a saint. Liang didn't see reason and was willing to give his life to protect Kai's parents, the leaders of the Yingzhi clan. Just being able to cripple his cultivation was a miracle in itself instead of taking his life. But his mind was still intact and he could still function like a normal mortal, so what was the problem? I am a petty woman, Kai. Jun admitted without shame. Since you're dumb, I'll explain it in a simple manner. The Yingzhi clan mistreated me when I was weak and vulnerable for my entire stay in their clan. Now that I am strong, I paid back what I was given to me tenfold. There was no emotion on her face as she explained this. That was when Kai realized there wasn't a single bone in her body that regretted what she did. The torture she put his parents through, crippling Liang when he was the one to help her into the person she is now, and destroying the clan he was going to become the patriarch of. She didn't care one bit about any of that. This evil ungrateful woman. Demonic vile ugly woman who only cares about herself. Pure wickedness incarnate. I don't mind doing the same to you as I did to Liang. While I do care for you Kai, kind of like an elder sister, I cannot let you interfere in my plans for the future any further. Those people you killed on your way up here were my friends, you know. A slight look of sadness glinted in Jun's eyes before they were replaced with a certain coldness that sent a shiver into Kai's heart. Those months she spent with them weren't something that could be just erased and forgotten. Each of them was met under unusual circumstances but in Jun's heart, that only made it more special. So, when Jun saw Kai arriving at her camp covered in the blood of her friends, it took a lot of willpower to not kill him immediately. She planned to return to the sect with them and challenge her master and the sect elders eventually. You killed my entire family. Do you think that can compare to just losing some friends? Kai spat with visceral hatred. You can always make new friends but family is something that never can be replaced. Ha, Jun sighed. You didn't give one crap about your clan. Tell me the real reason why you're upset. I never heard you say one good thing about your clan. Jun took out her sword. A lot of things can change in nearly 6 years. But what would you know anything about me? He glared. Even when we finally met again almost a year ago, not once did you ask me about my experience. You didn't care at all about what I went through. You only thought for and about yourself. If you showed the slightest interest in me, then maybe you would know about why I'm upset about you killing my clan. Kai began wrapping golden chains around his hands. Instead of trying to guilt me, why don't you just come out and say it? I do not regret killing the Yingzhi clan and never will. Because of them, there was a time that I hated the color of my skin and the look of my face. Even staring at the mirror in the morning was something I avoided. After being taken in by my master, I learned to love myself and every part of me. Even the parts I eventually found as a corpse collector. It was one of the reasons why your mother was in such a horrible condition compared to your father. She was a constant harasser of mine. June shared. To think a girl as ugly as you could take my son's heart. Mei Yingzhi, Kai's mother, spat on the floor in disgust. Don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. June repeated to herself as she simply smiled at the wife of the patriarch of the clan. You do know that your entire existence is a stain on this clan, right? If you didn't rake your nasty claws into my son's heart, you'd be killed without a thought. You're lucky he threatened to run away if we did anything to you. Don't say anything. Don't say anything. You'll deal with her when you're stronger. There is nothing to gain from giving her a reason to do anything to you. June continued her mantra as visible veins of anger popped up on her forehead. Are you getting angry? Upset? I'm only telling the truth. You have to be the ugliest woman in the world, but it looks like you have some value in bed. Otherwise, I don't see what other reason why my son would be so insistent on keeping something like you around. June was surprised by how little Kai took after his mother but didn't think he took after his father either, because only a certain type of man could marry this type of woman. An ignorant one or someone just as similar as she is. Being the leader of a clan like this where she's openly mocked day by day, she 100% doubted that it was the former. Mei's hatred of June spread to the rest of the clan, who only repeated the words she told her. Forcing June into a situation where only when she was training with Liang or with Kai that she could get a break from being treated like the clan's communal crap hole. I will be doing the world a favor by getting rid of someone as villainous as you. He suddenly disappeared. I guess I should have expected an idiot like you couldn't understand how something like this is better for the world. You were raised by those people after all. But I'm sure you'll be more likely to listen to reason when all your limbs are cut off and you're incapable of moving without the help of someone else. Sometimes I'm too nice for my own good. June shook her head, taking the cloth off of her sword. A massive invisible wave of demonic chi spread across the immortal forest. Any animals and spirit beasts weaker than a chi transformation cultivator immediately went into hiding, died of shock, or began fleeing in massive numbers from the opposite direction of where June was standing. Kai was sent flying backwards, crashing through multiple thick trees just from her unsheathing her unbelievably long sword. He couldn't resist against the powerful force of demonic chi that released from it and was in disbelief as he saw June transforming into something inhuman. I'm not going to play around with you, Kai. Was June's only warning as her body changed. June's brown skin slowly began turning darker and blacker until it was the color of darkness itself. Her twisted hair grew until it covered her figure and extended several meters around her. The human-like hands she previously had were now claw-like, with the tips of her fingers becoming pointed and sharp. This was her demonic form when she fully allowed her sword to influence her body, but she was still human in soul and could revert back to her normal appearance. This is your full strength? Kai questioned, staring in disbelief at the demon in front of him. What do you think? She asked as if he was mentally challenged. There was a reason why June was using this much effort to deal with Kai. And that reason was, there was no way he was capable of killing her friends without having a strength similar to her own. When he arrived in front of her, he was in perfect health. Meaning, he didn't really kill her friends and they let him come to her for some reason, or he killed them effortlessly. It was possible that it was the first one, but the chance of it happening wasn't higher than the second option either. Kai really was a genius among geniuses. It wouldn't be surprising to June in the least if he somehow jumped up in power in only a few months of training. Especially when he had motivation like revenge to do so. Maybe he even sold a part of his soul to some being for power. All she knew was that he wouldn't come to her without having something prepared to deal with her. I guess she was right when she said I'll need something like this, Kai softly muttered to himself. June heard him loud and clearly. Kai took out a golden pill in the shape of a sphere and attempted to swallow it whole. June projected her sword intent and diced it into dust before he could do such a thing. She didn't need to know what the pill did to know that it wouldn't be beneficial for her to allow Kai to swallow it at the start of their fight. An incorporeal blade long enough to slice all the trees around them in half formed behind June. A sword similar to the one she had in her hand but giant. Sword intent can only be formed by those with extensive mastery of the sword. It was the mark of the true prodigy of the sword. Anyone that couldn't form one by the time they were in the chi transformation stage was trash. With sword intent, one could use anything as a blade. Even nothing at all is sword intent manifested by using the energy of chi in the air rather than the chi of the cultivator. June controlled the ecosystem, destroying longsword into performing a vertical slash downward. A deep maniacal laughter rang out from the sword wind of this sword, eerily reminiscent of a demon's laughter. She saw as Kai helplessly stared at the incoming blade but didn't lower her guard. It couldn't be this easy. Ding! June's physical sword blocked Kai's sudden attack that was basically borderline teleportation. Her eyes caught the red talisman attached to the center of his chest as if it was merged with his body instead of attached onto it. The chi inside his body explosively increased while his body also grew in strength. She could tell that this strength came at a severe cost though. Blood dripped from his eyes, and with each punch thrown from him, she could hear the cracking of his bones and see the ripping of his skin. His body couldn't take whatever power was etched on that talisman. A sword strike aimed at his left arm barely went into his skin at all as he landed a fierce blow onto June's chest, nearly shattering all the bones in her torso. Seeing that slashing wasn't working, June tried stabbing her sword through his body only to get the same results. Meaning, she'll have to use her other martial arts if she wants to survive long enough. Otherwise, with the force of his punches, it won't take long for her to be killed. With a powerful stomp to the ground, a gigantic mound of earth rose from the forest's floor and shot Kai far into the sky on top of it. Raising 3 finger up into the air brought 3 more similarly sized rock pillars to shoot at Kai. From this distance, he was nothing more than just a dark figure in the sky as the rock mounds exploded into several boulders from colliding. None of this was to kill Kai but simply to give her time for this. Chi domain expansion. A dome filled with demonic chi threatened to swallow a majority of the immortal forest whole. The cackling and laughter of millions of demons rose in response to this chi domain. Jing! June's body ripped open like the maw of a ferocious beast. Demons of various shapes and sizes began to flood out of her body like a tsunami. They cackled, giggled, and hollered upon being freed. A dense amount of demonic chi began to distort and alter the surroundings. The grass turned black and eagerly absorbed the demonic chi releasing from the demons. The trees were no different in how they swallowed the foul chi, shedding their leaves for sharp twisted brown branches that seemingly moved on their own, easily being able to pierce through steel and flesh alike. Kai crashed in the middle of the tens of thousands of demons with a humongous crater, causing thousands of demons to fly into the air. His fierce glare was focused solely on June's figure. He ripped through the demons while making his way to June, putting her body back together. However, the demons weren't that much of a pushover. Otherwise, why would June summon them? There were nurse demons, strong demons, speed demons, fire demons, earth demons, lightning demons, and all sorts of other demons. Each one carefully crafted by June for a certain use. This army of the wicked focused everything they had on Kai as June directed them as their mother. Kai's absurd strength was able to squish any of the thousands of demons by themselves, but when they focused their power together under June's lead, it was another story. Now that June was in control of all of the demons, Kai couldn't take a single step forward. Demons wrapped around his arms, legs, torso, and neck. Elemental chi attacks indiscriminately attacked his body regardless of if there were demons attached to him or not. Kai screamed to the heavens as he urged his body to continue forward. He attempted to open his own chi domain, only for June to shut that down. The assassin demons focused their scythe-like arms into striking at Kai's vulnerable points. His neck, heart, and genitals. This forced him into turtling up, halting his momentum even more. I will not lose to you. Another golden pill appeared, but this time from his storage ring. June was unable to prevent him from swallowing this one. So, she prepared for the unbelievable surge in power he was about to obtain. The demons began to fuse into one another. The 5 years she spent collecting and creating those demons, all gone. For the creation of the ultimate demon. All the hundreds of thousands of demons ran into each other until only one demon was left. They towered over June's figure while their eyes locked onto Kai. Its figure resembled June's heavily. Her twisted strands of hair, shadow black skin, finger claws, and a completely unassuming face that brought little attention to it in comparison to its strength. If it wasn't for its absurd power, most would recognize it was just a strange-looking human or bloodline ability. June was quite satisfied with her new child. She was sure that its strength was above hers right now. When Kai suddenly appeared in front of her with his fist pulled back, ready to punch her, Li, the fused demon, caught his fist with ease and began giggling. Its high-pitched voice matched its age as it looked at Kai with excitement in its eyes. Quit messing around, Li. I'll find you someone more fitting for you to play with later. June didn't want any sudden surprises happening. She ordered him to finish Kai so that she could go prepare herself for whoever gave him that pill and talisman. Naga. It whined. Li. June glared at the newly formed fusion demon. Saka, it hung its head as it apologized. With very little effort, Li tore off Kai's limbs as he screamed to high heavens. With a single tap to his dantian, all the effort he's made into cultivating since his childhood was gone in an instant. June then ordered Li to heal Kai so that he wouldn't die. August spat on his wounds and then dropped Kai on the ground with little care. You know Kai, Sometimes, I wonder what life would be like if I didn't follow you and Liang back at that hotel. But for some reason, I feel like it was a good thing that I did. June gentle cradled Kai's limbless body. Kill me. So that I can join my family, he angrily glared at her. Now why would I do something like killing my own master? You have a long life ahead of you, Master Kai. After what you've done to me, how could I let you off so soon? She whispered into his ear. You should be grateful that I've given you a second chance at life. TCH. Another failed disciple, a familiar voice sounded out from the air. June looked up only to realize that suddenly, there was a hole in her heart and her master was levitating above her. Master Mao. June didn't understand. Gacha. Li exploded with enough demonic chi to alter several kilometers of the immortal forest. It jumped after the sect leader of the Nine Swords sect. Why did her master try to kill her? Why did she take Kai's side when she spent 5 long years with her together? Was there something she did wrong that made her deserving of death? June's first thought went to the Yingzhi clan's extinction, but she had a legitimate reason for doing so. The Yingzhi clan held demonic tools and refused to give them up. That was worthy of being wiped out according to what her captain in the corpse collector said. So, that couldn't be the reason. Why? June asked, doing everything she could to save her own life. A fierce pain scowl painted her face. Isn't it obvious? On the path you were going, it was only a matter of time before you succumbed to your demonic impulses. But since you're about to die, I guess I should be honest. Your freaky physique and clever mind frightened me. At first, I doubted you would go far, but with all the accomplishments you've racked up in only a few months as a corpse collector and what I've seen from this battle, I no longer had any time to doubt and I had to act. Her master, wait no. Killer, backhanded Li across the immortal forest. June realized that nothing she could do at this moment would be enough to save herself. With the remaining time she had on this planet, she gathered all the demonic chi in the nearby surroundings, from Li, and within herself, to curse her previous master with her dying breath. As she attacked her ex-master with a soul curse and expended the rest of her life force, one of the last things she thought about was, if I had a second chance, I would never take in someone as my master again. 500th life. Tia took a glance at her masked assassins as they surrounded her inside ancient Diamond City. Each one holding a blade, ready to put an end to her life any second now. She let out a small smile as she placed her self-made machete over her shoulder. Being inconspicuous isn't really an option for someone with an appearance like herself. Her plan was to lie low, cultivate, and use up all the treasures she gained from the secret realm she snuck into. But it looks like she could have a little bit of fun before starting. I'm surprised the Nine Swords sect thinks that I'm worthy of being targeted. A single wandering cultivator like myself can't possibly frighten a sect as powerful as yours, can I? She chatted. How did you? One of them shouted before silencing himself. Oh, it looks like my little guess was right. Sadly, that wasn't good news either. If a sect as large and powerful as the Nine Swords sect was aiming at her, she needed to quickly improve her cultivation and get out of the city. If they know she's here, then it's only a matter of time before they trap her in like a rat. Especially after dealing with these assassins. They couldn't even take the time to at least try and look like they were assassins. Sure, they had on black masks and outfits, but their posture and aura screamed righteousness. TCH. It doesn't matter if she's figured it out. As long as we kill her, we will be properly rewarded by the section. Your time has come, Mad Slasher. You've killed far too many of our peers in the secret realm. Now every righteous sect in the continent will be chasing after your head. Ha! Tia laughed in mockery. Like you righteous sects really care about dealing with evil cultivators. If that was true, you'd be in a lifelong war with the Golden Serpent sect. What you're really after is this, aren't you? She flashed a mocking smile as she shook a golden medallion in front of their faces. The ancient dragon's medallion. She really did get her hands on it. Greed unsurprisingly filled their eyes. We must take it for the elders. You want it? Take it. Tia tossed the shiny accessory into the air. You crazy woman. What if it breaks? Every single one of them jumped up to grab the medallion for themselves. They might have said that they were here to take the medallion for their sect, but no one here believed it for a second. All of them were briefed on the power held by the ancient dragon's medallion. If they were able to bind it to themselves and gain its power, rising to the heavens in a single leap would be the only expected outcome. Even if they were immortal. I'd expect behavior like this from the Golden Serpent sect, but it is useful to see that the most righteous sect isn't as righteous as they make themselves out to be. Not that I was expecting you all to be any different. Golden lightning surged around her machete. Tia released a bright yellow crescent made of lightning chi towards the righteous cultivators as they all attempted to grab the medallion, forcing them all to make a critical decision that would decide their fate going forward. Should they risk it all and attempt to grab the medallion to change their mediocre fate? Or should they forego the heavenly treasure and preserve their life to live another day? But it didn't really matter which choice they made in the end. Tia's already taken in the power hidden in the medallion for herself. That necklace was nothing more than a useless piece of gold. But she still needed time to consolidate her earnings from it. This power was something she needed to slowly understand and train. Time that she might not have if she doesn't get out of this city in time. Her lightning ripped right through the cultivators, leaving them in bloody chunks on the floor. Some tried to defend against her attack, but her lightning cared little for it. Lightning was one of the strongest forces of nature. Fire, wind, water, earth, all of them had to bow in reverence to lightning. A flash of lightning could momentarily generate enough heat that's 5 times hotter than the sun. For some reason, Tia had genius levels of comprehension when it came to the 5 elements. Perhaps more, but she's only been able to come in contact with the 5 so far. When trying to understand martial arts related to those 5 elements, it was like knowledge hidden from somewhere inside her came flowing into her brain. A feeling that made her feel like she's always knew about them, but it was only now unlocked when she began to realize how some things didn't add up regarding what was explained in the martial arts. It was always ethereal, indistinct, and sounded like complete nonsense, but somehow everyone else could understand the mumbo-jumbo. Tia didn't work with mumbo-jumbo. She worked with facts and logic, which turned out to help her far more than the people she's met with. They got confused by the flowery words and descriptions of how lightning, fire, and water worked, while she knew exactly how they worked. The only reason why she doesn't completely master multiple elemental martial skills is because she doesn't exactly understand how chi works. Just the elements. Tia searched the corpses for any useful loot, but only managed to find some recovery pills and chi pills. She's heard plenty of stories of how famous legendary cultivators found earth, sky, and even heaven-ranked martial arts or spirit tools from the corpses of other cultivators. Maybe since those stories are so widespread, everyone started carrying less important items on their bodies so that if they do die, those that killed them won't get a windfall of treasure from them. It does make sense. Rather than empowering the scumbag that killed you, it's better to leave them with nothing. It's time to get out of here, she muttered to herself. Hopefully they haven't locked down the city yet. If they have, it wasn't going to be easy fighting her way out. Tia didn't have any skills that disguised her or made it easier for her to sneak around. She only came about her martial arts through nothing but luck and determination. Yellow Jade City's underground life was more than willing to get her started on her cultivation journey as long as she worked for them. In time, she managed to find her lucky break and split from the Dark Moon Gang. Traveling through the world to increase her own strength, making a name for herself, and somehow finding herself on the bad side of every righteous sect in the continent. Tia knew that she wasn't all that different from the average cultivator. The only reason why she was labeled as an evil cultivator was because she screwed over the Nine Swords sect in the secret realm. Maybe she'd be wanted by every evil sect in the continent if it was the Golden Serpent sect that she stole from. After killing her way out of ancient Diamond City and staying on the move, she soon found out that the Nine Swords sect was very thorough in making her one of the most wanted cultivators in the continent for killing their disciples and taking the medallion. Tia learned of the giant bounty on her head from the numerous assailants after the ancient dragon medallion. They were more than happy to let her know everything about what was going on with her current circumstances regarding her bounty. Even if she didn't say a word, they'd spout off at the mouth about what was going on once they found her. Let me go. If you value your life, you'd better unhand me now. An arrogant little genius wriggled and squirmed all tied up. How much do you think the Nine Swords sect would be willing to pay to have you back? Tia asked. They'd stop at no expense to kill you. Take these talismans off me and fight me like a proper cultivator. He shouted, completely unaware of the precarious situation he was in right now. No expense, you say? I guess I shouldn't put you through some fun activities I had planned if I want this to work out well. She sighed. With how frequent these righteous cultivators come after her, rarely did she have the chance to show them the true meaning of suffering. Thankfully, this juicy fat cow landed in her hands, eager to bring her head into his master in the Mortality Ascension realm to show the results of his training. Training that he didn't even get the chance to show off because of Tia's clever ambush. With the help of a few mortals she paid, she managed to ambush and avoid a hard-fought battle with a once-in-a-million-year genius. She paid the mortals to say that they saw a brown-skinned woman living out in the forest, and this was all it took to hook Mr. Genius in. They led him to an abandoned part of the forest with an old dilapidated wooden shack. Telling him that she usually is seen inside there, they soon quickly left out of fake fright. Mr. Genius held his head high and back straight as he waltzed right in without a second thought. Because of this, Tia easily got the drop on him. Hiding above the door while holding her breath and restraining her chi, she waited and waited until his beautiful long black hair appeared under her. By striking foot first, her leg crashed onto his neck, smashing him into the floor and breaking the wooden boards. He cried out in pain as Tia quickly attached several talismans onto his body. A strength-limiting spell, chi-draining spell, and a mind-numbing spell that relaxed one's brain. But it wasn't over with just that. Mr. Genius wasn't known as a once-in-a-million-year genius for nothing. He quickly flared his genius chi, and even though Tia stabbed her machete into the walls of the house, she was still sent flying outside into the forest as the old house wasn't sturdy enough to withstand Mr. Genius's restrained strength. It exploded into pieces and he quickly got to trying to remove the talismans, but how could Tia let him do that so easily? What would have been the point of setting up this trap? Tia tossed another talisman straight at his face as she coated her body in lightning chi and streaked like a lightning bolt all the way behind the genius. He reacted to the two-pronged attack just quick enough, but she still drew blood from him because of the talismans draining his strength. She didn't let her advantage go to waste and aggressively chopped and slashed at the prodigy with surprising skill. Skill that was gained through several life and death battles, as there wasn't a single martial art dedicated for machetes. From what she knew, if you didn't practice the sword or fist, you were practically out of luck. Because for some reason no masters made martial art manuals for other weapons. Damn you! Only an evil cultivator like yourself would set up such a devious trap. Using innocent mortals just to lower my guard? Despicable! Mr. Genius shouted as Tia cut his body several times. She kept silent as there was no point talking in a fight when her victory wasn't 100% confirmed. Eventually, it got to the point where he couldn't resist any longer. This was when Tia tied him up and started preparing to get some cultivation resources from his powerful sect. She would have to carefully think of this plan. From her experience, the big sects were cunning and unforgiving. They will certainly set up a trap for her if she lets them take command of the negotiations. Advancing is impossible without the resources hoarded by the big sections. She muttered. That dragon medallion gave her a heaven-ranked cultivation technique that sucked up spirit stones like water through a straw. While she was far stronger than her current cultivation realm suggested, she needed twice as many resources to advance. A fair but annoying trade-off. A robbery? I will only say it once. You will give me 50 peak rank spirit stones for the safe and uninjured return of your genius. My price will not lower, and if you attempt to waste my time, I'm sure your sect will be willing to send other profitable geniuses to me that the Golden Serpent sect would be willing to pay for. As an evil sect on par with your strength, there's no doubt in my mind that they have wicked martial techniques that can brainwash or steal the talent from geniuses. Tia relayed to Mr. Genius's master and some elders from the Nine Swords sect. Release Shu Dai immediately and we'll leave you with a complete corpse. He responded back. Tia didn't like this response. She mercilessly chopped off Dai's left arm as he released a shrill scream. Unaware that she would be so ruthless and crazy enough to harm him in front of his Mortality Ascension Realm master. Realizing that she was completely nuts and was willingly to maim and kill him, he quickly sunk into fear. Master! Save me! Tears were falling from his eyes. Now the price has increased to 100 peak rank spirit stones. Oh, and I wouldn't get so excited just yet, Mr. Mortality Ascension. If I see you move even the smallest bit, I'll decapitate him before you can even think about saving him. Tia could see in his eyes he wanted nothing more than to rip her apart. And if you think you're faster than me, a simple core stage cultivator, normally, you'd be right. However, I placed a special technique inside Dai's heart. There are 3 ways it could activate. If my heart stops beating, if my brain suddenly shuts down, or I will it so. So, I'd recommend you just give me what I asked, as I'm not opposed to chopping off a few more limbs and asking for triple of what I initially asked for. You have 30 seconds. Tia was not playing around. She's got us, Elder Cao. Unless we sacrifice the life of your son for hers, we can only give her what she asked. The major elder's eyes looked into the distance. Only known to him and Elder Cao, they brought several other high-ranked elders to aid them in ambushing the mad slasher. Finally putting an end to her and taking the ancient dragon medallion that should have found itself in their hands back then. They hid in the distance to not reveal themselves and would only act when given the signal by Elder Cao. Elder Cao has yet to give the signal. You think I don't know that? Go into my treasury and give her what she asked. Now. Elder Cao was at his breaking point, but his son was everything he had. The lower-ranked elder did as he asked and disappeared at his fastest speed. He coddled Shu Dai, spoiled Shu Dai, and taught that boy everything since he was a baby. Everything was supposed to go perfectly for both of them, but his stupid son just had to leave the sect on his own when he was busy cultivating. Now he's run into this unfortunate situation that will definitely leave a wound on his heart and soul. All the work and resources he's put into making sure that his son's cultivation journey was smooth and easy gone to waste in only a few days. Elder Cao could barely contain himself from blowing a casket and doing everything it took to save his son and kill that disgusting repulsive bitch. But he knew that she must have something in place to protect herself and escape besides that technique inside his son's body. What that something was? It could literally be anything. His only hope was that it wouldn't prevent him from being able to track and find her after he saves his son. 20, 21, 22, Tia counted, playing both on the nerves of Daishu and Elder Cao. Daishu was terrified out of his mind, shivering and shaking like he's inside a blizzard. Wondering which limb was she going to take next. Was it his arm? His leg? What if she decided it was his third leg? In such a frightening situation, it was no surprise that Daishu was unable to think clearly and control himself. He's never been in a situation like this before or anything even remotely similar. His father was only a few meters away, but even he couldn't prevent him from losing an arm from this woman. Despite being a mortality ascension cultivator, he was helpless in the face of a core stage cultivator. All this information only frightened Daishu of the mad slasher even more. Even in their fight, he knew that her skills were not bad. It held more ferociousness and experience than his own. Coupled with her cunning and demonic mind, it was no surprise she overpowered him. 28, 29. Tia stood behind the tied-up and helpless Daishi. He was unaware what she was going to chop next and could only scream in terror as he heard the sound of the wind being slashed apart behind him. Stop! I have what you asked. The Major Elder just barely arrived back to their meeting point deep in the immortal forest. Breathing heavily, sweating, and with a storage ring in his hand for Tia to see, he pleaded with her eyes to stop. Tia stopped as he did make it exactly at 30 seconds. Her machete barely scraping the right leg of Daishu, letting blood drip from the small cut. She brought her machete back over her shoulder and emotionlessly looked at the Major Elder. I'm waiting. She told him. Before I show you this, you must promise to release young Master Shi. He suddenly yelled. Are you brain dead? Why would I release him before getting what I asked and making sure of my own escape? Tia asked him. Then at least patch up his arm so he doesn't bleed to death. He changed his demands. He was bleeding a sizable pool near her feet, but cultivators were durable. Mr. Genius should be able to handle a little blood loss. Plus, she was the one making demands here. If she let them start making demands, she already lost. Toss me the ring and quit wasting my time. He won't have long with you delaying his recovery. The faster you make sure I have what I asked, the faster you can start helping him. She announced. Throw her the ring and quit wasting time. My son is as pale as a ghost. Elder Cao shouted. The Major Elder did as he was ordered, and with her machete slightly cutting into Daishu's neck with blood dropping down from the wound, she emptied out the storage ring. Elder Cao was pleading with the heavens that the Major Elder did what he was told and didn't skimp out on the spirit stones. Unconsciously, a relieved breath escaped his throat as the mad slasher counted up all the stones and looked content. After sucking up all the stones back into the storage ring, she started forming a movement array right in front of them. Do not move a single inch. Elder Cao suddenly screamed. He knew what she was doing, and so did everyone else. But she has yet to release the technique inside Daishu's heart. Unless he wanted his son to die just when he was so close to saving him, then he could only let her complete the formation to escape. Unfortunately, his sudden scream altered the mad slasher that they weren't the only four out here. Tia can't say she was surprised to learn that there was a hidden force surrounding them. She would have done the same thing, but just slightly in a smarter manner. However, it didn't feel good to realize just how terribly this could have ended for her if she wasn't careful and Father Mortality Ascension over there wasn't such a caring father. In her pocket, she had several teleportation spells on the ready for emergencies, but since Daddy was kind enough to let her take their stones and escape whenever she wanted, why not make a teleportation array and secure her escape more safely? She knew that no matter how much time passes, Father Mortality Ascension would not let her off for what she's done to his son and put him through. Along with the Nine Swords sect, who also will be hunting her with even more passion than before because of this embarrassing incident, she'll make sure to spread around. So, since their bridge was already collapsed without any hopes of being repaired, why not break it a little more? Tia's got what she needed, and with this many peak-ranked spirit stones, she could stay low for a while and just build up her strength until she's run out and needs to get more. Once she completed the teleportation formation, she tossed Daishu towards his father. The relief and comfort that the father and son found once they were together again was something that was instantly destroyed. Tia burst Daishu's heart with lightning technique just as she was being spatially moved more than 13,000 li away. Leaving the father only seconds to spend time with his son before he could no longer do so. Father. My Shu. My little Shu. My boy. My baby. It's going to be okay. Daddy's going to save you. Don't worry. Dai Cao began infusing his chi into the boy's body, prolonging his life. What are you waiting for? Go take out every life-saving treasure in my home and get them so that I can save my son. He yelled at all the elders in the distance. All looked on, realizing that an injury like that was not something that could be helped. He's gone, Elder Cao. We should split up and search for the girl before she gets too far. We can avenge you. A thin red line appeared on his neck before his head and body collapsed to the ground. Shocked expressions and gasps rang out from the death of Elder Pao. Elder Cao was the only Mortality Ascension cultivator here. If he went crazy and killed them all, there really was nothing that could save them. All of them were at the Chi transformation stage or core stage. I'm on it. The Major Elder that previously went to Elder Cao's home disappeared. However, despite looking as if he was going to do what Elder Cao wanted, he actually went to Disciplinary Hall and reported Elder Cao's betrayal to the head of the Disciplinary Hall. A mortality ascension cultivator that was on the same level as Elder Cao as far as the Major Elder knew. The disciplinary hall master naturally didn't believe the Major Elder, but it wasn't like he had anything better to do at the moment. So, he followed him out to the Immortal Forest. If he wasn't joking, then it was good for him to be out here to stop Elder Cao from killing anyone else. If he was, then he would receive severe punishment for lying and wasting his time. Once the disciplinary hall master arrived with an empty-handed Major Elder, Elder Cao did not take it lightly. Where is it? Elder knew. Elder Cao asked with his bloody sword in hand while cradling his son still barely clinging onto life. I did not bring it. Traitors of the sect are not to be helped under any circumstance. Major Elder, Elder New, calmly responded. So, you've doomed my son, that's it. Dai Cao softly chuckled as a massive burst of qi exploded from his body. Qi in the form of swords flew towards Elder New without restraint. Disciplinary Hall Master Kong's eyes widened in surprise as he saw this attempted murder happen right under his eyes. He hastily saved the life of Elder New by blocking with his sky-ranked heaven-piercing staff. All of those qi swords were at full power. If he didn't step in to block it, Elder New would be sliced to pieces right now. Elder Cao. Are you aware of your actions? Please calm yourself and talk to me. I can still reduce the severity of your punishment if you calm down. Kong tried to reason. Haha. Punishment? Don't you think I've been punished enough? My only son has been killed right in front of me. And I was helpless to do anything about it. He gently closed the eyes of his son and softly laid him down before standing up. Can anyone explain what happened to me? Kong softly yelled, not understanding anything at all. The Mad Slasher held Elder Cao's son hostage for 100 peak rank stones. After taking the stones from him, she killed his son and got away. Elder Ren tried convincing Elder Cao that we should chase after the Mad Slasher, but he killed him for suggesting that over saving his son that couldn't be saved. Elder New quickly tried to explain. How in the hell did a simple core stage cultivator outwit all of you? He quietly shouted. What's the point of you all living so long if some upstart brat can play you like helpless children? The elders around couldn't really make an excuse. If they knew that Daishu was going to die anyway, then they probably could have done something about it. But they weren't able to see the future. How would they know doing exactly what Elder Cao ordered them to would lead to this? If they disobeyed his order, they probably would have died at his hands anyway, just like Elder Ren for getting his son killed and acting on their own. There was no winning in that situation. The Mad Slasher was just too cunning and Elder Cao was too emotional. For an old man already thousands of years old, he could just make more children. At least, that's what the other elders were thinking. I'm going to kill my son's killer. If you try to stop me, I won't be held responsible for what happens to you. That goes for you too, Kong. Dai Cao calmly explained with a soft voice. Elder Cao, I know the timing isn't good, but you must return back with the sect with me to face punishment. If you leave now after your actions, there won't be much I can do to spare you from the wrath of the sect's rules. Someone of your realm must realize that there isn't a need for you to leave right this instance. The Mad Slasher will show up again and throwing away all you've done for the sect for this small setback isn't worth it. Small setback? Is that what my son is to you? Me losing my son is just a small setback. Dai Cao could only laugh. Kong just couldn't understand it. Elder Cao could literally make hundreds of children. While very few of them would have the talent that Dai Shun had, still, it wasn't like he was irreplaceable. They had geniuses of his level aplenty. Plus for someone his age, children shouldn't mean so much to him that he was willing to risk everything for them. Not just anyone could reach the morality ascension realm. Only the luckiest, talented, and those who knew how to keep their own lives could. It seems Elder Cao only had the first two or at least one of the two. You chose your words poorly, Kong. Dai Cao disappeared and Kong quickly went after him to stop him. Someone of his stage couldn't be easily replaced. Wait. Elder Cao. The aftermath of success. Much time has passed since the shameful incident that the Nine Swords sect suffered by a wanderer cultivator. Ever since that day, the search for the vile Mad Slasher has only become even more unbelievable. The Nine Swords sect were openly mocked by both the Golden Serpent sect and the Blossoming Water Palace for allowing a single wandering core stage cultivator to humiliate them so badly. She didn't suffer a single wound and came out of the incident richer than ever. Even though the Blossoming Water Palace is usually on the same side as the Nine Swords sect, they couldn't help themselves. What the Nine Swords sect went through was really embarrassing after all. Seeing that the two other biggest sects in the continent were making fun of the Nine Swords sect, all the lesser sects felt that it was okay for them to partake in the mocking as well. What was the Nine Swords sect going to do? Kill everyone that made fun of them? They'd really be a disgrace if they unleashed all their unreleased hatred on innocent people that had nothing to do with it. Which is exactly what they did in a way. Anyone outwardly making fun of them was viciously attacked. Forcing the majority of the continent to make fun of the Nine Swords sect behind closed doors. Except for the Golden Serpent sect and Blossoming Water Palace. The Golden Serpent sect was by far the loudest of anyone making fun of the Nine Swords sect, leading to several major skirmishes between the two sects, but not all-out war just yet. It's like the Nine Swords sect wanted to parade the fact that they were basically bullied into giving the vile mad slasher their money. Ha 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 ha. I'd seriously consider committing suicide if I acted as retarded as Die Cao. All those stone just for some useless waste that couldn't even handle a wandering cultivator. I heard that Die Cao went mad after that incident. He betrayed the Nine Swords sect for not saving his son and is killing anyone that comes after him while he searches for the vile mad slasher. Is that true? Gotta be. Everyone's saying it. Where is the vile mad slasher then? After they got away flawlessly from the Nine Swords sect, they've disappeared from the face of the continent. And I gotta say, I don't blame her. With 100 peak rank spirit stones, why would I have to go anywhere ever again? You do know that peak rank spirit stones are the highest rank spirit stones in the world. There are no spirit stones above that. Oh man. When the vile mad slasher comes out of seclusion, I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. With how her relationship is with the righteous sects, I would say now is the perfect time to become an evil cultivator. Because I don't think she will spare them. Do you think the vile mad slasher is looking for a partner? I'd be willing to help her give it to those righteous snobs. My cousin was killed by a righteous cultivator just because he spilled some wine on his robes when he was drunk. My wife was taken by a righteous cultivator who said that her future would be better serving as his servant than as a mortal's wife. I hope the vile mad slasher chops his balls off. Gossip like this was all over the continent, and the situation only devolved even further as the Nine Swords sect continued to lash out at anyone daring to make fun of them. This led to the prestigious and respectable image they've been building for thousands of years to slowly fall along with the other righteous sects, while the Golden Serpent sect and other evil sects began to grow in popularity. Many youths were inspired by the story of the vile mad slasher. They admired her cunningness, her courage, and her cutthroat attitude. Not just anyone could do what she did and be able to replicate it with such flawlessness. In fact, millions of others attempted to do just what she did in hopes of getting rich as well. Less than a dozen managed to make it work out in their favor, while only 3 could do it just by themselves. The sects that people were trying to scam, for the most part, just killed the genius that got captured and the person attempted to make demands. While it was a painful loss considering how talented the genius was, it was far better than having to go through what the Nine Swords sect did. Reputation was everything for sects. Without reputation, you were nothing and couldn't survive. With reputation, you flourished and thrived. Those 3 that were able to replicate the vile mad slasher eventually joined up together to search for the woman that inspired them all. All of them were wanted by righteous sects just like her, so they had a common trait and goal together. The first one was a young man known as the Evil Alchemist. His frame was small and petite, almost harmless like a small girl. However, the deadly concoctions he could make with a few herbs were enough to frighten cultivators above his own stage. It was because of this skill that he poisoned an entire sect in only a matter of hours before demanding their entire treasury. If they refused, all of them would die at his command. Evil Alchemist's contagious poison pill severely weakened the bodies of the cultivators inside, and their condition would continue to deteriorate the longer they held him up. With a shiny golden pill that he convinced them was the antidote, they all listened to him like obedient dogs. The second one was a young girl. Little Miss Killer, similar in stature to the Evil Alchemist but far prettier and a lot more terrifying. By seducing the sect leader's son with her alluring body and sweet words, he fell into her trap like a bear to honey. In the middle of the night after they got done making love, she stabbed him with the sky-rank spirit weapon he gifted her for becoming his woman. With the dragon-tearing knife planted in his chest, she used a similar martial art that the vile mad woman used that held the life of the sect leader's son in her palm. After explaining to him what she just did, she demanded that he take her to the treasury and open it up for her to steal all of the sect's valuables. Little Miss Killer performed her robbery at the perfect opportunity because it was while the sect leader was in deep seclusion to break through to the next realm. With the sect leader's son's life in her hand, the other elders were helpless to stop her as she flew off into the sky with him. She threatened to slice his throat if any of them dared to follow them, but promised the safe and complete return of the sect leader's son once she got away. Considering the sect leader's son's life was at stake, no one could choose to act on their own and possibly get him killed. All of them knew how much the sect leader doted on his son. It was why he was the only one other than the sect leader who knew how to get into the treasury. After getting away completely free with so much treasure and resources, it didn't take long for Little Miss Killer to stop relying on seduction and instead of her martial prowess to dominate others. The last and final person to replicate the vile mad slasher was an unassuming man. Black hair, closed eyes, fair complexion, and a disposition that made a person think nothing of him. He was known as the Master of Slaughter, and for good reason. 1 second, he might be the harmless-looking handsome adult, and another he'll turn into the avatar for war. Many believe that 2 separate people live inside the Master of Slaughter just because of how drastic the change is. Master of Slaughter's story wasn't anywhere near as complex as Little Miss Killer and Evil Alchemist. All he did was promise to slaughter the sect unless they gave him 90% of their treasury. Of course, they laughed off the insane man. A week later, he returned with an army of tamed worm dragons that completely devastated the sect that refused to give in to his demands. Eventually, they were forced into submitting unless they wanted even more of their sect destroyed and their members killed. The losses were too great. Worm dragons are humongous worms known for their destructive ability, longevity, and inability to be tamed. They are just basically mindless insects that only seek destruction, food, strength with brains smaller than a seed. How could they be tamed? But somehow the Master of Slaughter was able to do so with just his voice alone. And that wasn't all. Whenever he was targeted during the battle, any injuries and attacks he suffered would quickly recover and heal while he became even stronger. So, when these three met up to find the famous vile Mad Slasher, it turned into quite a worrying situation for the righteous sects. Many assumed that with their natures, it would be impossible for them to connect and join up together without tearing each other apart. However, Tia was quite pleased with the three. I am willing to place my skills in your devious hands. Evil Alchemist gave a respectful bow. I think you'll be pretty fun to hang out with. I can't wait to see all the fun we'll have together. Little Miss Killer smiled with her knife shining in the sun's rays. I'm only here because I don't like being on the losing side. And he wants to become your man. Master of Slaughter explained. Cool. I always wanted to have friends. Usually, they betray me and I'll kill them or I have to leave them for dead because they can't run away fast enough when we run into something dangerous. So, make sure you can keep up with me, alright? I'm not that good at taking care of others. Tia smiled. Of course, she didn't really trust these strangers on their first meeting but she was willing to give them a chance. With how strong she is now, it would take a lot to harm her. None of them gave her any obvious sense of danger but only with time can she be sure. So, for now, she'll let them follow her. Taking on the pissed off Nine Swords sect and the other righteous sects is not something she can handle alone. At least not until she's in the earthly immortal realm. Which is probably going to take a couple of centuries or millenniums as far as she knows if she doesn't start robbing again for resources. The beginning of war. Vile Mad Slasher. Give up. You can't possibly escape our entrapment. A righteous cultivator shouted. I have to say. I'm quite impressed you all had the wits to sniff me out here. You know, for being so old, you all aren't too used to using your brain anymore. Tia laughed. Humph. Nothing but a false bravado. She knows there is no way out and is trying to buy time for her allies to find her. Head elder of the Nine Swords sect, Nuam Nam, laughed as well. I wouldn't be so quick to lead them to their deaths. Take a second to think with those withered and aged brains of yours. If I am here, where are my men? Tia threw out the bait. Who knows? Don't listen to her words and kill. Nuam Nam led the attack with his golden longsword. Tia could only sigh. It's been months since she left closed-door seclusion, and a lot has happened since then. The three she met after coming out wanting to follow her weren't the only ones who wanted to do so. After Tia had a little fun with the three, thousands of others were willing to follow under the vile Mad Slasher. A title that Tia did not create of her own volition nor supported it. It was too crass and vulgar for her taste. She was neither vile nor mad. A slasher, yes, but what else could she do with a machete? Tickle? With those thousands of expendable savages, Tia had to plan and strategize how to perfectly control and use them. It was a new experience for her, leading so many men and women, but they were more than simple to control. What did every cultivator want? Power, safety, and freedom. None of which, at the time, she could reliably promise. An army or group needed control. Ruling through power would work for a short time, but eventually, she would need to think of a functional system that could properly control a group like this. So, she let them cause some chaos to satisfy them for the time being. By leading them into battles that they would win with 100% certainty and allowing them to loot everything to their heart's desire, very quickly created a sense of loyalty within the group. A group that they apparently decided to call the Mad Dragons. Tia didn't understand their obsession with calling her mad. Just because she thought in a way that was different from everyone else and actually decided to do things about it didn't mean she was crazy. Stupid savages. So as the months went by with Tia leading the Mad Dragons into exterminating several righteous sects, strengthening her group, becoming a better leader, and building her own strength, she entered a full-blown war with every righteous sect in the continent. The Nine Swords sect led all the righteous sects into fighting against her group. A plan that would no doubt easily be able to take care of a wild and uncontrolled group like hers. Unfortunately, the Nine Swords sect got a little greedy. They planned to absorb and merge the lesser sects under them. This hidden plan of theirs was found out by one of the Nine Swords sect's closest allies, causing all the righteous sects to be dubious of the intentions of the Nine Swords sect. At first, they believed it was to rid the world of the vile Mad Slasher, leading to a more prosperous age for righteous cultivators and sects alike. But once their secret plan was revealed, many were hesitant to join them in their battle. Of course, the Nine Swords sect denied crafting such a devious plan, but considering that the sect that first spread the news of this plan was mysteriously destroyed in a single night without a single survivor, it made many more sects and cultivators who call themselves righteous clam up and go quiet, not responding to the requests for help by the Nine Swords sect in wiping out the mad dragons. To quickly save their reputation from falling anymore, they pointed their fingers at the mad dragons and blamed it on them. While it would make sense for the mad dragons to do so, it also made sense for the Nine Swords sect to do the same. But the mad dragons were quite vocal in their denial of exterminating the Supreme Flower sect. Like hell we killed them. We leave nothing in our wake when we go to battle. Hi. Do you think that we wouldn't be gloating about destroying that sect if we dealt with them? Also, didn't you notice they had all their clothes, and none of the houses were destroyed? Of course, we didn't have a hand in it. It was quite hard to place the blame on the mad dragons, as this wasn't like them at all. When they went to war, they truly left no morsel untouched. Everything of their enemies was looted and grabbed for themselves. Even the worthless junk was gathered for some reason. It was as if they just took everything just because they could. Not for any need or want for such items. But the Supreme Flower sect still had everything. When the wandering cultivators heard of their demise, they quickly went to loot whatever they could in the remains. The only thing they found was endless corpses strewn about, but all their stuff was untouched. These looters had no issues helping prove the mad dragon's statement. There truly were valuables left at the Supreme Flower sect that wouldn't be there if the mad dragons attacked. Tia decided to use the Nine Swords sect horrible flounder to her advantage even further. By using one of her followers as a fake survivor of the extermination of the Supreme Flower sect, she had him admit to everyone that it was indeed the Nine Swords sect that destroyed their sect. With him having only one arm and one leg, it was very convincing to everyone else. Especially when Tia decided to make it more convincing by adding a few sword-like scars on his body and face. This follower of hers was gifted great rewards for his sacrifice and devotion. Once again, the Nine Swords sect refused to admit to any sect exterminating. Only the top members of the Nine Swords sect knew of their dealings with the Supreme Flower sect, and the Pillar Elder that personally had a hand in the destruction of it, knew he had killed every single member of the sect. He counted. That was when they realized that they fell right into the trap set by the mad dragons. This only turned their already unfixable relationship into a generation-spanning hatred that wouldn't be solved even if millions of years passed. Lightning, guide my hand. Tia grinned as numerous chi transformation cultivators came at her with swords. A concentrated burst of electricity flashed from her forehead that supercharged her brain. This self-taught technique would normally kill anyone else that wasn't Tia if they tried it. That was because, with this lightning chi, she was actually altering her brain into making her into the ultimate fighting being. For normal humans to respond to an external threat, their brains must first recognize the threat and then send instructions to the muscles to react. With her altering, instead of going to the brain first, they would head straight to the muscle, allowing Tia to respond to different threats instantly. She could alter it to respond to killing intent, touch, someone stepping within a certain range around her, and specific responses made by her opponents. Specific responses such as taking out a pill, pulling out a movement, talisman, and etc. A thin blue aura of lightning coated her body as she disappeared from in the encirclement of all the cultivators. In the same moment, she dodged their swords, she attacked at the same time. Her machete slashed, cleaved, stabbed, and hacked at the elders without giving them the chance to resist. Hell, they didn't even get the opportunity to react. Well, some could react. Out of the dozens of elders, Tia managed to kill 8 after activating her secret technique. The remaining 4 were a bit special. One was one major realm above her. One specialized in defensive martial arts. One specialized in body cultivation, and the last one who practiced a strange technique that made him her machete pass right through him. The only threats were Nuam Nam, the Mortality Ascension Realm cultivator, and the ghost guy. For the other 2, if it wasn't for their tough bodies, then they would be dead just like the others because neither of them could react to her speed. Allowing her to inflict countless slashes on their bodies with her machete, drawing a pool of blood underneath them that rose above their feet. Nuam Nam could just barely keep up with her thanks to his higher realm. Ghosty was unable to contribute and was too afraid to exit his ghostly state because he knew what would await him if he did. Get out of the way, you fools. You're only holding me back. Nuam Nam insulted. I'm trying. Just grab her. She can't move so fast if we got her in our grip. I will get out of your way, Elder Nam. Ghosty quickly fled into the distance, and Tia could do nothing to stop him. He could even run through trees and lightning without a problem. Tia's body continued to carve up the 2 cultivators and pressure Nuam Nam. Only a few seconds have passed since their battle started, and she's already unleashed more than 100,000 cuts between the 3. Nuam Nam seemed to have gotten fed up. While he wasn't nearly as bloody or injured as the other 2, he was still unable to land a single hit on her. Enough. A fierce shockwave of chi and sword intent spread outward from him in a 10 kilometers radius. Whoa. That was a surprise. Tia suddenly appeared just outside the edge of Nam's attack, completely unharmed. No wonder he's a head elder with that much power. Everything that was within that 10 kilometers was reduced to dust, including the 2 body cultivators. She still had a lot of chi left. This technique didn't drain much chi during use. Tia would have been pissed if it did. She had to put hundreds of thousands of captured enemies through multiple sessions to create and perfect this martial art. Creating martial arts is a lot more troublesome than she thought it would be. All it took was one little mistake when trying to figure out the best route through the chi pathway for one to become completely crippled. Not to mention having to poke around and learn about the inner chi system on her own. Such a hassle. Someone should have written all this information down already instead of forcing her to do so. How long have there been cultivators? And no one decided to write about the inner chi system, how it works, and the fact that everyone's inner chi system is completely different from each other? So, you survived. Nuam Nam stared at her from a few meters away. Did you really think such a simple technique would be enough to deal with me? Tia asked, feeling insulted. I'll show you a simple technique, he growled. My sword art, heaven's final decree, will be simple enough to handle you. No matter how fast you are. I, Nuam Nam, will kill you soon enough. Nam viciously smirked. You never stood a chance against me, Nam. And to prove that, I'll let you activate your chi domain and transform yourself into your main element. Tia knew of the vast difference in their strength and skills. Those are the only 2 ways he could save himself from perishing here. Humph. Silence, vile mad slasher. He rushed at her with his sword. It only took a few moments before the immense pride he felt in his swordsmanship fell apart. With lightning's will, Tia didn't need to rely on her own martial prowess at all. Her body automatically responded and fought for her to kill Nuam Nam. His sword skills fell apart in the face of overwhelming speed and precision. Tia's body found the flaws in his swordsmanship without even knowing about how he utilized it. Nam blocked another lethal chop from the slasher's blade before suddenly feeling his back being sliced apart. He turned once he felt the pain to try and tear apart the annoying fly, only to receive another mark on his back. To respond to the lightning-fast attacks, he formed a barrier of chi around himself, and when he felt a strike on the barrier, he attacked at the same moment. Unfortunately for him, Lightning's will didn't respond to the barrier's actions but his own, meaning that this attack of his, which he thought was genius, only turned against him as the slasher's blade nicked his throat. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Her voice seemingly spoke in all directions. Nuam Nam, for some reason, felt fear for his own life. His senses exploded with alertness as he tried to activate his chi domain. Tia could only laugh with mockery as her machete found itself stabbed through Nam's heart from the front. Blood shot from his mouth as he tried to say his final words. The name's Tia, by the way. I don't see why you all insist on calling me that annoying nickname you gave me. Tia made sure to fry his heart to a crisp by electrifying her machete while it was impaled in him. With cultivators these days, you can never be too careful. This is why after burning him to a burnt crisp with her lightning, she decapitated him and split his skull. After doing this, she figured that it was finally over, but while her lightning's will was still active, her body jumped far into the sky and clasped something in her hand before shocking it. Release me! A tiny voice screamed in pain. What the hell? Tia altered her brain to give her some control again. Opening her palm revealed a tiny baby version of Nuam Nam inside a small blue bead. Where's my halo? Now, I wonder what is this? Tia grinned as she looked at the strange bead with Nam inside. This was something she's never seen before and had no knowledge of whatsoever. She was sure that she just killed Nuam Nam, but here he was in this strange new form, completely fine. Tia tossed it in the sky and attempted to cleave it in half with her machete to kill him for good. Only for the bead to be sent flying far off into the distance. Uh-oh, Tia quickly dashed after the bead after realizing that brute force wasn't the answer here. She had to find out what the hell that bead was and why Nam was still alive. Information was power and a lack of information was only a death sentence waiting to happen. Tia ran through the immortal forest with lightning coating her body, enhancing her speed several times over. Eventually, the bead bounced against a mountainside and dropped into some bushes that Tia hacked away. Picking up the dazed and stunned infant Nam, she began questioning him. Let go of me. Tia shocked the bead, electrocuting him and causing him to yell in pain. I will curse you with my dying breath. Another zap. You disgusting vile woman. An extra long shock. Please stop shocking me. I'm sorry, okay? I'll answer anything you wish to know. Tia sent some more lightning through the bead. Please, he was brought to the verge of tears from the pain. We have 212 sects in an alliance with us, not including the blossoming water palace. Over 1 million cultivators ready for war, and dozens of mortality ascension cultivators with only a few earthly immortals. Nam spilled to stop the pain. How many of those mortality ascension cultivators are stronger than you? She soon asked. Only one, the younger brother of the sect leader. He answered. Why are you in this form? Upon making it to the mortality ascension stage, a cultivator will focus all their efforts on condensing a soul core. With a fully condensed soul core, a cultivator will have a second chance at life. If they suffer a fatal blow and perish, their soul core will keep their soul from entering the reincarnation cycle. The bead cannot be broken or destroyed but can only be used once a century. It will last an entire day before the cultivator forms a new younger body weakened and without any chi. Nam didn't hold anything back in his explanation. I see. Well, congratulations Nam. You have 24 hours to convince me to not kill you when you escape this soul core. Tia gave a small giggle. Wasn't the information enough? He cried. That was only expected. Wah. He soon went quiet as he began thinking as hard as he could. In the meantime, Tia went to find her men. The information she got from Nam was useful when she encounters more mortality ascension cultivators and eventually step into the realm herself. But first, she had to get past the chi transformation realm. Several months passed before eventually, the righteous sects had enough. They began organizing and taking this war seriously between them and the Mad Dragons because they were actually starting to lose because of how great a strategist that Tia was. From time to time, the Golden Serpent sect would aid the Mad Dragons by selling them spirit tools and weapons or buying the stolen loot gained from the ransacked righteous sects they've destroyed. The righteous sects knew that this war could end in their loss if the Golden Serpent sect decided to completely support the Mad Dragons and lend them their disciples and elders. So, several sect leaders of the righteous faction joined together and directly flew straight to the demonic vile Mad Slasher. Evil Alchemist, Little Miss Killer, and Master of Slaughter stood by her side as they arrived. Tia ordered everyone else to flee the area as far as they could or they would die from being caught up in the battle. It was time to put everything on the line to try and put an end to this war. If they gave her a few more years, then maybe Tia actually could have won this war. The battle between the major cultivators of the Mad Dragon against the sect leaders of the righteous sects lasted for nearly a week. Tia was the last remaining Mad Dragon covered in injuries and bruises, but the sect leaders were not in great shape either. Evil Alchemist managed to poison them all with a deadly concoction before dying, leaving them deathly poisoned and weakened. Only the sect leader of the Nine Swords sect had a chance of survival after this battle. The rest were goners. Just couldn't handle being robbed once. Could you? Tia angrily spat blood on the ground. Lightning, earth, water, fire, and air all circled around her in a sphere. Each of these 5 elements at the tip of her fingers. Her braided hair was no longer twisted together and now a complete mess along with her outfit. Blood dripped from several parts of her body as her face twisted into a vicious snarl. She was going to die just because this old grandma couldn't accept a single loss. It's just a robbery. It wasn't necessary to put a giant bounty on her head because of it. Not like there are laws or anything here that explicitly say stealing is illegal and there are punishments for it. Maybe inside the Nine Swords sect there's a rule like that, but this is the outside world. There's a different system out here. Hat. You little brat. Do you really think all this is because of that stupid incident? Blood dripped from the side of the Nine Swords sect leader's mouth. Ha ha ha. You really are just a brat. That event might have played a hand in it, but this was more than just that. Explain yourself, you old bat. Why did you suicidal old foggies just rush in here? My life can't be worth that much to you, can it? Tia questioned. Hi. You really don't know anything at all. She just laughed even harder. You grew too strong for your own good. There's a reason why there have only been 3 great sects for thousands of years. If we ignored someone like you, then that balance we've built for the last millenniums would be destroyed. Especially with how quickly your forces grew. So you were scared, was what Tia took from that. You goddamn stupid savages. Do you really think I care about something like your precious little balance of power? Did you think I wanted to destroy all of you and then replace you as the greatest force in the evergreen continent or something like that? I only participated in this stupid war because you wouldn't leave me alone. Now I'm going to. Tia was pissed beyond belief and couldn't even finish her statement as she screamed in anger. Fine. If I'm going to die, I'm going to make sure to ruin as many of you as I can. Even you two watching in the distance. Tia's eyes met with the sect leaders of the Golden Serpent sect and the Blossoming Water Palace. The leader of the Golden Serpent sect only smiled while Blossoming Water Palace's leader scoffed. Tia vibrated the core inside her dantian as her body slowly transformed into a mixture of all 5 elements, lightning, earth, water, fire, and wind. Her head becoming lightning, her arms fire and water, and lastly, her legs becoming earth and wind. In the middle of those 5 elements, a 6th element took her torso, chi in its natural state. Then Tia suddenly vanished from the battlefield. Unfortunately, her plan was stopped as a massive barrier appeared created by several thousand spell masters brought by the Nine Swords sect and the Blossoming Water Palace. Sorry demonic vile mad slasher. Your fight with the Nine Swords sect has yet to end. Golden Serpent sect's sect leader laughed. I will remember this, Tia cursed as she expanded her domain as far as she could and assaulted the remaining living righteous sect leaders. The world turned into chaos as the planet itself seemingly came alive. Several bolts of lightning striking from the sky, massive waves of water flowing across the ground, gigantic mounds of earth rising and crashing, incredible blankets of flames flying across the air, and last but not least, unstoppable winds tearing and blowing through the area. Only the sect leader of the Nine Swords sect could withstand the assault before Tia ran out of chi. To think there would be a day that I'd be pushed this far by a chi transformation cultivator, the grandma inside a child's body cursed. Like hell, I'll die to you again. Tia gripped her machete with the last of her strength and walked forward. What the hell are you on about? She asked. I'm sick and tired of dying. Tia didn't understand the words coming out of her mouth either but felt that the words were coming from her very soul. Tia's machete slashed downward to decapitate the grandma but her attack was blocked from an overhead block by the grandma's sword. This battle continued for a few more minutes before the end came. As a chi transformation cultivator, Tia was severely outmatched by an earthly immortal in terms of chi. An earthly immortal could use the world's chi to fuel their techniques while those below the earthly immortal stage could only rely on the chi inside their danshin. The Nine Swords sect's leader was grievously injured by Tia with a stab through her heart but Tia was killed by decapitation. Marking the end of the Mad Dragons and the mysterious wandering cultivator that took the Evergreen continent by storm in only a few years. Jing. 2000th life. Courtney smiled as she stood over the sleeping boy in the chi gathering stage. She found him inside this hidden treasure trove on the side of a cliff just after risking her life jumping off a cliff to escape from more than a few wicked cultivators. Apparently, she had the perfect body for their master or whatever and wanted to capture her to give to him for whatever purpose. Considering she's been living in this continent for a few years now, she had a couple of thoughts on what he wanted to do with her. And when being taken forcefully as his wife or concubine is the most positive outcome, it was easy to understand why Courtney would refuse their offer. Inside the cliffside previously covered with numerous tough vines, she saw several valuables this boy has been hoarding for himself. A small garden of evergreen violets, a small pool of divine gold water, and several small martial art manuals piled near the boy. With the evergreen violets, she could purify her danshin to have pure chi. Pure chi would reduce the difficulties in breaking through, increase the power of her chi, and make it easier to control. For the divine gold water, it would completely remove the impurities from within her body and if she stays inside long enough it was also possible to drastically improve her own body by remaking it from scratch. She could see the boy was waking up soon. Courtney quietly made her way over to his defenseless body, gently wrapped her self-crafted meteor hammer's chain around his throat, and prepared herself to see how he looked when he's just woken up by being strangled. While she did have some questions for him, Courtney could save that after the strangling. A boy of his realm shouldn't have made it this deep inside the immortal forest. Any spirit beast would be able to kill him with just a slap. Hey there little brother, Courtney gently whispered into his ears. I hope you don't mind sharing a few of these treasures with big sister. She smiled before tightening her chain around his throat and watching his eyes nearly bulge out of his skull. Keg. Wig. Hug. He choked. Pleasure seemed to flow into Courtney's body from how he wildly flailed around. She could see a shiny purple ring on his index finger and suddenly an impressive sword coming into his hands. Courtney had to wring his neck upwards as she stood up to prevent herself from being sliced but she never stopped choking him. The sound of him choking was like a heavenly musical performance for her ears that sent her body crazy. Even as a full minute passed, he still had plenty of energy left in him to move around which only excited her more. Because of how feisty and attached to living he was, Courtney decided to have some extra fun herself by slipping a hand into her underwear and pleasuring herself while choking the chi gatherer with only one hand. His will to live eventually brought him to knocking her against the cave wall in an attempt to bash her skull against the wall before he suffocated. Courtney's fingers moved just as fiercely as this boy was attempting to keep his own life until eventually that sword he had in his hand was pointed at his own stomach. He drove it towards his own stomach in an attempt to kill them both. You're impressing me more and more, you know that. Courtney laughed as she released the hold of her meteor hammer's chain and kicked the boy away before he could perform a double suicide. Taking her hand out of her panties drenched in her juices, she flicked it with a wave of her hand before rushing over to the downed boy. He eagerly took this chance to gulp as much air as he could when he should have been using it to get up and prepare to fight her off. Courtney used this chance to grab her chain again and tighten them against his neck once more but not before sharply kicking his hand, making the sword fly into the divine gold water. Her eyes could tell that the sword wasn't an ordinary blade either because of its appearance but her main focus was letting herself finish. Him having a bit more fight in him only made her wonder just how much could he handle. As she was strangling him for a second time while getting herself off, she couldn't get into it like she did before. That was because the weak handsome idiot decided to give up struggling now that he lost his sword. All signs of fight and resistance were gone. Now he was just waiting for death to take him. How boring. You were a lot more fun when the thought of death terrified you. Courtney loosened up her hold around his throat as she got up from the floor. Hack. Hack. He violently coughed before taking deep breaths of air again. Who are you? That was his first question. Who me? Courtney smiled. before giving him a ruthless kick across the face that sent him flying away into the wall and loosening a few teeth from his mouth. No one special. Just a wandering cultivator you can find anywhere. She answered. Why are you doing this? He viciously glared at her, not understanding that it only excited her more. Do I need to provide you a reason for my actions? She slowly walked over to him. So, it turns out that his will wasn't broken yet even in the face of death. Good. I can have a little more fun. If you want the treasures, I'll give them to you. Just let me leave, he tried to bargain. Courtney kicked him in his stomach and a heavy groan escaped from his chest. She then stomped on his back multiple times before kicking him over onto his back. A quick glance into his eyes revealed fear but not deathly fear. There was something he was hiding. A trump card, but what kind of trump card? Why hasn't he used it yet? Has she not pushed him far enough yet? Or maybe, it's a trump card that he has no control over. Nothing but questions. Earlier he stopped struggling and accepted that he was going to die. Perhaps death was the answer in triggering the trump card. But what kind of insane bloodline would that be? Wouldn't any sect go crazy in accepting an immortal disciple? An immortal slave sounds pretty useful, Courtney thought of it in a different way. But it's going to take some time to train him and whip him into shape. Taking a second look around her surroundings, she was going to need time to properly consolidate all these treasures in the first place. Doing both shouldn't be too much of a problem. He was just a chi gatherer while she was in core preparation realm, 2 major realms above him. Courtney had faith in her abilities that she should be able to break him before using up all the treasures in this place. The first treasure she had her eye on was that shiny little ring on his finger. Who knew how many more treasures he had stored in that thing? Her first plan to find out just how much he had hidden in there. Take a quick nap for me, will you? Courtney knocked him out with a well-placed kick to the back of the skull. He dropped like a sack of potatoes to the ground as Courtney went to grab his storage ring. As she tried ripping it off his finger, a powerful wave of chi blew her away when she tried doing so. Her head smashed against the cave wall and it hurt bad, pissing her off. She went to try again, but instead of directly trying to take the ring off, she wanted to skip past its defensive measures by cutting off his index finger. Another strong wave of chi tried to stop her from doing so, but she was prepared this time. Courtney coated her body in chi and with a small knife hidden in her clothes chopped down to cut the finger off. Unfortunately, this still didn't help as she was sent flying away once more. Fine. If the finger is a no-go, then I'll try the whole damn hand. Just how smart could a ring be? With her knife pressed against the wrist, she sliced down only to feel heavy resistance stopping her. Once again, she was blown back by the chi, but she did not give up. It was obvious that there was something incredibly good inside the storage ring. She would have to be a fool to give up so soon. After countless hours of trying to take the ring, Courtney finally managed to think of a plan that used the storage ring's power against it. By wrapping a small chain coated in her chi around the ring finger, she tried cutting off the ring to get it to blast her away again. When it felt her intention to gain the ring, the defensive mechanism came into play and tried blowing her away. Courtney madly laughed as she tightened the chain around the finger, causing the defensive chi wave to work in her favor by aiding her in tearing the finger off along with the finger. The boy screamed as he woke up with his finger missing, but Courtney didn't give a rat's ass about that. You're mine now, you stubborn ring. She easily removed the ring off the detached finger and placed it on her middle finger before binding to it. Courtney's eyes were nearly blinded by the treasures residing inside. A new goal? It took half a year for Courtney to gain everything she could inside this cave. Now with a tremendous increase in her personal strength and Tang Sang fully trained, it was time to take revenge on those Ghost King Immortal Sect disciples who forced her into this situation in the first place. While she was thankful, her jumping off that cliff could have also led to her death if she wasn't lucky enough to get caught in some strong vines on her way down. So, it only made sense to go thank them in person. She climbed up the sheer cliffside with the silent Tang Sang following behind her. After a certain point during his training, he realized that no matter how much he begged, pleaded, or threatened her, none of it mattered. He understood that she didn't care for his background, what he could offer her, or anything at all. Trying to reason with her was an impossible task and frankly a waste of breath. Eventually, he realized his position and fate in life was to serve as this woman's slave. No one would come to save him, and because of his bloodline, there wasn't a chance that she would let him go on his own. Not that he could escape from her anyway after all those rare resources she took from him. Courtney and Sang made it up the top of the cliff after a few hours of non-stop climbing. She didn't know where the Ghost King Immortal Sect was, just that the disciples that forced her off that cliff were from it. And frankly, it's been a while since that incident happened. Now that she was finally free from that small cave with fresh air flowing through her lungs, she could think more clearly now. Why waste her own time chasing after some weaklings that would stand no chance against her now when she could do something more productive for herself? While she did want to test her new strength, it would be better to solidify her own strength. Remembering the direction of the nearest city, Courtney started to walk in that direction. Desperate to get out of the wild and have some semblance of normality again, she was looking forward to reaching the city. For some reason, she disliked being in the wild for too long. As if she experienced horrible things out here that she could never forget. She wouldn't admit it, but having Tang behind her helps alleviate that feeling just a bit. Right now, she was still waiting for him to run off at the first taste of freedom since they finally got out of that cave. But it seems he was playing his game a lot smarter than she thought he would. Courtney didn't believe she had Seng completely controlled even with half a year of teaching. So, she would just wait until he tried to run before placing him back in that hell. Once they made it to the city, Courtney's first stop was to a restaurant to eat real food. In those 6 months with Tang, the two of them had to eat nothing but pills to stop themselves from starving. Tasteless, instantly dissolving pills that could never leave them completely full but wouldn't let them still feel hungry either. It was a new kind of torture that Courtney never believed she would have to suffer through. She never imagined that not being allowed to starve or gorge yourself would be something so horrible. Definitely, something she'll have to try out eventually for the next person who gets on her bad side. The two of them didn't gather much attention inside the city, not that either of them was expecting to do so. There was nothing special about either of them except Courtney's brown skin tone. At least, that was what Courtney thought until they ran into a member of the Tang family that recognized Seng. And from his first words, she had an idea of how Seng ended up in that cave. You should be dead. A handsome youth cried out as if he's seen a ghost. Seng's eyes narrowed into a murderous glare as he pulled out a completely black blade. He readied himself into a position to kill but didn't move forward. Courtney gave a small smile at the sight of this, but it didn't completely make her trust him. However, she did realize what happened between the two. But that didn't mean she had to let Seng get revenge. You. Tell me your background. Courtney demanded. Are you that freak's woman? Did you somehow save him back then? He questioned. I won't repeat myself. Answer my question. A crowd was now starting to form around them. If Master Jiao's men couldn't kill you, then I'll just finish the job. He unsheathed his sword and moved forward, completely ignoring Courtney. Isn't that young Master Tang? Sole disciple of Silent Ghost from the Ghost King Immortal Sect. Why is he trying to kill those two? They must have got on his bad side. Ever since he was accepted as Silent Ghost's disciple, he's been roaming through Sunny City unrestrained. Doesn't that kid look awfully similar to young Master Tang? If you look past his messy hair and filthy body, maybe. Courtney sent one of her meteor hammers streaking through the air towards young Master Tang. With her strength, it was impossible for him to react in time. However, not impossible for his life-saving treasure to react. A white transparent barrier of chi formed around his body that saved him from Courtney's meteor hammer from smashing in his face. On seeing that his master's gift activated and saved his own life, he immediately stopped himself and looked at the powerful brown girl. It only took him an instant to realize that she was someone out of his league, and if he continued acting the way he has, it would be a simple matter for him to die here. So, he gave a respectful bow and focused all his attention on her instead of his should-be-dead brother. Even his master couldn't save him if he willingly walked into his own death. I apologize for my rude behavior, Miss Immortal. I am willing to answer any questions you might have for me. He spoke in a polite manner. All it takes is a show of superior power, and these brutes are all too willing to try and talk things out. It's irritating, but it's ingrained in the culture here. Courtney was annoyed. Strength was everything in this place. Without strength, you were nothing, no one, and unimportant. With strength, you were everything everyone wanted to be. You had women/men, you had riches, and you were liked. Those without strength sucked up to those with strength for the chance to gain a type of strength of their own. Those with strength only looked for more strength to feel validated by society even more so. They don't care for the farmers, business owners, and other occupations that this society is actually run by. Cultivators don't do anything productive for the world. Not even the righteous sects that claim they are for the weak and helpless. It's a load of crap. Righteous cultivators, wicked cultivators, wandering cultivators, all of them are only in it for themselves. No one is looking out for humanity as a whole. No one wants to improve and take the world to the next stage in evolution. They're completely content in staying where they are doing what they've been doing for thousands of years already. It's completely insane in Courtney's opinion. All this power, and they use it for what? Wars? Expanding territories? Gaining more power? At least build a society and culture that is actually improving itself every decade. Actually, why don't I just do that? Courtney suddenly thought. Forget it. In your next life, make sure to actually confirm you've assassinated someone when carrying one out. Courtney gave Seng the green light. He charged forth without restraint and plunged his big black sword right through young Master Tang's chest. With Courtney already taking care of the life-saving treasure given to Tang by his master, Seng had nothing to worry about. After pushing his brother off of his blade, he stabbed him through the heart before decapitating him. Many of those watching the confrontation quickly fled in terror after seeing the brutal kinslaying. They let everyone know about the duo that did not put the Ghost King Immortal sect in their eyes and to avoid them at all costs. Let's go for now. To get started on this idea of mine, I need money. Lots and lots of money. Courtney began walking through the city streets. And I'm sure that the Ghost King Immortal sect wouldn't mind donating to my cause. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm sure many wicked sects wouldn't mind giving me some money if I asked them nicely for it. Wicked sects don't need money as they are only going to use it to harm the world instead of helping it anyway. Jing 10,000. 10,000th life. My suffering is finally over, Ming muttered to herself as she looked down on the leaders of the three great sects. All of them were on their knees, filled with injuries, and completely helpless before her. She sat upon a glorious throne sprinkled with blinding black stones and luxurious golden color. All these resets of dying, failing and repeating it all over again. Finally, it will come to an end. I knew I should have used all my power to exterminate you once I heard about the trouble you caused in the secret realm. Mao Li, leader of the Nine Swords sect, spat with hatred. Save your breath, Mao. We've lost fair and square to this strange woman. At least die with some dignity. Pei Qing, leader of the Golden Serpent sect, kept her back straight as she looked into Ming's eyes. No. 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 Shut it, you old bat. You may be fine with dying, but I'm not. I've spent far too many years to just die like this to some freaky brat. Mao Li struggled with everything she had to break free from the hair-like bindings restricting her. I knew I should have just run to Tian Kingdom, she ran, leader of the Blossoming Water Palace, sighed. Regretting ever teaming up with Mao and Pei. Strange choice of last words. See you later. Jing gave a carefree wave as she decapitated all three sect leaders with a single blade of water that flashed through the air. Their soul beads rose in the air. Mao Li's bead turned into a blur as she tried escaping out of the room. Pei Qing and Shi Ran stayed where they were, knowing that escape was futile. If she could take on all three of them in a war and win. Once they were captured by her, they knew was no chance of them being able to escape without divine intervention. Mao Li's shrill screams echoed throughout the room as Ming's water gripped around her soul bead. Once a cultivator has made a soul bead, it is impossible for anyone to break open. Even if a cultivator was in the final realm, they wouldn't be able to crack it open. However, that didn't mean it was impossible for one to feel pain while inside it. Clear and distinct memories floated through Ming's mind as she thought about how many of her deaths were at the hands of this vengeful, cowardly grandma. All of them were either sudden, cruel, or aggressive. She spared no mercy for the woman she called her master on more than one occasion. A cold, somewhat empty look was present in her eyes as she tortured Mao's soul. In many of her past lives, she imagined this day would feel orgasmic. Finally giving her what she deserved. But, after so many deaths and finally reaching the end, Ming feels hollow. Everything she's gone through for over tens of thousands of lives wasn't real. All the friends, allies, enemies, lovers, pets. None of them were real. They felt real, looked real, and acted real. But if she killed herself right now, everything would reset. And from the outskirts of that forest, everything would start anew. With no one but herself remembering anything that happened. Even if she walked up to one of her many lovers and revealed everything to them, they wouldn't understand anything she said. All of it felt pointless, but now with this, everything should end. And she should return back to the real world. Ming created a clone made of primordial water to watch over the three sect leaders and left her throne room. She was greeted with several familiar faces as she left. Some used to be her enemies. Some have killed her. Others were husbands and wives she's married in past lives. A majority were just friends that used to be strangers. Now that she's eliminated her biggest threats in the continent, everyone wondered what her plan was now. Was she going to set her eyes on Tian Kingdom next to slaughter? Or was she going to expand her group to every part of the evergreen continent? Many figured it would be the first choice because of her behavior during the 10-year war with the three great sects. There were no survivors that lived through the war a part of the three great sects. Ming's sudden rise and her group's unexplainable growth shocked the continent. On the surface, she came from out of nowhere with a group of mysteriously powerful cultivators. She and her group slaughtered anyone that opposed them throughout the land mercilessly. Many of those that opposed them were directly allied with the three great sects. The smaller sects that were neutral were mostly ignored by them. No one knew how to react as Ming's group grew more and more in power. Eventually, their growth, influence, and power began to scare the three great sects, prompting them into stomping out this upstart group before they can grow further. The most supportive of exterminating the group was the Nine Swords sect, who suffered the most losses from the group. Blossoming Water Palace had the least losses, but it seemed like the mysterious group was targeting the Nine Swords sect and their allies the most. All of her past lives gave Ming knowledge, experience, and power that no one could stand against. The 10-year war with the three great sects was like child's play. Numerous lives leading others. Numerous lives making mistakes and dying for them. Numerous lives being on the winning side of a war and the losing side of a war. Ming lived through it all until war was nothing but a game. She knew the behavior, mindset, and tendencies of the sect leaders like they were characters inside a novel. If she was willing to sacrifice a few things, then the war could have ended in half the time. But she saw no need for such a thing, as it was better to finish things without haste. As Ming looked at everyone that was going to disappear before her eyes soon, a thought briefly flashed through her mind. What if the life before all these resets wasn't real either? Would there be any point to living? Sure, she could recreate her accomplishments here once more, but what would be the purpose? Maybe I could find the answer once I reach one with all. Ming thought. The world around her paused once she had that thought. Everyone around her no longer talked or moved. It was as if life itself was frozen. Ming could still move around freely, but she couldn't sense anything at all. Meaning that whoever was doing this was far more powerful than herself. Perhaps it was the immortal that controlled this world. Everything began to fade away. The very world in front of her eyes began to peel away like layers on a cloth. Everywhere she looked, she only saw whiteness until eventually there was nothing but herself in the whiteness. Then that whiteness cracked until she was in a land of flames. Massive mountain-sized volcanoes rose from the ground and expanded across the distance. Several volcanic eruptions shot out into the atmosphere as a small table appeared in front of her. A seat rose from underneath her and gently rested underneath her bum. Two figures appeared in front of her along with some tea on the table. The first was a simple-looking youth that seemed to shift into a different body every second. Ming felt that he wasn't as ordinary as he appeared. Despite looking like an average young man, she knew for a fact that he was anything but. Even though his body was changing rapidly, his face and aura stayed the same. She felt as if he was one with the world. So ordinary that if she looked away for a second, she might forget his existence in this land of fiery chaos. Ming then imagined herself smashing this cup against his face and strangling him before realizing that he had no weak spots. It didn't matter how many ways she attacked him, she knew that he would be prepared for it. As she thought of all this, the man himself was kindly smiling at her without saying a word. The second figure resembled a butler in Ming's opinion, but he was staring at her with annoyance in his eyes. As if her very presence irritated and bothered him. He too was a figure without weak points. Ming was the weakest person here. She doubted even if she used all her trump cards and power, escape was a possibility. Well? Do you mind explaining what is going on? Ming spoke. Before I do that, after successfully passing my test I should reward you. I didn't expect you to ever escape that test of mine if you were as weak as I thought you were. Test? Ming questioned. All of her lives were just a test for this man? Deep in her heart, Ming wanted to explode and rip this man to shreds, but her brain put a hold on that. Why would he test her? What did he get out of testing her? Is there any reason that it had to be her that was tested? Yes, a test. He took a sip of the tea before continuing. You see, as the tester of my system I had to make sure you were an adequate host for the system. Finding that out should have been something I've done before giving you the system and reincarnating you over to this world, but I was lazy. So, I decided to intervene in the middle of your heart demon test to quickly do so. System? Reincarnation? World? Ming didn't understand a thing he was saying. Oh, I should also return to you your original memories after I give you your reward. That'll be disorientating, so don't freak out. I'm still kind of new to this being an immortal thing. A beam of light shot out of his index finger and penetrated Ming's forehead. Underscore 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 un. We'll call her Leah. A giant woman cradling her in her arms spoke to an equally giant man dressed in a strange outfit. She was in a building of white and bright lights. Everything was blurry and she had no control over her body. In no time at all, the world shifted into something different. Now she wasn't surrounded by giants anymore and some memories floated into her head. School, technology, cars, buildings, ethics, morals, common sense. Underscore 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 un. I loaned you that $5 to pay me back. Now, added with interest, you owe me $20. If you don't pay me back my money by Friday, guess who is getting beat up at recess? Leah stood over a boy as small as herself being held down by two other boys with his face pushed into the dirt behind the school building. Tears streaked down his cheeks, but no one cared. I'll pay you back. Please don't hurt me Friday, he begged. That's what I wanted to hear. I'll be looking forward to my money, Jonathan. Boys, punch him in the head. Leah ordered. What? Why? I said I was going to give you your money back. The boy loudly whined. It should have never come to this point in the first place, Jonathan. My money should have been paid back the day after I loaned you the money. Leah coldly responded as two thuds banged on the back of his head. Jonathan began loudly crying as Leah and her two boys left the scene. underscore 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 un. So, you've decided to try and cheat me out of my money, Ryan. Leah stood inside an abandoned factory with several men around her. Her arms were crossed as she stared at the man tied up in front of her. Numerous bruises and injuries filled his body, but no one here cared about such a thing. Did you think that just because you gained superpowers you could skip out on what you owed me? You're far too naive to think you can cheat someone like me. Leah gestured over to one of her men. He silently handed her his bat and they all watched as she walked over to the tied-up man. Once the existence of supers started to become known, I've thought of several methods to defend myself against them. Just in case one of them tried to do exactly what you did. I invested in several stocks, projects, and got to know many people. Many of them were also interested in supers. Either learning their weaknesses and strengths, researching and testing on them, or learning anything they could about them. In fact, one such scientist wanted to know if there was any difference between a normal person's corpse and a super's corpse. He was willing to pay me over 500k for a single super corpse. 1 million if they were still alive. Fear was beginning to settle into Ryan's heart. When Ryan first began to put his powers into use, his initial thoughts were to gain as much money as he could while avoiding attention from the police and the government. How could he expect that trying to cheat his first loan shark would lead to him getting captured? His superpower to control solar energy was useless against the loan shark group equipped with weapons that not even the military probably had. He was pointed at with miniguns, grenade launchers, light-based weaponry, and more. But that wasn't the worst part either. They even investigated his background and threatened to get his family involved if he dared to resist. Even now, his poor mother and father were watching through a phone as he was tortured by the loan shark boss. She used that bat that was given to her to put him through a merciless beating. Everyone could see the joy and pleasure she got from putting him through pain. Some of her men could even see her nipples poking through her suit. It wasn't until Ryan was on the verge of dying that she stopped herself. Call up Dr. Hamza and tell him to send me the money if he wants a live super. She ordered to her right-hand man. Yes ma'am. Stephen replied. As one of the two men who spent the majority of their childhood with Leah, he was already used to such things. Boss, I have a question. One of her workers spoke up. Your name is? Leah asked. Kenny. What's your question, Kenny? Leah walked over to Ryan's phone, hung up on his parents, and handed it to one of the other men for them to destroy. What about all the money that Ryan owed us? Dr. Hamza will be paying us more than what we gave to Ryan. I suspected Ryan to be a super after he requested so much money from us. He didn't care about the high interest rate and only seemed to be interested in getting as much cash as she could. This led me into investigating his background and sending people to watch him. Ryan didn't have a job that paid high enough to pay us back. His family wasn't wealthy. No one in his social circle had any money and he didn't have any history with gambling. It led me to think, just how was he going to cheat me out of my money? Leah took a seat in the chair as she caught her breath. Then news from one of my men that I sent to spy on him came back with good news. They found out that he was a super after he prevented a gas station robbery when getting gas. After that, all I had to do was prepare to take him on. Leah explained. I see, the strongly built newcomer was in awe of his new boss. Alright. Let's get out of here and make sure to keep a good eye on him. Never underestimate a super. Leah warned. Supers were mortals given abilities that seemingly defied the laws of the world. However, it seemed that technology wasn't obsolete just yet. With enough money, research, and time, normal people will have a fair chance against supers. Leah was going to make sure that she was prepared anyway. After all she wanted to do was live the best life she could. She didn't plan to let anyone get in the way of that. Supernatural abilities or not. Underscore 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 un. She's the one that made me do it. I never wanted to experiment on all those innocent people. She said if I didn't experiment on them, she'd kill me and my family. Please don't kill me. A man dressed in a white lab coat pleaded and begged to the man holding him by the collar with pure rage spewing from his eyes and body. Behind him stood 4 others dressed in colorful outfits almost just as furious as him. Leah looked at all 6 of them with a playful look in her eyes. It seems one of the major research facilities she was funding was found out by the heroes and they somehow found out her location. She wondered just how they managed to find her, but then again, it wasn't like she was in some secret bunker or anything. Right now, she was just in her office. Because of all of her work, many heroes look at her as a villain despite all the good she's done for the world. Leah has sunk money into numerous projects across the world in hopes of advancing the world. Some may have been focused on the research of supers, but all of them were legal. Dr. Hamza seemed to have started his own secret project without her knowledge. It turns out, you don't need to kidnap supers to research and test on them. Most supers are just regular everyday people. So, Leah funded a research facility that would offer money to supers that were willing to be tested on, questioned, and researched by scientists at this facility. There was no torture, kidnapping, or threats needed. Just offer them a large amount of money and people were willing to do pretty much anything. The information gained from them would then be shared across several other projects funded by Leah until she's gained as much information as she needed about supers. Their blood, hair, DNA, all of it was within her hands to do with as she pleased, as they all signed a very long contract giving her freedom to take such things. With all of that, she began to sink money into organizations that would help create weapons or other objects that could be used against supers from those willing supers that signed up for the research facility. I knew someone as rich as you couldn't be good. All rich people are evil. One of the heroes pointed at her. Ahem, another hero coughed, presumably a rich one. Except you, Green Hood. You're probably the only good one. She quickly complimented. Leah. I've come to put an end to your inhuman testing and put you behind bars. Captain Hero said, dropping Dr. Hamza on the floor. I didn't realize heroes were the police now. Leah giggled. Consider it citizen's arrest. Planet Boy shouted. You do realize that to make a citizen's arrest, you must find me in the middle of committing a criminal act or escaping from and presently fleeing from police, right? Leah kindly informed. You supers may have been given powers beyond the normal person, but that doesn't mean you are above the law. You've broken into my place of business, destroyed my property, and are now threatening me with physical violence. Now, I'll give you one chance to leave now or face the full extent of the law. Leah pulled out her phone, ready to call the police. Is she right? Planet Boy asked. Do we have any proof of anything we're accusing her of? Nightmare, the teenaged super dressed in all black, asked. She gave Dr. Hamza the money needed to cruelly experiment on all those innocent people and children. Lady Fabulous pointed out. But did we find anything that proved that she was directly involved in any of it? Like documents, letters, text messages, emails, or anything like that? Nightmare asked. Are you kidding me? Green Hood sighed. We found the big bad, but we don't have any proof of their wrongdoings to put them in jail. The only person we could get put in jail is Dr. Hamza, and he's most likely nothing more than just a scapegoat. Planet Boy was irritated. Leah. Is Dr. Hamza telling the truth? Did you truly know nothing about his testing and all the lives he's ruined and played with? Captain Hero asked. His stare saying that she better tell the truth or else. Is there any proof saying that I did? She smiled, answering him without admitting anything. I see. Then are there any other laboratories like Dr. Hamza with other people in similar situations? He asked after. Who knows? There could be hundreds, or there could have been that single one. What would I know anything about it? She gave a playful shrug. I see, Captain Hero sighed. Before suddenly flying towards the unarmed Leah with his fist pulled back. Leah's eyes zeroed in on Captain Hero as his fist came plunging through her chest. Everyone was shocked at this sudden murder. Not even Captain Hero's closest companions could have expected something like this from him. However, the biggest shock wasn't just Captain Hero's violent assault. It was the fact that Leah's insides were filled with nuts, bolts, and metal. She was a robot. The robot suddenly leaned into Captain Hero's ear as it felt that it was close to shutting down. Martha Thomas and Jeffrey Thomas, she whispered into his ear. Captain Hero's eyes went wide as he felt his power going out of control from panic, worry, and fury. First, it was his brother that was captured and experimented on. Even after saving him, Captain Hero understood that he would never be the happy, confident, and hopeful man he once was. Because of her, she took away his brother's reason for living and made him less of a man than he was before. Now she knew of his wife and baby boy's name. Captain Hero. Planet Boy slowly walked over to him. He was knocked to the ground as Captain Hero shot out through the roof of the skyscraper and flew at his fastest speeds back home. His wife and child should still be at the house unprotected. There should be no possible way that she could take his family hostage before he arrives back. It took Captain Hero only 1 minute to fly across the city to get back home, but he was still too late. Leah was inside his home with a gun pointed to his wife's head. Her arm was wrapped around her from the back, cuddled up on the couch together. There were visible bruises on his wife's face and his son was crying loudly in her arms. She looked at Captain Hero with despair in her eyes while Leah only smiled at him. To be honest, she didn't expect that the big hero would actually try to kill her. The public knew him as the ultimate good guy without a single body count to his name. Guess it was worth it preparing all these plans to take care of these powerful heroes. Maybe going out in public without wearing a mask wasn't the smartest. It was very easy to find out his personal identity. Don't you dare hurt her. Cracks began spreading through the walls of the house just from his power alone. What that power was, Leah didn't know yet. Captain Hero seemed to have several powers wrapped into one. But from what her men investigated, she should know all of them. Unless he hid a few from the public's eye. Even so, she still had nothing to worry about. Kane Hilligun. How can you say something like that when you just killed me? Leah asked. Did this man have no shame? He had no words to respond to her. She's an innocent person. She isn't involved with our business. Leave her out of this. Kane shouted. Was I not an innocent person? Leah questioned. Don't play innocent with me. We both know you approved Dr. Hamza's experiments. You probably have several more just like that throughout the country. Kane argued. I don't like your tone, Kane. You don't seem to understand the position you're in, as if you are capable of making any demands. This isn't a negotiation. You will shut your mouth and you will listen to me. Otherwise, Leah softly banged the gun on the back of Martha's head. Please don't hurt my baby, Martha pleaded. Leah ignored her. Kane, inject this into your neck. Leah pulled out a syringe from her pocket and tossed it at Kane. What is? His question was interrupted by a bang of Leah's pistol shooting through the floor. The baby cried even louder when the pistol went off, and Kane realized that this woman wasn't playing around. He did as she asked and injected the fluid inside the syringe into his neck. If it was for his family's safety, he was willing to do anything. Right now, he was just regretful that he got them caught up in his hero business. Despite being a hero for years, this is the first time anyone's ever come after his family. Ooh. The metal actually pierced his skin, Leah muttered in surprise. The effects of the liquid inside the syringe activated immediately. Kane dropped to his knees as his veins became visible all over his body. He roared out in immense pain while Leah watching licked her lips in obvious enjoyment. Eventually, the pain became too much before he went unconscious. Move in to transport Captain Hero and his family. Hurry up as well before the other supers arrive. I don't want any mistakes or else. Leah spoke into a phone as she released Martha from her grip and stood up. Yes, ma'am. A voice from the other end of the phone responded. Underscore 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 un. Oh, Kane. There's no reason to look at me like that. I only did what any reasonable woman would do when encountering the perfect male. Leah smiled as she looked at the naked chained-up Kane. You will pay for this, he vowed from the deepest part of his heart. You've been saying that for the past 10 years. It's time to get a new catchphrase. Leah laughed. I will break you. I will rip you apart. I will tear you limb from limb, curses spewed from his mouth continuously. It's amusing that you mentioned that. Remember that good dream you had a few years ago that felt too real? Where you did exactly that to me in the dream after I took your seed. He glared at her. Haven't you ever wondered how your wife and baby boy are? Leah asked. Of course, you have. I've been waiting for the perfect moment to show you how their lives have been without you in it. And even after 10 years have passed, you still haven't given up, and you don't know how happy that makes me. If you can keep yourself from going insane after seeing this video, then maybe I can consider letting you go free. Leah pressed a button on her phone and a digital screen popped up on the wall of the cell. At first, Kane was simply going to ignore her and refuse to look. Until he heard his wife and son's voice again. It's been years since he's heard their voices and seen them in real life. The only chance he had at seeing them was in his dreams. His eyes veered towards the screen and panic soon filled his soul. The look in his wife and son's eyes was that of fear and fright. His wife was calling his name as if the person she was looking at was him. From how the video was recorded, he could only see through the eyes of the person taking the video. Meaning he had no idea what the person recording this video looked like. Then his mind went blank as the person in the video began brutally murdering his family with inhuman strength and speed. Kane's son briefly clashed with the man after he killed his wife, but he was still too young and inexperienced. He was soon killed as well, and despite wanting to tear his eyes away, Kane couldn't. He just couldn't look away because the person in the video was wearing a familiar outfit. After the two were murdered, the point of view began to slowly pan outward. No. 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 How could? I couldn't. Why don't I remember? It has to be fake. It has to be. After the camera panned out, it revealed Kane covered in his wife and son's blood with a smile on his face. Oh, but it is. And that isn't even the worst part. Take a look at this. Leah swiped the screen on her phone and the video changed. In this video, it showed Kane fighting and murdering all of his teammates and friends throughout the city. He could clearly tell that was him in the video, and all of it seemed similar. Because in one of his dreams, everything went down exactly how it did in the video. In his dreams, he was escaping from this mad woman's facility, but could it be that he was really killing all of his friends during that dream? Thanks to you, I managed to introduce a bill that forced every super to register themselves and out themselves to the federal government, or they would be punished. My idea was liked by several other countries and governments who decided to replicate what we've done over here. However, it wasn't possible without a special little fluid that you may remember injecting in yourself. Meaning that, those countries would have to pay millions or even billions to keep their supers under control for that serum I made. Now, I'm the richest woman on the planet and also the most powerful. All thanks to you, I am able to live my best life. Leah gave Kane a kiss on his cheek. It looked as if Leah sucked his soul out with that kiss. All the lights in his eyes were gone and seemingly all brain functions. She could still hear his heart beating though. Seeing him in this state drove her absolutely mad as she began unclothing herself as he's realized that he's lost. He's lost in every way and was brought to the lowest low. As Leah pleasured herself with his meat rod, the man himself felt absolute despair and hatred towards himself. Over the course of their intercourse, eventually, the man broke down into tears. Thanks to Leah reminding him of the horrible acts he's done during sex, he truly felt no desire to live any further. All he wanted was to pay for the crimes he's committed and apologize to all those he harmed before being sent to hell. After taking in his seed for the umpteenth time over the course of a decade, Leah has given birth to 4 super children. With this final seed, it should be 5. Leah put an end to the sad sack after getting one final use out of him. There were still plenty of other threats across the seas that she had to take care of now that her fun with this toy was done. None of them were as powerful as Captain Hero, but that didn't mean they wouldn't be as useful. If she wanted to keep her place as the most powerful woman on the planet and living her best life, then being negligent wouldn't help. Underscore 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 un. Welcome back. The immortal smiled. Ming. No. Jing? Leah? She was trying to put together all the confusing memories together. Out of 10,002 lives, it was more than difficult to try and put together a main dominant identity. It took her 10 minutes before she could consolidate all of them and get herself together. She looked at the being that intruded into her life and played with her like a toy. I wouldn't get any ideas, monkey. If it wasn't for my master, there wouldn't have been a second chance for you. You should be grateful he decided to reincarnate you at the end of your life. Who said I wanted to be reincarnated in the first place? She asked. You dare use such a tone with me? Terrifying power radiated from his body. Now, she does have a point. The immortal calmly waved his hand and the pressure on her disappeared. Wouldn't the issue be fixed as long as you don't remember a few things? Boom. Fixed. He tapped her forehead and everything went black for Jing. Now that she's proven herself to be a worthy host for my system, all I need to do is update a few things and then let her do as she please so I can get back to enjoying the things on the blue star. Master, I still don't understand why you favor that mortal as much as you do. She doesn't understand her place at all. After reading a few thousand novels on the blue star, I always wanted to see what if the big bad from the finale was put in a new game plus. I've seen it happen to main characters, side characters, and transmigrators, but what about the villains? Villains deserve love too. I understood absolutely nothing you've said, Master. I've been telling you to read some of the stuff they have on the blue star with me but you refuse. They make some good stuff in that dimension. Way better than anything we have over here. He happily chuckled. I suppose I can take a look. Underscore 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 un. Jing. Multiple familiar voices called out to her from atop of the steps. One of them even called her mom. I'm back. Tears flowed down Jing's eyes without her control. Updating system. Progress 1%. As the system is in the middle of updating, some functions may be unavailable during this time. Good luck, host. CaptainBoyHole. Sorry guys. I know this one is a little late, but I didn't start writing this chapter until last night. Author has been a lazy piece of shit for the past few weeks as all motivation was kind of sucked out of me to write anything recently. Now you all don't need to worry, I'll still be releasing chapters for this on Monday, Wed, and Friday like I've always been. It's just that I gotta pick up my shit and find the right mojo to write again. And for those worried about the immortal removing some of Leah's memories at the end there, he did not remove a majority of them. You'll see what he's removed in the upcoming chapters, so don't freak out until you actually see what he's removed. Besides that, we're getting back into the swing of things with the actual story again. I know I'll have to remind you all of the characters again because, to be honest, I've kind of forgotten some of them too. But don't worry. I think I got this. I missed you all. Jing was the only person left on the stairs. Everyone else either failed behind her or made it up top and passed. All of their eyes were on her while tears ran down her face. Unconsciously her feet started moving up the stairs, increasing their pace every second. Murmurs began to arise from the crowd. Took her long enough to get started moving. She was on that first step the entire time. I thought she would die of old age before she moved again. Damn it. Fine Dylan, take my money. I thought she would fail for sure for how long she was taking. He. Didn't you see how much focus the elders were giving her? You need to be more observant, man. She's going to become a big character. Just watch how many spirit stones I get betting on her throughout this tournament. As Jing glided up the large staircase without any issues, memories flashed across her mind. These memories didn't solidify until she saw all of their faces once more. Hu Tao, Wan Qing, Ying, Li Li, Ji, Runt, Bing, and Lei Ji. Out of all her lives, none of them became notable figures, and because she had no memory of them, she never got involved with any of them. Even during the last stretch of her lives, she didn't recognize them. I missed you all, Jing softly spoke. She realized that all of them had any potential future at all thanks to her. No wait, that's not true. It was only thanks to the system at all that their lives have changed for the better. Jing's effect on them was minimal if she thought about it. Their relationship with her was all built on the system. That was why she never got involved with them during her 10,000 lives as closely as she did in this life. It was all luck that they were her closest companions right now. Unlike the allies, she's made over several lifetimes. Their relationship wasn't built upon through their character but a give and take. Jing gave them enticing rewards that fed directly into the curse that every cultivator suffers from, endless greed. With their curse satiated, it invoked positive emotions within them to continue their relationship with Jing. Her personality wasn't any of their concern. But her overwhelming strength, cutthroat attitude, and boundless gifts hypnotized them into being close with her and each other. With her access to the system temporarily revoked because of the update, she was somewhat normal right now. However, there was not much of a difference now just because she couldn't use the system. In fact, with the knowledge and experience of all her lives weaving and mixing through her refined brain, Jing would say she didn't even need the system anymore. There were so many treasures littered throughout the evergreen continent that no one knew about right now, and much more that would reveal themselves in the future at certain times. But just because she doesn't need the system anymore, didn't mean that she wouldn't use it to its maximum efficiency. Jing hated being wasteful after all. You missed us. Bing repeated her words as if he had trouble comprehending them. Mom. Li Li flew into Jing's arms and rubbed himself on her. Jing gently petted him as she did miss him. What the hell took you so long? Hu Tao was conflicted. His instincts were telling him that this wasn't the same Jing he talked to before the test started. And that agitated him greatly. That smile, those tears, the way she carried herself. It was like she suddenly turned into an entirely different person. If he wasn't watching her the entire time, Hu Tao would be certain that this was a whole nother woman in front of him. And what the hell happened to you? He asked soon after. What do you mean what happened to her? She probably just went through some past traumatic experiences. Wan Qing was interested in knowing why it took her so long as well. No, she's different, Hu Tao didn't know how to explain it. What the hell are you talking about, idiot? Ying questioned. Jing looked no different in her eyes. Hu Tao is not wrong. Something about Jing is indeed different. Lei Ji smiled. Lei Ji has always been aware of Jing's unique and abnormal body compared to the other humans. It was rather impossible for him not to be with his auxiliary martial art, blind man can see. The technique improved all of his other senses by destroying his sense of sight. He could recognize people from their heartbeat, smell, sound, physical shape, etc. The Jing in front of him wasn't the same Jing that gave him this coat. The difference was minute and incredibly difficult to spot, but Lei Ji could tell. He was impressed that Tao was able to notice it as well. But he wasn't really surprised. Tao was known for doing incredible things. What he did want to know was how the boy figured out Jing was different. Was it just his instincts alone or a martial art that Lei wasn't aware of? Runt silently took a picture of Jing to figure out what everyone was talking about. This action did not escape Jing's notice. However, she did not try to avoid the picture because she knew exactly what she wanted to do at this moment. Jing calmly closed the distance between her and the others by walking forward. She was finally back in the real world. No longer would she have to go through life knowing that everything around her was nothing but a sequence of events being repeated over and over and over again. Everything that was to come in the future would mostly be a surprise. With the introduction of the system, this world has already changed very much compared to the world from the 10,000 lifetimes she went through. There was a deep fear in the smallest crevice of her heart that this world that she believed was real was also a fake. If she died with the system, would she just restart all over in the forest again? Jing's fear of death already waned itself out around life 800. But a fear of death was different from a fear of being trapped in a fake world for eternity. Unfortunately, it wasn't as if she could test this thought out. If it was real, she would have killed herself for no reason. If it was fake, then what could she do? As water extended from Jing's arms and pulled everyone in her group towards her, she realized that her only way of finding out would be to reach the final cultivation stage, one with all. Everyone was confused and completely embarrassed by the group hug that Jing forced them into in front of the entire sect. Did she not realize that this was an evil sect? The only hugging done here is done in the privacy of one's home between a man and a woman. Or a man and a man. Or a woman and a woman. But nothing like this. While Runt was being crushed in between Bing and Ying during the group hug, he was startled when he looked at the photo. In the photo, Jing was plastered with a gentle smile on her face that was quite different from all the other smiles he's seen her have. On both sides of her, heaven's angels were alongside her. Behind her were hundreds of faces that he didn't recognize at all. They were either smiling along with Jing or doing her own thing. He didn't understand anything at all. Who are you and where have you taken the love of my life? Hu Tao shouted as he tried escaping the hug. Lei Ji. Hu Tao. You both were right. I did change somewhat after facing my heart demons. Jing calmly said. I hope you all won't treat me too differently after you start noticing the differences. She gave a soft laugh. Can we be let go now? Ying's face was flushed red as the side of her face was forced against Bing's face. I'm never going to find a wife after this, Bing muttered sadly. What woman would like a man that has group hugs with his friends? I don't think you have to worry about something like that. Wanqing giggled, giving Ying a playful look. Ying glared at her to keep her mouth shut. Qing didn't mind the group hug, but she was certainly confused about it. Well, she did mind that she was next to the flailing Hu Tao, but since Jing was in front of her, it wasn't bad. The real question that she wanted to know was the hug for them or was it for Jing? Qing hoped that whatever she went through she could help her through it. Ow! Hu Tao, you just hit me. Quit acting like a kid. Ji shouted while covering her eye with her hand. This is quite an unusual scene, but I hope you all don't mind if I speak. The Supreme Commander directed his voice over to them. Laughter began to ring out after all the focus was brought on them. Everyone but Jing and Li Li was embarrassed. You can speak. Jing spoke up for the rest of them, but she didn't release them from her hug. 10,000 lives. She needed this. Only an idiot would be embarrassed to express their feelings in front of strangers. A harmless prank? Well then, for those that passed the first test, follow me as we move on to the second portion of the grand tournament. For those that have failed, I am disappointed in you. Continue training your mind, body, and soul if you wish to ever become someone great in this world. For the sake of our sect, I do hope you all heed my words. We aren't known as one of the big three sects because we produce trash. The Supreme Commander relayed to everyone. Shame and disappointment filled those that lost against their heart demons. The words of the Supreme Commander fell heavy on their shoulders, but at the same time, it didn't really help them understand how to conquer their heart demons. But this was only a small minority of the failed disciples. Most understood where the weakness in their hearts lied, and that was a lack of willpower. If they had the courage to face their heart demons head on and crush it into a pulp, they probably could have passed like the rest of their peers atop the stairs. Those that passed and those that failed all followed behind the Supreme Commander and the rest of the elders. The failures decided to continue to watch the rest of the grand tournament, while a few chose not to, so that they could train themselves to conquer their heart demons. They were taken deep inside the immortal forest, and along the way the disciples used this time to chat with one another. Heaven's angels were given a lot of attention because of their strange appearances and the fact that all of them passed together. You're fucking stupid if you don't think the next test is going to be a fight. Hu Tao insulted. As much as I hate agreeing with him, I think he's right this time. Ying added. What do you mean this time? I'm always fucking right. Hu Tao corrected her. Why do you think the next test isn't going to be a battle, Lei? Bing asked. He was curious about what gave him this feeling. We are being brought through the immortal forest. My thoughts would be that we're going to have to fight spirit beasts in a collection type test. All of us will be sent into the immortal forest to kill spirit beasts. Those who rank within a certain range of beast killed will move on to the final test, and then that's where we will challenge each other. Wanqing shared her thoughts. Yeah. What the bitch said. Hu Tao agreed that was most likely what the second test was going to be. Consider yourself lucky, the elders forbade us from harming one another before and after each test. Wanqing threatened. An invisible blade of wind sliced a small portion of Hu Tao's hair off as it sped through the trees. Hu Tao only teasingly grinned in response. Unknowingly, she just revealed the fact that no matter what he says, she wouldn't retaliate no matter what. Giving him complete and total freedom to mess with her until the start of the next test. As far as he could tell, they were nowhere near the location of the second test yet. Hee. That's right, isn't it? Hu Tao swaggered his way over to Wanqing and smirked at her. Quit looking at me with that annoying look on your face. She coldly remarked. Hu Tao and Wanqing were equal in height. Despite Wanqing's transformation, her height remained the same, leaving her usually taller than most men and always taller than other girls. She planned to ask Ying in private if there was some sort of cake that could reduce her height, but has yet to find the chance to do so. As Hu Tao was playfully grinning at Wanqing, he brazenly groped both of her breasts suddenly. No one in Heaven's Angel knew how to react when such a situation occurred in front of them. Hu Tao's hands squeezed and got a good feel of Wanqing's chest. He was quite impressed by what he felt from Wanqing's tits. They felt the same as the real deal. While Ji's fat tits were still better in his opinion, he didn't expect them to feel the exact same as regular tits. Ever since Qing's physical change, he's always been curious just about how much of a girl did she turn into. Usually, he didn't give a shit about other people, but how often do you see a guy turn into a chick? And now that he's felt her up, he was curious about what happened to her dick and balls. Did they change into a real pussy too? Could this freak turn give birth? You dare! Wan Qing's voice was laced with killing intent. Hu Tao's instincts were screaming at him to instantly retreat at full speed within the next second. It was the same as if a wave of pure unbridled murderous intent hit him at full force. His intuition told him that whatever Wan Qing was about to do to him was somehow unavoidable, but who would Hu Tao be if he listened to his instincts mindlessly? As soon as the killing intent hit him, he vanished directly behind a high-ranked elder. Wan Qing's giant fan that was ready to be swung forward paused. She hesitated because she knew if she unleashed everything she had, others would be caught up in the wind she releases. It would be her attacking the elders and other disciples unprovoked. Her brain quickly processed the available options she at the moment to hurt Hu Tao as much as possible. During this brief moment, Hu Tao loudly laughed at her from behind the elder while giving sexual gestures to infuriate her even more. My control over the wind isn't precise enough to control it in a way that only Hu Tao would be harmed. Unless I have a breakthrough in the control of my qi, it is impossible to hurt Hu Tao in any way that wouldn't be caught by the elders right now. By releasing my butterflies, I could probably hurt him, but the elders aren't stupid or blind. They'll realize that the butterflies are mine and I'm trying to use them to harm another disciple before the start of another test. There's also the chance that Hu Tao just kills them outright and I wouldn't be able to stop him. Wan Qing's mind ran through every available choice. Is it really impossible to pay him back for taking advantage of me? I refuse to accept this. My body was touched by that disgusting mutt and I'm unable to do anything about it. Wan Qing wanted to scream as she realized that her only choice was to hold in her humiliation and rage for now until it was time for the next test. If I was you, I would have killed him even if I would have been disqualified from the grand tournament. Ying told her. Someone please give me a reason to not listen to her. Qing had a hard time not agreeing with her. They don't usually announce the rewards of the grand tournament until the final test, but from what I've found, they are usually quite worth staying in for. Many of the top disciples that do well in the grand tournament often leave behind their peers afterward. Only very few disciples manage to find a way to catch up with the top disciples, and that's because they stumbled upon very rare treasures that put them head and shoulders over others. There is also the meeting of talents coming up soon, where many future powerful figures will come together to exchange pointers with one another and compete for rewards even better than the ones that will be given at the end of the grand tournament. Lei Ji tried his best to remedy the situation. If the two of them were children, then Lei would be more willing to forgive Hu Tao. He could just say that he didn't know any better, or he had a crush on Qing and messing with her is the only way he knows how to express himself, or it was a joke. But he was a grown man and she was a grown woman. Hu Tao understood what he was doing and there was no excuse that could be given for his behavior. Lei Ji really felt sorry for Ji for falling in love with such a man, but you can't control who you fall in love with. Lei only hoped that eventually her eyes would open and she would realize that she deserved someone better for her. It was hard to see what kind of happy future Hu Tao could give to her if this was how he acted when they were together now. Ji's reaction to the event was to silently promise to get even stronger than Hu Tao. The only way she could rein in his behavior was if she was stronger than the man himself. A task that she felt impossible to accomplish on her own. Her eyes wandered over to Jing and a small hope rose within her chest. Maybe Jing could find a way to help her get strong enough to keep her heart from crumbling while with this man. If not Jing, then she'll have to perform her absolute best in the remaining tests to get an elder to notice her. Is there something on your mind? Jing asked her after noticing her gaze. Nothing. Ji nervously exclaimed. It felt like she could see right through her. Are you sure? I believe having nothing on your mind after witnessing a scene like that is something. Jing told her. I mean yes. But no. I mean, Ji was totally embarrassed. She was making herself look so stupid in front of everyone. Just tell me what's on your mind. Jing smiled. I want to become stronger. I want to become strong enough to beat the hell out of Hu Tao whenever he does things that make me angry. If I was, he would think twice before messing with or talking about other women in front of me. She let her heart out. That's certainly an interesting reason. Jing was more than amused by her declaration and the genuine emotions flowing from her words. But stronger than the mutt, Jing went over to Ji and gazed at her body up and down, seemingly staring at her inside and out. Ji shivered as her body was being gawked at. It's going to be the most painful experience you'll ever go through. I'll give you one final chance to think over it some more. I'm willing to do anything. It didn't take her a single second to make up her mind. There wasn't a single speck of hesitation in her eyes. Very well. You have a lot to look forward to after this tournament. Jing laughed with such a tone that even the other angels couldn't help shivering in fear. And we're about to begin. Welcome to the second portion of the grand tournament. A high-ranked elder began speaking. In front of them stood an amazing stretch of land. Land that made most feel uneasy and hesitant to enter. The land seemed to hold not a single speck of life within it, but even with this, many of the disciples could tell that many dangerous creatures seemed to inhabit the ever-expansive lifeless plane. This was the endless plains of Yin. Many departed spirits have been said to be chained to these planes. If one was to die within the plane, their soul would never make it back to the reincarnation cycle, forcing them into wandering the infinite grassland until they were devoured by other ghosts or devoured others. A majority of cultivators on the continent went out of their way to avoid this place for good reason, as there is a frightening rumor that suggests that if one wanders into the endless plains without sufficient mental and soul protection, their very being could be possessed and taken over by a wandering spirit within the plains. This test will be very simple. All you have to do is go into the endless plains of Yin and bring back as many ghosts as you can. He explained. Everyone was obviously very apprehensive about this test. The information about the endless plains of Yin was being spread around those that passed and failed. No one wanted to step forward and be the first one to step out of the immortal forest. It was very clear where the endless plains begin and the immortal forest ended. The light brown grass sucked of all life marked an obvious contrast to the vibrant dark green grass from the immortal forest. But as you all are now, it would be no different from asking you to commit suicide if we sent you in as you are now. The elder suddenly added. So, take these amulets with you before stepping in. Another elder used his storage ring to release a sizable mound of identical amulets. They floated in the air due to the elder using his chi. All of the amulets held a silver chain that allowed one to hang from their body. The amulets themselves were wrapped in several talismans that completely hid whatever was being wrapped by the amulets. There was a perfect number of amulets for every disciple that passed. However, those that had spirit beasts were forced to part with their beasts as there weren't enough amulets to spare for them. This included Lei Ji, who had to put his spirit beasts inside golden beads from the capture spell made specifically for spirit beasts. He was hesitant to put Xiang inside the golden bead because he wasn't sure if he was even a spirit beast. But he tried it anyway and it failed. So, now he was at a loss at what to do. He didn't want the little guy to get possessed or attacked, but then he thought about the little fella's special ability. Could it be possible for him to even make ghosts happy? Would a happy ghost still plan to do evil, or would they pass on to their next life? What's up, Lei? Bing walked over to him. I don't know what I should do with Xiang. He isn't a spirit beast, so he can't go inside the capture spell, and I'm not sure if he can handle ghosts. Why not put him in your storage ring? Ying suggested, coming from behind Bing. Storage ring? Bing questioned. Worth a shot, right? Ying shrugged. I'll try it after I see if he can handle ghosts. He gets lonely easily. I don't want to leave him in there for too long. Lei voiced his concerns. Aren't ghosts afraid of Yang energy? Why don't we just stick together, and if we meet up with any ghosts, Ying can just make some fire. Bing shared his idea. If we stick together, how are we supposed to catch ghosts? If you haven't forgotten, Bing, this is a competition. Remember? We're not supposed to help each other. Ying reminded him. No one has to know. It isn't like the elder said helping each other wasn't allowed. Bing kept his voice low to keep the elders from hearing. Plus, if we stick together, the easier it'll be to capture any ghosts we encounter and pass this test. I'm willing to follow Bing's plan. We'll be safer in numbers and less likely to run into trouble or be bullied by others if we're all together. Lei Ji nodded in agreement. What about those two? Runt pointed to Wan Qing and Hu Tao. Qing glaring at Hu Tao with enough killing intent that one could faintly see the image of a giant butterfly hovering above her. They'll catch up to us after fighting. Ying waved off his concern. Both Hu Tao and Wan Qing were great trackers. Hu Tao with his cloud will be able to spot us from above and easily catch up to us while we're walking. Wan Qing's butterflies could share anything they see or sense with her and could travel great distances. She also can fly with her giant fans, so they weren't worried about her being left behind either. Sounds like we have a plan then. Ji smiled. I'll be traveling for a little while. After I'm finished with my business, I'll rejoin with you all. Jing added. Business? Ying asked. There are many powerful treasures inside the endless plains. I'd like to explore and find some. She answered. There are. Bing questioned. Danger and opportunity always follow one another. Special places like this where few people are willing to explore always hold great treasure. Jing explained. So would it be better if we separated then? Runt asked. I wouldn't say that. You never know what you could encounter inside a place like this. Sometimes having an extra person or two could be the key to getting away with your life. Jing didn't want to mislead them. I believe we should stick together. Only if things get really bad should we split up on our own. Lei Ji said. I'm fine with that. Bing spoke up. Let's get moving then. Ying was ready. I'll be fine inside the plains, right, Mom? Li Li asked. He didn't want to be left behind. Yep. You'll be fine. Jing soothed his worries. It was because of him and his martial arts that Jing was 100% confident in passing this test. Li Li had two martial arts that Jing believed would bring his power to an entirely new level after this test. Gluttonous Spirit, his cultivation martial art, and Ghost King's Chilling Breath, his auxiliary martial art. Gluttonous Spirit gave Li Li the ability to see the world of the dead even while he's alive and devour souls and spirits alike. Swallowing souls and spirits strengthen his own soul. As of now, neither Li Li nor Jing knows if there is a limit to the number of souls he can consume. However, they do know that there are limits to how he can eat a soul. Li Li cannot eat the souls of any living being. Li Li can't swallow the souls of any uninjured spirits. And Li Li cannot eat any souls with strong yang qi unless he wanted to injure his own soul. All of these were found out through Li Li's own testing and shared with Jing. Ghost King's Chilling Breath was similar to Gluttonous Spirit, but instead of strengthening his soul directly, this martial art helped him improve his soul control. This auxiliary art gave Li Li the ability to summon, command, store, lead, sacrifice, strengthen, and control souls and spirits. It was because of this skill that Li Li understands so much about souls in the first place. He learned that beings that die with strong emotions are stronger than those that die without them as souls. Now ghosts were another subject that Li Li wasn't too sure about. From what it sounds like to him, ghosts are just souls that kept their original personality or souls that want to steal the lives of others. He was excited to find out about the ghosts inside the endless plains of Yin. How are we supposed to capture a ghost? A disciple asked. The amulets are built with more than just protection for you from getting your bodies stolen. If you encounter a ghost with the amulet on, you will be able to fight against it using your martial arts. But please understand that if your amulet somehow gets damaged or you lose it, consider yourself dead. You only have one life. Don't throw it away by being careless. He warned. Elder Li. You still didn't tell us how to capture ghosts, someone pointed out. All he did was tell them that they can fight against ghosts and don't lose the amulet. Ahem. He coughed, somewhat embarrassed. Sorry about that. Slipped the mind. Anyway, just place your amulet on the ghost's body when it's weakened and you should be able to capture it within your amulet. He soon explained. Now that the instructions are out of the way, you may all begin and walk inside. You have 3 days to capture as many ghosts as you can and escape the endless plains before the second test is over. Elder Li sent them off, but no one stepped forward. Jing was the first to step forward with Li Li perched on her shoulder. Lei Ji, Bing, Ying, Runt and Ji followed behind her. Wanqing and Hu Tao stayed behind as they had unfinished business. They were the last two to enter inside the endless plains of Yin. Once they stepped into the realm where Yin Qi reigns supreme, Wanqing immediately chased after the fleeing Hu Tao. He laughed as if he was playing a very fun game of tag and not being chased after by a young lady who wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. The endless plains of Yin. The insides of the endless plains of Yin were vastly different from what they saw outside it. After passing over the divide between Immortal Forest and the endless plains, the Golden Serpent sect disciples felt as if they stepped into an entirely new world. The infinite plain was nothing but an illusion, as the place they walked into was nothing like what they saw before. It was an incredibly frightening and confusing experience for most of the disciples. This place hasn't changed at all, Jing thought to herself. Unlike in some of her previous lives, this time Jing was not as helpless and vulnerable. This is definitely not the same place we were looking at, Bing muttered as he felt his body freezing up. I've heard rumors but I never knew anything about this. Lei Ji spoke in surprise. He too felt chills. This cold is annoying. Ying frowned as she ignited her hair into a flowing wave of orange flames. Unconsciously, everyone but Jing and Li Li got near her for warmth. Her flames were more than warm enough to offset the bone-chilling coldness. As they stood huddled up together, they began to inspect their surroundings more closely. Instead of walking into a grand plain filled with nothing but dead grass, they were now inside a forest that somewhat resembled the Immortal Forest. Gigantic strangely shaped trees reminded some of huge versions of wild animals or humans. Resembling anything but actual trees. There were very few plants from the little they could see in this place. As of now, nothing but blue grass could be seen. A lack of plants wasn't the only thing that the group of disciples noticed. They also noticed no sounds of insects or any animals at all. Could this place be inhabited only by ghosts? It was nearly pitch black with a deep white fog covering most of the forest. Only the light radiating from the great blue moon in the sky allowed them to see anything at all. This moon was far bigger than the sun and moon from outside the endless plains. It made more than a few disciples uneasy, like it was suddenly going to fall and crush them all. I won't let you get away. Qing shouted. As she and Hu Tao suddenly passed through the divide between this place and the outside. Hu Tao had a grin on his face as he quickly analyzed his new surroundings while fleeing from Qing. His eyes took in as much as it could in seconds, leading Wanqing deeper into the endless plains. Well, they're dead. A disciple commented. Good. I hated that Hu Tao guy anyway. Wouldn't it be bad if a ghost took over his body though and returned to the sect? Let's just hope he dies without getting possessed. More and more disciples began to curse Hu Tao behind his back. No one from Heaven's angels stood up in defense for him. It wasn't as if they could anyway, but a majority just didn't want to. Ying disliked him greatly and was more than happy to curse him in his face and behind his back. Bing and Lei Ji weren't the types to talk badly about people in front of them or behind their backs, so they kept quiet. Runt hoped that Hu Tao didn't run into trouble but didn't share his thoughts with the others. Ji knew that he'd be fine. Should we go after them? Runt asked. They'll be fine. Let's go capture some ghosts and get out of this place. Ying decided. This place was giving her the creeps. It felt like she was being stared at by multiple people, but she could only see the other disciples. Be safe, everyone. Try not to lose your amulets, and if something does happen to it, just message me. Jing told the rest as she walked off into the fog with Li Li. Do you think we're burdens for Jing? Ying suddenly asked the group as they started walking too. Burdens? Bing was confused about how she came to this question. It just seems like whenever we're in a situation like this, Jing is always off by herself. Ying shared. Oh, that is true, Lei agreed with her. Just like in the Treasured Plains. Jing was doing her own thing while we were together. I want to know why she doesn't just travel with us. Ying brought up. Isn't Jing really strong? Could it be that she has people targeting her and she doesn't want you all to get involved? Ji brought her thoughts forward. What people? Bing asked. Just earlier I saw a group of people following behind Jing from a distance after she walked off. Ji revealed to the rest. Jing is shy at times. Ying had no trouble in agreeing with Ji with how human Jing has been acting recently. Are you suggesting that Jing might be taking on a heavier burden by herself to keep us safe because we aren't strong enough? Lei asked. Yet. I don't know why else she would always split away from you guys, if not. Ji believed in her guess. What if she had a secret that she didn't want to share with us? Bing suddenly brought up with a wild look in his eyes. And what kind of secret is that? Ying asked while rolling her eyes. They already knew that Jing was capable of the various impossible and unbelievable things. While Ji and Runt were still relatively new to Heaven's Angels, they still knew that Jing was a freak. There wasn't much that those from Heaven's Angels felt could surprise them regarding Jing. She's just shown and done so much already. She could tell them that she came from the stars, was born from the drop of an immortal's blood, was crafted by a divine figure to bring change to the world, and they still wouldn't be too surprised. It was Jing after all. A woman that could reform from a pool of blood. A woman that could take on an earthly immortal and survive to tell the tale. A woman that held so much power but still was capable of treating others with kindness and respect. Now that I think about it, I don't know, Bing scratched the back of his head shyly. Lei Ji gave a small laugh as Bing quickly realized the same thing that the rest of them did. Any secret of Jing would not surprise them, no matter how outlandish or ridiculous it seemed. How are we supposed to find these ghosts that we're supposed to catch? Runt asked the group. That is a good question, Lei Ji commented. Runt looked over to him expecting an answer only to receive a kind smile and a helpless shrug from the blind man. Before this test, I didn't even believe in ghosts. So, I don't really know. Bing said. Don't ghosts prey on the weak and helpless? Ji remembered some stories from her childhood. With us grouped up together around Ying's flames, we are probably anything but weak and helpless. Bing realized. TCH. Does this mean that all ghosts are cowards? Ying clicked her tongue. Well, they can probably only possess one person. It doesn't make much sense to chase after a group to try and take over one person because they'll most likely be exposed even after taking over the body. Bing tried to reason. Does this mean we have to split up? Run suggested again. Let's keep looking around for now. We still have 3 days left. Ying decided. I agree. It's too early to make any decisions. We still don't have any proof of anything we're saying at all. These ghosts could be different from the ghosts that we were told in stories. Lei nodded. So this is a ghost? Li Li exclaimed. As soon as his mom walked off, it didn't take long for a ghost to target him. Because he wasn't wearing the amulet his mom was wearing, he guessed that was why the ghost came after him. Li Li had the spirit captured by the throat as he shook it around before trying to show it to his mom. Its upper half was human while its lower half was a long tail. So I can't see ghosts even with my refinement, Jing noticed. Coating her eyes in chi didn't work either, but there were other methods she could use to see them that she gained from other lives. Release me, foul bird. I'll eviscerate you and then cook you up into a fat chicken. The spirit threatened. Its word even reaching Jing's ears. Crush him into pieces and then blow his remains into my eyes. Jing instructed. Insulting my mom. You were asking for death. Li Li told him. Li Li threw him into the air before tearing him to pieces with his talons. His talons seemingly disappeared briefly before ghostly pieces floating in the air. The cursing spirit wasn't even able to scream as he was reduced to something even lower than a ghost. Using his chi, Li controlled the separated pieces into flowing into both of his mom's eyes as she asked. Jing frowned as her eyes were irritated by the intake of the ghost. She rubbed at them until all of its spiritual essence was absorbed by her eyes. Considering it was just a wandering spirit, she wasn't expecting much out of it, but it was a start to helping her accomplish a certain goal. After her eyes fully absorbed the spirit, Jing could now see a small part of the other world before she even reached Mortality Ascension Realm. "Are you okay, Mom?" Li asked, worried that he did something wrong. "Yeah. I'm fine." Jing took a look at Li and was slightly startled by the sight of him. On the look for a treasure. Looking at Li with her eyes sprinkled with a faint amount of spiritual essence, she could somewhat see him as a blurry humanoid figure. This gave her quite the shock because spirit beasts didn't have their souls look human until they've reached the earthly immortal realm and could transform into humans. But just transforming into a human wasn't enough to gain a soul that looked human. They also needed to stay human for several decades or even centuries before their souls started to resemble a human's soul. Jing didn't know exactly what to think of this, seeing Li's soul similar to a human's while he's only at the chi consolidation stage. While there were several possibilities flowing through her mind, she couldn't conclusively decide anything. Li's birth was unusual in itself compared to the millions of spirit beasts she's seen over 10,000 lives. Including the things that quickly happened after his birth, it was easy to see how easily Li differed from other spirit beasts. It was impossible for Jing to know if being born from an egg made by the system did anything to Li. Especially since it was updating right now and mostly unusable. But being made from the system wasn't the only unnatural thing about Li. Jing refined him into the ultimate being, gave him martial arts suited for his species, and had him learn techniques that only beings near the chi transformation stage and above should learn. "Do I look different?" Li innocently asked. Li didn't know what blowing that stuff into his mom's eyes did. "Yeah, just a little bit." Jing gave a small smile. She had a feeling she already knew what his soul looked like in its completed form. "What do I look like?" he soon asked after, curious to know what he looked like in his mom's eyes. "Like my adorable son, of course." Jing brought him into her chest and hugged him. Her eyes briefly glanced behind her with a playful look in them as she began walking forward. From her waist, a canteen slowly uncapped itself as water began spilling behind her. This sudden display of playful affection surprised Li, but he didn't reject it. It did make him feel a bit embarrassed though. But since no one was around, he figured it wouldn't be bad to let himself indulge in being treated like this. Jing didn't hold back in showering Li with her love while they were alone. The sound of a young bird loudly laughing and a young girl making indiscernible noises inside the terrifying forest filled with ghosts and a dense fog caused many of those that heard it to slow their pace and be on their guard. As the normal person doesn't know what a laughing bird sounds like, it was easy to imagine that when hearing it, they wouldn't imagine it being a laughing bird but something more sinister and creepier. Which is exactly what Lu Jiaru, Huye, and Bulet Yi did. As they were secretly following behind the sect's latest prodigy, they stopped dead in their tracks once they heard these strange noises. Lu Jiaru immediately pulled out his sword. Huya and Bulet Yi soon did the same after watching Lu. They used every sense available to them to prepare themselves for whatever threat was heading near them. The threat of evil ghosts frightened them down to their bones. Ghosts were creatures of bedtime stories after all. To scare bad children into listening to adults. It was only now that a majority of the disciples realized that ghosts were actually real. "Keep an eye out. We can't let her get too far from us or we'll lose her in the fog," Lu ordered. "TCH, giving me orders? Are you looking for an early death, Lu?" Huya threatened, turning his body towards Lu. "I'd love to kill you where you stand, Huya, but I have more important things to focus on right now. If you plan to stand in my way, I won't hold back." Liu's left eye was glowing with a blue light. "You're lucky my master is also interested in killing this girl. Don't think that just because you've reached another level with that damned eye that you are stronger than me. I too had a breakthrough after dealing with my heart demons." Huya reminded. "Didn't ask." Lu led the way forward while keeping his eye on a strange medallion in his hand. The trio of unlikely allies continued to pursue their objective of putting an end to the sect's latest genius. They followed her for several minutes until they suddenly came across a cave opening. Liu's spirit tool was telling him that she was inside. For a brief moment, he considered the possibility that they were somehow discovered and she was leading them into a trap. But how would that be possible? Unless the information given by his master wasn't entirely accurate. "What are you scared of, a little dark cave?" Huya mocked as his back was turned towards the cave. "No one knows much of anything regarding the girl. It is possible that she has martial arts capable of sensing us." Lu ignored Huya before he felt a sharp pain coming from his left eye. "Move!" he shouted as a sense of danger filled his entire body. In the exact instant that he warned everyone to move, 3 tendrils of water attempted to pierce through the 3 of them. As both Huya and Bulet Yi understood the power of Lu Jiaru's left eye, they didn't hesitate to listen to him. Thanks to that trust in his eye, they were able to avoid being mortally wounded by this sudden attack. The three of them immediately pulled out their weapons once more and readied themselves to face this hidden threat. The water tendrils began to flow into each other before slowly shaping up into a humanoid figure. It didn't completely transform into a person but water in the shape of a human. This water being soon created a padao in its hands as it stared at the three would-be assassins. A mouth began to form on its face as the two sides stood off against each other. I'm surprised that you all were able to dodge that. It was the perfect ambush. You wouldn't mind telling me just how you knew the attack was coming, would you? The watery figure looked at Liu Jiaru. Who are you? Blood began leaking from Liu's left eye as he readied himself for battle. He understood just how powerful his eye was. Considering that trying to use it twice on this thing was already bringing him to his limit, Liu realized that this was an opponent he couldn't face as he was now. Even after bringing his eye of N to the next level, it still strained him to use it against this thing. Just who was this person? No one special. It giggled, noticing the blood leaking from Liu's left eye. Is it possible, Liu? Huya asked. He understood very quickly that this was a strong opponent after seeing Liu's current state. Flee. Liu Jiaru answered in a different way. Liu Jiaru, Huya, and Bulet and Yi instantly split off into three different directions. The water clone was quite amused by the sight of this and intrigued. It had a feeling it knew exactly what that eye was and how those three knew that it was best for them to retreat instead of facing it head-on. If it truly was the eye that it was thinking of, then it absolutely couldn't let this boy leave its sights. The clone sped after Liu. Liu felt another spike of pain from his left eye as he forced himself to dash to the left while running through the haunted forest. Doing this allowed him to narrowly avoid the lengthened padao from piercing through his back. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for the gigantic tree that would take millions of stabs from his sword before being pierced like that. He saw as the weapon made of water easily slid through the thick tree trunk. Liu Jiaru soon realized that it was impossible for him to escape unless he used everything he had. The distance between him and the water person wasn't increasing but slowly decreasing. They were catching up to him and it would only be a matter of seconds before they reach him. His eye could probably only save him one or two more times before forcing itself into hibernation to heal from the damages it suffered so far. He still had a genius to kill along with capturing several ghosts. Having his eye go into hibernation would put his life in risk and possibly cause him to fail this challenge. Forced into a corner like a wild animal, Liu Jiaru had no choice but to use a teleportation talisman and escape. His left eye felt like it was being crushed as he was teleporting away, but along with that pain from his eye, he felt another source of pain. As if someone stabbed him in his stomach before he got away. As Liu Jiaru arrived in a random part of the endless plains of Yin, he felt movement coming from his slightly stabbed stomach. A perfectly clear drop of water fell from his stomach as his left eye began crying tears of blood. However, Liu could feel no pain this time. He didn't understand what was happening. More and more bloody tears began to fall from his face. You almost got away from me. That was close, holder of the Eye of End. The water droplet from before began to shape itself into a human figure. Its hand pierced through his chest and gently grabbed onto his beating heart. Despair filled Liu Jiaru's soul. What kind of inhuman monster did he run into? Even with the power of future sight, it couldn't stand against a being of absolute power. How unfair! His heart was crushed to a pulp before the body fell to the ground. The water clone carefully reached into the eye socket of the corpse and pulled out the entire left eye. As the clone was walking away, it began to think about who would this eye work best with. Hu Tao already has incredible instincts. Qing has her butterflies. Lei Ji's martial arts would make this eye useless. Leaving only Ying and Bing left as the remaining two choices. Bing doesn't seem like the type to want a gift like this, while Ying would accept an additional boost to her own strength. But Bing's personality would work best with an eye like this. Jing's water clone spoke as it headed off into the endless fog in search of more treasures. Wanqing vs Hu Tao Part 2. I guess ya got me cornered. Hu Tao laughed. He managed to flee deep inside the foggy-ass forest and somehow found himself at an abandoned temple with the sissy here along with him. Now, he wasn't running because he was scared of the sissy. Hu Tao just wanted to find the perfect place for them to go all out, as it's been a while since he's been able to have some fun. While Jing might not like that he's going to do this with the sissy when he has a bunch of others he could play with during this test, it wasn't like she told him he couldn't either. Jing saw the look in the sissy's eyes and knew that she would do everything she could to pay him back. Especially when she released all that killing intent. So, another way of looking at this situation was Jing silently giving her approval of Hu Tao wanting a good fight with Qing. At least, in Hu Tao's mind, that's how it played out. Hu Tao was pretty damn interested in seeing how powerful the sissy's become after her transformation. It was just a coincidence that she found herself the lucky person he chose to have some fun with. The sissy was also pretty easy to mess with. Ying would have been an easy choice too, but she was still too weak. Qing was the only one besides Jing to be near him in power. He had a feeling that she was even stronger now. How much stronger? That's what he plans to find out in a few moments. Are you ready to die? She calmly asked. Wan Qing already knew that he was leading her somewhere specific. She didn't understand why it had to be this disgusting place that looked like some sort of ancient tomb. But regardless, she would pay Hu Tao back for taking advantage of her like that. The location of where it happens didn't matter much to her. Do you know how many times I've heard that line before? Hu Tao picked some earwax out of his ear with his pinky. It doesn't matter how many times you heard that before. As it is my first and only time saying it to you. Butterflies began flying from her giant fan. Oh, you're going all out already. Hu Tao smiled an annoying smile that pricked Qing's nerves. Butterflies by the dozens then hundreds flew from out of her giant fan, but there was no noticeable size decrease in the weapon despite all of the butterflies flying from the fan. Each individual insect slowly changed into a different color once they left the fan. Soon fluttering colors that Hu Tao has never even seen before began to surround him and the entire room they were in. He felt no chi being leaked from the bugs but didn't underestimate them. All of heaven's angels have sparred or trained with one another in Ying's void world. Every one of them had some idea of the techniques and capabilities of the other members. But no one would say that they knew everything. Not even Jing could confidently say such a thing. As it wasn't as if she kept an eye on every member of heaven's angels at all times. So, while Hu Tao knew that Qing's butterflies could do certain things, he wasn't aware if that was everything they could do. The same went for Qing. She had knowledge of some of Hu Tao's abilities including his chain, cloning, pocket dimension, and etc. This battle would bring out everything into the open between the two of them as Wan Qing wasn't going to hold back. She had her own pride as a woman and cultivator to consider. Hu Tao would hold back until he was forced to give it his all. He was planning to just have some fun after all. Hu Tao grinned as two red clones formed from out of his shadow. They clawed their way out of the shadow and then jumped up to the surface, standing on each side of Hu Tao. Four eyes that resembled Hu Tao's playfully looked at Wan Qing. The shadow chains covering their body like Hu Tao's flew from their bodies and madly waved in the air, taking swatting Qing's butterflies from around them. Humph! If you play around, you won't even know how you died. Wan Qing warned, knowing his clones were weaker than him. Haha, do it if you can. Hu Tao encouraged her as his clones dashed toward her. Their chains took out as many butterflies as they could. Their small size did little to affect the accuracy of the chains. Hu Tao had perfect control over his chains, which was also shared with his clones. However, his clones' chains couldn't endlessly extend like his, nor could they grow the size of the ball at the end of the chain. There were many differences between Hu Tao and his clones, but a majority of them weren't negative. The biggest differences were the power difference. One was a being of flesh and blood while the other was made completely of qi, and they needed to be within a certain distance of Hu Tao to stay up. Wan Qing mentally ordered the butterflies into releasing their spores. The hundreds of insects began slowly flapping their wings towards the clones. An uncountable number of minuscule colorful flying dots released from their wings. Dodging wasn't an option and neither was destroying them. Hu Tao and his clones were covered in the spores without any way to evade them. An annoying smile was on his face, but a smirk of her own also appeared. Just as she smiled, the smirk on Hu Tao's face quickly vanished when the effects of the spores kicked in. They were draining his qi. The clones were helpless to resist as patting their bodies down to get rid of the spores didn't work. Hu Tao briefly used his qi to coat underneath his skin and blow away the spores on his body and clothes. This solution, as small as it might have been due to the continuous spores still being released by the butterflies, allowed him to get the chance to retreat into another room of the tomb. He used his metal ball attached to his chains to break the wall as he fell back into another room without hundreds of butterflies. The butterflies took no time in flying over while releasing spores behind them. During this time, the two clones of Hu Tao have now turned into two blue glowing mushrooms on the ground. As Wan Qing was making her way over to Hu Tao, she didn't forget to grab the two mushrooms before taking a bite of one. None of this escaped Hu Tao's attention. After taking a small bite of the strange mushroom, Hu Tao felt an explosion of qi from Qing's body and a shit-eating grin on the sissy's face once they made eye contact. It didn't take a genius to realize what happened. Those spores from the butterflies drained the qi of anyone they hit until it was enough to grow one of those mushrooms. Then once the mushroom was grown with the qi of whoever the spore hit, they would give a boost in power to whoever took a bite of the mushroom. That sissy fuck just grew stronger by taking his own qi, and she still had another mushroom to eat. This might be more fun than I thought it would be. Hu Tao admitted with a smile. Hu Tao got on all fours. His body began to move in a strange way. Like it was somewhat blurry, but he was still standing still. Wan Qing didn't know what to make of this until it hit her. She used her fan to block his sudden kick. Using her senses that were shared with her butterflies, she realized that he made clones again. These clones were different from the ones from before, as they seemed no weaker than Hu Tao himself. She couldn't let him take control of the battle or she would fall into his pace. Wan Qing was aggressively attacked by Hu Tao, who also realized a weakness of hers. Wan Qing was shit at close combat. Hu Tao fought wildly in a vicious manner without giving Wan Qing the chance to breathe. He used his claws, chains, legs, and even teeth. Instead of a martial artist, it would be more accurate to call him a wild beast in the form of a human with the way he's fighting. Calling Wan Qing bad at close combat wouldn't be a completely correct assessment. It was more of the fact that Hu Tao was unbelievably talented at this range of fighting. His focus was on close-ranged fighting, while Wan Qing's was more focused on mid-range and long-range fighting. But this did not mean she was completely hopeless if an opponent got up in her face. The fact that she still hasn't suffered any crucial attacks from Hu Tao even after several seconds of them fighting meant quite a lot. Blood did spill between the two of them. This blood of theirs slowly dripped towards the black coffin layered in dust without any of their knowledge. The black coffin greedily sucked up the blood of two powerful cultivators. It seemed that this place randomly chosen by Hu Tao is the resting tomb of an ancient being. An ancient being that seemingly needs the blood of living humans for some purpose. Gahahaha. Come on. Give me all you got. Hu Tao madly laughed, continuing his assault on Wan Qing. Tch. You annoying mutt. I won't fall in your pace. Wan Qing took another bite of the blue mushroom and her power rose even more. A giant butterfly formed from her chi appeared behind her and it flapped its wings once, sending Hu Tao flying away even after manipulating his chains into stabbing into the ground to stop himself from being sent airborne. The spiritual butterfly was far larger than Qing and silently flew behind her. She soon called back all of the butterflies before they could be wiped out by Hu Tao's clones and prepared herself to punish this annoying fool. Wan Qing wouldn't let him get that close again without suffering dearly for it. Hu Tao vs Wan Qing continued. Did I scare ye? Hu Tao laughed as three clones appeared next to him mimicking his exact movements. Unlike the clones that came out of his shadow from earlier, these were different types of clones. They were speed clones. Clones that were just as tangible and powerful as Hu Tao himself. Because it was Hu Tao, just a Hu Tao that was able to move so fast that he was able to be in more than two places at once. This technique was a part of his movement art that was gifted to him by Jing. The wolf pack hunts together. It brought to life the movements of a wolf pack in a single martial artist. You should be the one scared. At this distance, I am invincible. Qing confidently declared. And they call me arrogant. Wahahaha. In the midst of his laughing, he suddenly vanished. Heading straight for Wan Qing without giving any indication he was going to attack beforehand. Qing scoffed in response to this. She simply swung her fan without holding anything back. Infusing most of her chi into her fan, bringing its power to even greater heights than usual. The giant butterfly behind her flapped its wings once to aid her. Have you always been this fucking powerful? Hu Tao shouted as he was blasted out of the building by an unstoppable gust of wind. The ancient tomb itself began to break down and collect around Qing's wind blast before it started spiraling into the air. Branches from the gigantic trees, rocks, fog, and more debris from the tomb were swallowed up by the typhoon controlled by Qing. It grew larger and wider as Wan Qing finished eating one of the two mushrooms from before, allowing her to increase the size of the tornado even more. After crashing through several branches and smashing his back against a thick-ass tree trunk, Hu Tao got a good damn look at the insane bitch he was fighting. That cyclone was reaching the same heights as the creepy-ass trees. Meaning that it was just as fucking tall as a damn mountain. This ghost forest didn't seem to stand a chance against it as it tore its way through without giving a shit. This bitch has been holding out on me. Hu Tao couldn't be happier to see such a thing. The chains wrapped around his body began to float seemingly on their own as they began to unwrap themselves from Hu Tao. His chains littered the ground around him while the ball end of the chain floated behind his back. He got on all fours like a wolf as he brought his body to its limit. 5 identical speed clones appeared on the left and right of him. Let's see how fun you really are. The wolf pack howled as they sped through the forest together. Weaving through the trees, leaping over branches, jumping from tree to tree, the wolves could see their prey inside the center of the tornado as it ravaged the lands. She flew along on top of her fan while searching the lands below. Hu Tao knew that jumping in the middle of that destructive whirlwind was the same as committing suicide. Just by looking at the destroyed path behind it was enough to tell him of its strength. It even uprooted some of the trees. Looking at the big-ass typhoon did give him an idea though. Hu Tao erased his speed clones before surging his chi into his chain. He sent his chain coiling and twisting into the air. The endless chain continued to swirl and wind far into the sky until it matched Qing's tornado in size and shape. It didn't have the same suction power as hers, but its power was definitely superior. Hu Tao's chains were unbreakable while Wan Qing's wind was fueled solely by her chi, control over her chi, and the butterflies. As Hu Tao's cyclone of chains neared Wan Qing's everlasting hurricane, the two began to contest in power. Neither side seemed to have the advantage in power as it went back and forth with each of them. Hu Tao's cyclone of chain could not increase its strength while Wan Qing's everlasting hurricane could do so by sucking up more and more of the nearby surroundings. But just because it wasn't capable of growing stronger didn't mean it was any lesser. This was because the chains were tearing through everything sucked up by Qing's tornado, but to respond to this, it just sucked up more of the surroundings. Eventually, the stalemate could not continue for that much longer. In about a single minute, both fighters changed their strategy up. The cyclone of chains released a single chain that pierced its way into Wan Qing's typhoon. It sped straight towards Wanqing herself to put an end to this battle. Wanqing stood up on her fan and laughed as the chain speared its way through her chest. I win. She spoke with a hole through her torso and blood leaking from the corner of her lips. What the hell are you saying? Hu Tao questioned. All of the junk gathered from the sissy's technique began falling and crashing around Hu Tao. Wanqing was also a part of the things falling from the sky. Hu Tao walked over to her about to be corpse and something was bothering him about it. She was still smiling. He knew she wasn't the type to smile if she lost. What was going on? Die. Wanqing softly said. Hu Tao instincts went into overdrive as he felt something approaching him. Something dangerous. Something he couldn't see. Momentarily, he tapped into the powers residing within his chain. Becoming a being of lightning and thunder for only one moment. That one moment was all he needed to realize that he's been inside an illusion, the entire time. Hu Tao reawakened back at the ancient tomb before narrowly dodging Wanqing's wind blade sent from her fan. He leaped up to the ceiling of the room and took in the condition of his own body. Blood leaked from several tiny cuts on his body while most of his chi has been drained. Near Wanqing were several small blue mushrooms as she sneered at him. A fucking illusion. I thought you gave that shit up. Hu Tao was pissed. Pissed at the sissy but mostly himself for getting caught in the first place. I don't like to use it unless it's necessary. She responded. Don't think that shit will work on me again. He smiled a bloody grin. We'll see. Wanqing took a bite of a mushroom as she suddenly split into multiple copies. There was no discernible difference between any of them from what Hu Tao could see. But sight wasn't the only sense he could rely on in a fight. His nose sniffed, ears twitched, and chi surged. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly remembered. In front of overwhelming strength, what can little tricks do? In his transformed state, he was invincible. Hu Tao stood from the ceiling of the room and laughed as he suddenly clapped his hands. From this clap, a powerful shockwave emitted from the chi gathered in his hands. Cracks spread on the ground across the room as the shockwave headed towards every part of it. Wanqing's butterflies exploded when coming in contact with this shockwave. She wasn't expecting such strength to remain from him after being drained for so long by her butterflies. Qing Tu was knocked into the wall from the shockwave and just as she was about to recover, Hu Tao appeared in front of her with a grin with his fist pulled back. TCH. She clicked her tongue, annoyed. Just barely being able to put her fan in front of her face to block the blow, she was sent flying through the wall back into the room with the coffin. Despite blocking the attack, she was still heavily injured by it. Her arms were slightly numb with electricity racing up and down her body. She was annoyed and upset that he still had so much power left. But she wasn't giving up just because of this. These taste pretty fucking good. Hu Tao casually walked into the room eating some of the blue mushrooms from the other room. Seeing this, Wanqing knew that she had to use all of her power or else she'll never pay back the humiliation she was given. She too began downing blue mushrooms from her storage ring. The two of them suddenly broke away from their life or death battle and just started eating mushrooms. Their chi rapidly increased and grew to heights that they would never reach naturally at their current cultivation realm. During their brief bout to see who could eat mushrooms faster, the blood leaking from their body continued to flow into the black coffin. It was as if the coffin was sucking the blood towards itself once it reached the ground. This escaped the notice of both Wanqing and Hu Tao as they had more important things to worry about. Soon my revival shall be complete. A voice spoke to no one in particular. He succeeded. Wanqing used all of the additional chi she received from the blue mushrooms to also reach a state similar to what Hu Tao has undertaken. The atmosphere in the room began to change after downing all the mushrooms. Qing silently began to dance as butterflies flew from out of her fan. Her eyes were closed and her face seemed to be concentrated solely on this beautiful dance. Hu Tao stood by and watched. Interested in what the hell she was planning to show him now. Did she really think she stood a chance against him now? In this form of his? At his full power? Ha! If she really was capable of pulling something out like that, then maybe she could become his new sparring partner. Excitedly watching Wanqing's mystical dance in hopes that her power comes close to his, Hu Tao could actually feel his dick getting somewhat hard watching it. Maybe he could ask her to teach this dance to Ji later after Qing stops being mad at him. If Ji did some shit like this for him, he wouldn't be able to control himself from tearing her ass up. Wanqing looked alright but she just wasn't his kind of girl. She looked like a damn girly boy with tits and a perky little ass. He also thought that she was too tall for a bitch as well. Countless butterflies circled around Wanqing until there were no more butterflies remaining inside her fan. They joined her in the unbelievably stunning dance. Her body seemingly became one with heaven and earth, each step, each movement, all of it spoke to the chi around them. Even Hu Tao could feel some of his chi willingly wanting to escape from his body and aid Wanqing. Until the final motion of the dance came. The anomalous insects all flew onto Wanqing's body as a small blue chirich cocoon surrounded her, blocking anyone from seeing the view inside. Hu Tao could easily feel the change happening to her inside that cocoon, but what exactly was happening was a mystery to him. Her chi wasn't rising anymore, but there was a difference to it compared to how it was earlier. Was she somehow changing the quality of her own chi? That's a pretty damn valuable technique. Even the head elders would be interested in her if she was capable of doing this for others. Hell, Hu Tao himself wanted to do that somehow too. Purifying or strengthening one's chi without breaking through a stage or realm was a very rare phenomenon that either took a heaven-ranked technique, a legendary treasure, or a super-ancient bloodline. Hu Tao wasn't stupid though. He knew that this technique had to come at a cost for the sissy because she was forced into using it. What that cost was, he didn't know, but planned to somehow use it to his advantage. After 5 minutes passed, the cocoon finally broke apart and revealed the figure inside. It appears that Wanqing too has transformed just like Hu Tao had when tapping into the power hidden within his chains. Dark red lightning constantly discharged from his body, lightning bolts now took the place of his pupils, and his hair rose into the air electrified by the energy. His chains turned into lightning that floated around him like a secondary limb. Wanqing was momentarily covered in a bright white light once she broke free from the cocoon. It only took a few seconds before that light disappeared and a new Wanqing revealed herself to the world. 4 large butterflies' wings protruded from out of her lower back, 2 long antennas appeared from the top of her head and twitched, and her height increased to an incredible degree. She was now twice the size she previously was and could nearly reach the ceiling just by standing. This annoyed her as she wasn't expecting to become even taller after trying this out. She casually waved her hand, producing an unstoppable gust of wind that blew the roof right off the ancient tomb. Now she was finally able to move her body however she wanted without bumping her head. Her wings gently flapped behind her as she looked at the now much smaller Hu Tao. A self-assured grin appeared on her face as she looked at him. Hu Tao could no longer control the raging demon inside his pants. His cock was fully erect after seeing the simple demonstration of power from Wanqing. After she gave him that shit-eating grin, he could no longer control himself as he shot forward with all of his power. Ready to have one of the best fights of his life. Wanqing was disgusted by the thing protruding inside his pants but decided not to focus on that. The two of them clashed with their full power. Hu Tao's elbow struck against Wanqing's leg. He seemed to have a slight advantage in power over Wanqing, but this did not worry her. During their clash, Qing's antennas flicked forward and numerous spinning wind spikes formed behind her, forcing Hu Tao into temporarily backflipping backward. Hu Tao immediately realized his mistake in a single second after splitting himself from Qing. Hundreds of deadly wind projectiles soon fired at him after that. He ran alongside the wall to dodge the lethal attacks. The ancient tomb was being destroyed more and more with ease. The wild fighter immediately zapped himself behind Wanqing, hoping to land a vital blow on her. His surprise kick landed on 2 of Wanqing's wings. She seemed to not even have noticed his kick. Without even turning around to face him, the wind picked up around her and formed a blade of wind to pierce through Hu Tao. Hu Tao quickly vanished once more and then appeared in front of her with his fist aiming straight for her face. This attack was blocked by a wall of wind, and just as she was about to attack him again, he disappeared. The two continued their battle, giving everything they had against one another. Hu Tao using his superior speed and power to try and overwhelm Wanqing until she couldn't keep up anymore. Wanqing using her superior chi techniques and a seemingly infinite supply of chi to keep up with Hu Tao. Both of them suffering multiple injuries that slowly increased the longer the battle went on. Until eventually, someone interrupted their battle to the death once it was reaching its conclusion. With all the wounds the two of them suffered in the middle of their battle, a substantial amount of blood dripped out of their bodies onto the floor. This blood was pulled and absorbed into the black coffin inside the ancient tomb. A being lost and forgotten to most cultivators of this era eagerly used the powerful and unique blood of these two to fuel his resurrection. This is more than enough for me to recreate a living avatar to help bring me back entirely. Unknown to both Hu Tao and Wanqing, their combined blood was used to complete a hidden formation underneath the ancient tomb. With their blood powering the formation, the ancient spirit activated it without any more deliberation. It's been nearly a millennium since he's died. Shang Guanqinghong died as a wicked earthly immortal inside this cursed plane. He was ambushed and assassinated by multiple righteous cultivators simply because they were envious of his strength, riches, and influence. Now with his rival, he will slowly build his power once more before taking revenge on each of those righteous pricks for cowardly teaming up against him. Neither they nor their descendants will be able to escape his revenge. Even if he has to raise the entire continent in flames. Inside a dark room far below the area where Wanqing and Hu Tao are fighting, the blood gathered from them pooled together in the center of an old formation. The formation gave off powerful chi that was greedily sucked up by the blood orb. In no time at all, the blood orb started to transform. Organs, bones, nerves, blood, all of it was being recreated into a human being. A being of flesh and blood once more. After thousands of years, Shang Guanqinghong was finally alive once again. High-pitched laughter filled with endless joy echoed from below the ancient tomb. Wait, high-pitched? Shang Guanqinghong looked down at himself and suddenly noticed that something wasn't quite right. No one told him the legendary rebirth formation would have a side effect like this. Creating a mirror of blood, Shang Guanqinghong realized that he has been reborn with both a penis and a vagina. But that wasn't the only negative outcome of the formation either. For some reason, he was a child again as well. He looked like a mix of those two fools above. A wild mess of black hair that resembled a hedgehog and a mane, a face that was more feminine than masculine, chubby cheeks, smooth white skin, and a strange black spot where his navel should be. Success comes at a cost. Nu! Shang Guanqinghong cried out in rage at his new form. A mix of lightning and wind surrounded him as he blasted through the undergrounds to the two brats above who most definitely caused this accursed form of his. There had to be something wrong with the two of them. He drew the formation perfectly, activated it when it should have been activated, and followed all the instructions he needed to follow. In his mind, there was no other explanation than the two freakish brats near the coffin he stole were the sole reason for this imperfect rebirth. Ha 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 ha, Hu Tao laughed despite his body being filled with several cuts that a normal person would have died 100x over from. He laid on his back staring up at the sky where the roof of the ancient tomb should be. Huff! Damn you! Just die already! Wan Qing was in a similar condition to Hu Tao with all four of her wings torn off and a single antenna cut off. She was still standing, albeit barely. This was the most fun I had in a while, Wan. Hu Tao shared with her. TCH. Don't get ahead of yourself. Did I give you permission to call me by my first name? Wan did notice this was the first time Hu Tao referred to her by name instead of a rude nickname. We should do this again sometime. Like hell, I would be willing to go through something like this again. Wan shut him down immediately. She wanted to kill him. She wanted to absolutely crush him with overwhelming power. But she wasn't strong enough yet. Even after giving everything she had, it still wasn't enough to force him into using all of his power. Hu Tao was lying on the ground with his chest rising every few seconds like he was utterly exhausted, but Wan Qing knew that he was still holding back in his fight against her. She was being looked down on and underestimated, but she couldn't do a single thing about it. Why did you hold back? She soon asked. Don't be such a retard. What would be fun in killing someone with a lot of fighting potential? You grew this strong in only a matter of months when previously you didn't stand a chance against me in the treasured plains. Next time I decide to fight you, who knows if I can hold back without losing my life. Hu Tao smiled an innocent smile as if there was no greater joy in the world than fighting and growing stronger. Even when it came to those he's fighting. You're the only person in this world that I believe I can call truly mad. Wan Qing shook her head but accepted this answer. Wan Qing wouldn't have accepted any other answer. This answer was the most fitting for the nutjob called Hu Tao. Perhaps the only reason he hangs around Jing and the rest of us is simply to see how strong we will grow. I wouldn't be surprised if that really was the reason. Wan thought to herself. Like a spoiled noble brat like you could understand. Do you even have something to pursue besides being Jing's little maid now? He casually insulted. Excuse me. Wan Qing rose her voice. I have plenty of goals I wish to accomplish. She was getting upset again. Name M. Being a part of the most beautiful section. Was one. So, helping Jing take over the section. Hu Tao put that goal in other words. Helping those who feel like they don't belong and aren't accepted by the people around them. Helping Jing reform the section. Hu Tao countered that goal. To make friends. You already have friends. To find love. You have a boy toy. Get revenge on the Blossoming Water Palace for rejecting me from their sect on account of how I looked. Okay. Hu Tao chuckled. That's the first actual goal I've heard so far. All of them are goals worth pursuing. Not every one of them is related to Jing. Don't insult me. Any more? Hu Tao asked. What about you? I bet you don't have any goals besides wanting to become the strongest cultivator or fighting every strong cultivator in the world or something like that, right? Wan Qing scoffed. Close enough. He shrugged. And you have the nerve to criticize me on my goals when you have that as your lifelong goal. Sure do. Hu Tao said without shame. And what gives you that nerve exactly, hey? The scale of our goals is on different levels. My goal takes me around the entire world. Your goals can be accomplished within the evergreen continent. He explained. So. That doesn't mean yours is better than mine's. Wan Qing argued. It does. No, it doesn't. It does though. No, it doesn't though. But it do though. Shut up. Wan Qing had enough. The longer she spent with this idiot, the longer she was pulled down to his level. In the future, she had to keep her contact with Hu Tao brief, lest she wanted to be infected by his simplicity. I'm going to go catch some ghosts on my own and do not follow me. Wan Qing made sure to emphasize the last part of that sentence as she ate a piece of Ying's recovery cake from her storage ring. I need to catch some too. Wait for me. Hu Tao also took out a recovery cake to heal his injuries. I said don't follow me. Jing wouldn't like it if we were split up. Hu Tao mischievously giggled as he made his way over to Wan Qing. As he was about to casually place his hand on her shoulder, he sensed something coming from below him. Wan Qing seemed to have noticed too because she was already moving to get out of the way. Hu Tao wondered what the hell was coming from below them. Was someone trying to split them up or ambush them? He hasn't seen any animals in this place, so he didn't think it was an animal but a cultivator. And it didn't make sense to him that a ghost would be dwelling underground or had a presence like this. Hu Tao threw the net of the Wild Hunting Immortal on the place where the thing was coming from. The net of the Wild Hunting Immortal is a sky-ranked spirit tool that very few living creatures could escape from. He nabbed it from the immortal phoenix bastard that he still needed to capture for Jing. This spirit tool was made from extremely dense and pure qi that nearly no creature could escape from when captured. Both him and Wan Qing watched as the figure below them tore through the ground and tangled itself in the spiritual net. It screamed in anger and confusion at this sudden development. Once it felt its qi being restrained and strength leaving its body, it could only wail louder in rage. Upon seeing the child in the net, Hu Tao and Wan Qing had a weird feeling deep inside themselves as they saw it. Why does this boy look like our kid if we banged? Hu Tao got straight to the crux of the matter. He grabbed the net with the captured child inside it. I think you mean girl, and how am I supposed to know? It was a very pretty child but had quite a fierce temperament. She would consider herself pretty and Hu Tao fierce, so his guess wasn't completely off. But she knew she would never have sex with Hu Tao even if he was 100x more handsome than he already is. So, this child shouldn't be a thing. Wan Qing was not so naive to believe that a boy and girl getting in a life-or-death battle could produce a child even if she wasn't properly taught of the matters between a boy and girl by her older sisters. Only an idiot could believe something like that. Don't you see his little cock? How are you gonna say it's a girl? Are you blind? Hu Tao questioned, shaking the net for Wan to see the boy's member shaking. Are you blind? Can't you see the thing underneath that thing? I'm sure you of all people have seen one of those before. Wan rolled her eyes. What the fuck? Hu Tao just noticed what she was talking about. Release me now. Shang Guanqinghong yelled. Shang Guanqinghong has never been so humiliated in all of his life. Even when he was being killed all those years ago, they never treated him with so little respect. It was the first time anyone has ever dared to question his gender, treat him like a child, and mock him in front of his face. He wanted nothing more than to rip these two to shred even if they were the only reason he was alive right now. Not until you do some explaining, little freak. What the hell are you? And why do you look like our kid? Hu Tao asked, shaking the net some more just to bother the kid. Stop shaking me, you foolish mortal. I'll break your bones and feed your flesh to dogs. Shang Guanqinghong shrilly screamed. I don't like your attitude, brat. Hu Tao rapidly shook the net some more until eventually Shang Guanqinghong was forced into throwing up, still not used to his living body. Foolish mortal. Wan Qing took notice of this statement. Could this child be a ghost? But it was clearly alive, so that couldn't be the case. Apologize or I'll shake you some more. Hu Tao evilly grinned. Wait. Maybe we can come to an agreement. A deal of some sorts, Shang Guanqinghong tried negotiating. Hu Tao looked as if he was thinking deeply about it. Nah. Ha ha ha. He continued shaking the net, torturing the suspicious weird child until they did as he said. If this was an ordinary child, Wan Qing would have long stopped Hu Tao harassment. But whatever this child was anything but an ordinary child. She didn't see this kid before the start of the second test, meaning that it had to have come from inside the endless plains. And for some reason, it took on the appearance of what the child of herself and Hu Tao could possibly look like. Wan needed to know why, which is why she wasn't interfering with Hu Tao's bullying of the boy. They needed answers, and if the child kept acting the way it was, they wouldn't get anywhere. Capturing a boy/girl and ghost attack. I'll speak. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Just stop shaking me. Shang Guanqinghong has reached the limit with his new body. He couldn't expel any more vomit from his gut and his mental strength has been worn thin by these two. In the state he was in now, even a ghost on the strength of a wandering spirit could probably take over his new body. If he didn't find a way to amend the relationship between himself and these two freakish brats, he was going to lose his hard-earned imperfect body. While he hated this freaky body of his, that didn't mean he wanted to give it away either. What are you? Wan Qing questioned carefully. An all-powerful immortal reincarnated back into the world of the living for revenge. Shang Guanqinghong honestly shared. Reincarnator. Hu Tao narrowed his eyes at the brat. He already knew one person that has reincarnated before. This made him wonder if it really was this easy to reincarnate. Hu Tao thought the world of the living and dead couldn't be crossed that easily, but it seems like it fucking was. If he could find out how to reincarnate too, then maybe he could spend another lifetime fighting till he's the strongest of that era too. Shake him some more for lying, Hu. Wan ordered. Wan Qing knew that reincarnation was impossible. If such a thing was possible, then wouldn't all those powerful old cultivators nearing the end of their life do so? There would be reincarnators everywhere if it was. Because out of all the cultivators in the world, those who have reached their limit because of their age and about to die would do everything they could to get a second chance. Hell, if Wanqing wasn't satisfied with her accomplishments in life far later on in life, she too would probably consider reincarnating. The brat isn't lying. Hu Tao shook the net anyway just for the hell of it. Why did you shake me if I honestly answered your question? Shang Guanqing Hong wailed. He didn't know how much more of this he could take. Why not? Hu Tao shrugged. What do you mean she isn't lying? How do you know? Wan's long eyelashes blinked at Hu. Because I already know a reincarnator. But the brat isn't telling us everything about himself. So fess up everything. Hu Tao threatened. To think the day would come when I Shang Guanqing Hong am being threatened by a brat like you. A brat that probably has yet to wean off his mother's milk. How unfortunate can I be? Shang Guanqing Hong sighed. To respond to this arrogant comment, Hu Tao smacked the brat on its soft shiny ass. Shang Guanqing Hong couldn't help but cry out in pain, shock and disbelief as he was smacked on his bottom by his junior. He wanted to kill this Hu with all of his being. This unruly despicable child had to be an offspring of one of his old enemies. I'm waiting. Hu Tao gave the kid another slap on the ass. Shang Guanqing Hong's new body couldn't take any more abuse. He began to start crying. Pure clear tears brought from the mental and physical stress placed on his young body. Loud wailing escaped from his mouth without his control as his emotions hit their peak. Shang hated these two. Shang hated that he was reborn mostly because of these two. Shang hated that he was being treated like this when he was much older and more mature than both of them. Shang hated everything. Are you sure this is a reincarnated immortal? Wan wasn't so sure anymore. It wasn't this easy to make an immortal break down in tears, was it? Reincarnation isn't perfect. The mind takes time to adjust to their new body. Hu Tao spoke as if he was an expert on the matter. It wasn't too far-fetched so that he wasn't. He did have the doppelganger of an immortal inside his pocket dimension. Hu Tao also searched through his memories with the help of Blackie. So, he knew a few things here or there about reincarnation and reincarnators. I seriously expect an explanation on how you know all this later. Wan told him. Yeah, whatever. It's not like it's a secret or anything. Hu Tao shrugged. Let's go find some ghosts until the girl stops crying. Wan said, slowly reverting back to her original form. He's as harmless as a mouse in this net. Hu Tao brought the net over his shoulder. The two members of Heavenly Angels walked out of the destroyed tomb with a strange child alongside them captured in a net weeping softly. It looks like my camera doesn't work on ghosts. Runt sighed. That's okay. I can kind of sense when they're around. Lei Ji told the young boy. How? Runt was curious about how this blind old guy could sense ghosts without seeing them. It gets colder. Lei answered with a simple answer. But it's always cold. Runt didn't get it. Maybe you can find them by using your instrument. Lei Ji suggested. How would that work? Runt questioned. It's certainly worth a try, don't you think? Lei kindly asked. Lei was simply just testing a few things here or there. Ever since they got split up from the others, they couldn't rely on Ying's flames to keep the ghosts at bay. Meaning they had to rely on a new method to either sense or keep the ghosts away. Only through touch could Lei Ji faintly feel the presence of ghosts around him. This wouldn't be too helpful because they just recently found out because of the amulets, ghosts are allowed to physically touch them as well. They were ambushed by a powerful spirit that forced them into splitting up. Heaven's angels were still able to communicate with each other by using Jing's special message talisman. Lei Ji and Runt were together, Ying was with Ji, and there has been no response from Bing as of yet. This led to them thinking that the ghost was chasing after Bing. Unfortunately, there was something about this fog that messed with the talisman, leaving them unable to find each other just by infusing their chi into the talisman and having the others follow it. When they tried, the link between the two was cut off by something. I guess it's better than nothing. Runt pulled out the silent god's ocarina and began to blow into it. Lei Ji saw the combination of sound and chi come together as it spread all around them. There was nothing in their surroundings that was spared from the sound. It expanded into the air, underground, and even through Lei's own body. Then a violent shout came from behind Runt. Give me your body, child. I haven't seen a body as perfect as yours for hundreds of years. It cried out. Lei Ji used his fishing rod and hooked it into the spirit's body before dragging it over to himself. From underneath his new coat, a slimy tentacled arm reached out and wrapped itself around the throat of the now visible ghost. It began applying pressure to the throat as Lei Ji bent down and placed the amulet on the spirit's body. The ghost was sucked into the amulet without resistance and that chill he felt disappeared as well. Looks like things turned out better than we thought. Lei smiled. Hopefully we don't run into a ghost as strong as the one that attacked us before. Runt stopped blowing into his ocarina. Let's keep moving. Ghosts may be scary, but usually, in tests like these, it's humans you have to look out for the most. Lei shared some wisdom. What do you mean? Runt didn't know why should they be afraid of humans. Ghosts just want to take over your body so that they can live again. But are you confident in figuring out what a human wants to do to you? Lei asked. If Lei Gang was asked this question before he went with Bing to kill that one guy, then he would probably have a different answer than the one he has now. As of now, he was not confident in knowing what another human would want to do to him inside this creepy place. After witnessing the battle between Bing and that Huan guy, Runt was no longer sure of anything regarding the thoughts and feelings of people. But maybe ghosts were simpler than humans. Runt could deal with simple things. No, he answered. That's why if we encounter anyone from the sect, we need to be on guard. We can't just blindly trust anyone. Only those from our group. Lei informed. Attack anyone we see, then. Runt figured this was what he was getting at. What? No. Why would you think that? Lei was confused about how this boy got to that conclusion. What do you mean by be on guard then? How else would you protect yourself if you don't make the first move? Runt questioned. There's nothing wrong with running away. Running away? Runt's opinion of this old man dropped somewhat. That's right. Violence isn't always the answer. Remember, our goal is to capture ghosts, not get into meaningless battles with our lives on the line. Lei reminded the boy. I know that. Runt crossed his arms. He wasn't going to go out of his way to look for trouble. He was only a third-stage chi gatherer after all. Compared to all the other disciples in the test, he was confident that he was the weakest out of them all. Bing's ghostly adventure. Of course, it had to be me. Of course, the ghost would chase after me out of everyone else. Bing moved his hefty body through the foggy forest like a small bull. Behind him, a hazy figure greedily looked upon his round and succulent shape. It was much larger than the average man, with a body that had a belly larger than its entire ghostly figure. Perhaps the resemblance in their body shapes is what drew this spirit to AI Bing. Or maybe there was something special about Bing's body that sent this ghost mad. Whatever it was that attracted this spirit's attention, Bing had no interest in finding out. Thanks to his sky-ranked body cultivation technique, Devil's physique, and multiple bloodlines he's absorbed with Devil's arms, his auxiliary art, Bing had stamina that far outclassed his peers despite his appearance. While he might not be the fastest of the bunch, he would surely outlast them. But the hunger of this powerful spirit was not to be underestimated either. As Bing ran through the white mist that prevented him from knowing where he was going, he also wasn't aware that during his escape, a few more ghosts decided to join the chase. They too saw the specialness of Bing's body and wanted it for themselves. In the eyes of the ghosts, Bing was essentially the perfect human host to hold their body. His body radiated with such an irresistible spiritual aroma that it was like looking at the perfect feast in the form of a single human. Dozens and dozens of ghosts couldn't help themselves as they gave in to their primal instincts of wanting to feed or become human again. All of them chased after the chubby cultivator like a pack of starving wolves. Unknown to Bing, he has just caused one of the biggest and most unnatural events to surface within the endless plains without even meaning to. Usually, when ghosts find one another, they wouldn't hesitate to fight it out to devour the other to strengthen themselves. However, at this moment, it seemed that all of them planned to share at least one piece of Bing for themselves. Even if it was just a small flab of his belly flesh, they were willing to tear into it with relish. There was no wasteful part of Bing that they saw. Tears streamed down Bing's face as he turned to see the horde of hungry ghosts behind him. Just what kind of luck was this? All that crap he's heard about him being lucky was nothing but crap. How can anyone call this lucky? Being forced into running for his life from several ghosts that want nothing more than to feed on his fragile virgin body. Help me. Anyone help? He shouted. It wouldn't be until 45 minutes of non-stop running that Bing would finally run into another human being. He looked at them with joy and relief as he focused his vision on them and ran straight toward them. Unfortunately, this human being saw the horrifying sight behind Bing and dashed away without any regard for the fatty. Bing couldn't let his only hope of survival just escape without him. Swift devil. It took only a second for Bing to tackle the figure. Both of them rolling along the ground together. Bing keeping a tight grip on the person and the person doing their best to escape Bing's hold. A high-pitched scream rang out from the figure that Bing was holding, and it wasn't for no reason that they screamed either. It seemed that Bing's desperation of seeing another human being and tackling them before they could escape, led to the both of them tumbling down a very large hill together. Since Bing's body was much bigger than the others, he took most of the damage rolling down the hill, crashing into rocks, trees, and whatever else laid in their path. Their journey ended with a crash through a temple's wall. Bing's body lying next to a dusty gold statue. The person he dragged into this situation, laying on top of him. Bing couldn't focus his vision to see what was on top of him. His head was still spinning from all the running and rolling. Right now, he wished for nothing more than to just pass out and wake back up inside Ying's void world. Maybe, he didn't need to try so hard in the test. It wasn't like he was going to win in the end anyway. Just as Bing was about to get up, he suddenly noticed that his hand was gripping something incredibly soft on top of himself. He squeezed once. A gurgling noise came from on top of him. He squeezed twice. You really are courting death, aren't you? She snarled. He knew it was wrong but squeezed a third time. This time he was harshly punished with a slap to the face. She got up from on top of him and rose her leg to kick at him while he was still down. While Bing knew he was definitely a piece of trash for doing what he did, he also didn't want to be kicked in the nuts. He flipped up from the ground and gained some distance from the girl. Now that he was able to get a good look at her, he noticed that this girl wasn't a disciple from the sect. Or at least, she wasn't wearing anything that would suggest she was. Bing was sure that he hasn't seen her face before they started the second part of the test. She seemed like the type of woman that would stand out without even trying. Flawless pale white skin, long white hair that reached down to the ground but never touched it, soft blood-red eyes, a face that Bing would describe as nearly perfect and radiating the beauty of an empress but with the temperament of a princess, youthful and immature but still prideful and regal. She drew her sword and rushed at him without mercy. Bing blocked her slash with his shield and took in his surroundings. He wasn't going to waste his time fighting with this woman even if she was incredibly beautiful and he was in the wrong for what he did earlier. Those ghosts from before wouldn't give up so easily just because he fell down a hill. If they were willing to chase him for almost an hour, then a hill wasn't going to be much of a deterrence for them. Fighting with this girl would only give those ghosts the opportunity to catch up to him. Listen, I'm sorry about what I did. I know what I did was wrong and I apologize. Bing couldn't give any excuses. He had an idea of what he was squeezing from the beginning. It was just that when would he ever get the chance of squeezing something like that again within the next 5 years? That softness and squishiness was a feeling that his hand was never going to forget. It should last him at least 5 years in his opinion. You think a mere apology is enough to excuse you for what you did? She looked at him like he was the most disgusting thing in the world. Cut off your left hand immediately. She ordered. Bing thought it was a bit much just for a little incident like this. She didn't seriously think he was going to cut off his arm for her, did she? Did she have mental problems? Just because she looked like a princess didn't mean that he was going to treat her like one. I'll get right to it. I will deliver my left hand to you as soon as I can. Bing's eyes widened before he turned and ran, leaving the girl alone in the temple. At first, she was about to explode but noticed something strange in that fatty's eyes. She turned around and saw the sea of ghosts from before rushing down towards the temple. Various emotions flashed within her eyes. Anger, fright, surprise, disbelief, and then rage. The young girl quickly chased after the fatty while planning to skewer him like a pig and roast him over a fire. Bing was a lot more relieved now that he had some distance between him and the ghosts. That girl should be able to distract them for a few seconds. It was such a pity though. She was pretty cute in his eyes. Too bad, she had something wrong with her brain. Hee. Thanks to her, I finally got the time to use this teleportation spell. Bing pulled out the movement talisman from his storage ring and injected his chi into it. Where do you think you're going? Somehow, Bing felt thin piercing cold fingers trying to dig into his shoulders. Just as he was being moved through space, he turned to look at the figure gripping on him from behind. Bing couldn't help but scream as the crazy beauty from before turned into an unrecognizable monster latching onto him. She was a ghost too? How did she catch up to him so quickly? Why me? Bing cried out before disappearing with a new friend. Inside Bing's void world? After teleporting to a new part of the endless forest, Bing knew for a fact now that ghosts were capable of being teleported with talismans. The sharp claws of the princess ghost were still holding onto his shoulders. Looking down at himself, Bing also came to a startling realization. His amulet was damaged somehow. The nerve. Her shrill voice whispered into his ear as he felt something incredibly cold rushing into his body. Bing panicked and immediately freaked out to do everything he could to prevent his body from being snatched. He entered inside his void world and began practicing yin of destruction and yang of creation. Unfortunately, in the middle of forming the technique that frightens the souls out of creatures, he was stabbed through his stomach by the long claws of the princess ghost. The pain was real. It really freaking hurt even though she was a ghost. Lin Jiajia could sense the terrifying technique the fatty was in the midst of creating. It wasn't difficult for a walking devil-type ghost to do so. Even the weakest of spirits would be able to feel the power of his technique. This did momentarily make her question why was this delicious-looking fatty running from all those ghosts if he had something like this. Wait. 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 Don't kill me. We can make a deal or some kind of agreement. How about this, I let you be my shadow or something like that and in exchange, I'll feed you ghosts to eat. Didn't you see how many ghosts were chasing me from before? It'll be nothing to feed you until your belly can't take any more. Bing hastily tried to talk his way out of this. Bing remembered in one of the stories passed around by the adults in his clan when he was young. It was about a young child befriending a ghost being ostracized and bullied by those around him. No one else could see the ghost and just thought the boy was crazy. Eventually, one day, the bullying became too much for the boy and he attempted to take his own life to be with the only person that ever treated him nicely. But the ghost knew that the boy would only head back to the reincarnation wheel if he succeeded. The ghost prevented the boy from taking his life as it promised to help him not get bullied anymore. The boy didn't know how the ghost would be able to do that. To the ghost, it was a simple matter. It asked the boy if it would like it to become its new shadow, intertwining its life with his in a way. Since the boy had no reason to refuse, he didn't, and the ghost became his shadow. After the combining of these two beings, one living and one dead, it was very difficult for anyone to bully the boy with the help of the ghost. From time to time, the ghost would take over the boy's body with his permission and teach anyone who dared to bully him a lesson they would never forget. Once the boy and ghost duo taught all of the boy's bullies a lesson, they thought that everything would be over. But the unnatural change in the frail, timid, and weak boy from before was too much to accept. The boy was exiled from his village on the account of being a demon. His parents didn't stand up to defend him nor did they come along with him. Boy and ghost left the village with their heads held high. After some convincing by the ghost, the boy was rather happy by this outcome. It wasn't like there was anything good inside the village anyway. He and his best friend traveling together facing the world like real men. He thought, maybe this was the best ending. Lin stayed quiet as she thought about his offer. As a princess that was betrayed by her own kingdom and abandoned in this hell, it would be laughable if she agreed to Bing's offer right away. Because she was a walking devil, her soul was laced with malice and greed to become stronger. This malice and greed sometimes painted her mind red and frequently caused her to lash out to kill, torture, and feed. It was a difficult decision for a ghost of her level. I'll help you leave this place. If you become my shadow, you can join me and leave this place after my test is over. I don't know how long you've been in this ghastly forest but I know it's been long enough. What do you say? Bing was losing a lot of blood. Lin Jiajia was just under 290 centimeters as she held him up in the air with her claw. Golden blood from his body was falling down her hand and being absorbed into her body. Her face was laced with a mix of pleasure and anger. She hasn't forgotten about him taking advantage of her body from earlier but this blood of his was really too delicious. It was the first time she's ever tasted something this sweet and savory. If she really did become his shadow, she could have this tasty blood whenever she wanted and leave this annoying place. Lin Jiajia could also get this fatty to help get revenge on the kingdom that made her like this in the first place. But she would also be tying a large portion of her strength to this fatty. She would no longer be able to leave his side and be his shadow. Maybe one day when she reaches Spirit God, she could leave him but that would take several years. Thanks for thinking about my offer for so long, Bing softly grinned. A sharp chill filled Lin Jiajia's missing heart. She looked behind her and saw a giant white tiger with several human hands extending from out of its body. This strange sight would be enough to startle the average human but what hasn't she seen as a walking devil? There were ghosts with all sorts of strange appearances. The creature in front of her wasn't the strangest but it was frightening somehow. She didn't understand it. Then she saw the dozens of human arms creating something above the tiger's body. Now she knew why she had such a bad feeling when looking at it. It was forming the same technique the fatty was from before. She was too far away to put a stop to the thing. So, she focused her eyes on the fatty and threatened him with her other claw. Either you kill me and I die, staying trapped in here forever. I kill you and get my body back. Or you become my shadow. It's your choice. Bing wouldn't just allow himself to be completely helpless. Lin was pressured, upset, angry, furious, and also just a little bit surprised. She didn't expect this fatty to place his life on the line like this. It was kind of manly compared to the pathetic babbling he was doing earlier. The white tiger didn't give her any chance to consider Bing's offer. It immediately fired off the white and black miniature sphere towards her and the fatty. Lin's cold black eyes looked into Bing's before she suddenly vanished. Bing fell to the ground as the technique came straight towards him. Golden blood leaked from his torso as he forced himself up. With a tear of his robes, Bing revealed his belly to the world. This big creamy white belly suddenly opened up like a demon's maw as it devoured the infinite sphere ultimate cataclysm. The amount of power stored within the ball was too much for the injured Bing to handle. He fainted as the white tiger rushed over in concern. This fatty's body isn't too bad, Lin Jiajia thought, satisfied with her decision. Unknown to her or Bing, both of them were being changed because of his decision to accept her as his shadow. Bing's choice to devour his technique using Lang Huan's bloodline instead of avoiding it was changing him from the inside and out. From time to time, Lin would take some of his blood for herself and also change from this. She was truly speechless after she's had the time to fully digest the blood of the fatty. No wonder my instincts are so attracted to him. He has more than one bloodline in his body somehow and all of these bloodlines improve his physique but not his soul. It truly is the perfect body for a ghost to feed or possess. Lin Jiajia no longer had any qualms about becoming this fatty's shadow. In fact, she would solely keep this fatty for herself. His body was simply too nourishing and tasty for her to ever think about sharing him. This fatty was now her property, and if anyone dared to try and take him from her, she wouldn't hesitate to rip them apart with her claws. Becoming a spirit god was only a matter of time now and no longer a decision she had to hope for. Lucky ending? End mystic flame. When Bing regained consciousness again, he was inside the middle of the endless plains with nothing else around him. Sitting on his butt, he gripped his hands into his fists as he felt a difference in his power. He felt stronger, but he didn't know by how much. Bing slowly got up from the ground and dusted himself off. His eyes couldn't help but glancing over to his shadow behind him. And to prove that everything he just went through wasn't a nightmare, his shadow teasingly waved back at him. Seeing his shadow move on its own was enough of a fright to cause him to clutch his chest to calm his thumping heart. So, it really was true, Bing couldn't help but sigh. After several minutes of pacing back and forth worrying about his future, eventually, Bing realized he couldn't stay here forever worrying about something that's already been done. Maybe, this ghost will be a good thing for him. His amulet for the test did break, and without it, he would have had no protection against ghosts at all. If the ghost in his shadow wasn't somewhat sensible, his body would already be taken over by now. Bing hoped that she was going to protect him from any ghosts hoping to eat or jack his body. She did seem very strong. Even inside his own void world where he is the master of all inside, he still had to rely on persuasive words to keep his life. He wasn't ashamed for what he had to do. If his mouth could keep his life from ending, he would run it until he could speak no longer. Hey, Bing just realized he didn't know the name of the ghost in his shadow. Can I get your name? The name Lin Jiajia suddenly appeared in his mind, but no voice. Miss Lin, for my test, I need to capture ghosts with this amulet. I hope you will allow me to keep some of the ghosts we encounter along the way so I can pass my test. Bing gracefully asked. Bing had a feeling he heard a scoff in his mind, but he wasn't sure. Hopefully, she wouldn't be too unruly. He didn't know if there was a way to take a ghost out of his shadow, but he would surely try his best to find out if she started causing too much trouble. The Empress would most likely know a way. As far as Bing knows, there is nothing the Empress can't do. Let's go catch some ghosts then. Bing was a bit more confident with the ghost in his shadow now. You must have dog crap for eyes if you think I'm a helpless dainty girl that anyone can rob. Ying leaped forward with her demonic-looking greatsword that could split tigers and dragons in half. Arg! Ji immediately heard the screams of their fellow disciples around them. She saw as Ying spared some mercy for the fellows. Or perhaps breaking their bones like she was could be another form of being merciless. If she killed them outright, they'd be dead and no longer have to suffer anymore. But doing it like this was only prolonging the inevitable. Maybe they could survive, but Ji highly doubted it. Humph! Ying crushed the last would-be robber with her sword, knocking him into a wide tree with most of his internal organs and bones severely injured. Bing and Lei really are influencing me too much. I'm becoming much too forgiving lately. Was Ying's thought as most of the disciples was alive but crippled or on the verge of dying. This is forgiving. Ji and the injured disciples thought simultaneously in disbelief. Ying led the way forward before looking back at Ji. Come on. We got some ghosts to catch. She smiled a beautiful innocent smile as if she didn't just brutally tear through multiple men at once without a scratch on her. Alright, Ji feels like she'll never get used to being in Hu Tao's group. Ying and Ji left the men behind without a care in the world. Some managed to swallow recovery pills and drag themselves away. Others were forced to be left behind and slowly die. A small few were even torn apart by passing ghosts. The two ladies traveled together with Ying leading forward with a small flame guiding their way through the white mist. Ever since they got split up from the rest because of that powerful ghost, they haven't encountered any more ghosts. Ji thought it was because of Ying's flames. So, Ying put out her flames and they traveled without them, but they still didn't encounter any ghosts. Maybe because you're a cultivator that focuses on fire, your yang energy is too strong. It scares away all the ghosts because the yin energy ghosts don't mix well with your yang energy. Ji guessed. Then how am I supposed to capture any ghosts if they're freaking scared of me? Ying was irritated with these cowardly ghosts. That strong ghost from before wasn't scared of you. You might have to capture a strong one like that. Ji suggested. Impossible. Ying knew her limits. Facing that terrifying ghost and somehow capturing it was impossible with her current strength. When she stood against that thing, it was one of the few times in her life that she could say she was genuinely outmatched. Nothing she could do could stand against something like that. In fact, she believed it was a miracle that most of them managed to escape in the first place. But she was very worried about Bing. He still hasn't sent any messages with the talisman yet. Every few minutes, Ying couldn't help but pull out the talisman to check for any news of Bing. From time to time, she would send out a message asking if everyone was alright, but her main focus was seeing if Bing would respond. If we can't do that, we'll have to find some way to suppress your yang energy. Can you do that? Ji asked. I'll try. Ying's body was like a beacon of yang energy and warmth. She stopped moving, closed her eyes, and began controlling the chi inside herself. Fire chi was not the type to be restrained. It craved the freedom to burn and spread as it pleased. So, when Ying attempted to restrict its freedom, it fought back against her control. This was against its innate nature. Ji watched as Ying's face scrunched up in irritation as the warmth around her body seemed to fluctuate. She was even forced to jump back as a wave of flames exploded from Ying's body. Was it really this hard for her to control her own chi? What was going on in her body where she had trouble controlling her chi? This made Ji somewhat content that she didn't have any elemental martial arts. The further you progress in your martial arts with elemental type techniques, the more your body changes to match that element. The only exception is if a cultivator was born with a certain elemental chi affinity or chose to practice a martial art that they had little to no affinity for. This means that cultivators that practice elemental techniques have to progress on a linear path that suits that element for the rest of their cultivating journey. There is still time to change in the beginning, but once a certain amount of time pass, it'll be impossible to use other elements and go back to normal. It's my freaking body. You will listen to me or else. Ying shouted at the fire chi in her body resisting against her. Another explosion of flames erupted from her body in response to this threat, forcing Ji to jump back even further. Ying felt like pummeling the hell out of her chi but knew this was her own fault. She hadn't practiced controlling her chi enough. Fire chi was already one of the hardest elements to control because of its unruly nature. Trying to tame and suppress it was just asking for it to lash out and fight back. It took 2 hours before Ying was able to rein her flames under control. Ji was far in the distance as it was a fierce battle of control for Ying. Her flames seemed like they were going to engulf and burn everything around her without sparing anyone. Everything within 20 meters or more was burned black from Ying's flames. Ha! Stupid fire chi! You should have listened to me in the first place. Ying humphed as she waved to Ji. Ji came running over to see Ying smiling. It looked like she finally succeeded. Hopefully, they'll be able to progress in the test now. It would be rather embarrassing to fail because no ghosts wanted to get near them. Follow me. I sensed something interesting over here. Ying felt the presence of another mystic flame. Because of her auxiliary art, overbearing amalgamation of flames, Ying could sense mystic flames whenever they were near her. Mystic flames were one of the rarest natural treasures in the world. A treasure that only those that go down the path of mastering fire chi could only ever possess. Every mystic flame had its own will that required one to resonate with it or dominate it with superior willpower, or you would be swallowed by the mystic flame to strengthen itself. Ying currently only had one mystic flame that she rightfully stole from Fukong. It was the frost flame that allowed her to burn with such hotness it was capable of freezing those it hit. Ying figured that whichever mystic flame was inside this place, would definitely help her against the ghosts residing in this plane. She couldn't believe that it wouldn't. As she had a feeling that mystic flames would be related to the area where they formed. Mystic flames couldn't move unless they were taken by a cultivator. Naturally formed mystic flames stayed where they were born till they extinguished from the passing of time or were dominated. Ying and Ji walked together through the endless fog to the mystic flame that Ying sensed. Ying's body was no longer giving off any warmth or heat like it was earlier when they were traveling. This made Ji confident that Ying managed to restrain her fire chi completely. She was curious about how she managed to sense anything in this place. When Ji used her chi to sense the surroundings, she didn't feel much of anything. The only thing she could sense was Ying. So, either Ying's sensing ability was superior to hers somehow despite being far below her in cultivation, or she had a technique that could sense treasures. Ji couldn't believe that Ying had something like a treasure-seeking technique. She's seen plenty of martial art manuals in the Golden Serpent Sex Library. None of them dared to claim to be able to sense treasures. But it still wasn't impossible that Ying did have such a technique. Out of the millions of techniques in the world, there had to be a couple that could do something like this. What did you sense? Ji just decided to straight up ask. It wasn't like Ying was her enemy or anything. They were on the same side. A mystic flame. Ying grinned. Another mystic flame would drastically boost her strength for the final test. A mystic flame. Ji couldn't help but exclaim. And I'm going to snatch it before anyone else does. Ying shared her current goal. How could you possibly sense a mystic flame? Ji didn't understand. If anyone was able to gain control over a mystic flame, then their strength would grow significantly. It was just unfortunate that these treasures were only limited to those with an affinity for fire chi, leaving a majority of the world unable to even hope of gaining control over these naturally forming treasures. This would be her first time seeing a mystic flame. She was a bit excited. It's not that hard. Ying responded. Eventually, they stumbled upon a large group of disciples from their sect surrounding an ancient building. This caused Ying's face to slightly scrunch up. All these people would definitely interfere in getting the mystic flame. She knew they couldn't be here because of the mystic flame. There had to be another reason for them all to gather here. Hey, you! Ying grabbed some random guy by his collar. What the hell? Let go of me! He cried out. Tell me what's going on here. She asked nicely. Fuck you bitch. Were the last words he managed to get out as Ying sunk her fist into his gut. He dropped to the ground unconscious. Apparently this is some immortal's tomb. Many people suspect there to be heavenly treasures inside because as of now, no one can get inside. Ji relayed the information she's got from the crowd, ignoring the body at Ying's feet. Why can't we get in? Ying asked. We need 3 plates to fit on the door. Right now, there is only one person with a plate. We need 2 more if anyone wants to get inside. So why are so many people sticking around here instead of looking for the extra plates? Ying questioned. If people with the 2 plates do make it here, they'll be ready to rush inside the door. Ji whispered. Oh, so they're a bunch of leeches that can't do anything for themselves and hope to get rewarded off the hard work of others. Ying did not hold back as she gave her honest opinion of the crowd. You didn't need to say it so loudly, Ji lamented being next to this girl at this moment. Did she truly believe she was number 1 under the heavens? Many eyes wandered over to her in annoyance and anger. How dare she call them out when she was doing the same thing? A few disciples in the crowd walked over to teach this girl a lesson. Many others simply remembered her face for when they encounter her in the future for insulting them. Oi! You need some help keeping that mouth of yours shut. You must really think you're amazing to badmouth all of us like this. Where do you get your courage? If you don't kneel down and apologize to us, don't blame us for being a little rude. Ying could feel their eyes ravaging her body. Ji wasn't spared from their gazes either. 2 young beautiful girls with fair-colored skin and large breasts. Both Ying and Ji were the type of women that many of these male disciples wouldn't mind tasting for themselves on a regular basis. They weren't being recognized for their strength or cultivation stage but simply their appearance and the fact that they were women. Ying wasn't the type of girl to take such insults lying down. She didn't care about the differences between a man and a woman. All she cared about was staying true to herself and being treated with the respect that she deserves as a human being. And being looked at like a stupid juicy piece of meat isn't one of those 2 things. She formed a fist and threw it at the one who couldn't restrain himself from drooling as he looked at her body. Saliva dripped from his mouth as he hastily brought himself back to reality. His arms rose up to block Ying's fist only to crumple and break as they couldn't handle the force coming from Ying's small fist. He was sent flying far into the distance screaming, leaving his 2 buddies to look on in shock. They pulled out their swords and no longer treated Ying like she was a sexual object that served itself to them. Now they treated her like a sexual object that could possibly kill them if they weren't careful. Ying scoffed as she too revealed her sword. The crowd was stunned speechless as they saw the size of the humongous heap of iron forged into the shape of a sword raised above her head. They didn't understand how such a thin woman could possibly hold something so big with ease. Her arms weren't even shaking as she held up the blade. Now they understood how that weakling was sent flying. If anyone could hold that blade, they too would probably gain strength that was incomparable. Terror struck the hearts of those who were glanced at by the evil eye on the sword. If the size alone wasn't frightening enough, the evil chi radiating from the sword itself was enough to cause them to shiver. Despite being a wicked sect, the Golden Serpent sect didn't force its disciples to practice evil techniques. They were able to practice any technique they want without restrictions. Even righteous techniques that were stolen from righteous sects. All the Golden Serpent sect cared about was strength and the freedom to do as they pleased without restraint. Limiting themselves to only using evil techniques would weaken their potential. If you're not going to come at me, then I'll just come at you. Ying rushed toward the 2 with her sword over her shoulder. Not a hint of fire chi emitted from Ying's body as she dashed forward. Her eyes narrowed as she prepared herself to use the second style of the giant blade manual, moving with the blade. The 2 men were unprepared for her to come at them. Their response to her rush was sloppy and Ying thought that she might have overestimated them. Ying swung her blade horizontally to split them both in half. Her body moved along with the blade as she was brought into a dangerous spin. One of the 2 men leaped away to gain some distance from her while the other believed he could take it on just by clashing with his own blade. Ying spun as if she was a sword hurricane. Her blade slamming against the disciple's sword repeatedly every second. It only took 3 complete spins before his blade shattered and the side of Ying's great sword slammed into his abdomen. He too was sent flying off into the distance with major injuries that would lead to his death soon if not taken care of. The last remaining disciple fled off into the misty forest after he saw her take care of the other man. It was obvious to him that he was outmatched and picked a fight with the wrong person. No longer did he think of her as an object to use for his sexual pleasure after dominating her. In his eyes, she was now a monster. A hidden prodigy that only bared her claws when forced to. Anyone else have anything to say? Ying turned her gaze back to the crowd. Don't get cocky over beating some weaklings, girl. Mind your words or you won't even realize how you died. A boy younger than her arrogantly spoke from in the crowd. He was leisurely laying on the side of the door with the 3rd plate in his hand. His body was filled with strange yellow markings. On his back was a large curved weapon that Ying believed she's seen before but can't remember where. Her eyes looked to the handsome person next to him, and then she remembered. Those 2 were the head elder's disciples. Whatever. Ying turned away and ignored the famous prodigy, not feeling that she was inferior to him in the slightest. Let's go find one of those plates, she said to Ji. Ji nodded. She hoped they would be able to encounter some weak ghosts along the way. It's been hours and she hasn't even captured one ghost for this test yet. This test seems like it's even harder than the first one. The two left the crowd in search of the other two plates. Did I say you were free to leave, woman? Ying quickly turned around and used her sword to block the sudden boomerang that almost decapitated her. She was sent sliding back from the force of the blow. The boomerang was sent spinning back towards the bad-tempered prodigy. He really intended to kill her with that attack. If Hao Gang didn't warn her, it would have been over for her right there. Ying glared at the prodigy with killing intent in her eyes. And why should I listen to a shrimp like you? Flames crackled around her body. This woman doesn't even put me in her eyes. I don't know whether to call you brave or stupid. He slowly got up from the staircase leading up the tomb's door. Are you sure it's worth playing around with this woman, little Tang? When the other two plates arrive, you'll have less energy to get all the goodies inside. The handsome youth next to the shrimp advised. You think she stands a chance against me? He glared at his friend. She certainly isn't as weak as you believe. He warned. Everyone could see the mental calculations going on in little Tang's head. Ying scoffed as she turned back around and started walking away with Ji. Those plates weren't going to find themselves, and if that shrimp wanted to fight with her later, she'll be more than happy to see just how strong a genius is compared to herself. Mother and son bonding. Many unbelievable changes started to take place ever since Jing has entered the endless plains of Yin. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was single-handedly changing the ghostly biome just by walking aimlessly through the foggy forest. Well, actually, the more accurate thing to say would be that Li Li was the one changing the rules of the plane. His abilities were too potent. Some of the strongest ghosts inside this couldn't resist Li Li's strength and were forced into becoming his follower. Many of the spirit beasts he's captured as his spirit followers were being sacrificed to strengthen the new ones he's captured in the endless plains. His control and power over souls were only slowly improving the longer he stayed inside this realm. The more he saw, experienced, and fought, the stronger Li Li became. Jing had no complaints about such a thing, and neither did Li Li. The two explored the endless plains of Yin as if it was one big game of hide and seek with the treasures and ghosts inside. As the first day of the test was coming to an end, Jing managed to find a strange stone plate being defended by a walking devil. A rather strong ghost for a seemingly useless item. Ghosts were separated into 9 different realms of power just like cultivators. Wandering Spirit, Spirit Walker, Dozing Devil, Walking Devil, Spirit Emperor, Spirit King, Devil Lord, Divine Devil, and then Spirit God. Each ghostly realm was about equivalent to the immortal realms. So, a Wandering Spirit would be about as strong as a Chi Gatherer, and a Walking Devil would be on the same level as a core stage cultivator. Jing didn't know why such a ghost was defending this plate, but figured it would be better to keep it on herself. While she has come into the endless plains of Yin before, she never managed to survive long before dying to ghosts, her fellow disciples, or both. So, most of the treasures in this place are unknown to Jing. It's only because of Li Li that Jing dares to explore these lands without worrying. I don't feel anything special about it either, Mom. Li Li said after taking a look at the plate. After consuming and learning so much about ghosts and soul control, Li Li no longer looked like his old self anymore. Next to Jing was a small child that resembled her greatly in appearance holding up a stone plate. It wouldn't be too much to say that the young boy next to Jing was her son based on how similar they looked. Skin as brown as an acorn, hair as white as milk, and a face that couldn't be described as handsome or ugly. However, his body was somewhat transparent, allowing those to see right through him. Very well. Let's keep moving then. A small smile formed on Jing's face. Water from SCP-109 was still falling from her waist. She still hasn't placed the cap on the canteen since she was followed from before. Hundreds of water clones were traveling through the endless plains of Yin to gather treasure for Jing. They would mostly leave the other disciples alone unless they had something valuable on them. This place was called Endless after all. Jing didn't know if a few hundred would be enough to explore this place entirely, but she still had 2 more days left. There's no need to rush anything. She's already collected so many good things since she's come here. She wouldn't feel satisfied until she could grab everything inside this place for herself. Her followers would get good usage out of these treasures if she couldn't. Instead of a test, Jing would say this is more of a vacation if anything. However, she knew the truly good stuff was still hiding deeper in the forest. As long as they take their time to fully explore before moving in deeper, Li Li should be able to grow steadily enough that the really dangerous spirits won't be able to kill them instantly. Several of her water clones have been defeated, but it was impossible for Jing to know who and how. It wasn't as if her water clones were capable of transmitting information to her mentally. They would need to meet back up with her and tell her what happened. Like with her very first water clone, it managed to defeat the holder of the Eye of End and bring it back to her. But Jing was able to sense all the clones she made. By forming a mental map, Jing could highlight which areas of the endless plains of Yin were possibly dangerous for herself based on how often the water clones pop in a certain area. As of now, there were about 7 areas that were off limits for her clones. No matter how many clones she sent to those areas, they would be defeated somehow. Jing guessed that for the other areas, they just encountered strong disciples from the sect or powerful ghosts. When sending back clones to certain places, they wouldn't be destroyed unlike when she sent them to the 7 areas. She was interested in these folks capable of defeating her water clones, but it wasn't like she was able to find out who they were. Jing's water clones weren't anywhere near her true strength and power, but that didn't mean they were weak either. If Jing had to measure their strength individually, she'd say they have about 1/10 of her total power, probably. Considering Jing's uniqueness, 1/10 isn't a measurement anyone can underestimate. Meaning that those that beat her water clones aren't just any regular person or ghost. I wonder is Cerulean is doing okay? Li Li chatted. Why wouldn't she be? Jing kindly asked. I don't know. I feel kind of bad that she can't move like me and Plinky. If you give her some of your blood, you might be able to help her grow strong enough to move. Jing put the suggestion out there. Really? He looked up at her with his black eyes shining with innocence. It's not impossible. Our blood is priceless. Even I don't know everything that our blood is capable of doing. So Cerulean might be able to move or even fly if you give her a drop of your blood. Jing told him. I can't wait to get back home. Li Li bounced up and down as they walked. Jing just smiled as she thought of ways to utilize her blood as well. It might be a good reward to give to the angels after completing a task for her. But she needs to perform a few tests first before feeding her blood to them. While it worked out for Drill and Plinky, that didn't mean that it would work out for others. I bet Cerulean will have missed you a lot too. She'll be happy to receive a gift from you. She was sad when you and Plinky went off together that morning. I didn't know that. I'll have to apologize for making her feel sad. Li Li's face slightly scrunched up when hearing this news. It's the right thing to do. Jing nodded. Li Li was growing much more than she expected an owl to grow. With how intelligent he was, she needed to quickly teach him the rights and wrongs of the world. Previously she didn't plan on doing this because he was nothing more than just a pet, but now, he was nearly a human. And it was very hard to treat him as if he wasn't her own son. She knew him ever since he was a little egg. He was just too cute and smart for her to keep treating him like a pet. Hopefully, he wouldn't bully Shang when he introduces the two of them. As a leader, it is your responsibility to make sure that you aren't mistreating those that treat you kindly. Treat them like how you want to be treated. Jing shared. I understand, Mom. Thank you for telling me about Cerulean. I would never have known if you didn't tell me. A good leader also has to be aware of their followers' feelings and thoughts. You're just starting out, so it's normal to make a few mistakes. I still make mistakes from time to time. Jing didn't want him to feel like he has to be perfect. No one was perfect, not even her after living 10,000 lives. She doubted she could be perfect even with 1,000,000 lives. This son understands. Li Li nodded as he saved Jing's words to memory. Now Mom has a question for you, Li Li. Jing suddenly showed a playful grin. He looked up at her. In the endless plains of Yin, there are no wild animals, correct? She asked him. I haven't seen any. So, what are we supposed to eat? Li Li looked around. There were no wild vegetables or fruits or even insects. I don't know. It's been an entire day and the only signs of life have been them or the other disciples. We aren't supposed to eat each other, are we? I wonder, Jing grinned as she flashed her teeth at Li Li. You can't eat me, Mom. I'm not tasty at all. Li Li shuffled away from Jing. I don't know. You look pretty tasty to me. Jing licked her lips while staring at Li Li. She made her stomach growl loudly as Li Li looked at her in horror. Just a quick taste, please. She took a single step forward. No. Li Li ran off into the forest with Jing following behind him with a wide smile. A date in a haunted forest. Quit following me, damn it. If any rumors spread about us, my reputation will be ruined. Lu Lan cursed at the grinning gorilla behind her. What kind of man would I be if I let my woman wander around a place as dangerous as this? Fu Kong flashed a pearly white smile as he closed the distance between him and Lu Lan. Your woman. Her beautiful unblemished white skin blushed a deep red from his words, but it wasn't enough to extinguish her annoyance. Everyone knows me as Gong Jun's woman, and if somehow my family or Gong's family finds out about me hanging out with a boy other than Gong, you will die. She grabbed him by his collar and shook him. It sounds like you're worried about me. He lovingly looked into Liu's eyes. Ugh. That's not the point. She pushed him to the ground. You just don't get it. My father and Gong's family will not let you off if anyone finds out about us. It's bad enough that Gong found out about it, but if you keep pushing it by sticking to me like this, he'll eventually explode and reveal everything. Lu was upset. Baby. You have nothing to worry about, Kong slowly got up from the ground and dusted himself off. He gave Lan a deep hug and gently played with her hair. Gong will not be willing to ruin his reputation by exposing us. He has too much pride to let everyone know that he now wears a green hat and was defeated by someone like me without any background. Fu Kong tried to soothe her. Will you stop sticking so close to me? She didn't reject his warm strong embrace. I'll restrain myself when there are people around. Kong answered in his own way. No, not restrain yourself. Don't come near me at all in public. It's safer this way. The natural masculine musk coming from his body was getting to her. Lu started to push him away before he got any ideas. After their multiple nights together, it was easier for Lan to feel what Kong was feeling and the same went for him. Because of his stupid double cultivation technique, it was influencing their bodies more than any regular cultivation technique could. I don't know if I can hold back my love for you for that long. He squeezed her tighter, taking in her lovely smell. Lan could feel that Kong was getting aroused and because of his cultivation technique, she too was getting in the mood because of it. She wanted to push him away because now wasn't the time for something like that and she definitely wouldn't make love with Kong in the wilderness during one of the biggest events for the Golden Serpent sect. As a princess raised with the most lavish upbringing, how shameful would it be if she decided to let Kong take her outside like they were nothing more than beasts in heat? Too perverted. I can definitely try my best if you give me a kiss. Kong looked into Lan's golden amber-colored eyes as his hand cupped her right buttock. Promise. Lan planned to immediately push him away if he promised. Kong had to avert his gaze for a second. Promise. She looked up into his emerald green eyes. Okay, fine. I promise I'll only approach you when there are no eyes nearby. Fu Kong had to submit. Lan stood on the tip of her toes as she went to give Kong a quick kiss. Unfortunately, Kong didn't plan to just have a quick kiss at all. As soon as their lips touched, a playful little tongue wanted to explore and have some fun inside her mouth. She wanted to separate herself from Kong by pushing his chest but Kong only pulled her closer to him with greater strength. His hand that was fondling her butt became a hand that slipped into the back of her underwear. Now she wanted nothing more than to push Kong away but that devilish skillful tongue of his added along with those talented fingers of his slipping inside her slit weakened her resolve. She knew that she would be at his mercy soon and any resistance that she could put up would be nothing against the overflowing lust building inside of Kong. But before it devolved to that point, she pushed Kang's chest back some, allowing her to breathe. At least check if there's any ghosts or disciples around first. Her face was flushed, she was somewhat out of breath, and there was already a damp spot in her underwear. Fu Kong nodded as he briefly let go of Lan and bulked up into a muscular abomination. All of his body was augmented to the extreme. Neck, arms, legs, torso, back, nothing was spared. Not even his member could escape being transformed to an unimaginable size. He focused his senses, taking in everything around them before his eyes locked on a certain tree. On top of a branch, there was some sort of figure looking down on him. His body moved before his mind could fully understand what it was. Without holding anything back, Fu Kong unleashed the strength of a fourth stage chi consolidator and a little extra towards the person. He expected to squash them into a pulp with his newfound strength. If not that, then at the very least crushing most of the bones in their body. Kong didn't understand how he came about this transformation but ever since he lost his cube, he felt it was deserving. After that fierce beauty stole his spirit world, martial arts, treasures, and even mystic flame, Fu Kong didn't have much left. This sudden new form quickly helped him grow in strength and because of his dual cultivation technique, it also increased Lan's strength as well. I'm surprised it took you so long to notice me but then again, getting caught up in the throes of lust usually blinds anyone. Especially people as young as you two. The watery figure backflipped off of the tree branch and gave Fu Kong and Lu Lan a teasing smile. They knew she just found out the big secret they didn't want anyone finding out about and she had absolutely nothing stopping her from revealing this news to everyone in the sect. While no one would believe such a ridiculous rumor in the first place, these two don't know that. Fu Kong was an absolute no one in the sect while Lu Lan was ranked rather high in status. It would be more likely to say that Fu Kong was in love with Gong Jun's woman and planned to take her for himself. This would bring about some commotion as people sized up Fu Kong and Gong Jun. The rumors would force the two into dueling as the relationship between Gong Jun and Lu Lan was much too big to let a rumor like this stay around. It would paint a negative image on both the Gong clan and Lu royal family. Both groups that are unwilling to have such a rumor staining their prestigious and powerful image. Who are you? Lu Lan planned to get involved as well. If this thing decided to blab about them, there would only be pain and misery in her future. I'm no one special. I was on my way looking for treasure and then I found you two lovebirds. Fu Kong and the royal princess of the Lu family being very intimate with one another. I wonder if the future Prince Gong Jun is aware of such a thing, the feminine water figure grinned. Kong and Lan looked towards each other and gave a silent nod. They both understood that they had to kill this thing or else. It knew of their identities. If they let it escape, there was no telling what kind of damage it could do. The two lovebirds slowly circled around the water figure. One on the left and the other on the right. Before you try and silence me, have you two found any treasure around here? It casually asked, feeling no danger from the two chi consolidators. Neither answered the question as Lan pulled out her sword. The two lovers rushed at the same time, causing the water being to sigh as it formed gloves on its fist. It raised its leg and blocked Lan's sword strike headed for its neck while at the same time briefly clashing with Kang's giant fist by striking backward with its elbow. Kang and the water girl were almost equal in strength, with him having the advantage. Lan pulled her sword out and continued to slash with deadly grace and pose. The clone was able to kick out with its leg to contest with each strike. However, this gave a clear opening for Kang to attack. Just as Lan was attacking with precision and style, Kang fought with the complete opposite. He used his superior body to his advantage. His fists would repeatedly strike the water girl like several strikes of thunder. While the clone knew its power was balanced, it would be too embarrassing to let itself be attacked by such an unskilled opponent. It gave up on defending against the two when they surrounded her like this and leaped into the air to avoid Kang's fist. Now with the two in front of her, it should be easier to attack and defend. All she had to do was prevent them from attacking her on two sides again and she could have a little fun. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that you two lovebirds have such good synergy. It's not often that cultivators are able to fight like that. The trust and knowledge you two have in each other boost your strength farther than normally would. Jing's water clone complimented the ill-fated couple. Kang only snorted. Being complimented by this thing wouldn't erase the murderous intentions he had for it. Follow me lead, horny dog. Lan coated her sword in white flames. ARF. ARF. He responded with a suave voice. The two then rushed towards the water clone intending to silence it for good. A date turned into murder? Lu Lan was leading the charge with her glistening long sword burning fiercely. From what the clone could see, Fu Kong was using a combination of a fist art and a combative movement skill. However, he could be hiding something up his sleeve that she has yet to know about. He is a person of fate after all. Blessed by the heavens and all of that. It isn't often that I get to practice flowering domination, but now that I'm in this form, I might be able to bring out its full potential. Let's see if you two are good enough to withstand it. The water clone smiled. She got into a martial stance, standing perfectly balanced on her right leg with her left leg raised up. In this fight, she planned to use nothing but her legs even if it came at the cost of her own life because of it. How often did she get the chance to truly go all out with all the skills she's learned? Especially now that she was just a water clone and weaker than how she normally is. This was going to be fun if these two aren't weak. Princess Lan got close up into Jing's space and slashed her sword to decapitate Jing's head. Jing crouched to the ground as she spun and tripped Princess Lan by sweeping her feet. As Princess Lan was flying overhead, a giant gorilla-like monster came from above with his fist raised to squash Jing like a bug. A playful grin appeared on Jing's face once she saw this. Instead of getting out of the way and avoiding the attack, she decided to strike at an unexpected moment. Fu Kong definitely didn't expect her to try and attack him after noticing him. His plan was to crush her in this attack or frighten her into jumping out of the way for Lan to stab her from the back. But since she dared to come at him head-on, he wasn't the one to not please the ladies. He put all of his strength into his fists while crashing down at her. Jing shot up into the air with her arm from the ground, flying towards Fu Kong with her foot like a devil's spear trying to pierce the heavens. She clashed with Fu's thick arms and briefly, the two stayed motionless in the air trying to contest with one another. But the two have already tested each other's strength and Fu Kong came out on top before. Fu pulled back his huge fist and smashed it at Jing's small figure. Jing used all the power behind Fu's fist to her own advantage. She kicked out with her foot and with the power from Fu's attack, used it to propel herself back to the ground at an incredible speed. Flipping in the air to land back on the ground on her feet, she used the force given by her from Fu to shoot back into the air with even more power and speed than before, borrowing Fu's own strength to use against him. Jing's foot clashed with Fu's fist once again, but unlike the other two times, this time, Jing came out on top. Fu was slowly being pushed further into the air. To keep her momentary advantage, she rapidly kicked out with her feet, pushing him higher and higher into the air while damaging his arms. Fu's power was great but his speed couldn't match up to flowering domination. For every one punch he threw out, Jing threw 3 or 5 or even 10 in the same moment to compensate for her lacking power. However, this advantage didn't last for long. Jing was interrupted by Princess Lan leaping towards her from behind, intent on plunging her sword through her vulnerable back. This forced Jing into temporarily halting her offensive momentum on Fu and turning around to face Princess Lan. The water clone crossed her arms while in the air as she struck out with her feet towards Princess Lan. Princess Lan used her sword to slash and slice at the water girl's feet. They clashed multiple times with each fiery sword strike seemingly boiling Jing's insides. Bubbles could be seen frothing from her water body, but this didn't seem to bother Jing at all. A calm smile was on her face as she responded to Princess Lan's assault with a level mind and deadly fast attacks. Jing didn't restrain her attacks at all as she aimed at Princess Lan's flaws and vital points. Her foot could be used in the same manner as a spear, a knife, or a club. It all depended on the angle and manner of how she used her legs. As of now, it seemed to be more than enough to deal with Princess Lan, but she wasn't a princess for nothing. She could see that Princess Lan was slowly improving as their fight went on. But their brief clash was too brief. They were still in the air at the moment. Jing flipped in the air before giving Princess Lan a decisive kick that sent her flying back to the ground. Fortunately for her, she blocked with her blade just in time to avoid it, but she couldn't avoid the crash back to the ground. She turned her attention back to Fukong only to see a strange beast on his shoulder staring back at her. A little golden dragon glared at her before releasing a massive amount of flames from its mouth. For a dragon about the size of a cat, the flames coming out of it didn't match what Jing was looking at. This wasn't an attack she could avoid so easily. If these flames hit her while she still hasn't cooled down from Princess Lan's flame sword, she might just turn into steam. She wasn't sure if she could keep her consciousness if that happened, despite knowing that steam was just another form of water. That was definitely something to test for later, but now, she still hasn't satisfied herself. While she didn't want to hurt them too badly for Prince Jun to handle later, she still wanted to see the limits of her martial arts. Now wasn't the time to hold back. That dragon wasn't a simple dragon but a creature almost on the same level as the four symbols. It was the legendary treasure dragon that was said to be born to hoard all the treasure in the world. An exaggeration, but whoever managed to tame this spirit beast would surely encounter all sorts of valuable priceless loot in the future. As long as they managed to keep hold of it long enough, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his descendants, their descendants, and his descendants' descendants would all live a life with unparalleled luck and wealth. The treasure dragon had an incredibly long lifespan incomparable to average spirit beasts. Jing no longer held anything back as she unleashed flowering domination to its full extent. A powerful yellow chi aura surrounded her body as she focused all of her strength in her legs. To the observant watcher, they would be able to see a giant phantom pair of legs floating above Jing's head. Something that both Fukong and Princess Lan didn't miss as they stared in shock. The water clone began fiercely kicking the air while spinning. Her foot impacted against nothing but the air itself, but it was as if the sky was being cracked apart with each kick. With the force of her kicks, mighty air shockwaves exploded toward the dragon's flames. Each kick blew the dragon's flames back toward its own mouth, and if nothing was done, it would be swallowed up by its own fire. Lan. Kong called out. I know. She reached into her robes. The two lovers took out a red pill and swallowed them whole. Fukong dropped back to the ground to avoid Jing's kicks and the flames as his body seemed to go under a painful transformation. Princess Lan was going through the same transformation as Kong. Both of their skins started to turn red as their flesh moved and vibrated. Their veins became visible and their eyes looked stretched. It was almost as if they were turning into demons, but Princess Lan was a princess. A pampered little genius like her would never be given something that had the chance of turning her into a demon or anything similar to it. While she was sent to the Golden Serpent sect, that didn't mean the sect allowed their students to become demons. They would have to find methods to do that outside the sect. In their newly transformed states, it seemed their power rose to a new level. Jing expected them to become mindless because of how monstrous they looked, but it seems not. What they swallowed certainly wasn't the berserk pill or mind-altering pill if they still had their sanity. So, it was between quite a few dozen others, but Jing honestly didn't care. If anything, them being stronger would only allow her to have even more fun. Well? I'm waiting, lovebirds. Show me the full extent of your love. She giggled in amusement. Jing's fully released aura was no less as impressive as the two lovers. Fukong liked having their relationship pointed out like this, but he didn't intend to spare this girl. Shut it. Lu Lan had enough of it, though, it seems. She did have a small blush on her cheeks, though. The adulterous pair did plan to put an end to this. Their love will surely not be exposed by someone like this. A Pyrrhic victory? Just like at the start of the battle, Princess Lan took the lead of the fight by directing Fukong despite him being the stronger of the two overall. Now that the two lovers have been empowered by whichever strength-boosting pill they swallowed, they'll surely be able to handle Jing at her full power. If not, she could only shrug. Their fate was in their own hands. Just how far did their determination go if she could overcome the two of them with just a water clone with about 1/10 of her real strength? Jing tapped the ground with her foot to send herself flying at Princess Lan. The look on her face showed momentary surprise, but Princess Lan was still able to respond to her foot nearly piercing through her skull with a blazing white slash from her sword to halt Jing's momentum. White flames exploded from the sword that caused several bubbles to form on the clone's body. Princess Lan smiled as she saw this. I figured out her weakness. All of the increased power in her body from the berserker pill made by Fukong was used to fuel the power of her bloodline. As the royal princess of the Lu family, she has long since awakened her family's bloodline. The blazing tyrant bloodline boasts of flames that are nearly on par with mystic flames. Lu Lan was even an anomaly in her family because she surpassed both her father and grandfather in talent with this bloodline. Her father only gained 1/100 th of the Blazing Tyrant bloodline while her grandfather was only able to use 1/1000 th of the bloodline. Lan was an anomaly because she was able to bring out 1/10 of the Blazing Tyrant bloodline for her own use. Unfortunately, this power came at a severe cost. If she ever tried using her bloodline to its full potential, she would lose her sanity and be swallowed up by the madness lingering in her bloodline from her ancestors. As of all of her 17 years of living, Lan has yet to figure out a method that could reliably stop herself when this happens. She only came to when everything around her has been burned to a crisp or her father directly stopped her. This plan of yours is not bad. Jing complimented as her body boiled. Humph. Look cocky all you want. I've found out your weakness. Princess Lan turned up the heat even more. I must say though. These flames of yours need some more training. I know of a person whose flames far exceed yours and they don't even have a bloodline to support them. Jing broke off the clash. Jing could hear Fu Kong coming at her from behind. If she split her attention to him, she would easily fall into a disadvantage since they had her on both sides. The boost from the pills they ate wasn't insignificant. But this might be the push she needed to gain the ultimate satisfaction from this battle. From the many lives she's gone through, there are few immortals who understand more about growing stronger than herself. Dire circumstances bring out the hidden potential inside. So, instead of gaining some distance from Princess Lan and Kong, Jing continued her assault on Princess Lan. Previously her attacks only aimed at Princess Lan's vital areas which made them somewhat easy to predict, but now she ramped up the skill level. Jing's foot swiped low and tripped Princess Lan. She was knocked off her feet from the force of the sweep and spun in the air without control over her body. As the world seemed to turn into a spiral for the princess, she suddenly felt a sharp pain hit her jaw and things started to spin more rapidly before the pain spread to all parts of her body as multiple impacts hit her body. Lu Lan could faintly hear someone calling out for her, but the pain was too much. When has she ever felt pain like this before? Not even her heart demon caused her this much pain. Xiao Lan! Fu Kong cried out as rage took hold of his mind. Madness took hold of him as he saw the water girl casually overpower and brutally crush his woman with her feet. The small smile on her face and crossed arms. Who was this girl? Why was she so strong? Being able to take them on just with her feet? She was too skilled. But Fu Kong didn't let his shock impede his rage. Just as he reached the water girl, she whipped her leg out and kicked his woman far away into the dense fog. With nothing but overwhelming power and killing intent flowing through his body, his fist stuck a massive hole through the torso of the girl. He felt no resistance and this didn't feel right to him. Something was wrong. Have you forgotten I'm made of water? Her head turned 180 degrees and a playful grin stared at him. Wah! Seeing such an unnatural sight spooked him. Fu Kong pulled his other fist back and struck the girl's upper torso, completely splattering the girl into multiple droplets of water on the ground in front of him. It kind of upset him that she managed to scare him at the end, but he had no time to worry about something like that. Xiao Lan was hurt, he needed to quickly go over and heal her before her injuries worsen. His body shrunk down as the side effects of the pill kicked in. He could no longer hold his transformed state from the pain racking through his body. As Fu Kong wobbled from side to side, barely able to keep himself standing as he made his way to where Princess Lan was sent flying, the water droplets began to shake before slowly moving towards each other. He was completely unaware of the familiar figure silently reforming itself behind him. However, a certain golden dragon's eyes widened as it saw this. It quickly blew out as much fire as it could to the mass of water forming together. Thankfully, evaporating the reforming enemy and completely defeating them for good. Xiao Lan. Please be okay. Are you sure he's trustworthy? Hong Long asked, staring at the figure leaving their group. We've made a deal. Manchu isn't the type of man to go back on his word. Mei Li answered. Why didn't all of us go to ambush Hu Tao together instead of leaving it to that man? Hong questioned. If things don't work out on Manchu's end, that's our backup plan. BOFAI, Yanyu, are you two fine with that? Mei Li soon looked over to the couple. I have no issues with that. BOFAI responded. He was the one to instigate most of the inner court into dealing with Hu Tao in the treasured plains. Why would he have a problem with doing something similar to him again? Especially after losing to him more than once. Bo Fai's pride as a reincarnated earthly immortal has been thoroughly thrashed by that unfathomable brat. As of now, he wanted nothing more than to throttle him by the throat and kill him with his own hands. If boyfriend has no issues with it, then I don't either. Yanyu supported. Alright then. I suppose our only job, for now, is to wait on Manchu's signal for success or failure. In the meantime, let's not forget to capture any ghosts we meet along the way. Mei Li reminded. I'll lead the way. BOFAI decided to take the lead. There were quite a few useful treasures he remembered people finding in this place. It would be difficult to find them but not impossible. When they described how they came across the treasures, there were some significant clues. Most if not all of them were stored or held in places of obvious importance. Oh. This is quite the lineup of faces. A blue feminine figure revealed itself to the group. What are you? Hong questioned with hostility. I'd advise you not to stand in our way. As you can see, we hold the advantage in numbers. Meili kindly reminded. What if I want to stand in your way? Despite only recognizing 2 faces at most, one of them was a rather important person to the watery being. Humph. Some people truly can't recognize their own limits. Hong scoffed at the suicidal fool. You, BY felt that this elemental clone looked familiar somehow. Is there something special about her that you recognize? Yanyu innocently asked. I'm not sure. She does look familiar though. BY rubbed his chin. I feel the same way, Meili added, killing intent radiating from her body. This thing reminded her of that girl. The leader of Hu Tao's group. But Meili wasn't completely sure if it was related to that girl or not. Just that she felt it was similar to the girl. I came over for him. I hope you all will be kind and allow me to borrow him for just a moment. The water clone pointed at BY. If that was all you wanted, why didn't you come toward us with friendly intentions? Meili interrogated. I could have sworn I reined in my excitement. Can you read hearts? A meteor hammer formed of water slowly extracted itself from the clone's stomach. Meili refused to answer such a question. Truly courting death, Hong Long charged forward with his large golden sword. The nemesis of heaven's angels. Well, I'm sure I'll be able to get you to speak soon enough. The water clone of Jing held one end of her meteor hammer and spun the other. The double-weighted weapon enhanced with the water clone's chi was more than enough to halt Hong Long's dash. He was forced into blocking the weighted ball unless he wanted a smashed skull. Hong was surprised to feel the power behind the girl's weapon. As a great prodigy, it was difficult for him to find challenges. Considering this thing wasn't even human, it made him wonder just what kind of technique or thing this was. Jing pulled the other end of the meteor hammer back and began to spin the weapon. Unlike before where she only spun one end, this time she was spinning both ends around herself. The weighted ends that could crush a winged tiger's skull masterfully moved around her entire body. Air swished and swooshed from the blurring speed at which the weighted ends were moving at. Hong Long watched as a small smile appeared on the girl's face before she began to playfully skip towards him. The casual way she was skipping made it seem like she wasn't skillfully controlling the meteor hammer at all. Hong Long was impressed but chalked it up to nothing but tricks. How could something like this be useful in a real fight? All it takes is one good slash from his sword and that showy nonsense would be put to an end immediately. Hong Long met the water girl head-on with his blade. He slashed at an angle to decapitate from below. As he was expecting his sword to be tangled up in the watery chains or his sword to cleave right through the weapon to decapitate the girl, neither of which happened. The great prodigy felt a blow that nearly shattered his jaw and sent him flipping into the air. Ah, I think you weren't looking closely enough, great prodigy, Hong Long. Jing reared the other end of the meteor hammer and sent it flying towards Hong's stomach. A genius like yourself shouldn't be too arrogant and underestimate opponents you know nothing about. Luckily for the great prodigy, BY saved him from suffering terrible harm by grabbing his clothes and moving him out of the way of Jing's attack. After seeing Hong Long lose horribly against this mysterious person, BY decided to step up to the plate. Her skill was truly admirable, whoever this is. That weapon of hers was unusual as well. He's never seen anything like that in either of his lives. You have a connection with heaven's angels, don't you? BY realized. I would compliment you for such incredible deduction skills, but I'd be lying. Jing thought they already figured it out. Jing wasn't a fool. It was only a matter of time before people could find out the signature sign of someone from heaven's angels. That signature being the usage of an unusual weapon. In a world where the top cultivators use swords or their own bodies and most forms of martial arts are centered around those two things, why would anyone bother straying from the path already set from them? Who would put in the additional effort of forging their own path when they could take the easy way and mimic those around them? While cultivators may live for thousands of years, mastering most martial arts take a lifetime to completely master. Imagine creating a martial art that could reach the peak from scratch while using a weapon that no one has ever seen before. It sounds impossible, right? Since she's confirmed that she's from heaven's angels, there is no reason for us to be merciful any longer. Everyone, we must capture her to learn more about Hu Tao's group. If she proves too difficult, just kill her instead. They have more than a few members in their group. Killing one won't cause too much of an issue. Meili coldly ordered. Aye, leader. Yanyu pulled out a half-broken sword with a mighty dragon etched onto the blade, ready to fight. Follow my lead, you. BY erupted with a new look. Emperor-like robes made of flame chi coated his body. He gained burning gauntlets, blazing shin guards, and a flaming cape as well. I'll support you too. Meili fed Hong Long a valuable healing pill to fix his shattered jaw before rising up with a sheathed sword in half. I have a question before we begin. Jing spoke up. Ask away, villain. A white aura of chi burst from Mei's sheathed sword. Are you at odds with heaven's angels because of Hu Tao? It would be best if things were clarified first. Hu Tao has hurt all of us in some way or form. He does not hide his villainous actions nor his despicable behavior. Everyone is aware of the type of person Hu Tao is, but no one does anything about it. And your heaven's angels took it upon yourself to recruit such a horrible person in your group without caring about his actions. Meaning that you too support his inhumane deeds and must also be exterminated alongside him. Mei explained. I see. I see. Alright, shall we begin? Jing readied herself to take on the three cultivators. Jing wasn't surprised to hear that Hu Tao managed to somehow form an entire group around killing him and those he's close to. She was at fault as well. It was not like she really restrained his actions all that much. Only when it would prove disadvantageous to her would she do so, but some of Hu Tao's value also lied in how much trouble he stirred up without even trying. Because of his terrible personality, Jing has the chance of obtaining the secret of reincarnation from BY. It must also be said that Jing was personally a fan of causing chaos and mayhem as a means to accomplish her goals. What person would be more perfect for doing such things than Hu Tao? Bing, Leiji, Wanqing, and Li weren't suitable because of their personalities. While they might do it if she asked, they wouldn't necessarily enjoy doing it, unlike Hu Tao who would take great pleasure in riling as many people up as he can. Ying might be a good substitution for Hu Tao, but that would only work best if the people she was sent against wronged her in some way. So, Jing was aware that the actions of Hu Tao affected her reputation as well. It affected heaven's angels as a whole. But restraining Hu Tao's actions was not the right method in using him to his full potential. All she had to do was properly direct his focus elsewhere, otherwise, if he got too bored, he'll just naturally cause some chaos without even trying. A person like Hu Tao was always needed in some way. Either his heavenly talent for combat or his unnatural ability to get on the bad side of anyone he meets. Both are abilities that are superb for aiding Jing in manipulating things to her advantage. Eventually, when she takes over the Golden Serpent sect, his dual talent will be one of the strongest factors in helping her easily overtake the Nine Swords sect and Blossoming Water Palace. Let's see if you are anywhere as skilled as Hu Tao. BY took a leap forward with a single step. If you saw my skills 2 days ago, I would have said no. Before experiencing the 10,000 lives, Jing was indeed weaker than Hu Tao in skill. BY led his attack with a straight right punch that caused Jing's water body to boil without him even touching her yet. Yanyu didn't follow behind BY but went to circle around Jing. Mei stayed put as the white chi glowing around her sheathed sword slowly grew brighter and brighter as seconds went by. Jing took in all this information in a matter of seconds. Her meteor hammer was launched toward BY face, only to clash with his fist. His fist sent the weighted end flying past Jing's face. BY used this quick opportunity to attack while she looked helpless. As much as Jing wanted to take him on at close range, his flames were a bit too much and were actually suppressing her. This information surprised her greatly. Those flames aren't any regular flames. If BY could hear what Jing was thinking, he'd say that she was correct. His flames indeed were not any regular OLE flames but the flames of the legendary phoenix. While they were not the most powerful of flames compared to other legendary spirit beasts who could use fire, it was still on par with them. The heat produced by these flames was enough to burn body cultivators to ash. Jing's water clone wasn't made out of any special spiritual water either. Just SCP-109's water. While the water had some anomalous properties, none of it held any defense against the flames of a phoenix. Put simply, Jing was outclassed in quality. Whether or not she would be able to make up this difference in quality with skill, remains to be seen. Hey! Yanyu cried out in surprise as the weighted end of the meteor hammer hit by BY was sent flying her way. Look out! BY shouted. Shouldn't you be focusing on yourself instead? Water tendrils began to wriggle and extend out from Jing's body. They shot toward BY with impressive speed, seemingly about to pierce straight through his body. I was outplayed? BY released a large amount of flames from his body that stopped the water tendrils from piercing through his body. The water turned directly into steam while the other end of the meteor hammer sent towards Yanyu was blocked by her half-broken sword. Once the weighted end made contact with the sword, it was suddenly repulsed with great force somehow and repelled far into the sky with even greater speed than before. Jing was forced into releasing her weapon lest she wanted to be sent flying into the sky without her control. It turns out that this group wasn't that weak at all. They surely had some skills and tools necessary to cause some trouble for heaven's angels. If they attacked one of their weaker members all at once, it might be possible to seriously injure them. As long as this wasn't everything they had to show, of course. But considering that they planned to kill Hu Tao, Jing didn't believe it was. Not bad. Jing nodded her head, complimented the group. She pulled out another meteor hammer made of water from her stomach as BY came running toward her with his body burning brightly. Considering how well he countered her, Jing planned to take out the weaker ones first before dealing with him. Saving the best for last was a saying for a reason. Jing continuously hopped backward while staring into Bo Fai's eyes with a small grin. She's frightened and hiding her fear behind a smile to bluff me. Humph. I'm far too old for a little girl like you to try and play mind games with me. Bo Fai smirked as he chased her. The two moved quickly through the foggy forest. Seeing him fall perfectly into her bait, made her question if he really was a reincarnated earthly immortal like Hu Tao said he was. But then again, reincarnation does make one arrogant. She had a period like that during her 10,000 lives in which she thought she was the number one under the heavens because of the knowledge she accumulated over time. Jing had to find out the hard way that there were many hidden experts in the world and knowledge of the future wasn't a guarantee for your safety. Kaiser's Conquest. Jing utilized her movement art given to her by the system. Multiple after-images of herself appeared on the field, seemingly taunting Bo Fai with their smile. Bo Fai only scoffed as he gathered the phoenix's flames into a palm-sized sphere above his hand. Just as all the clones of Jing charged toward him, he crushed the fireball in his hand. A massive shockwave of heat and fire spread from his body in all directions. A high-pitched scream nearly froze Bo Fai's heart solid. Yanyu? Yanyu? What happened to her? Wasn't that girl's attention focused on me? Bo Fai quickly controlled his flames into returning back to himself and rushing towards the sound of Yanyu. Once he made it over to her, his eyes couldn't believe what it was seeing. Unlike what he thought had occurred, Yanyu was completely fine. Seeing that she was okay, Bo Fai's thumping heart calmed itself. If something happened to her, Bo Fai wouldn't know how to explain himself to her older brother. It was a trick, boyfriend. You know your flames can't hurt me, remember? Yanyu reminded him. After all the time they spent together, Bo Fai and Yanyu have gotten much closer to each other. Ever since that day where Bo Fai rescued her from dying at Hu Tao's hands, Yanyu fell in love with him. She followed him around, endlessly searched for him when he hid from her, and always spoke to him with hearts in her eyes. Bo Fai never outright rejected her advanced because he thought of her love as nothing more than puppy love. He felt that she would surely grow out of it once she saw that he wasn't interested. Unfortunately for Bo Fai, he underestimated just how far a young girl was willing to go for their first love. She did not grow disinterested even when he tried treating her coldly or insulting her. Yanyu used his criticism as motivation to improve herself and eventually took the way he constantly poked at her faults as a way of showing concern for her. Perhaps he was shy and couldn't be honest with his true feelings about her. So, he hid his feelings behind a cold face and rude words to hide his own embarrassment. Eventually, even an old fossil couldn't stand against love as strong as this. Despite becoming an earthly immortal in his first life, he was rather secluded from the world. He never experienced many of the things that Yanyu was aggressively shoving his way. Love, dedication, devotion, interest, companionship, and a wanting to be with him no matter what. Bo Fai could only admit defeat towards Yanyu's strong pursing. Not even assassins after his head chased him as hard as she did. Bo Fai refused to directly admit that he had feelings for the girl, but it was obvious to anyone that hung around them that the two held feelings for one another. He never refused her verbal or physical advances but at the same time never initiated some on his own. Yanyu took it as him being shy. Honglong and Meili took it as him being stubborn. As if showing your feelings towards the one you like was embarrassing. He was just being a fool. Then what was that gurk? Hug. Bo Fai felt something cold, wet, and hard wrap around his throat. The pressure tightened immediately and his vision was turning dark very quickly. Bo Fai mustered as much chi as he could to burst with phoenix flames. But before he could manifest them, he felt a sharp pain come from behind him that directly injured his liver and ruined his concentration. Now, he no longer had the ability to resist. Boyfriend! Yanyu shouted in concern as she dashed toward him. Jing didn't plan on stopping. She had her meteor hammer's chain wrapped around Bo Fai's throat and kneed him in the liver to prevent him from using his flames. The liver was one weakness that when injured caused excruciating pain and could easily incapacitate a person to their knees. It would take a cultivator with impressive willpower to be able to focus their chi during such pain and perform chi techniques. Not even an old fossil like Bo Fai could resist against this surprise attack. Just as Bo Fai was about to black out, a white flash slashed through the misty fog. Yanyu was about to reach Bo Fai and the water girl, but it seems the white flash reached them first. It sliced straight through Bo Fai's abdomen and the girl behind him. Yanyu's eyes flashed with shock and concern. Yan! Don't forget what kind of flames he possesses. Meili reminded her. The realization of what she was saying slowly poured into her mind. This understanding briefly allowed her to ignore Bo Fai's cut in half body to focus on the water girl who was completely stunned. Yanyu's half-broken blade roared with powerful chi radiating off of her body. The chi manifestation of a mighty dragon appeared above her body as she chopped into the water clone's body. You really sacrificed him to get me. Jing truly didn't expect such an outcome. Her mind couldn't possibly accept that their hatred for Hu Tao would be that deep that they were willing to sacrifice a member of their own group just to kill her. Especially when the girl named Yanyu was so deeply in love with the fire boy she called boyfriend. How could she accept her boyfriend dying in such a manner to one of her comrades? Things weren't making sense. Jing felt that she was being played. But before she could get to the bottom of anything, she exploded into a million of water droplets after Yunyu's blade hacked into her body. After dealing with the water girl, Yunyu quickly ran over to Bo-Fi's body. The upper half of his body was separated from his lower half, but if you took a quick look at him, it would be difficult to see such a thing. Mei's slash was too perfect. It cleanly sliced right through him, but one would never know unless they physically tried to separate his upper body and lower body. Yunyu did her best to help Bo-Fai regenerate by pushing the top half and bottom half closer together. I apologize. Mei walked over and said to the two of them. I'm angry with you, but I know you only did it to save my boyfriend. Yunyu was not dumb. She understood it was probably their only option to save him. I'll be on the lookout for any ghosts while we wait for the two of them to recover. Mei told her. Okay. Yunyu placed Bo-Fi's head on her lap as she lovingly played with his hair. Unknown to Mei's group, the water droplets from before began to move. Each individual droplet slowly and steadily moved under the cover of the endless fog in the forest. Mei's group was none the wiser as each of the droplets escaped right under their noses. Later on, reforming back into one whole and then returning back to its creator with new important information. Bing's good luck strikes again. A lone figure aimlessly walked through the endless plains of Yin. His eyes darted from side to side as if he was terrified of something suddenly showing up in front of him. But with his new friend, there wasn't much that scared him inside this ghastly place. Unfortunately, his friend was nothing more than just a tyrannical leech that sucked him dry every time his vitality was restored. As a man, how could Bing allow himself to be played to death by such a vicious woman? But reality proved that a woman who knew the value of her own body and the desires of a young man would always have the advantage in a face-off between the two. It also helped that the woman wasn't weaker than the young man but much stronger, and the fact that their lives were somewhat intertwined now. Lin Jiajia tried making a deal with the fatty. If you allow me to gorge myself on your blood and chi, I'll fulfill 3 requests of yours when I reach the next cultivation realm. Lin was somewhat forced into making this deal. The delicious fatty was able to resist her attempts to drain his blood and chi quite easily. Despite his looks, he really was more capable than he looked. Not to mention stubborn as well. He quickly realized that he didn't benefit at all from allowing her to grow from him, he only felt drained, weakened, and used as a fool. When he found that out, he put a stop to her attempts immediately. Any 3 requests? Bing's mind raced as he looked up to the incredibly tall, beautiful, and sensual ghostly princess. Lin's pupil-less eyes stared deeply into Bing's perverted blue eyes. She felt like ripping him apart for the thoughts she knew were floating around in his head. When has she ever been treated in such a way before? Men would do everything they could just to fulfill a single request of hers. She didn't have to promise them anything or suffer being looked at like a piece of meat. But now because of this tasty fool, she had to consider being taken advantage of even in the afterlife. How ridiculous. Like hell, she would ever allow this fatty to use her as his plaything. Any 3 requests? Bing repeated his question to the big woman. Forget it. Lin Jiajia just couldn't go through with the deal after realizing the virgin's true nature. As a princess, there was almost no humiliation greater than being used as a sex toy by a man to her. She held no interest in this fatty besides his blood, chi, and sometimes manly demeanor. If he acted like how he did when he placed both their lives on the line regularly, maybe she would be more interested in being pursued by this fatty. Maybe she would have accepted his 3 requests. What princess didn't want her prince to have the courage of lions, the might of dragons, and the wisdom of a turtle? Less than perfection wasn't something that royalty like her could accept, and Bing was full of imperfections. Perhaps in 100 years or so, he'll mature into a man she could consider treating as an equal. By then, he should surely get out of this boyish phase of his where he couldn't control himself from having lecherous thoughts at every second. Jiajia could feel the boy's eyes wandering over her body every time he came to this secret realm of his. No part of her was safe from his perverted gaze and made her want to tear him to pieces and gouge out his eyes. Hey, do you know if this thing can still capture ghosts even though it's kind of broken? Bing asked her, dangling his cracked amulet. How should I know? I didn't make it. Jiajia answered. I guess I'll have to find out myself. Bing wandered over to a lone floating spirit in the distance. Ever since Jiajia merged with his shadow, Bing could see ghosts now. It was a bit startling at first. Bing even ran away in fright after encountering the first ghost he saw. It wasn't until some rude words of encouragement from Jiajia that Bing was able to gain some courage against the undead spirits inside the endless plains of Yin. Now that Bing realized the weakness of the ghosts inside the forest, he treated them the same as he would regular spirit beasts. Just spirit beasts that could talk. Bing grabbed the lone spirit by the neck with a strong grip. The spirit cried out in fright as Bing placed his cracked amulet on the spirit's body. The ghost couldn't resist being sucked into the amulet. Seeing this caused Bing to smile. It looked like he wasn't going to fail at this portion of the test after all. With Jiajia as his shadow, he didn't have to worry about ghosts possessing him, and he could see ghosts too. Bing traveled throughout the foggy forest with much more confidence in himself now. With yin of destruction and yang of creation, it was almost as if this place was his playground to do as he pleased. Ghosts were captured inside his amulet regardless if they wanted to or not. And since all the ghosts in the endless plains of yin seemed to be attracted to his body, Bing managed to capture quite a lot of ghosts. Eventually, Bing came across a large group of disciples from his sect. Relief filled his body as he finally saw signs of humans once again. It felt like it's been weeks since he'd last seen a living breathing person as he traveled through this cursed land of ghosts. But the relief he felt at seeing humans again wasn't anywhere close to the relief he felt seeing a familiar figure on the outer edge of the disciples. Bright orange hair, a big mass of steel on her back that was taller than herself, and a voice loud enough that he could hear it even from this far away. Bing couldn't be happier to see Ying again. He's been traveling for 2 whole days with only tasteless pills to fill him up for food. Cake. Warmth. Companionship. A void world filled with something besides disgusting grass and a mean ghost. Ying, Ying, Ying. Bing couldn't control himself as he hugged Ying from behind and lifted her in the air. Ying. You don't know how happy I am to see you again. Bing gently swung Ying left and right as he held in her the air. I've been suffering so much without you guys. I couldn't find you or even message you with the special talisman. Haha. I really am lucky to find you again. Bing released all his joy for Ying to take in without any special preparations. At first, Ying believed she was being attacked by someone. She was about to erupt her body into flames to burn the fool alive for daring to attack her. But then something didn't add up to her. Hao Gang would have surely warned her if someone was about to attack her. That meant Hao Gang recognized whoever this person is and willingly let them grab her. Then Ying heard the voice of the person who grabbed her. Ying wasn't prepared in the slightest for such an ambush by the boy she had a crush on. While she has spent days worrying for his safety, wondering where the hell he was, if he was safe or not, if he was thinking about her, and more. This reunion was simultaneously the best kind of reunion she could have expected and the worst. Right now, she could feel her face was so red, she could be mistaken for a human-shaped cherry. Being held up in Bing's strong and warm embrace from behind was something she dreamed up, experiencing it in real life was another matter altogether. She loved every second of it and didn't ask him to release her or hit him. When would she get another chance to be this physically intimate with the boy she liked a lot? Ying sure as hell wasn't going to do something as embarrassing as that until they were officially dating. By that point, it was going to be difficult for her to separate herself from him even if he wanted her to. Once he accepted her confession, it was going to be the start of a whole new Ying. So, it took half a minute before Bing's euphoria wore off. He embarrassingly and gently placed Ying back on the ground before sheepishly rubbing the back of his head. Bing bowed his head and apologized for his actions. Ying balled up her fist and using a majority of her strength, punched the back of his head and buried him into the ground. You scared the shit out of me, idiot. Ying shouted with a harumph afterward. Bing's body impacted the ground with enough force to send dust flying upward and blinding most of the disciples nearby. Bing admitted that he did deserve that, but man, was Ying really strong. Even when he was stabbed by Jia, it didn't hurt nearly as much as her punch for some reason. But regardless, Bing was still really happy to see Ying again. Bing bounced back up with a stupid smile on his face as he looked at Ying. Ying couldn't help but click her tongue at this cute fat idiot. She had to turn her body to hide the embarrassment on her face. Soon, Bing realized that there was someone else with her too. He politely greeted Ji, who politely greeted him back. Their relationship wasn't that close and they've barely talked to one another. Ji was a little bit envious of Ying after seeing her and Bing's reunion. She knew Hu Tao would never react the same way towards her even if he was trapped in a cave for 1,000 years. Maybe if she was Jing, he would. With a depressing internal sigh, Ji couldn't wait for the end of this tournament. Jing would help her become strong enough to become a woman that Hu Tao could love. What happened to you after we all got split up? Ying asked him with her back turned. Before I tell you that long story, do you have anything to eat? Bing shyly asked. Which cake do you want? Ying was waiting for him to ask this. Cleansing physique cake, breath purifying cake, and a heart clearing cake please. Bing requested. Ying went into her storage ring and took out the cakes he requested before giving them to him one by one. If everyone in the crowd wasn't staring at the group before, they certainly were now when they smelled the aroma coming from the cakes. The girl with the big sword had food and probably a lot of it inside her storage ring. Eyes of greed and malicious intent soon focused on Ying, who was too busy staring at Bing, who looked like he just received the greatest present in the world from her. Only Ji and Hao Gang were aware of the eyes focusing on their group. But it didn't take long for Bing to notice the eyes greedily trying to devour his cakes. An impressive heavy aura spread from his body into the crowd. While those in the Qi gathering stage averted their gaze, those above it weren't scared of a 9th stage Qi gatherer like Bing. Even if his aura was particularly weighty, he was willing to fight life and death with everyone here to protect Ying and her cakes for himself. 2 days of eating nothing but tasteless pills changes a man and teaches him to appreciate the good things in life while he can. Nothing out of the ordinary. Bing wasn't the type of person to get angry over most matters. He would describe himself as quite a reasonable and understanding individual. There were very few things in this world that could truly make him upset. Seeing the greedy looks from his fellow disciples didn't make him angry, as he understood exactly why they were the way they were. If Ying wasn't here and someone pulled out some very delicious smelling food, perhaps he would be the exact same as everyone else here. Those 2 days of eating pills to fill his hunger really did leave an impact on him. Before the grand tournament, Bing took Ying's cakes for granted, but now he knows how foolish he was. It didn't take but 1 or 2 bites of Ying's cake for one's hunger to be filled somehow. That was also the same number of bites that it took for the effects of the spiritual cakes to take effect. In the future, when he wouldn't be able to eat Ying's cake as his leisure, he must store them for later. Take a single bite or 2, then place inside his void world until he was hungry again. As Bing was about to step forward to defend his cakes and Ying, it turns out his determination to step forward was unneeded. Once Ying realized that Bing wasn't admiring the cakes like he usually does before eating, she realized that something was off. Who was disturbing her precious time to admire Bing while he's eating? Her head turned as her pupils burned with blazing flames. A mighty eruption of flames towered into the air above Ying's figure as she turned her attention to the rest of the disciples. The flaming heat torched everyone's skin except for Bing and Ji's. Ying's control over her flames has improved somewhat through the shadow in her void world, improving her martial arts and being forced into restraining her flames to capture ghosts. But it has only been 2 days since she's arrived here. Not that much progress has been made. Ying didn't even bother grabbing Hao Gang to use against the disciples in front of her. Ever since Ying was rewarded that golden ring for annihilating the fearsome garden, it didn't take long for her to find out how to use it and what it could do. It turns out, Jing gave her an ancient ghost that knew long and forgotten martial arts. Each martial art being comparable to sky-ranked and heaven-ranked techniques known today. To say she was surprised by the gift was an understatement, to say the least. A ring like this was something that entire empires and kingdoms would go to war over. And she got it just for taking care of some faction in a sect. While she almost died in that fight, she still felt that it was far too good for her to receive as a reward. But because of this reward, she's learned several new martial arts with the help of the shadow in her void world. That shadow's purpose is to aid her in perfecting whatever martial art she shows in front of it. So, Ying was quite confident in being able to use these new techniques in practice. Starting with her fist art, Infinite Heaven Fist style. She's quite confident for just a first stage chi consolidation cultivator. I wonder where she gets all this confidence even though she's outnumbered. Things don't have to get violent, beauty. Just share some cakes with us just like you did with that fatty and nothing bad will happen. How is it fair that he's the only one to get cakes? I'm much more handsome than he is. Ying rolled her eyes. Not even the most handsome man in the world could compare to the Bing in her heart right now. A young girl's first love is not something to be underestimated. Some are willing to take their own lives, abandon the mothers and fathers that raised them since birth, and even cut all ties with friends and family for their first love. While Ying wouldn't say her love for Bing has reached such levels, she certainly didn't have any other man in mind right now. Ying took the first move. Her eyes already locked onto the men eyeing her and Bing. It took one only to blink their eyes before Ying disappeared from her previous location. A scream and a body flying through the air were the next sights seen by the large group. Ying's fist smashed into a man's chest. The state of his condition was unknown as he disappeared beyond the fog. All those threatening Ying from before quickly readied themselves for a fight. It looked like she wasn't all talk if she could take out the 5th stage chi consolidation disciple in one punch. But even a genius had their limits. There were several of them and only one of her. While none of them may be outstanding in their own right, ants were stronger together than alone in the first place. Even an elephant could be felled by a large enough group of ants. All the disciples who wanted to take Ying's food charged together instead of taking her on one at a time. While no one was starving to say as it's only been 2 days, who would pass up a chance for free food when it's right in front of them? You bastards! Who do you think you are trying to attack, my friend? Bing would have normally left Ying to sort this out on her own. As a person who frequently advocates peace and friendship, Bing usually avoids all signs of conflict if he could help it. But he did notice the giant cave that everyone has gathered around after his excitement of seeing Ying again wore off. Since everyone was gathered outside of it, there must be a condition necessary to enter inside the cave, and if there was a condition necessary to enter the cave, that meant there was definitely something valuable inside the cave worth taking. Meaning, he couldn't just take Ying and Ji then run away in the forest despite how much he wanted to. By running away with Ying and Ji, he'd still get his cake, group back up with his friends, and not have to engage in a fight with a bunch of strangers. Bing jumped in front of Ying and Ji with his shield that has grown quite a bit since he's first got it. Previously it wasn't even large enough to cover his stomach, but now it was huge enough for him to plant into the ground and hide behind. Since it grew on blood, Bing tried feeding it his own blood once after the Empress gave him the golden blood elixir. That one time was all it took to drastically change the size of the shield. It was also at that time that Bing realized that his golden blood was very powerful. Haha. Kill the fatty first and leave the women alive. Multiple swords landed on Bing's shield. He was slightly pushed back from the combined strength of all the higher-staged cultivators attacking him at once, but soon regained his footing by utilizing Devil's Arms. Behind his shield, where the disciples couldn't see, Bing's flesh began to weave into itself. His fat began to be forcefully condensed into extra layers of muscle that was reinforced with his chi, improving his physical strength far more than just altering his body normally. Ying's eyes glowed as if she was staring at a dreamy prince that all noble girls dream about during their teen years. Stepping in to protect her when she's in danger, willing to take on the world just to see her safe, and courageously proving himself not helpless against the overwhelming odds. Seeing this side of Bing again nearly made her gush. But she soon shook her head and stopped such distracting thoughts. Ying's fists lit on fire. Ji's thoughts on Bing's transformation were far different from Ying's thoughts. She saw nothing of the sort that resembled any of the princes she's heard of or dreamed of in her youth. Instead, she saw a horrific, terrifying monster being born through the creation of tearing flesh being mixed and moved as if it had its own will. The harmless-looking fatty from before was now something she could barely recognize. Bulging veins and muscles, additional arms shot out from his torso, and a demeanor that was far different from the innocent young man she thought she knew. He was a monster. Through and through. A monster that was now capable of competing in strength against multiple cultivators far higher than him in realm despite just being a 9th stage chi gatherer. It was a sight like this that made Ji really understand just how outclassed she was and at the same time, how abnormal those from Hu Tao's group were. If she was trained by Jing, would she too become a freak? Could such a thing even be avoided if one wanted to be strong? For my unfortunate choice of love, I have to be willing to do anything. Even if I have to turn out like these people. Ji's resolve only momentarily wavered seeing Ying and Bing's reckless behavior. After all, it was nothing more than suicide trying to face up against opponents stronger in the cultivation stage and had more numbers than you. Beat them until they're almost dead. With all of us here, they don't stand a chance. Meeting someone new. Ying, do you have a recovery cake on you? Bing suddenly asked. Yeah, why? Are you hurt? Ying responded back. I was just wondering. Ying, Ji, get close to me. Bing yelled at the two. Ying was about to jump out to beat these pieces of crap to death with her fists, but Bing must have a plan if he told them to come near him. Ji listened to the abomination that was still considered Bing and stood close to him with her sword drawn. Ying didn't put up a fuss about it either as she trusted Bing. With the two directly behind him, Bing directly split open his flesh and fed his shield his golden blood. If you don't want to die, please run away for now. Bing warned everyone that didn't want to kill them. Unfortunately, his warning fell on deaf ears as no one took him seriously. Bing sighed. He gave them a chance to live. Now it was up to their own ability to survive now. Not to mention, bystanders who just watch people die are sometimes just as bad as the murderers themselves. Especially if they have the ability to do something about it. While Bing was also one of these despicable bystanders, he still hasn't fixed his negative karma yet. Eventually, he'll be a hero of legend. Rescuing and saving innocent people across the lands for the sake of improving his karma. His heart might be black as the night itself, but that didn't mean he couldn't do some good for the world. If the trash of the world took itself out, then naturally there would only be good things left, right? Heh. Who is this fatty kidding? Ooh. We're so scared. Please don't kill us, Mr. 9th Stage Chi Gatherer. We'll do anything to survive. Please don't use your secret technique. As they were mocking Bing, they decided to stop attacking his incredibly tough shield. They split up and surrounded the trio. Bing's shield could only defend in one direction. If they attacked in all directions, then they were nothing but sitting ducks waiting to be cooked. Ying and Ji readied themselves to take on the cultivators leaping at them. Only a few people managed to sense the brief but amazing spike in chi coming from Bing's shield. After sensing this spike, they felt something in the ground below them. Their eyes widened as they suddenly jumped far into the sky. Everyone else who couldn't sense this change in chi was helpless against the sudden attack. All at once, several lives were lost simultaneously. An innumerable amount of pure white bone spikes shot up from the ground. The men jumping towards them were either pierced and hung above the ground or got split in half from moving so fast before getting spiked. Those standing by just watching didn't even realize they were impaled until it was already too late. Their blood dripping onto the sharp jutting bones as their lives were fading by the second. All of those who had been pierced had their blood drained completely from the bones. The luster and shine of the already gleaming bones increased ever more. Bing's eyes locked onto the dangerous few that managed to sense his attack coming beforehand. There were 3 in total. 2 girls and 1 guy. He only recognized one of the girls, the other 2 were a complete mystery to him. Xiaohong. Even the most ignorant disciple heard of the Ice Princess, Xiaohong. One of Golden Serpent Sect's rising dragons. A new ranking for all of the recently recruited disciples that were prodigies. It would be simpler to think of them as the new generation of prodigies compared to the great prodigies who are a generation above them because they entered the sect sooner. Bing didn't know the other two. He rarely ventured outside of Ying's void world at the sect except when he had to find ingredients for Ying to make cakes for him, and fulfilling his 5 tasks for the sect required each month. One was a girl with a cute round face but cold dead eyes that had a grape vein growing out of her head. The only boy had icy blue hair, a strange look on his face, and a long metal staff in hand. Both girls only looked his way before retreating into the forest. The guy, however, pulled out a talisman that glowed brightly before he suddenly appeared in front of him. "You three. Are you a part of Jing's group?" he asked. His eyes eyeing their weapons. Bing didn't know who this guy was, how he knew about Jing, what his relationship to Jing was, or if he was hostile to them. But considering he didn't feel any killing intent coming from him, he didn't control his bones into skewering right through him. Since this guy wanted to talk instead of fight, Bing would be happy to do so. But he didn't let his guard down either. He was ready to kill him within a single moment with his bone spikes if he tried anything funny. "Who are you?" Ying glared at him, stepping to the side of Bing. "My name is Zai Shang." He was slightly surprised that they didn't know about him. Zai Shang may have finally gotten the woman that had his heart, but he knew almost nothing about her. Getting to know her followers to know her better would be good. He was sure they knew plenty of things about her that he didn't know right now. Since he couldn't find Jing herself to spend time with, her followers would be a good alternative for the time being. "Is that supposed to mean anything to us?" Ji confirmed his suspicions. "So, she hasn't told you all yet," Shang muttered to himself. "Told us what?" "You know the Empress?" Bing questioned. "Empress? Was this how her followers referred to her?" "He means Jing. Do you have some sort of relation with Jing? Is that why you came to talk to us?" Ying was still hostile towards him. He hasn't explained why he approached them yet. "I would like to join you three," Shang asked. If Jing hasn't told her followers about their relationship yet, then he wasn't going to tell them either. It wasn't like he was going around screaming to those he knew that he had a girlfriend either. He'd rather spend as much time with her as he can while no one knew about them yet. Because once people realize they are together, trouble and annoyances would definitely come soon after. Hopefully, he'll be able to meet Jing by sticking together with her group. "No way, punk. You're suspicious as hell. Who in their right mind would allow some weirdo to join them without knowing anything about them?" Ying yelled at him. "I know him," Ji spoke up. "You do?" Ying looked at her. "He's one of the Rising Dragons. A prodigy spell master that's known for his combat ability and comes from a long lineage of spell masters. I don't know his relation to Jing though." Ji shared. "I see. I am rather suspicious now that you describe it in that way. How about this, in exchange for allowing me to travel with you, I'll share with you these talismans." Shang pulled out several paper slips from his pocket. Considering none of them seemed to know what they were, he spoke first to explain their value. "These are ghost-seeking talismans. By injecting your qi into the spells, you will be able to sense any ghosts near you. The more qi infused into the talisman, the further the search range increases." Shang knew it would be difficult to convince them with just words, so he showed off the usage of the talisman right in front of them. He searched his qi into the paper slip before vanishing a moment later. In the next moment, Shang could be seen with his metal staff in the distance. He thrust his pole into the air before a shrill screech rang out. With this loud screamer impaled on his staff, he returned back over to the trio. Bing, Ying, and Ji saw a ghost stuck through Shang's weapon. This ghost had vicious claws, a long tongue, and a pure white transparent body. Shang grabbed his amulet and touched the ghost with it, capturing it inside. "Deal." Ying spoke for the rest of the group as she seemed eager to acquire these ghost-hunting paper slips. "It was nice doing business with you." Shang gave the slips to the orange-haired girl and smiled within his heart. "Hee hee. No problem, Zai. Just make sure to don't get in the way and everything will be good." Ying warned him with a big smile on her face. With these ghost-finding talismans, Ying didn't have to restrain herself and control her fire chi anymore to hunt stupid ghosts. She'd find them with the talisman before capturing them by force. Now she could pass this portion of the test without straining herself at all. It'd be like hunting spirit beasts. A piece of cake. "Are you aware, you have a dangerous spirit residing next to you?" Shang walked over to Bing, seemingly staring at something far taller than him. "Ying vs Jia." Ying immediately used one of the ghost-seeking talismans upon hearing Zai's words. Her chi spread out and locked onto the ghostly spectre floating behind Bing with her arms wrapped around his neck. Ying and the female ghost glared at each other, both somehow being able to read the other's thoughts. Seeing her so closely wrapped to Bing was all it took for Ying to prepare herself for a life-or-death fight. Lin Jia scoffed as she saw the foolish girl trying to claim her source of power right under her eyes. Jia might be dead, but that didn't mean she was stupid. She didn't care how that girl felt about this fatty, but she had another thing coming if she thought she could get rid of her so easily. The walking devil rank spirit pushed Bing to the ground as she drastically lengthened her claws to teach this stupid girl a lesson. You can't! Bing cried out. Ying already ignited herself into a flaming human as she dashed towards the ghost woman. Bing's words fell on deaf ears as a woman's jealousy isn't so easily quelled. The flames grew hotter and higher by the second while Jiajia's sharp and long claws that could compare to swords in length have already reached their full length. Living girl and ghost girl seemed intent on eradicating the other without exchanging a single word. Ji was overall rather confused entirely. She couldn't see the ghost that Ying and Zai could see, but she could feel a very cold and frightening aura in front of Ying. Out of everyone, only she and Zai heard Bing's cry. The normal reaction to finding out that a ghost has been sticking by yourself would be to freak out or ask for help so that someone can get rid of it. But why did Bing cry out, "You can't"? Was he talking to the ghost or Ying? Either choice brings further questions. If he was talking to the ghost, then that would mean that Bing was aware of the ghost following him but hasn't captured it for the sake of the second test. Which meant the ghost was threatening him or there was some sort of benefit to having this ghost stick around him. But if he was talking to Ying, then that would be even more suspicious. Why would a person willingly want a spirit to follow them around? Knowledge of ghosts and the like isn't very well spread, so not many people are educated on if spirits can provide benefits to those living. The only benefit Ji could see to ghosts was providing her points in passing this portion of the test. Shang knew there were more uses to ghosts than the average cultivator, but did that mean this portly fellow knew them as well? Ghosts were filled with yin qi, normal qi, sometimes an elemental qi due to the martial arts they practiced in their life, and malice. These creatures were useful for refining certain talismans, being used as materials for blacksmiths, and strengthening cultivators that relied on spirits to do evil. In the 2 days spent on this part of the test, Shang has already made several talismans from the essence of spirits when he could have just captured them in his amulet. Bing sprung back up as he was tossed away. Swift devil! Bing rushed in between the two girls before they could harm each other. His great bone shield blocking Ying's heavy greatsword while the shield he gained from the Empress blocked Lin's claw strike. A heavy aura emitted from his once again round figure as he tried to stop the two from continuing their fight. Please let me explain. He kindly asked. Ying spat on the ground in annoyance. The spit evaporated from her flames before it could touch the ground. She didn't even get to cut this ghost man stealing vixen once. Bing's really lucky that she liked him, or else she would have cut him down with the ghost woman. As Ying snuffed out her flames, Bing began to explain his history with Lin Jiajia. Jiajia stayed mostly silent as Bing was telling nothing but the truth so far. The ground beneath Ying's feet cracked as she controlled herself from losing it all to kill this evil ghost woman that almost killed her. Bing. Hearing his explanation of their relationship made her want to kill the woman even more. So, you're nothing but a blood-sucking leech. Ying smirked. I'd watch your words more carefully, commoner. Jiajia's eyes glowed blood red. Commoner? I don't know how long you've been dead, but your eyes must have died long before then if you think I'm a commoner. Ying flicked her orange hair back in pride. A rough mannish gangster like you can be considered a noble? It seems like it was a good thing I died. Nobility has fallen a great distance from how it used to be. Jiajia turned her face away with a smug grin. What part of me looks like a man? Ying held up her chest with pride as it slowly bounced. If anything, you're more of a man, you freakish giant. She bit right back. Giant. I'll have you know, I only became this tall after I died. I was even shorter than him when I was still alive. Jiajia pointed at Bing. Hat. So, you were a midget and now a disgusting giant. Doesn't seem like something to be proud of to me. Ying continued to flaunt her appearance. I'll tear you apart, you annoying cow. Jiajia tried rushing past Bing. But how could he allow her to do something like after hearing their entire conversation? Bing was already preparing to use his yin of destruction and yang of creation martial arts when they began insulting each other. In a third hand grown out of his stomach, a perfectly shaped chi sphere split between black on one side and white on the other floated above his palm. Once it was completely formed, an immense amount of chi spiked from Bing's figure that caught everyone's attention. Jiajia. You can't hurt my friends. I know that wasn't a part of our deal, but you do realize how crazy it would be for me to let you try and hurt my friends, right? You're threatening me. She fiercely glared at him. I'm not threatening you. Please don't make me out to be the bad guy. I just want everyone to peacefully reconcile and not try and kill each other. He calmly told her. Ying. I know Jiajia might seem like she's taking advantage of me because of the deal we made, but without her protection, I would be helpless against the ghosts during this portion of the test. I wouldn't be able to see ghosts nor stop them from trying to taking over my body without her. Bing explained to Ying. I don't like her. After the test is over, can't we just get Jing to get rid of her? Ying bluntly asked. Jing knows how to deal with ghosts. Zai Shang thought to himself. That's an option, Bing muttered. If you dare consider getting rid of me again, I'll kill us both. Jiajia told Bing. It wasn't an option after all. Bing helplessly smiled. Looks like he was stuck with this beautiful leech for the rest of his life. How pathetic. Dragging someone else's life down with you just because you are too weak to live on your own. Ying insulted her. In this world, you have to do whatever it takes to get ahead or stay alive. Jia smiled. Shameless giant freak. Ying put down her sword in frustration. Bing let out a breath of relief as he put away his second shield and threw the yin of destruction and yang of creation, infinite sphere ultimate cataclysm towards the cave entrance. A massive explosion of whiteness overcame the group as their clothes fiercely blew in the wind from the shockwave. Jia went to hide inside Bing's void world to avoid being affected by the technique. The rest of the group couldn't hear anything over the blowing winds and explosion, but the barrier placed in front of the cave cracked from the impact of Bing's technique. Soon after, it shattered and the cave was now open for any to step inside. Although this barrier only needed 4 cultivators of differing elemental chi, brute force was another method to open it. If one was able to use all 4 elements, then they too would be able to open the barrier easily. But finding a cultivator capable of using multiple elements was not common. Only those with special bloodlines, suicidal tendencies, woefully ignorant, or insane would think about using multiple chi elements. It looks like you managed to break the barrier, Bing. Zai pointed out. I did. Bing looked over to see the now open cave. You didn't know? Ji questioned. I didn't expect it to actually work. I just wanted to get rid of the ball of energy. Bing answered. Lucky us. Let's go see if there's a plate hiding inside here. Ying took charge of the group and stepped forward. Plate? Bing asked. There's a third plate missing and we want to get our hands on it before anyone else does. Ji answered him. A plate to what exactly? Shang didn't understand. Really good treasure. Probably an immortal's tomb or something filled with many treasures. Drool leaked from Ying's face as she thought of all the treasure she could obtain inside, especially the mystic flame. Probably also filled with deadly traps and sealed ghosts. Bing didn't want to be negative, but he was a realist. We'll be fine. Ying waved his worries off with some unexplainable courage. You don't know that. Bing sighed. We've been through worse. Ying laughed. Have we? Bing honestly couldn't remember anymore. Do you normally run into trouble? Ji asked. Heaven's Angels isn't without its daily, weekly, or monthly share of troubles. Bing answered. If there's trouble, we'll be there. Ying confidently claimed. Zai Shang just stayed silent as he listened to their conversation with a passive look on his face. Learning about his girlfriend's group would definitely be useful. Perhaps he could even help them and make himself look better in Jing's eyes. What girlfriend wouldn't like her boyfriend helping her out? Stuff, I guess. Inside the cave, unlike what Bing was expecting, there were only dangerous traps inside and no ghosts at all. Zai Shang easily led the way for everyone with his talismans and staff. Considering he was the outsider of the group, he figured it would be acceptable for him to deal with these little annoyances. Arrow traps, falling boulders, spike pits, and all could be dealt with by using a single talisman. Chi barrier spell for the arrows shooting at them from out of the wall. Chi arrow spell to split the boulders apart. Spiritual sight spell to see all the traps coming. Since they were the only ones inside the cave, they didn't need to constantly watch their backs either. If something looked valuable or worth taking, they would snatch it up and deal with the trap that came after taking the treasure. Zai would step in to explain the treasure if he had any knowledge of it. The endless plains of Yin have existed for thousands of years, so it wasn't as if he knew everything about this place. Barely anyone knew anything about it except that it was the home and birthplace of ghosts. You know, for an old ghost like yourself, you sure do know your way around this place. Hu Tao chuckled. He snatched up the banner with a purple flag buried within the ground. Wan Qing behind him was also digging through the massive graveyard for treasures. The two of them easily captured the army of soldiers protecting this burial ground in their amulets to raid the place of goodies. Their strength individually was already great against groups of people. When fighting together, that already great strength increased explosively. Shang Guanqinghong was somewhat shocked to see the potential these two annoying brats held. Not just any two cultivators could have overcome the Bleeding Sword Sect's army. If he was being honest, he led the two of them here so that they would die. What better way to kill arrogant brats than by leading them to their own death in pursuit of riches and treasures? But it looks like he underestimated these two. They weren't just ordinary brats at all. It looks like he's going to have to lead them there after all. He was planning to save that place for himself to perfect the foundation for his new body, but the guardian of that object should be able to kill these two. No matter how freakish these two are, they won't be able to stand a chance against a spirit emperor. A ghost that is on equal strengths with a chi transformation stage cultivator. Two little arrogant ants at the chi consolidation stage can only helplessly die when encountering a ghost of that realm. As Shang Guanqinghong was thinking about his plan to kill the two brats, he was suddenly smacked upside the head. What the hell are you scheming? Hu Tao questioned. Nothing at all. I was just thinking about another place filled with treasures that I could lead you to. Shang Guanqinghong responded like a well-trained dog. His pride was reduced to dregs long ago and now the only thoughts floating around his mind was that of revenge. After being forced to tears, had his bottom smacked, and just bullied overall by Hu Tao, he could no longer hold his head high as their senior. And the brats knew it too. He would only humiliate himself further if he tried to boast of his seniority and status after such events. While his pride might amount to nothing at this point, his need for revenge was overflowing within his body. The girl wouldn't be spared either because she didn't help him in his time of need. I bet you are. Hu Tao grinned, seemingly seeing through Shang Guanqinghong's plan in a single glance. Yes. Should I lead you to it now? Shang Guanqinghong asked. Hu Tao thought long and deep about the offer. As if the offer was something to think long or deeply about. Any cultivator would agree when asked by such an innocent-looking weak child. They could easily kill the child and run away if anything goes wrong, but if it isn't a trick, then free and easy treasures. But Hu Tao wasn't so easy to trick. Wanqing also showed some hesitation once she saw Hu Tao not immediately agreeing. Hu Tao wasn't stupid. He's been treating this old ghost like shit this entire time. Not even a mentally challenged person would be willing to act so accommodating so quickly. Hu Tao used to work as a bandit and mercenary during his time as a mortal before he was brought to the Golden Serpent sect. It wasn't an exaggeration to say he knew every trick in the book. So, seeing this reincarnated ghost trying to set him up in such an obvious manner, was hilarious. Like watching an actual child try and trick an adult when there's a decade of experience between them. Nah. Princess told me something interesting earlier and I want to see what everyone is up to. Hu Tao smacked him across his head once again. A tear dropped from Shang Guanqinghong's right eye as he cursed Hu Tao deeply in his heart. The plates. Qing remembered. No. The place where the plates are supposed to go. Where everyone is waiting it for the third plate. He explained. I'm going to capture more ghosts instead. Have fun. Wanqing could tell that Hu Tao was just going to cause trouble. TCH. Fine, but I'm not keeping the brat. If Ji finds him with me, she's going to bitch at me and piss me off. Why should I keep her? You think Ji won't question me? She won't get on your ass like she will to me. Oh, will she? Wanqing grinned. Okay, how about this? I take her but you will owe me 2 favors in the future. She offered. 1 favor and I won't kick your ass. Now it's 3 favors. Wang crossed her arms. You fucking bitch. You're taking advantage of me. Life is all about give and take. She shrugged. Why must I go with either of you? Can't I just go on my own? Shang Guanqinghong brought up another option. Shut up. Hu Tao yelled. Quiet while the adults are speaking. Wanqing shushed him. Fuck it. I'll take the stupid brat. Hu Tao sent Shang into his pocket dimension who screamed during the entire process. Now was that so hard? Wan smiled at him. Fucking bitch. Hu Tao took out his white cloud, jumped on it, and flew away. Bye. Bye. Perhaps it was the first or second time since she's genuinely smiled in this place. Upsetting Hu Tao was a lot more fun than she thought. There you are, Manchu spotted the flying cloud in the distance. A yellow coat of chi covered his body as the ground beneath him began to quiver and shake. The ground soon opened up and completely swallowed Manchu into the ground. Speeding through the ground, he followed directly behind Hu Tao to eventually catch up with him. His only job was to deal with Hu Tao after all. As long as he was patient, eventually, Hu Tao would fall into some trouble that he could take advantage of. The man had a talent for attracting trouble and courting death. It was one of the reasons he avoided Hu Tao on sight. Manchu observed that it was very easy to get caught up in whatever incident Hu Tao got himself involved in if you were near him. Even if you were just innocently standing by and watching, in one moment, you could suddenly become a hostage or meat shield for Hu Tao. The only people that Manchu found that Hu Tao wouldn't purposely go out of his way to harm or annoy were children. He was willing to use children as hostages to escape, but he wouldn't fight or bother them like he would anyone else he found interesting. Hu Tao also wouldn't truly harm the children he took as hostage either. Children just didn't catch his eye. Perhaps there was some humanity left in Hu Tao because of that, but it still wouldn't be enough to clear his negative karma. If Hu Tao did target children like he did everyone else, Manchu would have dealt with him sooner. He is already a trash human being, but he isn't complete trash. Evil without boundaries deserved execution. Manchu might be a member of a wicked sect like the Golden Serpent sect, but that didn't mean his heart was wicked. Nor was it filled with righteousness either. Manchu was a man that moved according to his heart, not predetermined ideologies of good and evil. At times he was willing to do evil and other times he was willing to do good. It depended on what kind of benefits would arise because of his actions. During his time as a cultivator, he has found that doing good usually led to more beneficial outcomes than doing evil. But Hu Tao challenged this belief of his that he's proven through the years. Hu Tao does evil and only does evil, but he only seems to get stronger and more unrestrained as time goes on. Did this mean his belief was wrong or just that Hu Tao's luck pierces through the heavens despite his behavior? Hu Tao doing his thing. Ha 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 ha. What's up bitches? Hu Tao came flying down from the sky as he crashed in front of the ancient building with hundreds of disciples waiting in front of it. I see a lot of familiar faces here. He grinned. I wonder what the hell are you lazy fucking pieces of shit doing here? His lips turned up as he insulted everyone here. Hu Tao didn't care at all for the status of the people here. Prodigy, genius, noble, royalty, great prodigy, rising dragon, inner court faction, all of it was complete fucking garbage compared to himself or the heavens angels. Everyone glared at Hu Tao but no one chose to speak and allow themselves to be targeted by Hu Tao first. If glares could kill, Hu Tao would have died over 100 times now. Since no one wanted to show off what big balls they had, Hu Tao decided to do it for them. Is that my man Zong hiding back there like a little chicken shit pussy? Hu Tao shouted. Ying Zong, the leader of Great Heavens in the inner court, couldn't take such an insult lightly with his position in the sect. Great Heaven's position in the sect was high enough to claim it as the number 1 or number 2 faction in the inner court. If he allowed Hu Tao to curse him like this in front of everyone, where could he possibly hold his face up in the future? Everyone would claim that he is a little chicken shit pussy like Hu Tao claimed if he said nothing. You just love courting death, don't you? Zong sighed. Getting involved with Hu Tao was always a losing battle. The other faction leaders were quite relieved that Hu Tao didn't call them out. They gained absolutely nothing from getting involved in a fight with Hu Tao while he seemed to benefit always from fighting losing battles. Somehow even after sealing him successfully with the sacrifice of several hundred disciples, he managed to escape. It wasn't until the first portion of the grand tournament that people realized that Hu Tao had a backing. He had a group of people that he was allied with for whatever reason and they most likely somehow freed him in the treasured plains. Fine. I'll play with you for a little bit. A massive amount of killing intent leaked from Zong's body as he unsheathed his sword. You don't know how happy I am to hear that, Zongi. Maybe I was wrong when I called you a little chicken shit pussy. I should have called all these other little bitches that instead. Hu Tao laughed loudly while looking at the other faction leaders and geniuses. Hu Tao had yet to get into a fighting stance but most of those who have fought against Hu Tao already, know that he had no proper fighting stance. Any stance could be considered a fighting stance for this monster. So, Zong didn't hold back just because Hu Tao's form looked like he was full of flaws. He simply vanished, reappeared in front of Hu Tao, and swung his sword to decapitate him. Who is that? Wu Yingtang asked. That man is called Hu Tao. A well-known troublemaker within the section. Gong Jun answered. Troublemaker. He didn't seem like a simple troublemaker to him. Many of the inner court's faction leaders had strange expressions on their faces when looking at Hu Tao. While Tang isn't the most observant when it came to other people's emotions, he wasn't hopeless. He knew something was strange about the relationship between this man and those with high reputations in the inner court. Tang was surprised to find this out because it was his first time finding out about this man at all. He's caused trouble for every faction and almost every genius in the inner court at some point. Since we've recently joined the inner court, it's only natural that we haven't found ourselves acquainted with a famous figure like Hu Tao yet. Jun explained. How do you know all this? Tang narrowed his eyes at Jun. I have my methods. Jun politely smiled. Whatever. Instead of focusing your time on pointless matters, you should train more. Perhaps if you did, you wouldn't have ended up on death's doorstep that time. Maybe you're right, junior brother. Jun turned and looked into the crowd of disciples. Still unable to spot either of the two he's wished to find yet. Hey! This Hu Tao isn't as bad as I thought. Tang closely watched Hu Tao's battle. Instead of focusing on Hu Tao, I believe it would be wise to focus your attention elsewhere, junior brother. I think you will be happy to learn that a certain girl has shown up. Jun grinned as he pointed in a certain direction. Hey! What are you? Tang spotted the beautiful figure his senior brother was talking about, Xiaohong. Gah! Ying Zong glared at Hu Tao. Sweat dripped down his handsome face, his long straight black hair was messy and made his face look quite frightening with all this fog, and a bloody cut stretched across the side of his cheek. Zong was stronger than Hu Tao when it came to chi techniques and cultivation but was outclassed when comparing their bodies and combat ability. As the leader of Great Heavens, the number of times that he's had to put his sword training to practice was not equal to the number of times he's practiced. Very rarely did he ever have to fight with someone in a life-or-death battle like this. Putting everything he's learned into action is an enlightening experience and an infuriating one. A low-class talented piece of trash like this was pushing him and bringing his skills out to the fullest. How embarrassing for someone such as himself to struggle like this in front of everyone. He had the advantage in cultivation and background. Fighting Hu Tao truly was a battle filled with nothing but losses. Even if he won, what would he gain from it? If he didn't kill him, Hu Tao would only return another day even stronger to fight him once again. Many of the faction leaders did their research on the fighting maniac after realizing that he survived and escaped from being sealed in the treasured plains. From their investigations, they learned of several rumors involving Hu Tao. And one of those rumors said that losing against someone does not dissuade him from wanting to fight them. In fact, losing only makes him want to fight against them even more. Combat is what he lives for, and striving for more strength to combat with anyone and everyone is his motto. How can anyone defeat a man like this? The only way to get rid of a problem like Hu Tao is to kill him and burn his body to ashes. If he survives, he will come again even stronger to kill whoever defeated him. That person who defeated him being completely unaware of the danger coming for him. They would be passing their time peacefully instead of training with everything they had to prepare for his return, while Hu Tao would be training himself to near death in preparation for their next fight. You lazy bastard. I thought the strongest faction leader would have gotten a little stronger since the treasured plains, but you've barely improved at all. Do you pussies really think that playing political games and scheming will help you in the real world when you're this weak? Don't you realize that motherless bastards like me will always show up to kill you lazy sacks of shit that don't know how to do nothing but move your mouths and sit on your asses? Hu Tao's words struck the hearts of many in the sea of disciples. What would you know? Zhong spat blood on the ground as he rose to his feet. A freak like you wouldn't understand what I've been through. Not just everyone can live as simply as you do. We all have our own circumstances. I can't just watch this happen in front of me. Hop, the leader of the Heavenly Collectors, moved forward in front of the crowd on top of his golden white tigress with an amulet wrapped around her tail. Hu Tao is all of our enemies. We may have failed before, but I refuse to believe that we can fail again. Our focus back then was to seal him away, but we were too naive. The only way to stop Hu Tao is to kill him. Hop pulled out his golden spear. A disgusting dog like Hu Tao deserved to die anyway for daring to stand against all of us. Fan, leader of the righteous demons, opened up his fan as he stepped forward as well. I'll help to kill Hu Tao too. A random inner court disciple shouted. Yeah, me too. Hu Tao killed my brother. Hu Tao crippled my cousin. Hu Tao humiliated my sister. Kill. A majority of the crowd rallied together with their hatred of Hu Tao. Haha. I wasn't expecting something like this. Hu Tao chuckled. He only imagined he'd be able to rile up a few, but he managed to rile up the whole damn group. Now, this was going to be a hell of a time. The start of Hu Tao's party. Seeing that 99% of all the disciples here seemed to hold a grudge against him, Hu Tao decided to take the first move. Unlike before when they ganged up on him, he now had more than a few moves up his sleeves to deal with a crowd of people. He won't have to rely on tapping into the lightning in his chains for survival. Ever since he merged with Blackie, only chi-infused attacks could hurt him at all. But only him, Jing, and Wan are aware of this knowledge as far as he knows. Hu Tao flicked his finger and caught the iron ball attached to the end of his endless chain. He surged a massive amount of chi inside the metal ball and laughed as it quickly grew to an insane height in his hand. Once it reached the perfect weight for him to swing around with all his strength, he stopped infusing his chi into it. If he wasn't careful, he could crush himself with the weight of the ball. Despite deciding to gang up on Hu Tao, no one decided to take the first move. Unfortunately, Hu Tao learned from his father that you should always take the first move if you could help it. It will give you an advantage over the control of the fight, and they won't expect it if you are quick enough. All of the cowardly bastards stared at him until he was ready to attack first. If he was going against someone as godly and handsome as himself, he would have attacked as soon as he could. But now, they gave Hu Tao enough time to grow his metal ball to its perfect size. This perfect size being huge enough to cast a giant shadow over everyone here right now. He could see their legs shaking and lips quivering as they started to realize just what kind of man they stood against. With such a sight in front of him, Hu Tao couldn't help himself. He laughed. He laughed long and hard enough till the piss and shit running down these pussies' legs eventually turned into burning rage and hatred. After a good 10 or 20 second long laugh, they finally got their shit together and dashed toward him. It seems like they came to some sort of strange understanding. Hu Tao wondered what kind of fucking idea came to their heads in such a short amount of time. He can't use something that big without crushing himself too. Attack him while he's helpless. How could anyone fight with such an unwieldy weapon? He's obviously bluffing just to scare us. It does look like I'm full of shit, doesn't it? Hu Tao looked up at the massive blackness above his head that blocked his view of the sky. But do I seem like the type of fucking pussy to bluff my way out of something? Hu Tao started to get shorter and shorter. He can't hold on much longer. He's about to be crushed by his own weapon. What a fool. Stupid braggart. Even if I have to die, I will make sure you come with me for the humiliation you forced upon my sister. With a powerful push, Hu Tao palmed the metal ball that was comparable to a meteor in the eyes of the disciples in the far into the sky. Everyone's jaw dropped as they realized just how freaking insane Hu Tao was. Perhaps it wasn't the first time hearing about Hu Tao's lunacy, but it was a different matter altogether to witness it in person. None of them could survive if such a thing crashed on them. All but one of the disciples immediately stopped their rush and began fleeing in all directions. The one disciple whose sister was humiliated by Hu Tao chopped at him with his long sword without a shred of hesitation in his swordplay. Hu Tao grinned as he saw this brave little chi gatherer. He didn't look anything special and wasn't anywhere near as handsome as himself. But his balls were certainly bigger than anyone else here. Hu Tao gave him a respectful death that any brave fighter deserved. He lightly deflected the angle of the guy's sword by pushed at the side of his blade with his palm before giving a single palm thrust onto his chest. A burst of chi exploded a hole from the front of his chest to the back. With a missing heart, Hu Tao expected him to instantly drop, but this insane bastard decided he wasn't going to give up even if he didn't have a heart. For the first time in a while, Hu Tao could say that he was genuinely caught off guard. The heartless bastard tapped his heart with some weird technique before falling dead to the ground. Hu Tao couldn't resist as a strange force coiled around his heart and tightly squeezed to ensure its placement there. What a crazy fucking bastard. How many more of you zombie-like bastards are going to show up? Hu Tao felt his strength weaken greatly after being hit by that strange technique. Oi! Where the fuck are you all running? Didn't you want to kill me? He soon laughed it off as he got on all fours and started chasing after the fleeing disciples. Multiple clones emerged from Hu Tao's body as he ripped through the fleeing disciples whose only focus was on escaping at full speed. If they weren't fast enough in retreating, they would surely be crushed without any hopes of resisting by that falling black star above them. This impending doom caused them to make several mistakes when one of the clones of Hu Tao managed to catch up with them. Panic, fear, and the will to survive exploded within them all at once when caught. They unleashed everything they had to eliminate Hu Tao, no matter how scary he was. I did not attack you nor plan to. Why are you chasing me? Xiao Hong asked as she repeatedly hopped on giant chi-formed snowflakes. Maybe I just like the look of your ass. Why are you being so selfish? Just let me get a quick grab and I'll be on my way. Hu Tao laughed. Disgusting scum. She glared at him as she fired an icicle behind herself to pierce through his body. Aren't you being too cold, baby? He laughed even more as he narrowly dodged the sharp piece of ice that left a thin cut across his cheek that leaked black ooze. Eventually, Hu Tao was forced into rebounding himself off of the trees to catch up with the ice girl as she went higher and higher into the sky. With each bounce, his speed increased until his hand was almost grabbing her left ass cheek. Just as he was about to get a squeeze, he suddenly felt something dangerous heading towards him. He tried pulling his arm back, but somehow the object increased in speed and chopped off his right arm. As Hu Tao landed back on the ground with his right arm missing and leaking black ooze, he looked over in the direction the weapon was flying. The black liquid dripping from Hu Tao melted the ground underneath him. His eyes locked onto a somewhat familiar figure in the distance slowly walking towards him. Hu Tao checked his left arm to see if everything was all functional and it seemed good enough. Going after my woman is different from insulting me. Wu Yingtang glared. So, she's already taken? You know, women in relationships taste better when taken by another man. Hu Tao grinned. Humph. A swift death is too merciful for trash like you. A bluish-gold flame-like aura of chi erupted from Tang's body as he deftly caught his giant boomerang. Before we fight, I gotta ask something though. Hu Tao's eyes locked onto that strange weapon in his hand. Do you know a woman named Jing? No, Tang suddenly disappeared. Now prepared to die. His boomerang was swinging to completely sever Hu Tao's body in half. Do you really not know a woman named Jing? Hu Tao casually asked as he tried blocking the weapon with just his left hand. Surprisingly, he was sent flying away even with using a majority of his strength to block. Hu Tao didn't understand what happened. He of all people was overpowered. Only a genius body cultivator could possibly match him in strength. Something wasn't adding up. Xiao Hong. I'll deal with this. You can go. Tang turned his head and looked into Xiao's icy blue eyes. Thank you. I won't forget what you've done for me. She didn't know why he was sacrificing himself for her. They haven't spoken at all before this meeting. Hat. Don't look so surprised. I'm not planning to die here. Something as slow as that can't kill me. Tang pointed upwards at the slowly falling black ball encompassing a majority of the area around them. I'll take my leave now. If you survive, I'll be willing to pay back this debt for saving my life. She told him before running away at her fastest speeds. Just as she was leaving, a chain extended like a vicious snake toward her back, ready to skewer her. Xiao Hong was unaware of the danger heading towards her, but Tang wasn't. He threw his boomerang with all of his strength to protect his woman. The boomerang seemingly disappeared from existence as it appeared just in time to save Xiao Hong from a horrible fate. It deflected the chain off into the foggy forest as the boomerang tore through the giant weirdly shaped trees that caused one to feel frightened by simply looking at them. Then, it returned in merely a second as it came flying back. Look at you, Mr. Cool Guy. How many ladies do you pull acting as cool as that? Hu Tao chuckled as he got up and dusted himself off. You're stronger than I thought. Tang didn't hold anything back in that hit. He tried killing Hu Tao with his full power and he barely looked all that injured. Are you coming on to me now, pretty boy? Hu Tao shined his blackened teeth. Just die already. Tang disappeared once more as he rushed toward Hu Tao. A timely ambush and unexpected task. Hu Tao could barely keep up with the first stage Qi consolidator when he himself was a fourth stage Qi consolidation fighter. This confused his brain greatly as he briefly didn't understand why he was getting smacked around by this nobody. His skills weren't bad, but the real problem Hu Tao had was, he had no idea who this person was. Well, kind of. He knew that this guy was a disciple of one of the head elders, but that's about it. Then just as Hu Tao was sent flying into the air from a giant boomerang rising into his gut, it hit him. He understood why this fucking loser was beating the shit out of him. You're not as scary as the inner court faction leaders made you out to be. Tang jumped after the flying Hu Tao. You're not as smart as you fucking think you are, idiot. Hu Tao laughed as multiple sections of his chain rose from the ground and snaked towards Tang. Since he was in the air, it was impossible for him to dodge an attack like this. With several chains shooting towards him in all directions, Hu Tao thought this battle would be over soon. He cackled while falling back down to the earth as he watched Tang's impending death. Even he would be strongly pressed if faced against an attack that gave him no chance to escape. Tang scoffed. Heavenly rotation. Using his chi to propel himself, Tang rapidly spun in a circle with his boomerang. A feat that was only possible due to Tang Wuying's connection with Tioneer. The otherworldly god of acceleration has awakened his mind and body to a new form of chi that no other person in the world has, acceleration chi. This type of chi gave Tang agility that others couldn't compare to. A spinning dome of chi appeared around himself. Hu Tao's chains bounced off when they impacted against this barrier and fell back to the ground. The owner of the chains was watching everything as he landed back on the ground. He didn't have much longer to continue this fight. His iron ball was going to crash any minute now, and with his current strength, he doubted he could deal with this kid. What's your name, kid? Hu Tao asked. What's the point of giving my name to a dead man? He responded. I'll find you again when I'm not injured. You seem like you'd be fun to fight against. Hu Tao grinned. Humph. If you think I'll let you leave just because you're injured, you're insane. I'm not so foolish to let someone who tried to touch my woman stay alive. Tang's chi exploded as the yellow markings on his skin brightly glowed. Tang utilized calm heart and only focused on a single thought. Killing Hu Tao. Every unnecessary thought floating around in his brain was gotten rid of as he prepared himself to kill Hu Tao. All of his training in preparation for the grand tournament seeped into his bones. He's practiced these movements daily against his third senior. While they may have failed against him, other people were a different matter altogether. Hu Tao would have tapped into the power hidden in his chains, but he was just a clone. What a fucking shame that a good fight like this couldn't be enjoyed to the fullest. As his head went flying in the middle of thinking, the only regret in his heart was not being able to fight at full strength. Before Hu Tao's metal ball crashed, several of the other clones were chasing after those fleeing. Many died, some were injured, and very few got away without any injuries. All of the clones that went against the faction leaders died, but brought back very useful information to Hu Tao that Jing would love to hear. That crazy bitch loved learning about everything. Names, fighting styles, habits during fighting, habits out of fighting, what kind of spirit tools and weapons they had, if those spirit tools and weapons had any special effects, and just all sorts of shit that was difficult for a man like Hu Tao to keep track of. He could barely remember to bathe sometimes. But of course, Hu Tao would do his best for the woman he fell in love with. There's nothing that pains his heart more than not living up to his woman's expectations. Hu Tao's ball was seconds away from landing. The ground beneath him began to slowly swallow him up as he entered his pocket dimension to avoid the impact. Unfortunately for Hu Tao, there was someone watching him the entire time, just waiting for the perfect chance to step in. It usually isn't my style to do things this way, but it is deserving, don't you think? Manchu appeared next to Hu Tao's half-swallowed body and pierced a metal sword through his throat from underground. Hu Tao couldn't even fucking curse this fucking shitbag motherfucker piece of shit before he was suddenly sucked into the sword. Manchu got a brief glimpse of the bright room inside that black ooze Hu Tao was going down into and saw two people next to the remains of a third one. He was curious about the alternate space Hu Tao had, but right now didn't have the time for such a thing. Because he sealed Hu Tao away in this immortal capturing blade, the speed of the black ball above increased in speed. Manchu slapped a movement spell on himself and appeared on top of the ball to suck it in as well. If he tried escaping to the left or right of it to escape its range, it would simply change directions and chase him around. He wasn't the type of person to play with fate when he saw that Hu Tao himself was planning to avoid his own weapon. So, the black sky suddenly cleared up for those below ground. A cloud of dust appeared underneath his feet and stopped him from falling. Now that his part of the deal with Meili was complete, all he had to do was avoid Hu Tao's mysterious leader and capture ghosts for the remaining day left of the test. If a woman like that could chain Hu Tao down for several months, there was no doubt in Manchu's mind that she kept very, very deep secrets. She was even rumored to become the sect leader's personal disciple in the future. It made sense that a person such as that would be capable of keeping Hu Tao on a leash. Lei Ji, I have a task for you. A message only for him appeared on Heaven's Angel's message talisman. Yes. He replied back. I will soon send you a talisman that can sense life signatures. Stronger life signatures sound like a normal person's heart beating. Weaker life signatures are weaker and harder to hear. My task for you is to save as many disciples as you can within these next 3 days. With your skills reaching the intermediate stage in God's fingers and the practical experience you'll gain here, I believe you can save at least 1,000 disciples before the end of the tournament. Save as many disciples as I can. Lei Ji had to open up his eyes and rub them to make sure he wasn't seeing things. That's right. Good luck. Run stood by on the side. Lei Ji was surprised to hear that Jing had such a task for him, but as he thought about it, this task was probably given to him because of who he was. While he was curious to know why she wanted him to save as many people as he could, it wasn't like he was going to refuse either. When else could he get the chance to help people like this for a reward? We got to help people now. Runt asked. Well, I do. You don't have to if it's too much trouble. If we encounter one of the others, you can join up with them while I try to help people. Lei Ji didn't want to force the boy if he didn't want to. Are we still going to capture ghosts? Runt was the one mostly taking care of ghosts so far. He was gaining a lot of ghosts in his amulet and was proud of his progress so far. Of course. Lei Ji smiled. In the distance, with his spiritual sight, Lei Ji could see a being of water and chi running toward them. He pulled out his fishing rod in preparation for this inhuman creature only to put it away after examining its facial features. It was a technique of Jing's. In its hand was a talisman filled with potent chi. To use it, just pour some chi inside of it. Jing's water clone told him, placing it in his hand. Alright. Lei grabbed the talisman and the thing that resembled Jing collapsed into a small puddle. Was that supposed to happen? Runt questioned, a little bit freaked out. I suppose its only job was to give me this. Lei figured. What is that? He asked. It'll help me save people. Lei Ji wasted no time in putting it to use. Several heartbeats of varying volume came from the talisman. As the chi he sent into the talisman was sent in, some within it also came into his own body, allowing him to accurately find the location of the heartbeats. Follow me. Without a word, Lei Ji began running off into the forest. Xiang gurgled in excitement at the fast speeds they were going. The happening? Xiao Xi. I'm sorry I failed you, little sis. I just wasn't strong enough to avenge you. He Yang has yet to completely depart from this world. With a missing heart, it wouldn't take long for him to die. At least, if everything went as it was supposed to. But the thing is, not just Golden Serpent Sect disciples were near the ancient building. Hundreds of ghosts hid in the surroundings, quietly watching the group of youthful young people, biding their time to strike in hopes of gaining a great feast or living once more. So, when the group of disciples fled in terror from Hu Tao's suicidal attack, the ghosts who remained all charged toward the dying human to take over his body and reincarnate as a living human once more. Hundreds of ghosts fought to take control over a boy's quickly dying body. He Yang's body eerily rose into the air as the bones in his body began to twist, crack, and pop under the invasion of malicious spirits. I will never forgive you. I will never forgive you. I will avenge my sister. He Yang repeated this mantra in his passing. Malicious chi and killing intent began to consolidate around his soul into a small sapling. With the fighting of various ghosts inside his body, he began to siphon some of that energy for himself, inadvertently supplying that sapling with nutrients to grow even more concentrated. None of the ghosts realized their essence was being sucked away by barely conscious human festering in his hatred until it was too late. By the time one noticed, the battle for possession of the human body was already over. There was one ghost remaining. You're still here, brat? I'm surprised no one devoured you. The ghost swaggered over to the boy in the fetal position. But I guess I can take the honors. It's not like you'll be using this body much anyway anymore. His neck stretched to inhuman lengths as his mouth cracked open wide like a snake's. He Yang didn't seem to even recognize the spirit's malevolent aura as he was swallowed in one bite by the ghost. His mutterings never stopped even as he was being pushed down the esophagus. The insides of the ghost reached out to tear his soul apart piece by piece. As if his soul was a sweet delicacy that could only be enjoyed with careful meaningful little bites. Each portion of the soul was precious and deserves to be savored slowly. Seconds passed until He Yang successfully made it to the core of the ghost. Still curled up like a ball muttering away. None of the little hands inside the ghost could tear a piece from He Yang's soul and this greatly confused them. Since tearing wasn't working, they decided to rip a piece off instead. A soul-piercing scream came from He Yang's mouth when the pain hit him. Hu Tao. A monstrous amount of yin qi and soul energy exploded from within the ghost that instantly expanded its body to a huge size before popping like a blister. Its incorporeal form was soon sucked into He Yang's gaping mouth before all that was remaining of the 100 Ghost battle was a young human boy curled up in fetal position with blood-red tears running down his eyes. It would take months before he could stand once more, but once he did stand, he returned to his body. His body was left in front of the ancient building, but there were no signs of anyone in his surroundings and the ancient building looked partially destroyed. None of this mattered to him at all. There were only two things on his mind. Hu Tao and getting stronger. He Yang picked up his sword with an otherworldly look in his eyes and began to swing away. Hours turned into days, days turned into months, and months would have turned into years, but something strange happened on the 7th month, 1st week, and 3rd day of his training. Among the ghosts in the endless plains of Yin, news began to spread of the human doing nothing but swinging his sword for 24 hours every day. Eventually, one of the 7 ghostly kings came to investigate this rumor for himself. It was the ancient sword immortal. At first, he did not say anything to the boy. He did nothing but simply watch. He Yang didn't interact with him either. It was difficult to say if He Yang could see anything at all, his eyes were glazed over as his mouth muttered some indiscernible words. This meeting eventually lasted over a month until the ancient sword immortal was satisfied with what he saw. Ancient sword immortal slashed towards He Yang with a lethal sword technique that would surely take He Yang's life if he did not dodge. He Yang instinctively dodged, and perhaps for the first time in 8 months, acknowledging someone else's existence. His clouded eyes turned purple as he stared at the ancient sword immortal. I will teach you the proper way of the sword to get the revenge you seek. Ancient sword immortal looked down at his student. He Yang simply balled his fists as memories flashed through his mind. Follow me. It would take centuries before you are ready to defeat whoever this person is at your pace. I have a shortcut that can cut that down into a tenth. Ancient sword immortal floated towards his domain in the endless plains of Yin. He Yang silently followed behind him as he sheathed his sword. Where did everyone go? Ying wondered. Something must have happened if everyone left before the plates were even collected, Ji figured. Should someone be here? Bing asked. So, this is the door that plate is for. Shang saw the 3 indentations on the door of the ancient palace. Yab. The treasures are inside that building. Ying shared. Earlier when we came here, there were hundreds of disciples here, now there's no one here. Ji explained to Bing and Zai. Something had to have taken place then if it could cause hundreds of disciples to flee. Shang shared. If that's true, we can only wait for the other 2 people to come here with the other plates. TCH. How annoying. Ying clicked her tongue. She went out of her way to find a damn plate only to have to sit here and wait like the people she insulted earlier. Ying expected that the person with the other plate would show up before she did so that she could arrive with the final plate. And they were running out of time to finish the second portion of the test. There was no way Ying would allow herself to willing pass up on gaining another mystic flame for herself even if she had to fail the grand tournament. A mystic flame was incomparable to the rewards gained at the end of the tournament. Not that she expected to receive a reward in the first place. How could a Chi Consolidation Realm cultivator stand a chance against the higher realm disciples still in the tournament? While Ying didn't plan to give up without a fight, she wasn't stupid enough to believe she could place top 10 or 3. Well, eventually some of them should return, right? Bing took a seat on the palace stairs. I agree. The treasures in this place are not something that is easy to skip out on even if you had to risk your life. Who knows what kind of treasures are held in a realm that's existed for thousands of years? Shang took a seat next to the boy. I guess we just have to wait now. Ji sat on the opposite side of the stairs. Can't we just teleport in with one of your talismans? Ying looked toward Shang. Usually treasure troves like this don't allow such a thing, but I can try. Shang didn't want to tell her no without letting her see for herself that it wouldn't work. He took out a common sword from his storage ring and placed a talisman on it. The sword soon disappeared from everyone's sight and then a loud clang was heard behind them. They saw as the sword fell right in front of the indented door severely rolled up. Shivers went through their bodies as they thought of themselves trying to teleport through the door with a talisman. Damn it! Ying cursed as she sat between Bing and Ji. So, you're one of these 7 ghostly kings, I've been hearing about. Jing tossed the green skull in her hand up and down. You freak! What are you? Its skull rattled in terror as it looked at the unsightly girl slightly smiling at him. Its terror soon turned into a horrific shriek as Li briefly shined a bluish-grey light from his soul lantern onto its skull for insulting his mother. Thank you, son. Now Mr. Ancient Fist Immortal, mind telling me a few things about this realm and of course, a few of your martial arts? Although I look very kind, I'm not as friendly to strangers. You've been around long enough, don't you think? I would be doing the world a favor by getting rid of you. So, let's make both of us happy. You give me what I want, and my son won't enslave you for the rest of your existence. Jing gave him no other options. How about? Jing gave Li a look. Scree! Ancient Fist Immortal cried out in pain. I'm an immortal. I won't submit to torture. He rightly shouted. You don't know how happy I am to hear those words. I never tortured a soul before, but there's first for everything. This will be a very enlightening experience for me. Li. Make sure you're paying close attention. We're going to learn as much as we can about the fragility and resilience of ghosts thanks to Mr. Ancient Fist Immortal. Jing pulled out her old glasses and formed a ruler out of water. Thank you, Mr. Ancient Fist Immortal. Li's performed a polite bow as he thanked him with an innocent boy's voice. No, stop. No. Unanswered cries rang out from the empty battlefield. Heavens angels! I swear. I told you everything I know about the other ghostly kings. Please just put an end to my existence already. I beg of you. The glowing verdant skull somehow cried black tears. What is this? Jing pulled out the ultimate bottle that could always land on its head when flipped and collected the black tears of the Ancient Fist Immortal. It looks tasty. Li licked his lips. Tasty. Jing looked at the boy. She felt repulsed looking at this bottle filled with black sludge-like liquid. It gave off an aura that instinctively rejected the living. Ever since Jing came back from the heart demon test, she still retained knowledge of all the martial arts she learned during that time. Meaning, any special chi that wasn't blocked behind a bloodline was available for her to use at some point. Despite mastering only water chi in this life, she could very easily use multiple elements. Lightning, thunder, fire, earth, yin, yang, wind, and more. However, she saw no point in doing such a thing as water chi was more than enough for her right now. Jing would say that there was no one that knew more about her than H2O in this life, but that would be foolish. Just because she's lived over 10,000 lives didn't mean that she was a supreme being that none could match. Obviously, she couldn't match the being that sent her here because she was still here instead of ruling as an immortal in the heavens above. There was also the fact that she couldn't forget things anymore ever since she refined herself. Jing could tell that a part of her memories was missing because she couldn't remember meeting the god but can remember her first life on the earth and then waking back up on the steps of the heart demon test. If this being could easily erase her memories despite her power being at its peak in her 10,000th life, then it proved that she wasn't supreme. Tears of an ancient ghost that's at the Spirit Emperor realm, Li muttered. I feel like it's very valuable for ghosts and people who have a lot of yin qi in their bodies. He told her. Do you want it? Jing asked, shaking the bottle. Li shook his head. While he would be stronger if he drank the black tears, it wouldn't be that much of a difference. He'd be better off enslaving or swallowing the ancient ghost instead. It's too weak. He claimed. Tortured, humiliated, and now you're insulting me. Even in the afterlife it seems I can't escape being persecuted for how I am, Ancient Fist Immortal whined. You're quite sensitive for an old ghost, aren't you? Jing asked. Ancient Fist Immortal stayed silent. He looks pitiful. I'll take him as my first ghost with the soul lantern. Li raised the lantern glowing with a bluish-white light and an L symbol etched itself into the Ancient Fist Immortal's skull. An ear-piercing screech came from the bodiless skull. Li's lantern was forcefully burning his symbol onto the Ancient Fist Immortal's soul. Jing and Li couldn't guess how much pain this old ghost could be in. Any injuries to the soul were incredibly sensitive as the soul was a person's entire being in the universe. Unfortunately for the Ancient Fist Immortal, ghosts couldn't exactly pass out from pain either. Something that Jing personally tested herself, meaning that there was no way for the ghost to lessen or fight the pain. A few seconds later, the ghost was sucked into the lantern. Now it was shining with a deep blue light. Neither Jing nor Li knew what this meant. Jing didn't know because the system didn't bother giving her any information on objects that weren't SCPs or SCP related. Li didn't know because this was a gift given to him by his mother that didn't know much of anything about it. He did know that he could summon the Ancient Fist Immortal anytime he wanted though. But it would be a little pointless right now as his soul was very weak and on the verge of disappearing because of his mother's teaching lesson. Thankfully, Li could sense that being branded by him shared a little of his own soul power with the captured ghost, and being inside the soul lantern has made it so that they recovered faster. Li couldn't tell what was the strange light inside the lantern was, but he knew it was very beneficial to the growth of spirits. A cool spirit tool that could help him understand more about the soul and ghosts. His cultivation was focused on eating souls. His mom told him it would be better to understand what he was eating. He couldn't just go around putting things he didn't understand in his mouth or he'd get sick or a tummy ache. Neither of which, he's ever experienced so far, and based on how his mother described them, he really didn't want to find out. Alright, let's go find these other ghostly immortals. The Ancient Fist Immortal had quite a lot of treasure stored up despite being so weak. Jing stood up from her water-created chair and started walking out of the cave, one of the 7 forbidden areas inside the endless plains of Yin. Mom, why do we need treasure when you can make anything you want? Li asked. That's a good question, son. Jing gave a small smile. I believe that you can never have enough treasures. She answered him. Out of her 10,000 lives, it was spirit tools and spirit weapons that lengthened her lifespan the most during those lives. Eventually, she relied less on tools and more on her martial arts as she was nearing her 10,000th life, but it was still quite useful to rely on spiritual objects from time to time. They helped lessen the necessary effort required for other matters that would take time or energy from herself. Why do something yourself if you can have something else made for doing that? Do it. But what are we going to do with all that treasure in the first place? I don't think we really need anything. The only people Li could think this treasure would be useful for were the other ghostly kings and that bald guy back at the sect. It'll come in use with time. We might not need it now, but there is no guarantee that we won't need it in the future. And when I become sect leader, it's not like I can go around making things for everyone anymore. That'll be below me. However, with all this treasure, I can just give it to my followers without exerting myself at all. She explained. I think I understand. Li didn't look like he understood, but Jing didn't put him on the spot. Curiosity is good. Jing rubbed Li's head as they made their way out of the cave. But too much is bad, right? Li giggled. It depends on the situation. She shrugged. After all, it was her curiosity for understanding the world that allowed her to progressively get more powerful during her heart demon test. She had used countless men, women, and children to understand things she couldn't find information on no matter how hard she looked. Qi, souls, the different types of qi, the best way of utilizing qi, martial arts, etc. Perhaps hundreds of millions had died for her curiosity overall out of her 10,000 lives. Jing did not regret what she did in those lives though. While she didn't know that those people weren't real and everything would be reset if she died, it was all for the sole benefit of empowering herself with knowledge. Knowledge was everything and a lack of it could lead to death. What do you mean? Sometimes the thirst for knowledge is not worth pursuing if the cost is your life. But some things in life are worth going for even if you have to sacrifice yourself. I never felt this way, but I've seen others who have. Jing shared. Li's childlike superbrain was doing all it could to process the information he was receiving at the moment. Jing took the lead and went towards the next ghostly king's territory. Her storage ring had infinite capacity after all thanks to SCP-914. She could probably absorb the entire planet and still have room to stuff things. There was no limit to the number of things she could take. Wait. Jing suddenly came to a startling realization about her storage ring. It would be possible for her to store the Great Tower into her storage ring, wouldn't it? In fact, why stop at just the Great Tower? Couldn't she take whatever he laid her eyes on? As long as it wasn't a living human or living animal, she could put it inside her storage ring. This would be very fun to play around with. Jing had to think of a few fun ways to utilize this information to its full potential. Let's see if I can suck up this annoying fog. While Jing could see clearly and far with her refined eyes, it was still a bother to see nothing but fog, trees, and occasionally ghosts. Jing's storage ring lit up with purple light as Jing indicated with her qi that she wanted to suck up the fog. Then a great change happened within the endless plains of Yin. It took quite some time before people started to return to the ancient palace, but once they realized that Hu Tao was no longer in the area, they went back to standing around the locked door. All the Golden Serpent sect disciples could do was wait. They only had 2 plates out of the required 3 and brute force or any trickery was pointless in front of the palace doors. It was the third and final day of the second portion of the test. There was no point in going out to search for the third plate by now because once they return, the test would already be over by then. So, they could only hope that the person with the third plate would show up sometime soon. I could have collected so many ghosts by now, Ying felt like tearing her hair out. At her core, Ying was not a very patient girl. If there was one thing she hated, it was waiting. In her opinion, why wait for something to happen when she could go and make it happen herself? This didn't count when talking about confessing her feelings to Bing though. Why not? Because it just doesn't. If she had the time, she would storm out of this crowd and search this stupid creepy place up and down to find that third plate. Thankfully, there was someone willing to do that. Tang Wuying let out an annoyed sigh as he got up from his place on the stairs. Everyone below him quickly split apart to make room for him. Tang was one of the few disciples capable of killing one of Hu Tao's clones. Clones that didn't have Hu Tao's power but all of his skills. Everyone that was able to defeat the clones had their status rise because it proved that they were skilled martial artists that shouldn't be messed with recklessly. Not just anyone could defeat Hu Tao. Even beating a weakened Hu Tao is still an achievement in the eyes of these disciples because very few people could claim they beat Hu Tao at all in a one-on-one fight. Ying and the gang said nothing once they found out about the trouble that Hu Tao caused moments ago. They didn't want to be the target of everyone's hatred by pointing out that they were allies with Hu Tao. Well, it is Hu Tao. Bing smiled and shrugged. If there was anyone willing to go against the inner court factions just by themselves, it would definitely be Hu Tao. The only way Bing could see himself doing something so suicidal was if the Empress ordered him to, or if his friends' lives were in danger. But if something happened to everyone in Heaven's Angels, Bing doubted that his strength would be enough to save them all. In his opinion, he felt that he was one of the weakest angels, excluding Hu Tao's followers. Bing wasn't blind to his own power, but compared to the others, he felt that all he had was a strong body and powerful strength. Didn't a cultivator need more than just that to be recognized as strong? He's going to get us caught up in some annoying problems one of these days and we'll have to clean up his mess. Ying was annoyed. Right now, they were completely surrounded on all sides by disciples who were harassed by Hu Tao. Some of their friends and siblings died at his hands from his attack earlier. She was sure that they would love to let out the anger they were feeling right now out on them even if they didn't do anything. While Ying felt empathy for their situations, it didn't mean that she would allow herself to be a target for them to release that pent-up hatred they're feeling. Ying would cut them down with no remorse. If they're really upset about Hu Tao's actions, then get stronger and deal with him by themselves. That was the way of the world. Strength was king and weakness was the source of misery. Ying knew if she lost someone she cared about to Hu Tao, she would train her mind, body and soul to pass their limits to kill him herself. Luckily for her, there were few people she cared about in this world. And no, Hu Tao was not one of them. That does sound like it makes sense, Ji agreed. Eventually we're going to be recognized as Hu Tao's companions and forced to deal with the problems he creates. She muttered. Shang stayed silent as he just listened to as much information as he could. Apparently, this Hu Tao fellow is a follower under his woman that regularly causes trouble for others. Shang wondered if Jing was bothered by Hu Tao as well. If she needed help, he could discipline him for her. But he wasn't going to assume that just because everyone else in her group was troubled by him, that would mean that she was troubled by him too. For now, he would continue to follow her followers around, help them out when they needed it, and listen to more information. He, Ying suddenly started giggling with a mischievous smile on her face. I don't like the sound of that, Bing mumbled. Ying took out Heaven's Angel's message talisman and began writing something for all the members to read. Next time Hu Tao causes trouble and forces us to deal with it, how about we team up next time we meet and pummel him together? She wrote. Bing pulled out his talisman and looked at Ying as if she was crazy. Sounds interesting. Lei Ji responded. Do you really think we're strong enough to deal with Hu Tao even together? Bing messaged. Will be enough. Wan Qing's message came flying in. Ha 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 ha. We'll teach that annoying bastard a lesson for causing us so much trouble. Qing, do you know what mess he just caused recently? Ying asked. No, but I have a feeling it had something to do with the place where the plates are supposed to go. Plates. Jing's message came flying in. Did you find a plate, Jing? Ying's attention was momentarily taken away. I might have. I'll send a clone to deliver it to you. It isn't getting much use out of being in my hands anyway. Jing told her. Please send it as fast as possible. It's almost time for us to leave the endless plains. Ying kindly reminded. Oh, that is true, isn't it? Lei remembered. How are things going on your end, Lei? Bing asked. Things are going relatively well, I'd say. Runt and I are doing our best to save as many people as we can while collecting any ghosts that come our way. Why are you doing that? Ying questioned. To further my skills, and it turns out that the youth are a lot more willing to listen to reason after being saved from dying. I believe I can use my skills in healing to reform the youth. By being indebted to me for saving them, asking them to be kind enough to save another or treat others with the respect you wish to receive isn't much, in my opinion, to ask of them. Lei Ji answered. Sounds dumb to me. They're just going to take advantage of your kindness and continue being the person they were before meeting you. Ying told him her honest thoughts. Please don't tell me you're healing them for free. Bing added. I'm not that naive, Bing. I can recognize the value of my skills and always request something of value depending on the extent of the patient's injuries. And I can only hope that things don't turn out that way, Ying. Lei Ji responded. Where is Hu Tao? Jing asked. No one responded, and this made everyone slowly realize that something unusual was going on. Hu Tao wasn't the type to hold his tongue or quietly watch things unfold in front of him. Ying was confused on why Hu Tao didn't respond earlier when she made the plan to beat him up with the rest of the angels. She felt that he would have definitely said something like, bring it on, with a bunch of curses or something similar to that. And there was also the fact that Hu Tao would never ignore Jing of all people. Meaning that something has happened to Hu Tao and he's unable to read the message talisman. He didn't get sealed again, did he? Bing was scared of the possibility. The last time Hu Tao got sealed, both he and Lei Ji nearly died. If it wasn't for Ying's timely assistance, they would be dead right now. So, Bing was hoping with all of his heart that Hu Tao didn't get sealed again. Because only Jing would have the knowledge or power to break him out of whatever formation he got trapped in. Hopefully, they wouldn't have to go out of their way to save him, but Bing was not very hopeful about this. We don't have to save him, do we, Jing? Can't we leave him sealed for like 5, 10, maybe 100 years and then go save him? Ying pleaded. I say he does deserve some time to stay sealed. How long has it been since he was sealed last time? If we let him stay sealed for a few years, maybe we can avoid having our reputation ruined by that fool. Wan Qing suggested. I'm in favor of keeping Hu Tao sealed for the time being. Lei Ji agreed. Very well. We'll put off Hu Tao's rescue for now, but you all will need to find a fitting replacement for him soon. Jing conceded to their feelings. I also would like to know who sealed him in the first place. Despite how useful Hu Tao was, if he was bringing nothing but trouble and headache to his teammates, he could only blame himself for having his rescue delayed. Jing couldn't very well ignore the feelings of her followers. It would be unfortunate for Hu Tao, but it was his own fault. Some time to cool his head and rest may help him. His actions had consequences, and it seems the karma for his actions has finally caught up with him. Not that Jing believed in karmic retribution in the first place. Plus, if being sealed was all he got as payback from karma, Jing believes that the law of karma is quite forgiving and lenient. Understood, Empress. Bing's message came. I might have a good replacement option. Ying's eyes hungrily stared at the useful, cool-headed, and non-troublesome Zai. Well, I can't wait to meet them. Hopefully, they're as good as you think they are. Jing left the group with that message. Finally. Let's loot. Jing's water clone wasted no time in speeding towards Ying and the others with the plate. It took around 5 minutes before it appeared at the ancient palace. Everyone looked at it with confusion and wariness. Despite its naked look, these disciples have been put through the ringer for the last few days. Anything new and unusual was to be feared and placed on guard against. So, in the eyes of the disciples, this naked girl made of water could be some sort of new ghost that wanted to kill them all. Jing ignored the eyes of everyone and made it to the top of the stairs leading to the palace's doors. This was where Ying, Bing, Ji, and Zai Shang was sitting. She formed an umbrella of water that blocked the view of her body and held it in front of Shang's eyes. It was too early for him to see something like this of her. This body of hers might be a clone's body, but its bodily features are identical to her original bodies. Jing. Shang called out. Don't tell me this is Hu Tao's replacement. Jing glanced toward Ying. He's way better than Hu Tao could ever be. Ying defended her choice. Jing couldn't help but sigh as she reached into her navel and took out the plate floating within her stomach. Do you know him, Jing? Ji felt something was off. I guess you could say that. Why was she only blocking the view of herself from Zai only? Didn't that mean that she had some sort of connection or relationship with him? Ji and Bing started whispering to themselves. Wondering what kind of history Jing had with Zai. Do you think he's another slave? Bing guessed. That can't be it. If Hu Tao was here, she wouldn't do that. Ji figured. That's true. She's also letting me look all I want. Bing wasn't particularly happy about this though. The Empress had no sex appeal in his eyes whatsoever. Small butt, small bust, tiny body, and dark skin. None of them were qualities that Bing looked for in a woman. However, she was very scary and strong. This was more than enough to make up for her lack of appearance to Bing. I'm her boyfriend. Zai Shang is the boyfriend of Jing. Zai Shang was not ashamed to let everyone know of their relationship. If anything, he was elated to finally get it off his chest. He didn't care for the bewildered looks in the eyes of his fellow disciples or looks of disdain. His love for her went beyond his position in the sect. Shang couldn't control the rapid beating of his heart once he saw that familiar figure appear at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone looked at Shang as if he was crazy. What the hell was he screaming about? Before anyone could fully take in the words shouted by Shang, a great change took place in their surroundings that quickly took hold of their attention. The fog was disappearing. The endless white fog that covered every part of the endless plains of Yin was rapidly receding into the distance. No one could believe their eyes nor understand why this was happening. As everyone's attention was taken away, Jing mouthed a few words to Shang. Save it for the real Jing, not a clone. Ying also used this time wisely. She snatched the plate given to her by Jing and inserted it into the indented spot in the palace doors. Now all 3 plates were in and Ying figured the doors could be opened now. Come on. Let's go. Ying whispered to the group. Bing and Ji quickly followed behind her. Shang stayed behind with Jing's water clone. Go. She told him. Jing jumped off the top of the stairs and blasted a funnel of water into the air to capture everyone's attention. After doing that, she soon blasted high-pressure jets of water towards the strongest cultivators here, excluding Wu Yingtang, Gongjun, and Juju. Then she ran into the now clearer forest without a word after almost killing her fellow disciples. She was soon chased by those she nearly assassinated, and this gave the group more time to explore inside the ancient palace. Of course, her distraction only lasted for a few seconds for those she didn't target. It wasn't like she could have everyone there chase after her even if she tried killing them all. Not everyone was mesmerized by the disappearing fog. But Jing felt that those few seconds she gave them were more than enough. They were her angels after all. Excluding Ji and Shang, Bing and Ying should be enough to take care of them if they run into any trouble. If not, they should be able to escape with Shang's movement spells. Jing soon dissolved herself as her job was complete. Leaving those following after her very confused and pissed off. The thing that tried killing them killed itself. Now they just wasted time chasing after it for nothing. Follow me. The mystic flame is this way. Ying ran forward with everyone behind her. They ignored the luxurious interior of the entrance of the palace and followed Ying. As they made it past the entrance of the palace, ghosts of all kinds began to show up. Ying grinned as he gripped her amulet in her left hand and sword in her right. Bing and the others watched Ying tear through the frightening butlers and maids with relative ease. Her huge sword sliced them in half as if they were light pieces of cloth while her amulet captured their remains. The hallway was slashed, crushed, sliced, and torn apart by Ying's fierce swordsmanship. Bing kept his eye out for any surprises and his shield raised. If Ying ran into something she couldn't handle, he would jump in and defend against it for her. Then the two of them would work together to take out the ghost. Thankfully though, their group didn't encounter anything like that. Eventually, Ying led them to a dark spiral staircase that extended into the basement of the palace. Bing was the first to go down, Shang second, Ji third, and Ying last. Ying was upset that she could walk behind Bing but knew that if something attacked them on these spiral stairs, she would be helpless to retaliate. Her sword was too big to be used effectively on these narrow stairs. If she tried using her flames, she would burn everyone behind and in front of her. Bing had to squeeze himself down the stairs because of how narrow it was. His arms were scrapped against the wall and pillar in the middle of the spiral stairs. The only thing he could do was walk down and raise or lower his shield. He wasn't too upset about this, what more did he need to protect himself or those behind him? While his arms were uncomfortable, a little discomfort was nothing compared to the safety of himself and those behind him. I wonder why the ghosts didn't chase us down here? Ying casually asked. Please don't jinx us. Bing just hoped they could make it to the bottom of these stairs already. It has been more than 5 minutes of them walking down them. Maybe there's something that even the ghosts are afraid of down here. Shang shared his thoughts. Then are we walking straight to our deaths? Ji questioned. Just because the ghosts are afraid, doesn't mean we have to be. Ying tried to calm everyone's nerves. Don't forget you have me. Ying's hair lit up with a bright orange light and allowed the rest of the group to see more of the staircase they were walking down on. Let's get off this staircase first before talking about anything, Bing said. Is there even an end to this stupid thing? Ying could feel the presence of the mystic flame below her. This question got Shang thinking. He placed a talisman on the wall of the staircase. 30 seconds later, he placed a different talisman on the wall. Shang continued to place talismans on the wall every 30 seconds to see if what Ying said had any merit. Of course, the others questioned him on what he was doing and if it could help them. It might. Shang answered. The results of his testing didn't take too long to come to light. After several more minutes of walking down the endless staircase, eventually, the group stumbled upon talismans stuck to the walls. We're in an illusion or on a spirit tool. Shang shared. Hang on. I can find out which it is. Ying shouted. Ying struggled to turn around with Hao Gang giving her trouble in this endeavor. After a few seconds of struggling, she crouched down low and punched the staircase with all of her strength. The staircase chipped from her powerful punch and Ying grabbed that chip. With even more difficulty, Ying placed the piece from the staircase into the mouth hidden behind Hao Gang's demonic eye. He. It looks like it wasn't an illusion after all. Ying victoriously laughed as her sword started transforming into a case of stairs with a sword hilt. Stupid freaking staircase. The giant stair sword began shifting in a way that made it look like the stairs were moving on their own. As this was happening, the endless staircase they were on began rumbling and shaking. Small rocks started to fall from above them, landing on top of their heads and shoulders. Bing tried lifting his shield and placing it above their heads to protect against the falling debris, but it seems it was unneeded. Don't worry. I have everything under control. Ying shouted. Are you sure? Bing's fat couldn't stop shaking along with the shaking of the staircase. Ji held on to Shang's back with one hand and had her sword ready to protect herself in her other hand. Shang held a talisman in between his fingers, ready to activate them at a moment's notice. Bing and the other had no choice but to believe in Ying's words because they had no reason to think that she would lie about something like this. The stairs below them started to move from their original positions. Previously when they ventured down the dark staircase, it was shaped into a downward spiral. But whatever Ying was doing was somehow controlling the steps themselves. They struggled to balance themselves as the stairs split itself from the rock pillar it was twisting around. Looking down, they could only see darkness below them. Both Bing and Ji shook in fright once they realized that wherever these steps led to definitely wasn't a normal place. Shang crouched on his floating stair and grabbed one of the falling rocks from above. Taking a deep breath, he tossed the rock down below and placed his ear over the edge of his platform. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Even after 10 seconds had passed, he still couldn't hear the sound of the rock he threw landing. Do not fall. He quickly warned. Wasn't planning on it, but thanks anyway. Bing did everything he could to lighten his body and stay completely still on his floating platform. He was a big person, and with all the width he had, if he made the slightest movement, his floating stair could tilt one way and send him sliding off down below. While he was confident in the toughness of his body, he wasn't crazy enough to think he could survive a fall from this height. Bing couldn't hear any of the pebbles falling from above landing below. It was pretty obvious to say that they were pretty damn high up. Ying! How long is this going to take? Ji politely shouted, standing as still as a stone sculpture. Ying's eyes were currently closed as she was doing her best to concentrate on controlling the staircase to make a pathway down below for them and making sure her friends didn't fall to their deaths. Chi control wasn't something she specialized in, and it turns out controlling this spirit tool in the form of an infinite staircase took a lot of damn chi control to properly use. Hao Gang even had to step in to support her in controlling the infinite staircase, but it still wasn't enough to fully connect all of the stairs together to reach the bottom. Damn it! Ying cursed. Now that Hao Gang has swallowed a piece of the spirit tool, Ying could no longer use her fire chi as long as she held him in her hand. Normally when her anger flares up, she would erupt in flames, but now that she was utilizing a very unique type of chi, something else happened instead. A small piece of a staircase grew on top of her stair sword. There were originally 4 steps going upward on her blade, but now there were 5. Feeling this change happen to her sword gave Ying an idea. Instead of trying to stupidly control each individual step of this infinite staircase, she could just make her own steps by feeding her chi into Hao Gang. But Ying knew she couldn't just stop controlling the staircase yet. Bing, Ji, and Shang were still floating in the air. So, Ying infused a large amount of chi into Hao Gang. Several steps grew from the tip of her unusual stair blade. Ying pointed her sword downward so that it created a path to the bottom. Jump over! Ying yelled to them. Are you sure about this? Bing nervously rubbed the back of his head. Be a man and jump already! Ying shouted in response. Ji, Shang, and Bing all leaped off of their platforms together. Each of them landed on Ying's sword and it wobbled from their combined weight. The veins on Ying's arms revealed themselves as she put more strength into her arms to hold them all up and continue building steps to reach the bottom with. Now that they were all on her sword, she didn't have to bother controlling her chi so carefully. Ying no longer held herself back as she infused most of her chi into the infinite staircase greatsword. Hundreds of steps grew from the tip of the blade in seconds, extending into the deep darkness below. Bing! Chi recovery cake! Feed me! Ying ordered. Bing wasted no time in doing as she asked. He took out a piece of the cake from his storage ring, used his finger to open up Ying's mouth, and placed it on her tongue. Sorry about this. Bing apologized as he was feeding her. Ying couldn't repress her inner desires despite this life-or-death situation they were going through right now. When Bing's finger touched her lip and he was about to place the cake into her mouth, her tongue gently licked at his fingers before he removed his fingers and left the cake in her mouth. Heat rushed to her face as she thought how shameful her actions were. Ying was really glad that it was dark in here, or everyone would be able to see how badly she was blushing. She quickly chewed the cake as she tried taking her mind off of licking Bing's fingers like a pervert. He wasn't saying anything, so he must have just thought it was an accident, right? This must be pretty serious if she needed me to feed her, was Bing's only thoughts before he mindlessly licked his finger of the cake icing left on his finger. You fat idiot! What are you doing? If Ying's face was red before, now it was a deep burning flame. A floating step bashed itself into Bing's head. Ow! Be careful! Bing rubbed his head, assuming it was only a mistake on Ying's part. Don't rush me! Ying barked back at the perverted fat idiot. There's no way he licked his fingers because she licked his, right? It couldn't be. Hey Zai, do you have a spell that could help her recover her chi faster? Bing asked. I do, but it seems like it would be unnecessary. Shang replied. Hey? What do you mean? Bing was a body cultivator. He couldn't sense chi signatures as well as chi cultivators. The amount of chi that she is using isn't increasing or decreasing. If she was running low on energy, her chi would be slowly or quickly falling. So, I assume that cake you fed her is doing its job properly. Shang explained. So, I guess we wait now, hey. Ji took a seat on the stairs and took a deep breath. I'll get us down eventually. Just wait a bit. Ying told them. And wait they did. It took around 3 hours before Ying's staircase extended far down enough to reach the bottom. Every 10 minutes, Ying had to feed another piece of the stairs to Hao. The transformation only lasted for 10 minutes. Luckily for Ying, there was no resting period before Hao could transform again. Otherwise, they might have been trapped here forever. Once their path to the bottom was finally completed, they rushed down the steps as fast as possible. They wasted so much time making a way to the bottom, who knows how long they had to loot before the second portion of the test was over. Upon making it to the bottom, they were greeted by blinding gold, weapons, and all sorts of shiny objects, an altar with a bluish-white flame floating over it, and a skeleton draped in luxurious robes sitting on a throne with a brown book in his lap. I call the mystic flame. Ying didn't give anyone the chance to react as she shot forward with great speed and grabbed at the floating fireball. Well, it's not like anyone else has an affinity for fire here, Bing rolled his eyes as he headed toward the left gold pile. Specifically keeping his distance from the flame. Jia forcefully kept him away from the flame. Her touch was cold like ice, but even so, he could feel her claws trembling in fear as she held him. She put on a tough face, but he could tell whatever that flame was, terrified her to her core. It even made him a bit uneasy for some reason. His arm broke out in goosebumps and sweat dripped from his skin just by making eye contact with the flame. I'll try my luck with the skeleton, Shang walked towards the throne. I'll see what's in this pile then. Ji took the right gold pile. Ho ho ho. So, you wish to take my treasure, is that it? A disembodied voice playfully laughed from above them. A deadly game. Ying was the only one out of the three unable to react to the disembodied voice coming from above them. Bing froze like a statue when he felt the pressure descending on his round body. His thick hands that were grabbing at the piles of gold and spiritual objects halted mid-air. Jia glared at the voice above him with her claws growing in length. Ji reacted in a similar manner to Bing, but with her sword at the ready to be used to defend herself. Shang placed a talisman on himself that ignited and created a chi bubble around himself. To think that I, the demon god thief, would find my end in such a cursed place, the voice sighed. So, you want my treasure, is that it? You want the treasure of a godly thief that managed to cause empires to go mad because of his stealing skills? It does make sense. The tomb of a godly thief such as myself would cause multiple empires to go crazy trying to rob it. There are many precious royal heirlooms and the like inside here, but how could I just let you take it for free? The voice's tone had some playfulness to it. Do you know how many enemies I made by stealing across the world? Back in my day, if any of these treasures were to get out, the heavens themselves might just strike you for acquiring such godlike treasures. Perhaps that's why I died in this place, never to enter the reincarnation wheel for myself because I gained too much for a mortal. No one interrupted the talkative ghost. Whoever this ghost was, everyone could clearly feel just how powerful he was. Shang couldn't even secretly try and create a formation to save all of them. The ghost was able to watch his every movement, no matter how small it might be. If he was this strong even as a ghost, Shang couldn't fathom how powerful he was when he was alive. And since he was a thief, he was probably informed about all types of tricks and schemes. Not that Shang was well versed in them anyway. As a genius, when did he ever have to rely on petty tricks? Never, that's when. We might stand a chance of surviving if that cow succeeds in gaining the mystic flame, Jia spoke to Bing from inside his void world. So we need to stall him, hey. Sweat dripped from Bing's body. From one dangerous life-threatening situation to the next. To say that he was surprised would be a lie. As a member of Heaven's Angels, he simply had to get used to being in such dire situations until they were just a common thing. Like waking up to eat breakfast or having a casual conversation with a peer. Was it sad to say that he was already used to the rapid beating of his heart from terror and having his mind race and thinking of ways to survive this situation with his life and the life of his friends intact? I beg your forgiveness, demon god thief. Bing turned his body, banged his forehead to the ground, and kowtowed to the spirit. If you so wish, we will leave your resting place this instance and never return to bother you again. He shouted with his body shivering. Ho. So you intrude on my resting place, mess up the feng shui of my belongings and how they were placed, and then ask for forgiveness. I'm willing to do anything so that you can forgive us and let us leave with our lives. Bing responded. Now, I am a sensible ghost. While I can barely control myself looking at your succulent body, I am a man willing to give others a fair chance. How about this? Since your friend with the evil sword is about to take the mystic flame I placed to protect my treasures from ghosts, all I require is one of your lives in return. He asked politely. You three will fight until there are only two of you remaining. You can team up or fight individually. It doesn't matter to me. He explained. You. How could Ji's righteous anger was interrupted by Bing's sudden assault. Swift devil. Bing tackled into Ji and knocked her into a wall. He winked towards Shang, who caught on quickly to what he was doing. Shang skillfully twirled his staff as he ran towards Bing. Bing fought like a complete coward. Once he saw the prodigy coming towards him, he threw piles of gold and anything within range to stop him from coming any closer. Laughter could be heard above Bing and Shang. Bing. Why the hell? You're playing into his hands. Stop fighting. Ji shouted. She ran over with her sword to break the two of them up so that they could work together to escape this situation. Unfortunately, her seemingly logical plan didn't fit the narrative of anyone else. When Bing heard Ji coming up from behind him, an arm grew out of his back and punched her in the gut, sending her flying away once again. At this point, Ji's patience would have normally run out, but falling in love with the man named Hu Tao changed her. In truth, her patience ran out when Bing first knocked into her. When she was going to break up Bing and Shang's fight, she was actually going to beat them half to death and force them into listening to her. Her patience hasn't improved but actually lowered significantly. It was because of this lower patience that she asked Jing to help her become a woman that could keep Hu Tao under control and be loved by him. Ji's poor little heart wouldn't be able to last long if she couldn't do anything about Hu Tao except be in love with him. As Ji was about to get up to half-murder Bing, she felt something fall off of her stomach. It was that strange talisman that Bing and Ying had. Her eyes narrowed as she closely read the words on the talisman. A sense of relief and anger washed over her once she read it. She was still upset about being hit by Bing, but now that she thought about it, she wasn't hurt all that much. The only damage she took was from crashing into the wall twice, and even that was negligible because she coated her body in chi to brace for impact. Ji soon got up and charged back towards Bing and Shang with rage and greed in her eyes. What's this? Demon God Thief plucked the talisman off the ground. As the slip of paper floated in front of his eyes, he frowned. There was nothing on it. He tried infusing his ghostly chi into it, but still nothing happened. Something wasn't adding up. Why did that girl look like she was reading something if there was nothing on this talisman? Demon God Thief couldn't come up with an explanation for it, so he tried ripping it up. He couldn't rip it. Maybe he just wasn't trying hard enough. NHHHG. Okay, this talisman obviously wasn't normal. Die. The sound of combat temporarily recaptured his interest. A spray of blood shot out from the fatty's chest. He fell to the ground clutching his wound as his eyes frantically looked around the room for something to save his life with. He scooted backward with his butt in terror from the young girl slowly inching towards him with a menacing look on her face. Demon God Thief couldn't believe how easy it was getting these three to turn on each other. His instincts were telling him that something was off, but that fatty's injury was too severe for this to be faked. That fatty was going to die soon even if he had healing pills or got treatment soon. Despite this though, the Demon God Thief didn't lower his guard. How could the King of Thieves be foolish enough to believe what he saw with his eyes? You don't become the King of Thieves by simply trusting your eyes. If anything, eyes were the most untrustworthy organs. He'd rather trust his nose than his eyes. Sorry, Tubby. The girl grinned. Looks like the treasure is all ours. Were her final words to the dying fatty. Work harder in your next life. The handsome boy looked down on him. Demon God Thief was very satisfied by this outcome. Once the fatty's breathing stopped, he would award the two survivors by allowing them to take one treasure of their choice. When they escape, they'll inevitably tell more people about his tomb, allowing him to bring more and more people to his resting place. Some will be used for entertainment purposes while others will be nutrients for him to feed on. You're mine, you stupid flame. You Ying, will never give up something that I want. As a member of the Yu family, asking me to give up something I want is the same as asking me to die. My conviction isn't so weak that I would lose to a barely developed flame like you. Ying's voice cried out. A purple flame erupted from Ying's body. Two figures in particular fiercely recoiled at this purple flame. One retreated inside Bing's body while the other floated closer to the ceiling. Ying's trial. Seeing the frightful retreat of the Demon God Thief meant that Bing's plan wasn't just a gamble. Shang and Ji looked at one another before hearing the sounds of someone munching on something. They looked over to the bloody Bing and saw him stuffing a wedding-sized cake down his gullet. To think he was in the mood to eat even after suffering such a deep wound, Shang was honestly impressed. AI's willpower was not to be underestimated. Not to mention his wit and willingness to sacrifice himself. Shang knew he wouldn't be willing to place his life in the hands of others. AI was the only person that Shang could think of that would propose a plan like this and make himself the one to take a life-threatening injury. Zai Shang has met plenty of people in his life, but none of them had the slightest bit of courage that AI had. It hurts. It really hurts. Why does it hurt even though it's healing? Bing complained. Eating the recovery cake was enough to mend and heal his wounds despite how deeply Ji slashed him. He wished he could describe the experience as pleasant, but that would be a big fat lie. Bing's just lucky that Ying was able to tame the mystic flame so soon. While he was able to manipulate his flesh to a certain extent, he didn't believe he could control his internal organs. Faking his death competently isn't something he could accomplish just yet. Perhaps there's a near-death pill or something, but as of now, he had no idea if such a thing existed. Should we leave our escape to Ying? Ji asked. Seeing how quickly he flew to the ceiling, I suppose she stands a good chance of surviving on her own. Shang shared. No. We should help her. Bing slowly got up, rubbing his previously split belly. Won't we just get in the way? Ji questioned. It's better to have 4 against 1 than just a one-on-one. Bing explained. I see your point. I only assumed she could handle him on her own because of how terrified he looked. But there is nothing wrong with being cautious. Especially against an old ghost like this. Shang nodded his head. Are you good to fight? Ji looked towards Bing. There was not even a scar left on his stomach. I won't die. Bing brought out his 2 shields and bulked up. I'll never get used to seeing you do that, Ji had to look away because of how disgusting the transformation looked. I certainly wished you warned me of that, Shang said to Ji. His eyes had the unfortunate opportunity to see Bing's flesh moving on its own and weaving itself around him like a type of armor. I'll go in first to distract him. Lin, help me out so that I can touch him. One of you two will explain the situation to Ying. And please make it before I die. Bing took a deep breath as he was about to face death head-on once again. Swift devil. And with that, he was gone. You explain the situation to you. I'll set up a formation to help us survive. Shang told Ji. Got it. Ji started running towards Ying. Ying who was busy celebrating her victory of claiming a second mystic flame for herself. Acquiring this mystic flame was a whole lot different from how it was taking it from Fukong. This was a mystic flame that wasn't taken by anyone. She had to prove that she deserved to own this naturally forming treasure from the heavens. Ying was taken to a world filled with nothing but the dead. An endless landscape of spirits floating about. Their eyes were unfocused. They only traveled forward. She tried talking to them, attacking them, and doing anything to get them to notice her, but nothing worked. Her voice, words, and fists passed right through them. Kindness, violence, indifference, the spirits didn't seem to care about anything but reaching their destination. The ghosts traveled in all directions. As Ying journeyed further and further in the White Land, more and more ghosts began to fill her vision. Eventually, ghosts with the faces of her friends and family showed up as well. Ying tried interacting with them as well, but just like how it was with the other ghosts, they didn't respond to her. It wasn't until she saw herself as a ghost that something unusual happened. Ying felt like she was traveling for months before she met herself as a ghost. It stared into her eyes and this slightly startled Ying. Despite traveling a seemingly endless distance, she hasn't met any ghost that acknowledged her. So, when she encountered a ghost that could see her and looked like herself, a number of emotions erupted within her. This eruption being expressed in the form of a powerful punch to the face. Ying's fist landed squarely on the face of her ghost twin. But instead of sending it flying off into the distance, Ying had suffered too much to let it off easily like that. She lifted her fist upward slightly before smashing the ghost into the ground with all of her anger. The white world split into a giant ravine. All of the fury building within Ying exploded with the force of that one punch. Ying wasn't a patient person. So, when she was forced into a situation where she had no choice but to be patient, it was easy to see how she would feel upon seeing the person who made her go through a situation like that. Ying's punch split the world in two and millions of ghosts fell down into the black ravine. However, Ying's vengeance didn't end with just a single punch. It'd be crazy to assume that she'd be satisfied with just one good punch. She hasn't been learning Infinite Heaven Fist style for nothing. Infinite Heaven Fist style, never-ending fists. She shouted. A white aura coated her fists as she let off punch after punch on the ghost clone of herself. 10 blows, 100 blows, 1,000 blows, 10,000 blows, 100,000 blows. Ying didn't stop her fists from swinging until she was suddenly transported elsewhere. This greatly disorientated her as she felt herself making a breakthrough with her Infinite Heaven Fist style. She was now in a darkly lit room with a small purple flame being the only source of light. Ying took a step forward and could feel the fear emanating from the flame. You're scared of me? Ying asked. It provided no response. She took another step and the flame fiercely shivered in response. Ying rolled her eyes. This little bastard was the whole reason she was put through that annoying trial. Like hell, she would feel bad for her tormentor, even if it was a stupid child. Ying made it over to the flame, trying its best to burn her with its flame in great terror. Her fist came crashing down on its center as a white bluish flame came out of her back. This flame slowly shaped itself into her figure and came toward the purple flame. It gently kissed the flame as it comfortingly took hold of it and held it in its hand. Once Frost Flame started walking towards Ying, the purple figure began to shake in fright once more. Quit being so annoying. You're mine, you stupid flame. You Ying, will never give up something that I want. As a member of the Yu family, asking me to give up something I want is the same as asking me to die. My conviction isn't so weak that I would lose to a barely developed flame like you. Ying shouted at the mystic flame. The mystic flame could feel that while it didn't want to be claimed by a wielder like this, she was in fact worthy. Ghost flames wanted the one to pass its test to be one with patience, the ability to walk forward even with the death of those close to them over their shoulder, and cool-headed. Even though this human didn't seem to have any of those qualities, she did have a very important quality. Absurd strength. Once Ghost Flames was fully integrated inside her Denshin, she finally made it back to the real world. Ying. Bing needs your help with that flame. Ji shouted in her face. Hey? What are you? Ying's question got caught in her throat as Bing's body was sent flying past her. With a groan, he slowly got up to his feet with blood dripping down his face. He struggled to raise his two shields up but eventually managed. The pained look in his eyes suddenly brightened once he saw Ying. To Ying, there was nothing in the world that could feel better than being looked at this way by Bing. Seeing him try so hard just for her sake, she felt an endless amount of power flowing through her body. Ying locked eyes with the ghostly figure floating above her with a smirk on his face. A fierce scowl appeared on her face as a contained burst of purple flames erupted from her body. Ji flinched at the sudden fire but soon felt that she couldn't feel anything radiating off of Ying. No warmth, heat, or cold. It was like she wasn't on fire at all. Love conquers all? As Ying was coming back to her senses, Bing was doing everything he could to delay the demon god thief. After using Swift Devil to charge in, he rose both of his shields to smash into the ghostly being far above himself. As his shields clashed against something, Bing was soon swiftly sent flying into a wall on the opposite side of the room. With a sharp pain running up his back and head, Bing quickly realized that his great strength as a body cultivator meant little in this battle. If he could be overpowered that easily, this fight was going to be less of a fight and more of a, how long can Bing last before his body breaks down and shatters? To prevent something like that from happening, Bing gathered his chi to use his most powerful technique. Yin of destruction and Yang of creation. Multiple arms began to shoot out from his body as he needed utmost concentration and chi control to properly use this martial art. That sharp spike in chi as he began forming the technique wasn't unnoticed by the ghost or anyone else. Everyone could see the explosive aura of chi surrounding Bing's large figure. Shang did his best to hurry the ghost restraining array, he was creating but at the same time, not to the point where he would make small mistakes and ruin the entire formation in his haste. A somewhat hurried pace without waste. For a ghost of this level, he needed to use some of the talismans his master gave him for emergency's sake. Sky-ranked talismans were enough to work on those stronger than the spell master's own realm to some degree anyway. Shang didn't expect this formation to be greatly effective against the ghost but it would definitely be helpful nonetheless. Seeing Bing sacrifice himself so willingly once again only filled him with more respect toward the guy. Demon God Thief initially scoffed at Bing's secret technique. From how much chi was required to use it, it looked like he was about to give it everything he had. As a martial artist and his senior, how could Demon God Thief think of avoiding such a move from his junior? He planned to stand his ground and take it with everything he had. At least, that was the plan until the little fatty actually formed a chi sphere in the center of all his hands. The previous spike in chi was nothing compared to this one once it was actually formed. Demon God Thief narrowed his eyes. He felt his soul shiver at the sight of that glowing orb. A technique on this level had to be a heaven-ranked technique if not near it. To think a lucky fatty like this would make his way into his tomb and already have a heaven-ranked technique. Wasn't he scared of heaven's wrath by craving too many good things? Demon God Thief was a martial artist and this boy's senior, but he was also an incredibly clever scoundrel that lived long enough to tell when things like honor, respect, and morals were to be discarded. When his soul shivered at the boy's technique before it was even completed, his life-preserving instincts kicked in. He instinctively used his wind martial arts and tripped the boy in deep concentration. As the boy was taken off his feet and slammed back first onto the ground, Demon God Thief expected the technique to violently recoil as the wielder lost his focus. But that isn't what happened at all. Miraculously, this boy was somehow able to enter a concentration so deep that his only focus was properly forming the technique of his move and excluding all of his surroundings. In that boy's perspective, was he, the Demon God Thief, even in his eyes anymore? A concentration like this isn't something one could gain just because they wanted to or even tried all their life for. It's a type of concentration only gained through moments of luck and great intensity. Just like how receiving enlightenment on a martial art or cultivation. It's something decreed by the heavens and not something that could be gained just by simply wanting it. Demon God Thief couldn't believe that he pushed this boy so far that he needed to concentrate so deeply. While he felt a little embarrassed that he scared the boy so badly, he was also a little nervous about how to disrupt him from fully completing the technique. He had a feeling that trying to avoid it or take it head-on wouldn't work. Seeing as the boy can grow so many arms, cutting off his arms probably wouldn't work. To deal with this possible sudden threat to his life, Demon God Thief chose the simplest action. To just kill the boy before he could complete it. A concentrated invisible blade of wind began to form in front of the Demon God Thief's finger. Just before the killing wind blade was fully formed, Shang managed to complete the array and activate it. With this formed array activating, Demon God Thief's concentration briefly broke and so did his wind blade technique. Demon God Thief glared at the little spell master, promising to let him experience a little pain as well. The ancient ghost vanished before reappearing in front of Bing with a terrifying dagger picked up from one of the gold piles. With how deeply the fatty was concentrating, he didn't even notice Demon God Thief slowly stabbing the knife into his belly. It didn't take long for the specialty of that particular dagger to activate. Just as Bing's orb was on the verge of exploding, Demon God Thief quickly escaped to the farthest part of the room from Bing. Bing, on the other hand, was sent flying past Ying and Ji as he came back to the world in horrific pain. With another crash into the wall, Bing could barely hold himself up. But then, he saw something that briefly washed away all of the pain. Ying was back. She could take care of this old ghost and he could rest for a little bit. At least, that was how he hoped things would turn out. Carefully pulling out the serrated dagger from his stomach, Bing tossed it toward Ji. Ji caught it by the hilt and carefully inspected the impeccable craftsmanship of the knife. It disrupts the chi of those it stabs. I don't know if it'll work on him, but it's better than the sword you have now, Bing told her as he dropped to one knee. Yep, this pain was bad. After being stabbed by that dagger, he couldn't even hold up his muscle form anymore. He had to get his chi back under control and heal up his internal injuries. While he was relieved that he didn't have to fight anymore, he also hoped that the three of them would be enough to deal with the ghost. We just have to deal with him, right? Ying asked Ji. Yes. Then everything in this room is ours. Ji nodded. Follow my lead, then. But don't get in the way, I'm really pissed off right now. Ying's entire body was radiating with purple flames. Her giant demonic sword turned into a mass of violet-purple flames before the ground beneath her cracked and she disappeared. Ji only realized that Ying moved once she felt the shockwave of the air blasting back towards her from Ying's jump. Pushing the embarrassment she felt at being outclassed by all these people, she ran over to give her support any way she could. She suddenly felt multiple impacts against her chest. Looking down she realized they were talismans. We have to be quick or those talismans will drain your chi empty. Shang had a similar number of talismans on himself. Ji felt her strength rising to levels she's never felt before thanks to Shang's talismans. She wanted to let the excitement go to her head, but watching Ying actually pushing the ghost back with her sword swiftly shut that down. In her heart, she knew even with this boost, she still wouldn't be enough to catch up with Bing or Ying. But right now, her inferiority wasn't important. All she had to do was support Ying to the best of her abilities and kill this ghost. Ying slashed, sliced, and chopped the ghost with everything she had after seeing what he did to Bing. She gave it no time to rest. Her sword attacks seemed to flow endlessly and never stop. Shang gave his support by throwing lightning talismans towards the ghost to disrupt his attention and movements. Ji bided her time carefully for when the ghost decided to make some distance from Ying or Ying knocking it down below. Demon God Thief was ashamed and eternally furious that he was pushed to such a point by mere children. To think that the mystic flame he stole to protect his tomb would be the very thing that might kill him. His soul was screaming at him with everything to not allow that flame to touch him. This forced him into a heavy defensive position. He had to make sure that not a single ember of the purple flame touched his spiritual body or a piece of his soul would be burned away. Unfortunately, accomplishing that task was easier said than done. Because of the annoying spell master below, quite a bit of his soul has been burned away by this stupid girl who didn't seem to know the meaning of restraint. Demon God Thief used a majority of his chi to blast her to the other side of the room. Then, he focused his attention on the little spell master who quickly started to run once he noticed Demon God Thief gave him attention. I'm not done with you, yet. Ying flipped through the air multiple times as she landed on the wall with her feet before shooting off towards the ghost once more. The wall cracked and broke apart from the force of her jump. Annoying wench. Demon God Thief's attention was forcefully brought back to the girl only for him to suddenly feel lightning running through his body. A talisman attached itself to his back. That damn spellmaster again. With the pure lightning energy running through him, he momentarily couldn't move his ghostly body. Demon God Thief could only laugh as he felt that ungodly-sized blade cutting through his body. How embarrassing to be defeated like this. By some brats that probably haven't even grown any hair down there yet. Fine. Take my treasure. Damn brats. You earned it, I guess. Demon God Thief's soul was burned into nothingness. A teaching experience. Bing, Ying, Ji, and Shang took a 10-minute break to sort their injuries and catch their breath. Then they took as much treasure as they possibly could. Not even the Demon God Thief's skeleton was spared from the looting as they emptied the burial place clean. Now with their pockets and storage rings filled to the brim, the group quickly got to getting out of this place and leaving the endless plain of Yin before they missed the time to exit for the second test. You're quite strong, ancient sword immortal. Jing complimented the old ghost. Right now, Li Li was facing off against this Devil Lord Realm spirit. A spirit strong enough to contend with the leaders of the Golden Serpent Sect, Nine Swords Sect, and Blossoming Water Palace. He wasn't facing off against him alone though. No matter how powerful SCP-914's refining is, it couldn't make a being strong enough to contend with a Devil Lord. Perhaps potentially it was possible, but brute strength? No way. Because of this, Li Li had to face off against the old ghost with thousands of captured souls from his auxiliary technique, Ghost King's chilling breath and his soul lamp. With the help of 6 of the 7 ghostly kings, he was lasting a lot longer than he normally would have without them. He also got some much needed combat experience that he couldn't get inside Ying's void world against the shadow. Specters of all colors, shapes, and realms flew across the battlefield, swarming the ancient sword immortal. His sword swung non-stop with unparalleled speed and sharpness. Despite being swarmed on all sides, it was as if a small barrier was formed around him. Anything that came inside that barrier was swiftly sliced to pieces. Li Li was pushed to his limits for the first time in his life as he tried everything he could to defeat the powerful ghost. Jing didn't honestly expect Li Li to be able to capture the ghost and place him inside his soul lamp. It would be a difficult battle even if she fought the ancient sword immortal by herself. She wouldn't say that she stood no chance against him, it was just that with her current strength, she would have to rely on a lot of tricks to stand on the same level as him. Not to mention actually defeating him. So, why did she send her innocent son to face off the opponent that even she would have trouble with? It was quite the simple reason actually. To give him an actual fight to gain experience. Jing would have preferred him to fight in his original form compared to his human form because once they leave, he wouldn't be able to keep up that form. But, this fight will be helpful nonetheless. Li Li rarely fought at all, and when he did fight, it was barely a fight at all. Jing would have had this same exact issue if she didn't go through her heart demon test. The problem with being too strong was that you never got to realize your own flaws and work on them. It wouldn't be effective if she trained him herself. There was a difference facing someone that loves you and wants the best for you compared to someone that is actively trying to kill you while focusing on your flaws. Either you correct those flaws or you die. Since Li Li was refined with SCP-914, Jing wasn't really worried about his safety too much. But just in case, she captured a drop of his blood inside a small flask and carried it on her person so that he could revive later. It was also a little bit distressing every time she saw him get cut in half, sliced to pieces, or beheaded. Her anger grew a little bit more each time his body healed itself after a lethal injury. She was also very surprised. Jing expected him to get frightened and scared. To refuse to keep fighting despite her words due to fear of dying or suffering another killing blow. But that isn't what happened at all. Each time Li Li died, he made sure that he didn't die the exact same way. His eyes were focused on working with his captured ghosts and improving his fighting style. With his arms spread wide like a bird, he charged in with a flying kick. His leg impacted against the ancient sword immortal's blade as he kicked with his other leg. A rapid furious flow of kicks clanged against the ghostly sword. Each kick released an earth-shattering stream of chi from beneath Li Li's feet. Ancient sword immortal's face was calm as he took on the hordes of ghosts and an unfathomable spirit beast. Multiple after-images of himself appeared doing their own motions. One was dealing with the bird's kicks, another was killing a captured ghost, and a third keeping his eye on the brown girl watching with a smile on her face in the distance. Throughout his entire lifespan, both living and dead, this would probably be the most confusing fight he's ever been in. This unusual pair came out of nowhere and confronted him. The woman politely introduced herself and then the bird. Being the polite senior he was, he too introduced himself. Then that was when everything stops being so cordial. She soon asked him in the most courteous voice if he would be willing to be captured by her son. As any normal ghost would when asked such a question, he refused. That's quite unfortunate, she frowned. I suppose we'll have to do this another way then. Li Li, defeat him and then capture him in your soul lamp. She then ordered. Greetings. The bird known as Li Li soon bowed. My name is Li Li, nice to meet you. Before thousands of ghosts escaped from his body and the lamp on his waist, surging toward him like a tsunami. Now he's been fighting for the past several hours despite cutting the boy down several times. No matter if his heart is pierced, brain sliced in half, or his body was reduced to chunks. He didn't stay down. This spirit beast didn't know the meaning of death and seemed to have a small grudge against him for killing him so many times. Stupid. Idiot. Sword loser. He thought of a new childish insult every time he attacked. Grr. Why can't I win? Li Li whined. The spirit beast seemed just like a real human child but more on the freakish side. Throughout their battle, his ability to learn was absolutely monstrous. Ancient Sword Immortal was forced to slowly but consistently use more of his true power and skill as time went on. Although it wasn't that big of an increase, this was still only a child. Unbelievable, Ancient Sword Immortal expressed as he killed the last of the boy's ghosts. Despite losing thousands of his ghosts, Li Li didn't stop in his enraged pursuit to best this ghost. The only ones left were the 6 ghostly kings. Jing captured them before the Ancient Sword Immortal could kill them. She thought they had too much value to be killed after going through some trouble to capture them. Li Li charged for the umpteenth time. His eyes closely watching and analyzing every single movement made by the Ancient Sword Immortal. Just as he was about to throw a kick, the old ghost already saw through his movements. Ancient Sword Immortal crouched low and tripped him off his feet. As Li Li was submitting to the laws of gravity, Ancient Sword Immortal elbowed the back of his head into the ground before sitting on top of his back. Girl. I do not appreciate being used by my juniors. He used chi to suppress Li Li's fierce struggling. Since he couldn't kill him, he just needed to contain him. You're already dead. Being used by those alive is the best outcome for a restless spirit like yourself. Jing replied. I don't understand you. Do you believe you'll be able to escape from me after trying to use me like this? Ancient Sword Immortal asked. I believe I used you quite well. My son has gained some valuable experience and I've learned a little bit more of his personality. He had quite the arrogant side I wasn't aware of. You should feel proud being able to find some use even after refusing to pass on. What use is the dead if not their wisdom and experience? Jing smiled. Ancient Sword Immortal vanished from atop of Li Li as he appeared in front of Jing, his sword already in motion to decapitate her. Sadly, I'm not in need of any of your skills or experience. A barrier of water blocked the ghost's sword strike. Jing's face didn't change in the slightest. Ancient Sword Immortal didn't expect that she would be able to block his strike. I dislike the common sword and I lived a life far longer than you could understand. Jing explained. Before the Ancient Sword Immortal could strike again, Jing teleported to Li Li's body. Maybe we'll meet again. If my son is anything like me, he's the type to hold a grudge. So be prepared for a rematch in the future. Jing placed a talisman on herself as she held Li Li's body. The mother and son pair left the Ancient Sword Immortal in the middle of the ruined forest. He looked on in the distance where the two disappeared. He wasn't quite sure what to think of at the moment. Should he feel embarrassed to be used and played around with by his junior? Angry and humiliated? Or should he take in the words of his junior and reflect on them? Whichever his decision was, no one would know until 7 months later when the Ancient Sword Immortal found himself a disciple. Another fruitless endeavor. Flash. Run's camera momentarily blinded the injured Golden Serpent Sect disciple. As the photo came out of the camera, he waved the photo before taking a look at it. Seconds went by with Ji and the injured youth staring at Run. Run slowly shook his head as a look of disappointment grew on Lei Ji's face. What does that mean? The boy was startled. Am I going to be okay? Can I live? Blood leaked from all over his body. Jiabao could be seen as an unfortunate youth. He entered the endless plains of Yin with a group of disciples that he never met before in an attempt to survive. His little group didn't last more than 2 days before everything went to hell. That hell left him with a sword plunged through his gut, a single broken leg, and a hellish pain that made Jiabao consider ending it all on multiple occasions. If Jiabao was being honest, he was about to end it all before this strange doctor and his friend's apprentice showed up. His broken sword blade was held to his throat. The cold steel pressed to his neck, sweat dripping down his body and soaking his clothes. Suffering through that pain by swallowing recovery pills just to survive on the slightest chance that just maybe, someone that wasn't a ghost would find him and help him. Jiabao wasn't stupid. He knew better, but at the same time, he couldn't stop thinking about the smallest chance of his survival. Grabbing hold of the smallest glimmer of hope to survive. A small light of hope that might as well be the same as a flickering lantern in the night. Considering the people he was hoping to save him came from the same sect as the people that robbed him and left him in this state. But it looks like Jiabao's lucky star shined bright when he was at his darkest moment. He looks like a terrible person. I'll tell you what I see after you fix him up and ask him. Runt told Lei Ji. I wasn't expecting much, but it's still good to have clarification after all. Thanks, Runt. Lei softly ruffled the boy's hair, who jerked his head away in response, unused to the kindness of adults. Before I operate, there is something that I request from all of my patients. Lei Ji's tone turned serious. I'll give you everything I own if you can save me, not that he owned much of anything anyway. I'm not some greedy hoarder. I have no urgent need for the things you are thinking about. All that I ask of you is to be a respectable person. Helping those in need when you have the ability, being respectful to others, sharing some of your unneeded wealth with the unfortunate. Do you believe you can do things like that after being saved by me? Lei Ji asked. I'll do anything if you can really save me, was his response. Lei Ji crouched over the boy, who he was amazed that lasted this long. His willpower was commendable and his body was in a horrible state from what he could see. He took out a single needle from the 2 pink needles that Jing rewarded him with. Helping this boy recover to his full strength and even further wasn't a problem. It'd be incredibly painful, but according to what he's heard, cultivators would pay huge amounts of spirit stones just for the opportunity to be treated by him if he could improve their strength even just the smallest amount. Especially those ancient cultivators unable to take a single step further in their cultivation. Some might be willing to gift him mountains of spirit stones or actual spiritual mountain peaks. Knowing just how unbelievable his worth was now was a little bit scary. Several months ago, Lei Ji was just an insignificant chi gatherer that no one would spare a single thought about. Perhaps they would pity him, ignore him, or bully him. But not a single person would show him respect or kindness. Once information about his medical prowess begins to spread, people all across the continent will begin to seek him out. Maybe he would be hailed as a righteous healer of some sort, but Lei Ji didn't want to leave his fate up to others. This might hurt a bit, but I won't let you die, alright? Trust in this old man. Lei Ji gave a warm smile. Seeing the blind old man telling him to trust him was ridiculous in Jiabao's opinion. What sane person would believe such a thing from someone who's blind? Most people wouldn't trust a healer if they haven't even heard of them. However, it wasn't like Jiabao had much of a choice. Either he dies from his injuries naturally or he lets this old man kill him. He's already suffered through some horrible pain before, how much more could this actually hurt? Alright. Jiabao came to terms with his inevitable death. He closed his eyes and had a strained smile on his face as he gave his body to Lei Ji. It looked like he was already a corpse if it wasn't for the small rising of his chest. Runt snickered while Lei Ji restrained his smile. It wasn't the first time someone doubted his abilities and it wouldn't be the last. Lei Ji ignored the boy submitting to a fate that he thought was death and started the surgery. His needle stabbed slowly and accurately. Jiabao couldn't help himself from screaming at first insertion. A sharp pain struck within his body like lightning and caused all of his nerves to explode in agony. He tried jerking up and instinctively striking the old man, but the only thing that happened when he rose up was an uncontrollable rising of something out of his throat. Jiabao vomited some type of black liquid from his mouth that caused Runt to pinch his nose to spare himself from the vile smell coming from it. The injured youth then swooned backward as he felt like he just threw up most of his organs. He couldn't feel the inside of his stomach. Was this normal? What was that black stuff that just came out of his mouth? Did he somehow get poisoned too? Was that why the pain was so terrible? Jiabao couldn't understand anything except the fact that he felt absolutely terrible. Then came the second insertion. Jiabao's body locked up without his control. Heat rose to his face as Lei Ji's finger gently poked at several places on his body. His finger glowed with chi and neither Jiabao nor Runt understood what exactly he was doing by poking him. Jiabao could only move his eyes and the pain faded away, but for some reason, he could still feel things. The most painful part is already over. Now I just need to fix a few things so that you aren't left with lasting injuries that'll affect your future. Lei Ji smiled to reassure the youth. And Jiabao could feel his heart lighten up from that smile. This blind old man really did know what he was doing. He was going to survive. He was going to. Runt noticed the guy passed out. He thought it was better for him now that he couldn't see himself being worked on. Most people ask to be knocked out or put to sleep before being treated by Lei, but there are certain times when it's urgent and that isn't an option. He's been traveling with Lei for days saving people left and right. His job was mainly to check how likely someone was to uphold their part of the payment for the treatment with his camera. By snapping a picture before and after, he could tell if they were truly grateful and likely to listen to Lei or were just thankful. He saved their life and would ignore his requests. Lei has also been teaching him a few things so that if he was ever in trouble, he could help save his own life or another's. Runt's thoughts mainly lied in how to earn money with the skills. He didn't care about making the world a better place, having them become kind people or anything like that. While he wouldn't treat someone who was completely awful, his main focus would just be getting paid. Since he was once a beggar, Runt understood the importance of money in the hearts of people. In his eyes, Lei Ji was naive. People were selfish and only cared about their own needs and wants. Gratitude and paying back a debt meant nothing to them. They would only take advantage of Lei for his skills and remain unchanged in their behavior. So far, they haven't met a single person that was willing to pay up their side of the treatment inside the endless plains of Yin. But despite that, Lei Ji's eyes never wavered. While he would be disappointed, he didn't let it affect his ideals. He simply continued and moved on in search of the first person that would. And that first person could perhaps inspire a second person. It would be a continuous motion that spread across the continent. But Runt thought that was nothing more than just wishful thinking. The only thing spreading across the continent about Lei Ji would be his skills as a doctor and his ridiculously cheap price for treatment. The treatment of Jiabao didn't take more than an hour. After his surgery, Lei Ji requested Runt to take a photo of him. Runt didn't refuse as he had no reason to. Only to shake his head once again. After receiving the shake, Lei Ji poked the youth's body several times with lightning-fast strikes, thinning his chi pathways and increasing the difficulty of his future cultivation. This way, even if he wishes to cause trouble, he'll never become a giant in the cultivating world to continue his ways. Lei Ji and Runt then moved on to the next life signature nearby, leaving the youth behind with a small protective barrier around him from a talisman. A rather peaceful journey. The human body holds 872 chi points. Each chi point is responsible for the flow of chi and releasing chi from within the body. These 872 chi points are about the size of the tip of these needles, and most people are only able to utilize the main 436 chi points that go along one's chi pathway. Lei Ji lectured as he poked an unconscious body full of chi needles. Why do people only use the 436 chi points and not all of them? Runt asked, soaking in the knowledge to the best of his ability. Because those are the only ones they're aware of. On special occasions, people might use more than the main 436 points, but that's only if they practice a highly unorthodox martial arts technique. As far as I could tell, there is no distributed book talking about the chi points at all. Perhaps it's knowledge hoarded by the most famous of doctors. I wouldn't be surprised. Lei Ji sighed. Well, why wouldn't they hoard it? If they hoard knowledge on how to heal people, then everyone would come to them. With more people coming to them, more money flows in. Runt analyzed. That's an astute observation, Runt. With the way you put it, it does make sense for them to hold such knowledge for themselves. However, have you thought about what if they didn't keep it for themselves and shared it openly with everyone? Lei Ji asked, multiple arms of distinct origins began to slither out from the inside of his coat and help him out. After watching him perform several surgeries, they began to take a rather strange interest in helping him out in various ways. One clawed paw pressed it affectionately on his chest during his work. A tentacled arm took upon itself to play with Xiang on his shoulder. The two went back and forth with either hugging each other or playing tag. Tag wasn't the best game for the two to play while Lei Ji was in the middle of helping someone because Xiang had to crawl himself over his neck and head to the other side of his shoulder to reach the tentacle. A blue hand took out a sweet-tasting candy and popped it in his mouth. Lei has never seen or tasted anything as tasty and delicious as this. He could either suck on it until there was nothing more to suck or bite it into little pieces before swallowing them. Usually, he politely requested this candy-giving arm to hand some to the younger children he treated. There were two rather giant-sized hands that were fighting with one another by arm wrestling. From what he could tell, the giant arm on the left that was hairy typically won more times than the giant on the right that was hairless. But from time to time, the hairless would pull out a surprising victory that neither he nor the hairy arm could expect. Lei wondered where she got her sudden boost in strength from. Those were only the arms that messed with him or did their own things. Now talking about the arms that liked to help him during surgery, they weren't all that different in how they acted. Some were helpful, some didn't help at all, and some liked to play around and make things a little bit more difficult for Lei Ji. Especially when he finds out from Runt that they are unlikely to hold up their side of the payment for the treatment. One of those playful arms was doing something of the sort now as Lei Ji was finishing up. It was an arm made entirely out of wood. This wooden arm has taken a special interest in learning how to disrupt and affect one's body. Luckily for Lei, it was unable to use qi to achieve the same effects he could when using God's fingers. If it was, this poor young man would never be able to get an erection again, use martial arts, and eat solid food. A rival to this playful arm was an arm created out of stainless silver metal. Instead of learning how to mess with the human body, this arm liked to enhance and improve bodies. While Lei Ji loved the interest this arm had, it was sad that he hasn't come across anyone that he felt deserved such a thing. But regardless, it wouldn't be able to unless Lei Ji infused his qi into the coat. With the infusion of qi, the void world or spatial dimension where the arms reside, now allows them to use qi as well. So, the wooden arm and metal arm would be able to perform some of the medical techniques that Lei Ji could if he allowed them. Without it, they are just harmlessly poking bodies. It still kind of gets in the way a bit, so from time to time, he has to lecture them into behaving. If they shared it with everyone, then they'll lose money. Runt thought. If I didn't speak with Jing some time ago, maybe I would have agreed with you. A weird smoking stick was placed in Lei Ji's mouth from an arm while another arm took out a fire lighting device and lit it up. But now I see that such greed and selfishness is doing nothing but hurting ourselves. With life-saving knowledge available for everyone, more people would be able to save lives. And as more and more people learn how to help people and share that knowledge with the next generation of healers will be able to help people more efficiently and effectively. Perhaps even surpassing their masters and teachers to lead to an age where illnesses and injuries could be dealt with by a common village boy just by reading a book. Lei blew out smoke from his mouth. I don't think I'll ever get used to those arms. Chills crawled up Runt's body. It does take some getting used to. Even now I'm not entirely used to it yet, but they're not bad arms. Lei smiled. They were kind of like children in a way. Can you even control them? Runt asked. Somewhat. Lei chuckled. The realization that the arms living inside his coat weren't completely obedient hasn't flown over his head. Unlike the water beasts that he could fish, these arms could decide at any time to help him, ignore him, or even harm him. One such arm that tried to hurt him on a regular basis was the knife arm. It was just a knife attached to the stump of an arm. At random intervals, the knife arm would shoot out to stab at Lei Ji. When it first happened, he was shocked out of his mind and couldn't react. A plant-like arm took the knife blow for him and saved his face from receiving a knife through it. A rocky arm then punched the knife arm and back into the arm void world it went. After that situation, Lei Ji prepared himself on every occasion to either dodge or handle the knife arm, but most of the time, the other arms would come to his rescue. Lei Ji tried communicating with the arm, but regardless of how he tried, the knife arm just didn't like him. Perhaps it shared a difference of ideals with him and thought it would be better used by a different wearer. In time, Lei Ji hoped to become friends with the knife arm. Out of all the arms that have come out of his coat so far, it was the only one that actively tried killing him. If trying to be friends was asking too much, then he was fine if they were at least civil with one another. Alright, I'm finished. Lei Ji stood up with several different arms coming out of his coat. Okay, Runt took a picture of the patient before shaking his head. Understood. Lei Ji thinned the man's qi pathways before attaching a talisman on him that created a small barrier around him. Follow me. There's a lot of patients ahead. Some healthy and some on the verge of death. Are we running? Runt asked as he saw Lei Ji run off ahead. I guess so. Runt's body shivered uncontrollably as some of the arms coming out of Ji's coat waved at him from the back. It's even freakier than my camera, Runt muttered to himself as he took a picture of Lei. Lei Ji heard the snap of the camera but didn't say anything about it. If anything, he was rather interested in what would show up on the photo as well. He'd have to remember to ask the boy later on how the picture looked. Most of the pictures he took were melted by that black liquid he kept hidden, while the pictures he thought were interesting were kept in his storage ring, a gift from Hu Tao. Up ahead. Try not to separate from me. There's a lot of people inside this place. Lei Ji warned. The two soon saw a large staircase that led to an ancient palace. At the top, the door was wide open, and with his special sight, Lei Ji could see countless dead bodies inside and many more ghosts wandering around as well. From what he could see, the ghosts were using the deaths of the disciples to take over their corpses and return to the world of the living with a physical body. Take out your instrument. There are many ghosts inside as well. Runt's black liquid didn't work on ghosts, but his ocarina was very effective. It would be very useful with these many ghosts around. Okay. Runt grabbed the Silent God's ocarina from his waist and started playing it. If you're low on chi, just tell me. Lei Ji told the boy as they burst through the entrance of the palace. Several ghosts saw them enter through the entrance and charged without hesitation. Why waste their time trying to feed or take over these corpses when they could be doing the same with live humans? By now, a majority of the ghosts inside the endless plains of Yin have learned that they needed to somehow destroy the amulets that the disciples had to successfully take their bodies. Getting their hands around those amulets was their first goal. Lei Ji had his amulet wrapped around his neck. Runt wrapped it around his wrist inside his robes, making it hard for anyone to see it. Since Lei Ji's amulet was visible, all the ghosts in the entrance of the ancient palace targeted him first. The blind man wasn't afraid of the dozens of ghosts charging after him, and neither was the orange blob on his shoulder. Xiang was rather very happy to see so many friends coming to him at once. Unfortunately for him, Runt music seemed to stop all the ghosts in their tracks. So, no ghostly hugs for him anytime soon. Lei Ji used the opportunity given to him by Runt to rush to someone seconds away from dying. Runt was more than glad to sweep up all the ghosts by using sound chi to pummel the ghosts into submission and capturing them with his amulet. He actually felt that he's captured a lot of ghosts within these last 3 days. Maybe even within the top 10. I'm done here, Ji. Runt jogged over to Lei Ji, helping someone who's lying in a large puddle of blood. Okay, keep watch for any other ghosts nearby. And don't forget to tell me when you're low on chi. Got it. Runt blew into his ocarina. A peaceful serene music began to flow throughout the ancient palace. Doing a thankless job. The old man and child duo explored as much of the ancient palace as they could. Runt being the one to take care of the ghosts while Lei Ji focused on helping any injured disciples. He wasn't sure if Jing was okay with him healing the ghosts who successfully took over the bodies of disciples and then exorcised them. But he felt it was helpful in raising his medical skills to do this and kept his heart free of worry. All of the ghosts he's met so far have been nothing but villains, so Lei Ji didn't feel much remorse in seeing them wiped out. This place is huge. Runt commented offhandedly as he took another healed patient's goods. We have come across quite a number of disciples. Lei Ji didn't comment on the boy's thievery. The two of them didn't take it as stealing but as payment for the treatment. Depending on the severity of their injuries, Runt would take a certain percentage of their belongings. It worked by having those with the most difficult injuries requiring to pay more while those with smaller injuries pay less. Lei Ji felt that this method of paying was rather fair considering many of them would have died if he didn't step in. What use are rare martial arts, powerful spirit tools and weapons and valuable herbs if you're dead? None at all. I'm starting to worry if my storage ring can hold all this stuff, Runt chuckled nervously. It was a new feeling for him to actually be worried about having too much on him instead of not having enough. He wasn't sure how to feel about this, but he knew it felt good to be on this side rather than the other. It wasn't that long ago that he was a lowly beggar with nothing to his name, just surviving day to day without a single goal in mind. Ever since his boss took him in, his life has really changed for the better. Lei Gang was eternally grateful to him and hoped to one day pay him back to show his appreciation. I don't believe that's an issue you should worry about, Runt. Lei Ji lightly laughed. We have been paid in quite a few storage rings. A stone-like arm came out from the back of Lei Ji's coat and gave Runt a thumbs up. Didn't you want some? Runt didn't know what Lei Ji was planning. Of course, I'll take a good portion of the payments we've received, but I'm not taking all of it. You've been helping me quite a bit, Runt. You deserve to be rewarded and paid for your efforts as well. Lei Ji reached behind his back to grab his fishing rod as he used the hook to slice open a young woman's abdomen. Blood flew out from her stomach as the hook effortlessly tore through her skin. As Lei Ji calmly reached into her sternum from her stomach, he grasped at her heart and began to flow qi into his hand before softly squeezing at a controlled rate. During this time, several arms couldn't help themselves as they also wanted to explore this body on the verge of death. They also seemed to want to enter the opening that Lei Ji's arm was currently in, but predicting that a situation like this might happen, he had only cut a hole big enough for his arm. Runt could barely control the bile from rising to his throat from spewing out. He's seen a lot of gross crap as Xi's little apprentice. And by a lot of gross crap, he means a lot of gross crap. When thinking of a doctor or healer, he didn't know they had to deal with so much disgusting stuff. They had to deal with piss, shit, blood, vomit, saliva, dicks, vaginas, tits, assholes, and all sorts of other stuff. While the money he would receive as a little doctor seemed good, he didn't know if he had the stomach to actually go through with it. Even now, just watching Xi save this girl he knows nothing about from dying by physically pumping her heart to keep her alive and strengthen the heart, it seemed like such a thankless job for everything he has to go through. Not even mentioning if someone stronger than him asking for healing and he didn't satisfy them, he could lose his own head. Just trying to help and do his best could lead to his own death. So, while Runt has learned a lot of medical techniques and knowledge from Lei Ji, he didn't see himself going down the same path at all. But as a man, he did feel that he should do something to pay Ji back for his teachings. Maybe he could only heal those righteous and kind. Runt felt like Ji would appreciate something like that. There we go. Lei Ji smiled as he felt the girl's heartbeat with a proper and strong beat now. He took his arm out of her insides, sutured up her cut, took half of her belongings, and placed a talisman on her now covered chest. A small blue barrier appeared around her and the old man and child duo took their leave to the next patient. They came across many corpses, patients too far gone to be saved no matter how desperately Lei tried to help them, malicious ghosts intent on taking their bodies but mostly runts, and ordinary patients. None of them planned to do good deeds after being saved by Lei Ji. He wondered if there really was no youth worth saving inside the Golden Serpent sect but then shook his head from such negative thoughts. Lei Ji had a pretty decent idea of how to change the mindset of the current youth of today. All he needed were a few things before he could put his thoughts into practice. He would need to have a one-on-one conversation with Jing to request something from her. This palace is pretty big. Runt had explored a good chunk of the building through the sound waves of his ocarina. It must have been quite the extravagant kingdom. I wonder what happened to this land that turned it into a land made for ghosts. Lei idly chatted as Xiang gurgled and demanded attention from him. I definitely wouldn't know anything. Runt barely knew anything at all. He was just a beggar not too long ago. No one places too much interest in the past and the history of old nowadays. It's quite a shame that most people aren't able to see the value in learning lessons from the past and the history of the world. There is much to gain in knowing one's history. Lei shared with the boy. It wasn't until Jing conversed with him about such subjects that he felt that he agreed with her immensely. Like what? Runt questioned. Through history, we can learn how past societies, systems, ideologies, governments, cultures, and technologies were built, how they operated, and how they have changed. The rich history of the world helps us to paint a detailed picture of where we stand today. History is full of stories. Some are inspiring and uplifting, others are chaotic and immoral. Each of those stories can teach a lesson or inspire someone to do great things. Learning about the past could also help us prevent ourselves from making the same mistakes that those from before had made. If we knew how such a glorious palace like this felt, we could prevent ourselves from following down their same path by not repeating what they have done. Lei Ji happily shared his knowledge with the younger generation. He didn't know how much of it would stick with the boy or if it'll stick at all, but it's better to tell him this now while he's still very young. Runt has a lot of time to grow and make mistakes. Lei just hopes that the things he's teaching the boy won't be used for the wrong reasons. By properly instilling in him a set of morals and knowledge, hopefully he'll be one of the few good ones in this world that can lead others into helping nurture a better world. Runt didn't respond and only took in the knowledge as he could. He didn't understand much of what Lei was trying to say, but he could somewhat get the gist of it. History was useful. Learning about the past was useful. These things could help him survive and live a better life. Runt didn't know if Lei Ji knew what he was talking about, but he certainly did sound like he knew. Only time could tell if the things he taught him would be useful or not. Runt certainly didn't think his boss would say any of this stuff or try and teach him things besides fighting and killing. Ah, the others are here as well. Lei Ji spotted a group of 4 coming from a bottom part of the palace. He only knew the 3 of them, while the 4th was a body shape he recognized. Zai Shang, a popular talented youth known for being a skilled spell master. Remembering the message that Ying sent earlier about a good replacement option for the missing Hu Tao, he wondered if he was the person she was talking about. Lei didn't think it was a bad choice. The boy didn't have any negative rumors about him as far as he could remember. If you want, you can split with me here and I can continue on my own. Lei suggested. He didn't want to drag the boy around if he didn't want to be with him. I'll stick with you. Runt decided without any hesitation. He understood the value in Ji's knowledge and skills. Compared to going with Bing, Ying, and Ji, he would gain more by sticking next to Ji. All right. He smiled. Let's go say our greetings though and introduce ourselves to Hu Tao's replacement. Boss's replacement. Runt looked at him in shock. Oh, I apologize. I forgot to tell you that Hu Tao is missing and no one knows where he is at the moment. Lei was genuinely sorry. In this boy's eyes, Hu Tao probably saved and changed his entire life. I'll explain as much as I can on the way, follow me. A lucky hand, anyone? Runt didn't exactly know how to process the information that everyone was completely fine with the boss missing and was actually happy about it. While he was eternally grateful to his boss, it wasn't like he was going to give up his life or all his time to find him. So, it was just a little weird for Runt to actually understand just how much the boss was hated by his friends. We'll save him eventually. Ji had no problem with Hu Tao being gone for the moment. With Hu Tao gone, she could use this time to restore her sanity, get that training from Jing, and not worry about trouble befalling her once she is recognized as Hu Tao's woman. Once her training is complete, she'll be more than happy to find out where Hu Tao is and save him by herself if need be. Just to lock a chain around his neck and make him understand just how much she's held back in disciplining him after they had their first night together. Excitement filled her body as she thought of all the ways to give it to the jerk. Yeah, eventually. Ying laughed. She planned to do the absolute bare minimum in finding out what happened to Hu Tao. If it was up to her, she'd leave him to rot wherever the hell he was now for centuries. That would also give her some time to increase her strength to the point where she'll be able to overpower and finally teach that perverted asshole a lesson. It was only because of Jing's order that she was going to do anything at all. We are also going to properly introduce ourselves as Heaven's Angels sometime in the future. It would be for the best if Hu Tao isn't around when we do that because he has amassed a lot of enemies, Bing shared. Our image would indeed look more promising if Hu Tao is missing at the time. Lei Ji agreed. You don't have to convince me how not having the boss around is better. I get it. Runt explained. Boss wasn't liked at all. I knew you were a smart kid. Ying ruffled his hair as a shiver ran through his body. Runt hasn't forgotten the threat given to him by this big sister. She was willing to kill him if he said anything about her perverted feelings for Bing. He also has not forgotten how crazy strong she was either. It would take some time before he could live peacefully with the knowledge he holds. Maybe if he becomes stronger than her. You saw nothing. You say nothing, remember? Ying whispered into Runt's ear. MHPMH. Runt rapidly nodded as he felt his hair getting scarily warm. You really are a smart kid. Ying gave off a bright smile as she kissed his cheek. The kiss seemed to sizzle and burn but Runt didn't give a single indication that he was in pain. He put on a foolish smile as it was his greatest grace to be shown kindness by Ying. The kiss mark soon vanished without a trace seconds later. Runt immediately took this as Ying reminding him that she could do much worse and leave even less of a trace. I didn't know you two were so close. Bing noticed. We're not that close. Ying shut his claim down immediately. I'm just surprised Hu Tao's student isn't anything at all like him. Yes, Lei is quite mature and intelligent for his age. Lei Ji complimented. But I do have to ask, are you all sure you want to continue following me? You can leave me behind to finish this portion of the test. It's not like I can actually win in the final portion of the test, so it doesn't matter if I go or not. Lei asked as he led the group around the ancient palace. Ying, Bing, Ji, and Shang were fine with following Lei Ji around instead of escaping the endless plains of Yin. He didn't quite understand why but he felt happy about it. Not saying that he would be sad if they did choose to leave, just that them deciding to stick around with him made him happy. It's not often that one can be happy just being around others. Well, technically, Lei Ji is happy all the time because of Xiao Xiang on his shoulder. Even when Xiang wasn't physically touching him, he had a real smile etched on his face. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his determination and willpower to continue healing all of these not-so-good disciples on the off chance that they'll change for the better was only because of Xiang. Xiang always managed to prevent him from losing all hope even when his belief hit rock bottom and he was met with constant disappointment. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Bing replied with a strange smile on his face. Are you trying to get rid of us, Lei? Ying snarked with an unusual grin on her face. Don't worry, Ji. It's safer if we travel together rather than splitting up. Ji explained with the looks of an innocent young maiden. Shang, Runt, and Lei all knew that something wasn't right with their responses. Shang couldn't believe a group like this could be so close and friendly with one another without some sort of benefits. Runt just had a hunch that something wasn't right with how they were smiling. Lei Ji shared Runt's observations as he straightened up his back and kept an eye on the trio. With his blind sight, he could see in all directions around him even if he was facing one direction with his eyes. Lei's suspicions only grew heavier once he heard the three giggling together as he traveled throughout the ancient palace doing his best to save as many disciples as he could. It took around 30 minutes before Bing, Ying, and Ji's efforts paid off. A gigantic explosion erupted from the other side of the palace. The three suspicious youth immediately took off at that noise as if it was the sign they were waiting for all along. Come on! Ying yelled at the confused three standing still. Lei, Runt, and Shang had no idea what was happening but nevertheless, followed behind the three. Bing, Ying, and Ji managed to see the two causes of that explosion flying through the air. The roof was blown off and this gave Heaven's Angels the perfect view of the two cultivators fighting. One was a hulking monstrosity that resembled Bing in his transformed state but even more muscular and huge. The other was one of the sect's rising dragons, Gongjun. A look of pure hatred and madness filled his eyes as the sight of countless green swords hovered behind him. The sea of swords went flying towards the beast in human skin from all directions. Top, bottom, left, right, there was no way he could defend an attack like this just by blocking. As the swords flew toward him, pierce him full of holes, he unleashed a bestial roar that seemed to come from one's own heart. This shout temporarily halted the progression of the infinite blades, but it did not stop Gongjun. Gongjun came speeding in with a strangely shaped sword in his hand that honed in specifically on the youth's thick vein and neck. The youth wouldn't accept dying a death like this. He harnessed all the power flowing throughout his body and manifested a golden dragon coiling around his arm all the way to his fist. His fist effortlessly decimated Gongjun into a splatter of blood rain. Or at least, what a splatter of blood was supposed to look like. Those watching realized that instead of droplets of blood falling down, the splatter stayed hovered in the air and the color of it was green, not red. Green, just like the weird sword held by Gongjun. No one could react once the frozen droplets suddenly shaped into long swords and flew toward the muscled youth. He was impaled from all sides and blood leaked from him to the ground below. Eventually, the laws of gravity decided that the two were hanging in the sky far longer than they should. The youth crashed outside the ancient palace with the green sword still lodged within his body. Those interested in the fight looked out the window or smashed a wall apart from the inside to continue watching the outcome of the fight. The green swords slowly began to lose their solidity as they lost shape and became a formless mass of bright green goo. This goo soon started to form a human shape before revealing that it was actually Gongjun that somehow transformed into that goo. His eyes lacked any semblance of sanity and his body radiated nothing but complete killing intent. If a high-ranked elder of the sect were watching, they'd say that Gongjun was the perfect example of a disciple from the Golden Serpent sect. Gongjun pressed the tip of his sword against the boy's throat. A boy that a certain someone was confident that she killed already. Everyone expected the ferocious youth to strike the final blow, but he did something quite unexpected. Instead of piercing through the helpless boy's throat, Gong's sword enveloped his body completely. It wrapped him in some sort of green semi-solid, semi-liquid container and floated above Gong's head. "I won't let you die so easily after what you've done to me. Fu Kong," he muttered. "Now, to deal with my adulterous fiancé." He hopped back through the hole in the palace only to see his junior brother incapacitated somehow and his fiancé knocked out. "Don't worry. We only came for the good stuff. They're still alive and well." Ying happily shouted as Heaven's Angels took off with the valuable loot and sped off into the clear and fogless forest. The arrival of Heaven's Angels. The name Heaven's Angels spread throughout the survivors who came out of the endless plains of Yin when the test was over. Jing was quite surprised about this when she left the plains with Li Li. She has yet to officially announce Heaven's Angels. Only a small number of people should be aware of their group. This led to her believing this had something to do with Hu Tao or another member of her group. As she made her way to the others, more and more information flowed into her ears about the situation. It turns out it was Lei Ji and Runt who were the origins of this event. This made Jing less wary and concerned that the rumors would be negative. Only through high-level public manipulation, lies, and misinformation could someone like Lei paint something negatively. Just looking at him inspired pity, and when adding his overly kind and polite personality, only an idiot would think he belongs to a nefarious group. The blind savior saved my life. I was just ambushed for my amulet and on the verge of dying, but the blind savior and his little apprentice saved me. I heard they stole from people though? Aren't they just thieves taking advantage of people in desperate situations? Tisk, tisk, tisk. How naive can you be, junior brother? Think about it for a moment. You are about to die without any chance of surviving on your own. What do you do? He asked before suddenly yelling, "Trick question. You can't do anything. So, tell me, what would you do when someone who has the ability to save your life begins to treat you no questions asked? I would think he's a bandit trying to rob me of my goods. What cultivator would go around helping people they didn't know anything about? Either that person is a fool or a true monk with no worldly desires but to attain nirvana." "Aha, I thought the same way, little junior, but the doctor and his little doctor weren't bald." He loudly laughed. "After treating my wounds, the blind savior asked me to be righteous. Do good deeds, help those in need, spare some of my fortune for the unfortunate. So, it's just a fool. Yab. But hey, I'd take a stupid doctor over dying any day." More and more stories similar to that one were being shared around now that they were outside of the endless plains of Yin. No one was rewarded for the number of ghosts they captured in their amulets, but the amulets were taken back anyway and collected by the sect. Jing immediately knew they had a plan for the absurd number of ghosts captured by the disciples, but information on ghosts wasn't something she had much of. At least, the benefits to having them around, at least besides like pets to fight for you. She'll find out later when she becomes sect leader. A plan that'll happen sooner rather than later thanks to the heart demon test. She could only rise to master of the evergreen continent after thousands of years and thousands of tries. Jing knew the weaknesses of each sect leader of the three big sects. Playing with them won't take much to regain her position at the top of the continent, but there are quite a few things she has to do first before starting on that. Jing walked over to her angels and saw that Lei Ji and Runt were surrounded by grateful disciples whose lives he saved. A small few of them kowtowed to him with gratitude, asking to learn under him and pay back the debts for saving their lives, while a majority demanded the items from their storage rings back and threatened to take them back if he didn't submit to their demands. Ying grinned as she saw these ungrateful bastards. I cannot give the items back. I apologize, but it is only fair to receive some form of payment from a patient after treating them, especially ones with life-threatening injuries. The crowd of disciples didn't like the sound of this. Considering they were in a group, all young, and ready to fight, they figured they could just take back their stuff from the stupid old man. He was only at the peak of the chi-gathering realm. The weak doctor compared to their numbers and spirit built courage within them. You ingrates! A young girl that wanted to learn under Lei Ji screamed. He saved your lives and you try to rob him of all his belongings in return. You should be grateful he even considered saving your lives for the useless items that couldn't save your lives in the first place. A very tall and strong young man shouted, standing in front of Lei. TCH, a masked boy silently pulled out his sword as he stared at the ungrateful fools threatening his savior. This action led the other two into also preparing to fight. Instead of letting Lei Ji speak for himself and try to reach a reasonable and logical outcome with the unruly disciples, Ying took it upon herself as his friend to solve this annoying problem for him. She smiled at the three little courageous disciples willing to fight on the behalf of her good friend. With only a single swing of her sword, she intended to bisect all the annoying bastards into two. Ying's sword cut through the air without mercy or any intention of stopping. Please calm yourself, young lady. An elder suddenly appeared in front of the group of frightened disciples with a chi barrier that managed to block Ying's sword seemingly effortlessly. Please wait until the final test, you will be able to release any violent emotions there. Humph. You better thank him for saving your lives. I would have cut every single one of you down for scheming against my friend. Ying's eyes narrowed at the group, unable to believe they almost lost their lives for a second time so soon. Don't think that just because he saved your lives once, he'll be able to do it again. Even if he warned me to wait, I'm not the type of person to just stand by and watch the people I care about suffer injustice. If I have to, I'll give everything I have to kill you all if you ignore my warning. Even if I have to cut down an elder in the process. Ying looked at the unknown elder. Disrespectful brat. The elder reached out to slap Ying across her cheek. A sharp smack echoed across the immortal forest, gathering everyone's attention. Elder, I would like to apologize for my friend's behavior. She didn't truly mean what she said and was only caught up in her emotions. Our friend was nearly attacked and robbed for doing what he believed was right. If someone you cared about was about to go through a situation like that, in my opinion, it is natural that one would act like my martial sister. Bing cuffed his hands and respectfully bowed toward the elder with a bright red mark on the side of his cheek and a missing tooth. Something nearly snapped within Ying once she saw the elder smack Bing without holding anything back. If that was her, she'd definitely be worse off than what Bing got. Two thoughts raged within her brain at once. One thought telling her to tear this elder apart and slice him to bits for what he did to Bing. The other recognizing the purpose of Bing's actions of protecting her and heaven's angels. Humph. It looks like at least one of you knows some proper manners and etiquette as a disciple. His lips widened in a content smile before suddenly feeling a strange coldness strike his body. The elder knew it couldn't be that brat with the big sword causing him to feel this way. Just to make sure, he momentarily looked over at her to realize that she was staring at him with pure murderous intent. A lowly disciple like her was looking at him with such a look. He stepped past the fat one in an instant and tried to slap her once more for her impudence. For a senior, you sure have a small amount of tolerance for the younger generation. Jing appeared in front of Ying and caught the elder's wrist with her hand. You. Do you know who I am? He cried out in complete disbelief. Disbelief that 1, so many juniors would show him such disrespect instead of cowering before him, and 2, he couldn't escape the grip of such a little girl. He used his chi to try and wrench back his arm, but this didn't seem to do anything as the girl's grip only got tighter. She began twisting his wrist with an innocent and respectful smile on her face. Elder Wu. A pillar elder that's aligned with Elder Zhong. Jing knew exactly who he was. And you dare. Veins were visible on his forehead as sweat dripped down his body as he tried to regain his arm. It looks like Supreme Commander didn't uphold his side of the deal if a lackey like you is making trouble with my angels. Jing casually broke Elder Wu's wrist. A scream came from Elder Wu because of this unexpected action. Jing threw a low kick and took the elder off of his feet as she placed a spell on top of his chest. Everyone watched as the elder suddenly looked as if he was stomped by a gigantic creature as the ground around him decompressed downward. This decompression repeated every 5 seconds and no one could respond or react as the elder was buried alive in front of everyone. Upon realizing that everyone's eyes were on her, Jing believed now was the perfect time to make the announcement. She made stairs of water before sitting on a watery throne in the air. Her movements and the air around her spoke of elegance, power, and ambition. It wasn't the first time she sat on a throne in front of thousands of people and wouldn't be the last. My name is Jing and these are my angels. Heaven's Angels. Arrows of water pointed down on every member of Heaven's Angels along with 3 new additions. What you just saw was the consequences of a lowly pawn sent by the bidding of another to test the strength of my group. However, I dislike such underhanded tactics when done in such a boring manner. If you want to test the strength of my angels or myself, I am more than happy to allow anyone to try. As long as that testing is fair to my angels. Someone more than 2 realms trying to take on my angels will be thoroughly punished just as you've seen before either by me or my son. Li raised his head a little higher as he looked down on all the disciples around. My name is Jing and I am the leader of Heaven's Angels. That is all for now. She grinned as with a snap, several talismans attached themselves to every angel and they vanished. The aftermath. Moments after the death of Elder Wu and the revealing of Heaven's Angel by the strange girl named Jing, those remaining at the entrance of the endless plains of Yin began discussing what they've just witnessed. Elders were not excluded from the chatter inside the immortal forest. It wasn't an everyday experience to see an elder die from a disciple. If anything, it was probably an occasion that wouldn't be repeated in 1,000 years. Those elders and disciples that weren't aware of Jing before felt lucky to witness the birth of a new genius for their sect. If they told anyone that a 9th stage Chi consolidator killed a recently ascended Mortality Ascension Realm elder, not a single soul would believe them. Hundreds and thousands of cultivators could go around spreading what they just saw with their eyes and everyone else would look down on them for telling such a ridiculous lie. They'd be seen as trying to improve the reputation of their sect by making outrageous rumors of one of their geniuses. This wasn't anything new or out of the ordinary for sects by creating rumors of themselves to look better. Most of the time it would just bring attention to this rising genius and make other geniuses want to defeat them to raise their own reputations. Mei Li was one such person hopeful that something horrible would happen to Jing and this Heaven's Angels. Her group benefited greatly from inside the endless plains of Yin thanks to BoFai, but even with all they've gained, she knew that they weren't enough to deal with Jing yet. Unless they managed to get their hand on another peerless sealing spirit tool, they had to stay low and out of Heaven's Angels' sight until they had enough power to defeat them. Especially since Rising Dragon Manchu managed to successfully seal Hu Tao. If she came at them with the power her group had now, they would be helpless to stop her from breaking the sword Hu Tao was sealed in. Their primary goal was to avoid Heaven's Angels and gain power. As of now, they were the biggest threat to Mei Li's group. She didn't state the purpose of Heaven's Angels, did she? Mei Li asked her group. Nope. Just that they were free to accept any challenges. Yanyu cheerily replied. Well, no matter. A group willing to have someone as terrible as Hu Tao within their ranks has to be just as awful as he is. Mei Li figured. Every single one of them is just as guilty as Hu Tao to me. No cultivator, righteous or wicked would be willing to work alongside someone like Hu Tao. A man worse than the vilest demon known to man. Hatred spat from Hong Long's words. While he would love to do nothing more than killing Hu Tao with his own hands, he knew with the strength he had now, it would be impossible. Getting revenge for his sister's death would have to wait for now, but his blackening heart found it difficult to simply wait and gain strength while Heaven's Angels walked around freely. This was something that even his allies could see. The time will come faster than you think. BoFai placed his hand on Hong Long's shoulder. The more you obsess over this, the more detrimental it'll be to your cultivation. Hu Tao may have taken your sister, but do not allow him to take everything you live for now. Hong Qi wouldn't want to see her big brother suffering like this, don't you think? BoFai smiled. You. What do you? BoFai's word affected Long more deeply than he thought. You're right, Hong Long hung his head down. She'd try to support me in avenging her death. She wouldn't want me going mad over it. You are no longer living for just one person but 2. Never forget that. BoFai looked into the young boy's eyes. I won't. Thank you. Long couldn't keep eye contact with BoFai. You know, you can actually say some pretty cool things sometimes, boyfriend. Yanyu was surprised. Shut up, idiot. He lightly thumped her on the head with his fist. Hey. I'm really going to turn into an idiot if you hit my head like that. She angrily but playfully beat on his chest with her small fists. I guess nothing would change much then, hey. BoFai grinned. You bully boyfriend. Don't tease me like this in front of everyone. Yanyu hit even faster. Alright, alright. That's enough playing around everyone. Mei Li smiled. Let's get going as we wait for the start of the final test. Underscore 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 un. Hee, what's this? What happened to our junior brother? Chao teasingly laughed. Gong Jun has just escaped the endless plains of Yin with 3 bodies in tow. Tang Wuying over his shoulder and Fu Kong and Princess Lan enveloped in some sort of green goop. Separate, of course. The young rising dragon with the strange green sword didn't seem to hold any injuries, but upon coming out both Chao and Jian could tell that something significant happened to their junior brothers. Especially with the bright wide smile on Jun's face. He was ambushed by a group of people and knocked out. They didn't seem to want his life and only the treasures nearby. Jun explained. What were you up to then? Jian asked. Dealing with my own matters. Now, if you'll excuse me. I have something rather important to deal with. Jun tossed Tang on the ground and their amulets to one of the elders. Gong Jun then walked off into the distance with the two captured disciples as he covered his face. As cultivators with enhanced senses and bodies, it was quite difficult for them to ignore the small chuckling from rising dragon Gong Jun as he slowly vanished into the immortal forest. This chuckle didn't take long to turn into full-blown maniacal laughter with qi fiercely blowing from his body. Neither Jian nor Chao really understood what was going on with their junior brother but didn't think much of it since he seemed so happy. While Jun usually showed his emotions on the surface, both of them knew he hid his true self deep inside. Perhaps that was their first time seeing the true Gong Jun. Hopefully, he wouldn't forget that he still had another part of the tournament to participate in. Hey, sleepyhead. Chao slapped the back of Tang's head with some qi infused into his hand. Who dares? Tang woke up swinging his boomerang towards the person who woke him from his sleep. Whoa there, little Tang. It's just me. Chao casually leaned back and avoided the curved weapon intended to decapitate him. You. Tang rubbed the back of his aching head with a furious scowl on his face. What happened to you two inside the plains? Jian asked. TCH. Annoying bastard always hiding things as usual. Don't ask me anything. Tang didn't feel right airing out Jun's business. He disliked Jun immensely but wouldn't go out of his way to pry into his personal business. Even if his personal business had got him knocked out by some spell master. I suppose First Junior will tell us eventually. Jian could accept this answer. I can't wait to find out what made him so happy. You think he'll get bothered if I ask him constantly? Chao grinned. Anyone would get bothered by that, idiot. Jian calmly responded. But First Junior has a lot of patience. It's hard to rile him up. In Chao's eyes, Jun was a worthy opponent in terms of making him angry or annoyed. Out of all the disciples, it was only him that he has yet to truly make angry. I wish I had the same patience. Jian shared, looking at Chao with annoyance in his eyes. Underscore 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 un. I still don't understand how you can teleport to my void world, Ying questioned as Hao Gang transformed into a smaller boyish version of her. She made a movement formation. Hao Gang answered confidently. That's correct. Jing rubbed the little sword's head as he shivered in pleasure and fear. It's a complex formation because of how mysterious this world works. It works on similar rules to our world but it's like a pocket dimension that's a part of our main world instead of a world on its own. I understood none of that. Ying replied. Studying arrays and spells are a lot more complicated than one would think. They're tied to the very essence of the world itself. It probably isn't too much of an exaggeration to say that a spell master that has reached the peak would be capable of reforming the way the world works entirely. Jing shared her findings. Did I waste my time going down the path of a martial artist then? Bing suddenly questioned. Ah, don't let me confuse you. Any cultivator that reaches the end of their path is able to change the world in their own way. Jing quelled their worries. Why does it sound like you've already done it? Wan Qing asked. Jing shrugged with a small smile on her face, who knows? With this casual reply, Heaven's angels narrowed their eyes at their leader. It wasn't too out of the realm of possibility for them to believe that Jing has done such a thing. But it would question some of the individual theories of Jing's background. Especially since in the past, she seemed to lack common knowledge that everyone that was anyone would know. Thanks for helping me out back there Jing and you too Bing. Ying told the two. It was nothing. Jing didn't think much of it. It gave her the perfect excuse to complete one of the system's missions in a fitting manner. My body is a little bit tough, I can handle a little bit of pain for a close friend. Bing smiled with his one missing front tooth. Ah, that reminds me of something. A frightening smile slowly formed on Jing's face as she turned toward Bing. Every instinct in Bing's body was telling him to flee as fast and as far as he could at this moment. Even Jiajia couldn't help but shiver as she stared at the short brown girl. Jiajia didn't understand why she was afraid of a measly chi consolidator and this illogical instinct paralyzing her body made her want to lash out and fight. A reaction that Bing put all his power into repressing as it wouldn't lead to anything good for him. From Jing's pocket, a glowing blue eye was staring at Bing from her hand. She slowly walked over to the boy frozen in fear. Her small hand gently rubbed his face as she turned his head from side to side. Jing's black eyes stared deeply into Bing's dark blue eyes that couldn't tear itself away from hers. Can I refuse? Can I please refuse? The words came spilling out of Bing's mouth without control. Refuse? But why would you want to do that? Don't you remember how Wan wanted to refuse my gift before thanking me for it? I would never do anything that would be bad for my angels. Don't you agree? Jing's voice was slow, tempting, and very alluring. This isn't going to be like Hu Tao's gift from the treasured plains, is it? Ying quietly asked, uncomfortable with how touchy Jing was being with Bing. To this question, Jing could only laugh at Ying. You have nothing to worry about, Ying. It isn't going to be like that at all. Jing pulled out a talisman from her storage ring and attached it to Bing's head. She could hear Ying's sigh of relief from behind her as Bing dropped unconscious to the ground. When Bing's head smacked on the ground, Jia flew out from his shadow to attack Jing to protect him. It only took a single glance from Jing to stop Jia in her tracks. Her glance pierced through the walking devil's soul and rendered her immobile from fear. Jing's been aware of Bing's little ghost friend from the beginning. Lei Ji, come help me with this. Jing called out as she laid next to the unconscious Bing. Understood. What are we trying to accomplish here? Lei asked as he sat next to her. An eye transplant. Jing answered for everyone to hear. What's wrong with his eyes? Lei soon asked after. Nothing. I'm just going to make them better. Jing didn't waste any time as she used a tendril of water to pull out Bing's eye. It was just as bloody as one would imagine someone pulling out someone's eye in its entirety. Lei Ji silently watched on, carefully watching to make sure that there were no mistakes or anything that needed to be corrected in the process. Jing took the eye of end and with the thin and numerous water tendrils, began to attach the new eye into Bing's right eye. After putting the new eye in the gaping hole on Bing's face, Jing placed one of her healing talismans on his cheek. How does it look? Jing asked Lei. Nearly perfect. The third tentacle needs to push the optic nerve slightly to the right. He instructed. Understood. Jing did what was suggested and waited for Lei's evaluation of the transplant. He should be fine from what I'm looking at. We just need to wake him up and ask if there's anything wrong to make sure. Lei nodded. Jing removed the talisman she placed on Bing's head and he shot up in a fright. Upon looking at all the faces staring at him, he felt confused. Why was he lying on the ground right now next to Jing and Lei? There was a strange itchy feeling coming from his right eye. What happened to me? He panicked. You should be happy. The Eye of End isn't something that just anyone can come across within their lifetime so easily. Jing got up from the ground and cleaned her hands with SCP-109's water. Eye of End? Bing questioned, getting up from the soft grass as well. It is said to be the eye of an ancient immortal who was conspired against and betrayed by his fellow immortals. His power was said to be too great in comparison to the other immortals, and to keep balance within the heavens, they needed to cut him down into several pieces. One of those pieces is said to be this Eye of End. It gives the holder the ability to predict the future in some capacity. Jing explained. What the hell? That sounds stupidly powerful. Ying rightfully complained. It has its limits. It cannot predict the future at all times without any cost to the holder. The Eye of End specializes in preventing its holder's death, not allowing them to see the future unhindered while avoiding all troubles and gaining peerless treasures. Jing didn't want Bing getting too big of a head from this. Hey? So, it just warns him when he's about to die or something. Was what Ying got from this. I guess you could explain it like that. It would be fitting considering Bing's personality, which is why I chose to give it to him out of everyone else. Jing answered. Bing isn't the only one with a gift, is he? Wan Qing suddenly questioned. I suppose I did gain a lot from the endless plains of Yin. I guess I can show off a little bit of what I've got for you all. From Jing's storage ring, piles and piles of items towered up into a small mountain. Underscore 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 underscore. I didn't expect you to find my angels and group up with them. Jing relaxed on a water throne she created. It just kind of happened. Shang rubbed the back of his head. So, what do you think of them? Jing smiled. They're certainly an interesting bunch, Shang smiled back. I know they didn't catch your attention just by being interesting. Why don't you tell me the truth? Jing's eyes turned playful as she looked at her boyfriend being shy. Don't tease me like this. He turned his head to avoid her eyes. I joined them to find you. Shang admitted. You wanted to find me and then what? Jing couldn't help but grin. I don't know. His cheeks began to slowly turn red. I think you do know. Shang. You wanted to find me and do something with me. I wonder what that something is. You already know the answer. Why do I have to say it out loud? Shang could hear the whispers and murmurs from Jing's angels behind him. It made his face even redder. How can I know what you're thinking? It's not like I can see in your head. A normal relationship is where two partners can express their thoughts, desires, and dreams together through words and actions. How would you know? Have you ever had a boyfriend before me? He asked. Would it bother you if I did? Jing rested her face on her hand. As long as you aren't talking to them now. I wouldn't have a problem with it. Shang shared. Oh, so he isn't the type of man to care that his woman had a past with other men. How nice. Some of the men she's dated cared deeply about the fact that she wasn't a virgin. As if being a virgin made a woman special or different in some kind of way. Well, you don't have to worry about something like that. You're my first boyfriend ever after all. Jing relieved him of his hidden worries. As long as you don't count the husbands, slaves, boy toys, and boyfriends from my past lives. It looked like this statement from Jing is one that caused Shang to smile out of his control. He turned back to face her playful eyes. You're my first woman as well, Shang felt proud to announce this. His love for Jing was greater than it should be considering how little he knew about her, but that was something that would change. All he had to do was get to know her better. Looks like we have a lot of firsts to have then, hey. Jing laughed as the boy's face turned a deeper shade of red. Some time to relax. That's definitely not a relationship, Ying refused to believe it. It looks like a sweet one to me. Wanqing disagreed. It just looks like she's teasing and playing with his emotions. Ying defended her claim. Not everyone shows love and affection in the same way. Wanqing explained. That's true. Back when I was a little bit younger and a little bit more unrestrained, I treated women quite horribly at the time. Eventually, I found out that the women I formed relationships with at that time were actually quite fond of being treated negatively by me and loved me for it. Really? Runt looked up suspiciously at Lei. He wasn't the only one either. Many of Heaven's angels were dubious of his claims because, in their heads, they couldn't imagine a younger Lei Ji being anything different from how he is now. It just seemed wrong to try and picture him as a jerk who abused women that liked to be abused. The man of peace, friendliness, and reason. Yes. I was no different from the youth of today. Arrogant, not caring about anyone but myself, and only focusing on power. It wasn't until I lost my eyes that I could truly see the world for what it was and see myself. Lei shared. Youth of today, hey. Ying jabbed her finger into his chest with some force but not enough to hurt him. Is there something you want to say about us, Lei? Ying smiled. Would you say I'm wrong? Lei smiled back, not giving in to the young girl. Humph. Don't try and stick me in the same group as other people my age. If you think I'm anything like those people that you try and change, I'll have to punch you until you can see it. Ying felt that she's already grown somewhat after being taken inside Heaven's angels. As much as she's embarrassed to say it, Bing and Lei both seeped their annoying ways into her body somehow. She isn't as ruthless as she used to be. In the past, she'd kill anyone that bothered her or tried to pick a fight with her with no hesitation. Now, she'd just physically cripple them at most unless they hurt one of her friends. That's true. I have definitely noticed a difference in your temperament lately. Lei nodded. Looks like even without your eyes, you aren't that blind. Ying grinned, satisfied with his appraisal. Why are you single now then, Lei? Wanqing asked. Who said I was single? Lei Ji suddenly revealed a startling piece of information. Who is she? Ying asked. Where is she? Qing asked. What does she look like? Runt questioned. Is she a part of the sect? Bing couldn't think of anyone from the sect despite asking this. I wonder, Lei only smiled as he brushed off their questions. It turns out, working as a doctor while going out on the sect's monthly tasks exposed one too many women. Both cultivator and mortal women alike seemed to hold an interest in doctors. He wasn't a woman nor did any of his women explain why they wanted to stay with him. But he did enjoy spending time with them. Don't think you can just brush off our questions with a, I wonder, a badly done, high-pitched imitation of Lei Ji's deep and usually understanding voice. You'll find out in time. It wasn't like I was keeping it a secret or anything. Lei Ji responded. Next time you're going out on a task, we're coming with. Ying declared, grabbing Bing's hand. We are. Bing was entirely confused. While he was envious that Lei still could get girls with relative ease at his age, he wasn't interested in seeing them up close. That would only hurt his self-esteem even more. Especially if they were beautiful and or young. Lei himself just admitted that he could get girls in his youth easily and he could still get them now it seems. Bing definitely needs to ask this old tiger some tricks for himself. Don't you want to see Lei's girlfriend? Ying's fierce eyes stared at him, daring him to say no. Not really, Bing looked away. I'll go with you, Ying. I'm interested more than I usually am. Wanqing stepped up. Tch Ying clicked her tongue at Bing. There was no place safer to keep him than beside a woman that already had a man in her heart. I'd like to go as well but I have some training to do, so please tell me all about it later. Ji kindly asked, also interested in talks of romance. Should we come as well, teacher? Lin Shu, the only pretty student of Lei Ji, asked. Yes, I'll bring you three along as well to gain some experience and learn under me. Lei answered. Won't this be after the tournament, though? He winking, the biggest student of Lei Ji, questioned. That's right. For those still participating in the tournament, their monthly tasks have been put on hold for the moment. Lei explained. Zio Ki, the quietest student of Lei Ji, nodded in acknowledgement. Li Li glared at the boy claiming his mom to be his. He'd sooner kill him before accepting him as his father. It was only because his mom telling him that he couldn't kill him that Spellboy was still standing right now after Li Li learned of his relationship to his mom. But just because his mom said that Li Li couldn't kill him, didn't mean that Li Li couldn't make his life absolute hell. He's learned a lot from his mom. There were more ways to mess with someone than physically hurting them. Zai Shang couldn't help but shiver from the piercing glare of the owl's stare. It was only a few moments ago that he learned that this owl wasn't just a pet to Jing but a son. But the scariest part wasn't that the owl clearly disliked him, it was the fact that the owl was capable of understanding human speech and complex thoughts. From the look in its eyes and the information he's gained from the other angels, Shang knew that trying to close the distance between himself and Jing was going to be something he had to risk his life with. This owl would perhaps be his biggest enemy at the start of his relationship with Jing. Li Li. You're scaring mom's boyfriend. Jing rubbed his head as he sat in her lap glaring at Shang. Humph. Anyone worthy of my mom wouldn't be such a coward. Li Li was in his soul form. An identical mini version of Jing that was slightly transparent. It looks like you have quite the challenge ahead of you, boyfriend. Jing grinned. She knew that Li Li would react in some way. My son seems like the possessive type. I won't give up. Shang stared into her eyes. In time, I'll have you accept me as well, Li Li. Maybe not as your father, but as the man that deserves to be by your mom's side. Shang vowed as he looked at Li Li. I'm the only man my mom needs. Shut up, stupid idiot Spellboy. Just go away and never come back. Li Li spat on and kicked his heartfelt words with relative ease. He was only saying that stuff to get with his mom. This really will be a challenge, Shang sighed when insult after insult was hurled at his head. When has he ever been insulted to his face like this before? Never, that's when. I wish you luck. My son is very stubborn but I believe you can do it. Jing shared her thoughts. I will never lose to a weakling like him. Li Li was fine painting himself as the final boss. A final boss that would never lose to the protagonist. We don't have much time, but I'll do my best to train you in the short time we have. First off, let's get rid of this thing. Jing suddenly vanished and reappeared behind Ji, taking her sword and tossing it into the distance. What was wrong with my sword? Ji asked. Nothing. Now do your best to mimic these 4 stances. Jing's body suddenly became unusual and abstract. Ji didn't see how it was possible for her to even try to replicate the first stance. She wasn't a snake or some creature that didn't have bones. While she was flexible, even she had her limits. At least, that was what she thought until she saw that Wanqing could easily replicate those 4 stances that Jing just did. It took her some time to learn them as well, but I believe you can do it, as long as you work hard and tolerate the pain. Jing would have gifted her a martial art created by SCP-914, but after her heart demon test, she could think of quite a few techniques that would fit perfectly for Ji to help her reign in Hu Tao for herself. Well, okay, Ji had to at least give it a try. I'll help you out. Wanqing wasn't particularly busy at the moment, it was also very interesting to see others go through the type of training she did from Jing. Thank you. It didn't take long for Ji's screams of agony and regret to spread throughout the void world. Jing, I have something I would like to request. Lei Ji walked over to her. It won't be free. She reminded him. Of course, I'm willing to put in the effort if you are able to grant me what I want. Okay, what's your request? I need a spirit tool. A spirit tool that will allow me to form contracts, pacts, and deals with people that both sides will have no choice but to stay true to, otherwise a fitting punishment would befall the one that breaks their side of the contract. Lei explained. I have just the thing. From her storage ring, a thick scroll large enough to rival an adult's height appeared in the air. What task would you like me to accomplish? Lei asked. Write all of your current medical knowledge in a book. Once you've completed that, I'll give you the scroll. Jing told him. I will get it done. Lei Ji's penmanship wasn't that great, but Jing didn't say that he had to be the one to physically write it. He should find someone that is good at calligraphy before starting. The Cake Chapter. Most of Heaven's angels didn't spend all of their time inside Ying's void world. Jing returned back to her cake-selling business. After the success of the few customers she did have along with a large boost in her reputation from announcing her faction, there were many more customers willing to pay up for the different types of spirit cakes. Shang and Li Li helped manage the customers while she actually directly took part in making the cakes. She rented out a medium-sized shop from a disciple who didn't want to make a fair trade for it. No one has heard from said disciple ever since Jing started up shop, and no one bothered asking questions either. If a cake shop suddenly shows up in one's sect, one's first instinct isn't to question where the previous owner of the shop went. It's to ask how much do those delicious smelling pastries cost. Jing specifically chose this shop out of the others despite its haggard appearance was because it had a functioning kitchen. How was she supposed to make a cake shop without a kitchen? Not to mention she didn't know anything about building structurally solid buildings. That was something that in her 10,000 lives she did not get around to learning, believe it or not. Since Jing didn't have much time actually sell these cakes because the elders have yet to declare when the final part of the tournament will start, she had to be quick. With Shang and Li Li's help, she had them do a little advertising for her store to gain some visitors who weren't aware of her doing business in this isolated part of the sect. Her name has gained some high traction since the announcement of her faction, and it didn't take long for people to come and investigate what she was doing. But she didn't need people investigating her, she needed customers willing to buy cakes. Thankfully, this is where those few past customers came in handy. They were completely happy to buy as many cakes as they could with the spirit stones they gathered in the tests or on tasks. It was because of your chi recovery cakes that I survived an encounter with a bone-tearing mist tiger. Each time it tried chasing me, I would use my furious wind steps technique and blast away like the wind. At first, I only planned to use this technique as a life-saving technique that would only be good for one use due to the high chi consumption rate, but with the cake, I can use it dozens of times more than anyone else around my rank could. I'm quickly on my way to becoming untouchable among my peers. A cheeky young girl at the chi gathering realm happily chatted. I never thought it would be easy for someone like me to cultivate, but with your gathering of chi spirit cake, I feel like a genius effortlessly cultivating throughout the night. A poor-looking boy with clothes that barely classified as rags smiled with blackened teeth. Haha. Speaking of getting through the night easily, thanks to your physical performance spirit cake I have now conquered more than 20 beauties within the past 3 days. My sex-based cultivation technique has skyrocketed my realm to heights I never would have thought possible. A big-bellied man guffawed, showing off his core preparation realm chi. With the genuine appreciation of her cakes from those three, it didn't take much to have those just watching to come by and take a bite. Especially since she already started the alchemy process of infusing SCP-871's cakes into spiritual materials to make the spirit cakes. Meaning, the mouth-watering smell from the pastries was now spreading outside her shop and into the noses of the soon-to-be customers. Even Jing had to take a small break every now and then to take a small bite of one of her creations despite not needing to eat or drink at all because of her refinement. After her heart demon test, Jing had to say that the standards of food within this world were sorely lacking. If a master cook from her original world came to this place and survived somehow, his creations would be head and shoulders above any other cook here. But considering that this is a world where the fist reigns supreme, she isn't the least bit surprised by their lack of culture in anything besides fighting. She'll just need to introduce it later down the line. I'd appreciate it if you didn't kick me every time you walked past me, Shang muttered to the young bird in his human-like soul form. It was rather startling how similar he looked to Jing, and Shang still had trouble getting used to the similarities. Just because of how closely he looked at Jing made Shang want to scold the boy less. His heart couldn't help but rapidly beat when he thought of the boy and someday having another child with Jing and himself. Would he accept his younger brother? Would he hate him? As of now, Shang believed that the owl would hate the little sibling wholeheartedly unless he changes Li Li's view of him. But something like that was a far distance in the future and not something Shang dares claim will happen in time. Love is unpredictable. He would have never seen himself in a relationship like this before taking the Golden Serpent sex recruitment test. To him, a relationship was nothing more than a trade of benefits and cons if he admired his parents' marriage. But what his mother and father had was not something that Shang wanted for himself. As a genius, he had lines of beautiful female suitors willing to marry him. Marry him for his face. Marry him for his talent. Marry him for his lineage. None of these were things he was interested in just giving out to anyone. These shallow pointless things could be taken away at the drop of a coin. No, he was interested in something a little more intangible and unclear. Something that couldn't be seen clearly until you had it firmly within your own grasp. Make me. Li Li scoffed as he reached over the left part of the counter for the next customer. What do you want? He asked in a rude childish voice. Gathering of chi spirit cake, please. A girl wearing an eye patch asked, forking over 5 high-rank spirit stones. Got it. Li Li swiped her stones and placed them in the large black cauldron in the kitchen. Those standing behind the store's counter could see the shine from the several spirit stones stacked inside it, but not just how many stones were truly inside the pot. This led to a small little contest idea for Jing. She hung up the information on the door when the idea came to her. Maybe this idea of hers would be revolutionary for the people of this age. Out of her 10,000 lives, only in her original world did any store do something like this. By the end of the week, each paying customer has the chance to guess once about the number of spirit stones inside the cauldron. Jing will bring out the cauldron in front of the store so that everyone can get a good look at it and get a feel for how many spirit stones are inside for themselves. The customer with the closest guess to the actual number of spirit stones will win a free breakthrough spirit cake and 1/10 the number of the spirit stones inside the cauldron. The more cakes one buys, the more chances they have to guess the number. Each customer was given a blank talisman as proof of their purchases and recommended to keep it for the contest at the end of the week. Jing would be able to recognize these blank talismans and differentiate them from others. So, if anyone tries to cheat in the challenge, which she knows they will, she gets to set an example of what happens to caught cheaters inside her shop. Jing believed it would be too lenient if she tried saying those future cheaters were courting death by trying to take advantage of her and her belongings. Many customers questioned what a breakthrough spirit cake was, not quite able to believe the name. It was the most expensive cake in her shop, going for a reasonably high price of 5 peak rank spirit stones. No one has been able to buy this cake as of yet, and one of those reasons was because of the disbelief surrounding its ability. So, you all take me for a swindler? Jing couldn't help but smile. Okay. I'm willing to allow one person and only one person to take a bite of the cake and prove its effects. You all decide who that one person will be and I'll give it to them. All you motherfuckers better back off. I need that fucking cake. Someone immediately elbowed a person next to them in the face. You need the cake? Do you know how long I've been stuck at the peak of the Chi Gathering Realm? Chi Gathering Realm? You'd just waste the cake if it was given to someone with poor aptitude like you. How far do you think you'd get if you made it to the Chi Consolidation Realm? The second stage or 3RD? Ha 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 ha. Leave the cake to me. I've been trying to reach the core stage for years now. I'll kill anyone that doesn't think I deserve it. Didn't you all refuse to believe her about the effects of the cake? Why are you all fighting so furiously to get that fake cake then? If you truly don't believe the breakthrough spirit cake is real, just choose me. I don't believe it either, but I'll sacrifice myself for you all. TCH. How is this even fair? This chance is clearly a show for the stronger disciples to take as they please. Jing was enjoying the little chaos happening within her store. Without SCP-914, Jing couldn't afford any furniture for her store at such short notice. So, she had to improvise with water-based furniture instead. Meaning, the many disciples in her shop were beating each other half to death with water-formed tables, chairs, and the like. It brought a smile to her face seeing them so eager to kill over the smallest of reasons, but that person did have a point. The strong would just eliminate the weak and the strong would just fight until the strongest remained. That strongest would then get the cake. So while Jing did enjoy a little chaos every now and then, there was also balance in chaos. You make a good point. How about this? I'll save an extra breakthrough spirit cake for the end of the week alongside the one from the original challenge. There will be a second challenge that will take place for only a free breakthrough spirit cake unless someone manages to buy the breakthrough spirit cake before the week is over and prove its capabilities. I will have to warn you, it will be based on one's knowledge of the world. With these words from Jing, the fighting soon stopped. It looked like many of the disciples didn't like how it would be based on one's knowledge, but they were willing to accept it. Because if they didn't, perhaps half of them or more would die right here. Maybe with this, Jing can somewhat put a need or want for knowledge into the heads of these meatheads. It will be like a trivia game from her original world.